Hello, hello, hello. Calling Cannon. Calling Cannon. Please respond if you hear me. Over. Inside the bubble tea shop, Shin Yin was cradling a comic book in his hands, a minuscule Bluetooth earpiece nestled in his left ear. Cannon received. Cannon received. Over. As he listened to the voice in his earpiece, Shun Yin glanced out the window. Not far away, a JK girl was approaching them. Cannon, be advised, the target is nearing the designated location, and no sign of the enemy strategist has been detected. Shin Yin diverted his gaze and turned a page in his comic. Received in the upper left corner. A sincere-looking boy adjusted his attire before quickly grooming his hair in front of his phone screen. Watching the approaching JK girl, the earnest boy suddenly expressed his unease. Xiao Yin, I'm feeling a bit nervous. What's there to be afraid of? We are here. Suddenly, a third voice broke through the Bluetooth earpiece. A handsome young man approached Shin Yin, holding 2 cups of bubble tea. After sitting down and exchanging a glance with Shin Yin, he handed over a cup of original milk tea. Indeed, with us around, there's no need to be anxious. Shin Yin flashed a confident smile, revealing his bright white teeth to the earnest boy in front of him. As the JK girl entered, her gaze immediately locked onto their location. Junior, why did you arrive so early? I just got here a few minutes ago. Senior, would you like something to drink? I can go buy it. Shin Yin, holding his comic, moved his lips while occasionally glancing at the 2 boys in the upper left corner. How can I let a junior treat me? He'll go buy it. The JK girl declined the offer through the Bluetooth earpiece. Upon hearing this, Shin Yin quickly scanned the surroundings and fixed his gaze on a shadowy figure lurking beneath a tree outside the bubble tea shop. Found it enemy strategist. Shin Yin immediately signaled to the handsome boy in front of him and pointed toward the tree outside. I invited the senior out, so let me treat her. You can just say that she'll treat me next time. After saying this, he added, don't give her a chance to respond, just go ahead and pay. Shin Yin spoke calmly, as his words settled. The earnest boy stood up and walked toward the counter. In the meantime, the JK girl suddenly displayed a perplexed expression before looking outside the bubble tea shop. Shin Yin followed her gaze and noticed 2 girls under the tree, seemingly infatuated with the handsome boy in front of them. Cannon, from here on out, follow my instructions and engage her in conversation about her friend's circle. As he spoke, the earnest boy discreetly gave a thumbs up behind his back. Seeing this, Shun Yin chuckled softly and removed the earpiece from his ear. Before long, the handsome boy returned. Well done, brother. What mere cats and dog dare shout before me? Zhugen Yin? With just a beauty trick, I have left them in disarray. Shin Yin said disdainfully, then raised his milk tea. Come, let us indulge. Isn't it all thanks to my efforts? Chen Anha complained while lifting his own cup of milk tea. Just be sure to explain things later if my girlfriend goes mad. I cannot be held responsible. Chen Anha pointed to the 2 new friends on his WeChat list. Rest assured, Shin Yin slurped his milk tea. The proceedings were even smoother than he had anticipated last night. In the upper left corner, a JK girl covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with laughter. Before long, the 2 individuals in the corner cheerfully exited the milk tea shop. Cannon, Xiao Yin, what should I do now? Zhugen Yin, take her out. Stroll around the campus, then find an opportunity for some physical contact. Slurp slurp. Shin Yin chewed thoughtfully while responding to messages on his phone. Should I push one of those 2 girls onto you? Shin Anha suggested. Why would you do that? Aren't you still single? I just noticed that girl looks rather cute. Shin Yin waved his hand dismissively. No need, no need. You think you're too good for anyone? Shin Anha scoffed. Too lazy to converse with you. Shin Yin raised his hand, using a comic book to shield himself from Chun Anha's gaze. A time traveler. How could he indulge in such romantic trifles? Though he lacked any systems or golden fingers like those in novels, he had been a piano prodigy in his past life, steeped in melodies. Since that senior outside won't do, how about the one behind you? Chen Anha reached out to lift the comic book from in front of Shin Yin, leaning in and whispering with a mischievous grin. Shin Yin turned his head. They had noticed this girl when they first entered the milk tea shop. She wore a baseball cap and oversized sunglasses, clad in a sleek black dress. One might mistake her for a celebrity. Yet her aura indeed bore a resemblance. After taking one last glance at her cascading, raven black hair, Shin Yin turned back to Chen Anha and said, Please, I truly have no interest in that regard. All right then. Chen Anha shrugged and settled back into his seat. Suddenly, Chen Anha's pupils dilated, and he became animated. Xiao Nian. With a flat straw still in his mouth, Shen Yin looked up just as a 6.1-inch phone screen was thrust into his face. Displayed on the screen was a photograph of a woman with refined features, dressed in a burgundy gown, lounging on a black sofa with her legs crossed. Her eyes were half closed, a wine glass cradled in her hand, her demeanor nonchalant. Shen Yin was about to swat away the paw in front of his face. He recalled that Chun Anna had shown him that photograph the previous night. Professor Chu. Professor Chu. Chun Anha slipped his finger across the screen of his phone, switching to a different page. Regarding Professor Chu Wan Ning's arrival at school today. Shen Yin barely glanced at it before diverting his attention to the comic in his hands. If she knew you referred to her as having a world-weary expression and being frigid last night. TSK, 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 I'd wager you'll flunk your final major course. Chen Anha wore a smug expression. All right. You wish to play it this way, do you? Shen Yin, unfazed, set down his comic and retrieved his phone from his pocket, tapping on the recording app. Back in the day, when I was still in high school, I was simultaneously involved with 3 girls. Before he could finish, a pair of large hands reached for the phone. I was just joking. How could I possibly be the type to stab my friends in the back? Don't worry, Xiao Yin. Regarding what happened last night, I assure you, only the heavens, the earth, you, and I know absolutely no one else is aware. Chen Anha swore with a grave expression. Could you be any louder? Shen Yin surveyed the bubble tea shop, relieved that it was relatively empty at this hour, save for a woman behind him wearing a baseball cap. Relax. She doesn't have super hearing, there's no way she could hear us. Chen Anha patted his chest confidently. However, Xiao Yin, how do you know that Professor Chu is frigid? Can we switch topics? Shen Yin suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Last night, this fellow had approached him with that very photograph, inquiring about the woman depicted. Then he had taken a look, and that world-weary expression, along with her disdainful demeanor, bore striking resemblance to his ex-girlfriend from a past life. When it came to his former girlfriend, words failed to capture the essence. They had been together since high school and ended up at the same university, initially believing they would be the envy of others as a perfect couple. Only later did he realize that his girlfriend had absolutely no interest in intimacy, to the point of disdain. Curiously, she was a stunning glass beauty, curvaceous and alluring. Thus, whenever desire ignited within him, he could only retreat to the restroom for a cold shower. Calculating, he had lived to the age of 22 in his past life, and with the 18 years since his arrival here, he found himself a 40-year-old virgin still awaiting graduation. Moreover, perhaps influenced by his past girlfriend, he now harbored no desire for romance whatsoever. What topic should we switch to? You have no idea how many dream of Professor Chu people would cherish the opportunity to admire her. How can you label her as frigid? I'm leaving, I'm heading back to the dorm. Shen Yin dismissed the person across from him, finishing the last sip of his bubble tea before rising. With one hand clutching the comic book and the other his phone, he strode away. Hey, do elaborate, Chun Anha said, picking up the remaining half cup of milk tea and chasing after her. Ning, I apologize for the delay. Something urgent came up unexpectedly, Yi Xian said, wiping the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. It's fine, replied Chu Wanning. What are you looking at? Yi Xian inquired, puzzled. Despite wearing sunglasses, it was evident that Chu Wanning's head was tilted in a noticeable direction. Was there something outside the window? Yi Xian turned to follow her gaze. There was nothing particularly unusual, except for 2 students from her class. By the way, Ning, that's the student I mentioned, the top scorer in this year's National Arts Examination, Shen Yin. He's also a student from my class. Yi Xian added with a hint of pride. Shen Yin. Beneath her sunglasses, a pair of languid feline-like eyes fixated on the handsome youth outside, who was playfully tussling with his companions. I must tell you, Shen Yin left our teacher utterly astonished back then, Yi Xian boasted. Several prestigious music academies were vying for him fiercely. The scholarship was worth more than my annual salary. Her tone brimmed with pride and satisfaction. Chu Wanning remained silent, calmly gazing out the window until the handsome youth gradually faded from her sight. Evening. Boys' dormitory C206. Come on, man. It's not just a game you're playing like a coward. If you can't output as an ADC, what's the point? Chun Anha cursed, his spittle marring the computer screen before him. Shen Yin stared at the monochromatic display of his computer, remaining silent. The ADC before him reminded him of an old acquaintance from past life. In this match, he was playing as Jarvan 4, while Chinanha was on Kennen in the top lane. In a recent team fight, they both managed to catch 5 opponents with their ultimates. Their damage output was maximized. Yet upon looking back, he saw their ADC had fled. And then, with audacity, the ADC typed on the screen, "Wait for the support and mid laner, we can't win a 3v5. Alright. Shunyin glanced at his ADC, who had a 20-minute 3-item build with a score of 1005. He then pressed tab to check the rank. Emerald. As he pondered the opponent's ID, the rapid clattering of keyboards filled his ears. Soon enough, a string of highly inappropriate comments appeared on the black and white screen. "Damn, I've been muted." Chinanha yelled in frustration. His typing speed had led to a chat restriction. 10 minutes later, they faced the classic defeat screen. Chinanha grimaced, cursing, "Damn, what a noob." Shunyin, however, remained composed, not sharing Chun on his agitation. He calmly stood up and lay back on his bed. "Damn it, this is infuriating. Add me as a friend." Before long, the rhythmic clatter of the keyboard resonated once again. After a brief moment, encountering fools while merely trying to play a game, I might as well practice in the music room. Chinanha minimized the screen to return to the desktop. Locating his music player and opening his favorites, a melody of classical music began to fill the air. Chopin numero 4 Raindrop. Xinyan lay on his back, cradling his head with his hands. What's Chopin number 4? Startled by the noise, Chinanha sprang up. "Xiaoyan, what did you just say?" "Nothing." Shunyan's lips curled into a slight smile. Hey, Xiaoyan, when will you teach me to play this piece?" "The military training has already concluded." Chinanha gazed enviously at the boy reclining on the bed. Shunyan's piano skills had received accolades from the esteemed teachers at their school. Indeed, one venerable professor, well into his 50s, had boldly proclaimed, "In the future of classical music, he will undoubtedly have his rightful place." "Why are you so fixated on this piece?" Xinyan turned to look at Zhang He, who was by the bedside. "Why else?" "Xiaoyan, you know very well that Master Shen Nin has been my idol since childhood. And this raindrop piece was his very first composition from over a decade ago." Chinanha suddenly became animated, and with fervor, he grasped Xinyan's arm. "You have no idea. When I was a child learning the piano, the first time I heard this piece, the sensation, it was as if every pore of my being had been awakened. Do you comprehend that feeling?" Shunyan's lips twitched. He surprisingly perceived a hint of madness in Chinanha's eyes and quickly freed himself from the grip. "Seriously, Chen, it can't be that extreme. It's just a piece of music." "Just a piece of music?" "Xiaoyan, you don't understand. Master Shen is like a lighthouse guiding me. Yet it is unfortunate that this extraordinary figure has no photograph, otherwise I would surely hang it above my bed every day. But alas, it is rumored that he is still secluded at a music academy abroad." Xinyan chuckled awkwardly. Chinan's eyes shimmered with admiration and fervor, making him hesitant to meet his gaze. "Exactly," Chinanha concluded with a wistful sigh. Xinyan turned over to face the wall, unable to fathom the expression Chinanha would wear upon discovering that the master he revered was once merely a child in split crotch pants. Chinanha continued his lamentations, but upon noticing Xinyan's silence, he returned to his computer desk, lost in the enchantment of classical music emanating from his 1998 Yuan speakers. Bang! A forceful push of the door startled Chinanha, who was deeply immersed in the music, that he trembled slightly and then stood up, pointing at the earnest boy who had just entered. "Scolding, Tandepeo. How many times must I remind you? Can you be a bit quieter when you come in?" As Tan Mingjia pushed the door open and stepped into the room, his gaze swiftly scanned the interior before landing on Xinyan, who was lying on the upper bunk. He quickly made his way over. Seeing that Chinanha was about to continue his incessant chatter, Tan Mingjia placed a firm hand on him, silencing him. "Hey, you heartless one, have you forgotten who helped you this afternoon?" Before Chinanha could finish his retort, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Tan Mingjia exclaimed loudly, "Adoptive father!" Xinyan, still engrossed in playing with his game, immediately sat up. "Brother, surely this is a bit extreme." If it were a casual joke to call his adoptive father dad, Xinyan could have accepted it without hesitation. However, Tan Mingjia stood at the foot of his bed, his expression serious, and the resolute look in his eyes reminiscent of someone about to join a political party. "Girls are just too delicate. I followed your advice and took her for milk tea, strolling around campus, and then just now, when we parted ways, she suddenly gave me a hug. Tan Mingjie excitedly gestured, his hands flailing in the air. Shun Yin patted his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. What if she hugged him? Yet, he could understand, considering that for the past 18 years, his roommate might not have even held a girl's hand. All right, I understand. You can go now. Kid, he truly hadn't expected his roommate to be so straightforward. During military training, he had noticed that Tan Mingjie's gaze often lingered on the JK girl. He had jokingly said, "Power, it'll help you win over that senior sister, and after it's done, you can call me adoptive father, how about it?" No need, I don't mean that. At the time, Tan DePeo's face had flushed crimson, and he stubbornly defended himself. Yet, during the latter half of military training, with Shun Yin's assistance, he came to deeply understand the concept of the truth of fragrance. Every night, he would hold his phone, grinning foolishly at the screen. "Xiaonan, thank you. If you ever need my help, just command me. I will have no complaints." Shen Yin looked at Tan DePeo, whose eyes were brimming with tears, and nodded solemnly. "All right, hurry up and go." He was ready to summon his 9D 3-star 5 cost. Shen Yin glanced at his phone screen. He had 29 health points left, with only one opportunity for error. "Xiaonan, actually, Enough of the actually. Hurry and go call your JK lady and chat." Shen Yin waved his hand impatiently and then lay back down on his bed. In contrast to the two who had girlfriends, Shen Yin appeared rather desolate. In the entire dormitory, two were engrossed in phone conversations. On the left, a voice exclaims "senior," and on the right, another chirps "baby." There are also whispers of affection, sweet kisses. He chuckles softly, shaking his head in self-mockery. He has not been untouched by such experiences. Initially, there may be an abundance of sweetness, a desire to be inseparable for 24 hours a day. However, as time unfolds, disputes inevitably arise. Trivial matters can lead to significant discord. Then comes the discussion of breaking up, the admission of faults, the act of forgiveness, reconciliation, sweetness, conflicts. It resembles an endless cycle. Even when one changes partners, the same steps are merely repeated. 11:30 p.m. Shen Yin emerged from the shower, finding the dormitory already cloaked in darkness. His two good roommates were still engrossed in phone conversations. The remaining roommate, known as Zhang San, had to return home for a few days due to particular circumstances. Zhang San is merely a nickname. His true name is Zhang Bowen, 2 months older than Shen Yin. It is rather amusing that each member of their dormitory possesses a nickname that coincidentally aligns with their age. Tan Mingjie, the eldest at 19, was affectionately dubbed Tan Cannon during high school. Next is Chun Anha, known as Chun owing to the existence of an older brother. Then there is Zhang San, who is 2 months Shen Yin senior. Finally, Shen Yin, who recently turned 18 during the summer, is often called Little Nian due to having 2 older sisters. The next morning, if one were to inquire about what contemporary university students despise the most, the resounding answer would undoubtedly be the early 8 a.m. classes. On the balcony, Shun Yin rubbed his sleepy eyes, brushing his teeth while attempting to tame his disheveled hair. Before long, after washing his face, he felt as though his attractiveness had surged significantly. The originally handsome young man had transformed into an exceptionally striking figure post-wash. With a height of 180 centimeters. Oh my. Shen Yin suddenly felt as if he could be compared to the illustrious actors of his past life, such as Yu Yin and Yen Zhu. A few minutes later, after finally getting himself ready, Shun Yin yawned as he approached Chun on his bedside. "Chinner, it's time to rise. Just 5 more minutes," came the sleepy reply. Shun Yin glanced at the time, noting it was 7:45 a.m. "It's already 7:55. Are you getting up or not?" Shun Yin exclaimed. 5 more minutes. Indeed, that he could confidently predict that when those 5 minutes elapsed, the response would transform into 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds, and then 5 seconds. What? It's 55 already. Chun Anha exclaimed, springing upright for his bed. "Hurry, Little Nian, help me grab my phone that's still charging on the desk." Chun Anha, hastily dressing, cast an eager glance at Shen Yin. "All right." Shen Yin nodded, extending his hand to unplug the phone that was charging beside the computer. Thud! Chun Anha leaped down in his slippers, creating a resounding crash. It was needless to say that the occupants below were undoubtedly cursing. Subsequently, Shen Yin turned his gaze, only to behold the figure on the balcony, seemingly wishing for 3 heads and 6 arms. After managing to limit their morning routine to a minute, Chen Anha hurriedly pulled Shen Yin out of the dormitory as they departed. Both of them instinctively glanced at the still, slumbering Tandapeo. Why was it that the vocal music department enjoyed such bliss? Their piano department faced an early start at 8 on the very first day of the semester. "Slow down," Shen Yin exclaimed, struggling to keep pace with the person in front. Moreover, he had just caught a glimpse of the unwashed facial cleanser foam lingering on Chen Anha's face, but before he could offer a reminder, Chen Anha dashed away in a flash, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 4. I heard everything, Xiaoyan. I regarded you as a brother. Yet, you have so brazenly betrayed me. What treachery have I committed? Do you wish to relive the military training days, where the instructor personally summoned you from the dormitory? Shen Yin extracted 2 pork floss buns from the pocket of his deep blue coat and subsequently shared the blueberry-flavored fruit bits on the table. Humph. Considering you brought me breakfast, I shall forgive you this time, my friend. Chen Anha accepted the pork floss bun and milk, tearing open the packaging before taking a large bite, followed by a generous sip of the fruit bits. 10 yuan, remember that. Shen Yin also unwrapped his pork floss bun. As Chen Anha was still chewing, he swiftly turned around. What is the matter? Do you intend to default? Shen Yin raised his phone, displaying a recording interface. Chen Anha wanted to protest, but the words caught in his throat. He could only widen his eyes, watching Shen Yin take a bite of the bun while sipping the milk. Xiaoyan, you are utterly despicable. I considered you a brother. Enough with the banter. I have already uploaded this recording to the cloud for safekeeping. This secret will be my leverage for a lifetime. Shen Yin shrugged and added, now? Quickly reimburse me for breakfast. Fine. Chen Anha gritted his teeth, picked up his phone, and sent 10 yuan to that insufferable comic character avatar of Shen Yin. He vowed silently that he would never speak carelessly again during the next drinking session, while Shen Yin and Chen Anha exchanged verbal jabs. The once empty classroom gradually filled with students. The Jiuzhou Music Academy, the cradle of Huaguo artists, houses departments for composition, musicology, conducting, piano, and orchestral studies, among others. Every student admitted to this academy possesses both diligence and exceptional talent. At precisely 8 o'clock, all 28 first-year piano students of the 2023 cohort had assembled in the classroom. The first class of the semester was a moral education course. Apart from the 2 weekly specialized classes and one-on-one instruction with the teacher, the remaining core courses, such as college English, physical education, and ear training, were attended collectively. The instructor entering the room was a middle-aged man with a square face, holding a thermos. Shen Yin was certainly familiar with the moral education course. In his previous life, he had nearly failed it. He flipped through the textbook, which bore a striking resemblance to the one from his former life, leaving him somewhat astonished. This world is vastly different from his past. Medieval Europe had been conquered by their huaxia, resulting in a discernible gap in the classical piano repertoire. Hey, Xiaoyan, want to play some Shovel Knight? Chen Anha illuminated his phone screen, revealing the interface for a duo match in the game. Shen Yin glanced at the textbook identical to the one from his previous life, then turned to his companion and said, invite me. Perhaps it was due to the nature of this parallel world. In the year 2023, the world remains captivated by the version of the golden shovel from the auspicious star. A brief lesson swiftly passes. Meanwhile, Chen Anha and Shen Yin are still engrossed in their game. Help me find a strong player. I'm just too short. Hurry up. Chener, your health is locked. Coming. Chen Anha, feeling somewhat anxious, is at a loss as to where to place his fingers. It's over. Shen Yin watches helplessly as the 3-star wrist hero glides past him. Damn, the outcome is predictable. Second place. Chener, you are studying piano, right? Why are you so flustered? No, I just felt a bit nervous for a moment. Chen Anha defends himself. Are you two still playing? A boy in the front row, wearing black-rimmed glasses, suddenly turns to look at Shen Yin. The academy just announced that due to the summer vacation, some professional teachers will be introduced, and a reevaluation will take place in 3 days, with the assignment of professional instructors based on the results. What? A reevaluation? Chen Anha, unable to believe it, gazes incredulously at the boy in front. Who said there would be a reevaluation? It was just posted by Teacher Yi in the class group. Chen Anha, not yet having opened the QQ group, feels a sudden jolt in his heart upon seeing the familiar red text indicating someone has messaged. Upon opening it, he finds that the boy's words are indeed true. A reevaluation will occur in 3 days. What the heck? Chen Anha hurriedly begins to gather his textbooks. What are you doing? Shen Yin asks, puzzled. It's just a reevaluation. What's the big deal? What am I doing? I'm rushing to the piano room to practice. Chen Anha has already risen from his seat. Shen Yin looks around and notices that many seats in the classroom have suddenly emptied. Hey, Xiaoyan, are you coming or not? Chen Anha, about to step out of the classroom, hesitates. Without waiting for Shen Yin's response, he returns and grabs Shen Yin's arm, urging him to hurry. If we go late, there won't be any piano rooms left. Surely not, Shen Yin muses, confused. Everyone has been practicing piano since childhood. Why is this reevaluation such a big deal? Just perform normally, and it will be fine. Ah, that's where you're mistaken. Professor Chu might be present this time. Isn't he just a professor who studied abroad? What's the big deal? His skills might not even surpass mine. Shen Yin shakes off Chen Anha's grip. What do you mean? Just a professor who studied abroad? If not, then what? It's not just me boasting. If you brought her over here to compare, she probably wouldn't surpass me. Shen Yin is not speaking without merit. In terms of piano skills, there are likely no more than a handful of people in this school who could rival him. All right, enough boasting. I know you're the best in the country, but Professor Chu was also once the top in the nation. At 15, she had already participated in international competitions abroad, and she was the first-place winner in those prestigious contests. That's the pinnacle of global recognition. Oh, what is so remarkable about this? I recall a time when, suddenly, an urgent coughing sound echoed from the staircase. Teacher Yi, Shen Yin greeted with a smile. Aren't you supposed to be in class? Yi Xian replied, her expression slightly unnatural. Come on, Chen Anha, Shen Yin awkwardly urged as he pulled him away. Once the two had departed, Yi Xian turned her gaze upward, fixing her eyes on a girl clad in a black trench coat. Ning Ning, I. Yi Xian suddenly regretted introducing Shen Yin as a student from her class to Chu Wan Ning the previous day. How audacious. A mere freshman, newly entered into university. Daring to look down upon the professors. Although Shen Yin might have topped the national art examination, Chu Wan Ning is undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. After all, how else could she have become a professor at the tender age of 27? No worries. I heard everything, Chu Wan Ning remarked with keen interest. Her gaze fixed on the gap through which she could see Shen Yin and Chen Anha descending the stairs. Chapter 5. Enduring trials at the Jiuzhou Music Academy's piano building, the six-story structure housed over 100 practice rooms. Quickly, Shen Yin. There's only one practice room left. Chen Anha exclaimed eagerly. I told you to hurry. Shen Yin, however, wore a calm expression. Why is this retest more intense than the art examination? Shen Yin pondered as he looked at the tightly closed practice rooms. On their way to the piano building, not only the freshmen, but also the sophomores and juniors were hastily making their way there. Upon inquiry, he learned that not only the freshmen were to retest, but also the sophomores and juniors were required to do so, with the time set for 3 days hence. Hurry. 6th floor. Ah, the 6th floor. By the time Shen Yin reached the 4th floor, he was somewhat out of breath. You go ahead. I'll catch up shortly. All right, but make it quick. Chen Anha called back as he rushed away. Once the other had departed, Shen Yin finally slowed his pace. Due to his physical condition since childhood, his athletic abilities were rather lacking. He recalled that during high school, he could barely manage to run the 1,000 meters in nearly 7 minutes, leaving him to face his physical education teacher's disapproving glare afterward. It took him a full 2 minutes to traverse the 2 flights of stairs. Upon reaching the 6th floor and rounding the corner, he spotted Chen Anha standing at the doorway of a corridor, seemingly embroiled in a dispute with a boy. How shameless. I arrived at this practice room first. Chen Anha exclaimed to a boy wearing black-rimmed glasses. What do you mean you arrived first? My fingerprint was the one registered on the check-in device outside this room. The boy retorted. Come on, can we be reasonable? I was standing at the door waiting for my roommate when you dashed over and pressed your fingerprint. Chen Anha responded, exasperated, as he had just rushed to the practice room, glancing back to see if Shen Yin was following. The young man beside me likely ascended from another staircase, seizing the opportunity to open the door to the piano room while he was momentarily distracted. By the time he heard the machine emit a beep, it was already too late. What was happening? Shen Yin approached, and after Chen Anha recounted the sequence of events, comprehension dawned upon him. To put it simply, it was akin to being in a restroom. Chen had already reached the last stall's door, poised to enter, when suddenly someone dashed out from beside him, swiftly entered, and hastily disrobed. Such behavior could only be attributed to the character of the other individual. Shen Yin, Han Wenbin had not anticipated encountering Shen Yan here. Initially, he thought he might have mistaken him for someone else, but as the figure drew nearer, his recognition solidified. Xiao Yan, is this your friend? Chen Anha questioned, his expression one of curiosity. If this was indeed Shen Yan's acquaintance, it would be a minor issue. They could simply wait downstairs for a while to see if anyone exited. I do not know him, Shen Yan responded after scrutinizing the bespectacled young man beside him. He felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered him before, yet he could not recall the name. It's me, Han Wenbin. Han Wenbin's irritation flared. He had always remembered Shen Yan. Before Shen Yan's arrival, he had been the prominent figure in the school, the leading talent in the piano department. However, since Shen Yan's emergence, he had fallen from grace, and many students began to compare him to Shen Yan. Most notably, he had achieved a score of 299 in the art examination, while Shen Yan had attained a perfect 300. Both Han Wenbin and Shen Yan had scored full marks in sight singing, ear training, and music theory, with only a single point deducted in instrumental performance. Han Wenbin had later viewed Shen Yan's art examination video and found it rather unremarkable, leading him to suspect that Shen Yan might have bribed the examination judges. Who was Han Wenbin? Shen Yan pondered, racking his brain but failing to recall the name or the face associated with it. Don't remember me? No matter. When the re-examination occurs, you will certainly recall me. Han Wenbin resolved to outshine Shen Yan during the upcoming re-evaluation, determined to prove to the school who truly held the title of the piano department's best. With a thud, the piano room door closed. Outside, both Shen Yan and Chen Anha slightly raised their heads, gazing at the ceiling as if still pondering the identity of Han Wenbin. Hey, what the heck? Why did the door close? Chen Anha was the first to react, stepping forward to knock on the door twice before turning to Shen Yan and asking, Xiao Yan, is he really not your friend? Shen Yan nodded in response, affirming that he genuinely could not recall who Han Wenbin was. He had not been a classmate in middle or high school, nor was he part of the art examination training. That rascal. I'm furious. What does he mean by closing the door? Chen Anha rolled up his sleeves, as if preparing to engage in a confrontation with the door of the piano room before him. Never mind. The other party had already clocked in at the smart campus. Shen Yan restrained the person beside him who was eager to kick the door. Damn it. If I catch you inside the campus later, you will surely suffer. Chen Anha spat out a fierce remark before storming down the stairs in a huff. Shen Yan followed closely behind, and upon descending 2 flights, he turned to Chen Anha and said, Chen shall we go practice piano over at the comprehensive building? The comprehensive building? Aren't the piano rooms they're reserved for teachers? What's the big deal? We can sneak in there to practice. Even if the teachers find out, can they really scold us? Shen Yan pointed to another piano building not far away, though it only had 3 stories. Each piano room was significantly larger than those in their current building. Most importantly, the instruments there were of a much higher caliber. The 3rd floor housed 2 grand pianos worth over $1 million each, with air conditioning running year-round. That makes sense. Let us go? Chen Anha nodded in agreement. Wow. The sound quality is simply exquisite. On the 3rd floor of the comprehensive piano building, in the innermost room, Chen Anha played a couple of notes, feeling as though he was transcending. Shen Yan, seated on the piano bench, struck a few crisp notes. The piano before them was identical to the brand and model of the one he had at home. Yet hadn't they just heard there were only 2 pianos on this floor? Shen Yan pondered, recalling that when they arrived, the other 2 rooms had been locked, leaving only this one open. Who knows? Perhaps the school has recently increased its funding and acquired another one. Chen Anha shrugged nonchalantly. For an average piano student, the opportunity to play such a high-grade piano might never arise in a lifetime. Indeed, let us begin practicing. Shen Yan settled down beside him. He may have underestimated the competition. Earlier, as they ascended, the 1st and 2nd floors had been filled with students, likely upperclassmen who had obtained permission from their professors to practice there. Chapter 6. Her gaze towards me was peculiar. Hello? Yixian, what is up? Eating? All right. I'll close the door to my piano room first. You all go ahead. I'll join you shortly. Outside the restroom on the 3rd floor of the comprehensive piano building, Chu Wanning ended her call and headed towards her piano room. You are playing a bit too forcefully. You didn't release at the right moments, and you're pressing the pedal excessively. Okay, Xiao Yan, is that so? Yes, that's the point. As Chu Wanning approached the door, she first heard the sound of conversation from inside, followed by a delightful melody. Xiao Yan. Recognizing the familiar voices, Chu Wanning quickly realized who was playing inside. Just as she was about to knock lightly on the door to remind them, she hesitated. The piano within is a personal possession of hers, brought back from abroad. Just as fingers hovered in the air, about to strike the keys, a voice resonated from within. Xiaoyan, why aren't you playing? You play, and I'll simply watch. How can that be? We are here to practice together. If it's just me playing, what does that even look like? Xiaoyan's hands immediately withdrew from the black and white keys, simultaneously signaling to Xiaoyan beside him to play a piece. Oh, I don't need to practice, Xiaoyan feigned indifference, raising his hand in a subtle gesture that Xiaoyan could not see. A twinge of pain still lingered in his right hand. Don't joke around. As a piano student, how could you not need to practice? Xiaoyan's expression shifted, perplexed. As he continued, you wouldn't be looking down on me because you think I barely made it in, would you? Of course not. Weren't you just clamoring to practice? Last night, you even asked me to teach you a piece by Master Shun. The two stood with their backs to the entrance of the practice room when a crisp knock echoed through the air. Knock, knock, knock. Both turned simultaneously at the sound. Xiaoyan exclaimed in surprise, Professor Chu? Xiaoyan slowly rose, glancing towards the door. The woman at the entrance wore a black trench coat over a white shirt, complemented by a short skirt that revealed her long, slender legs, pale and striking. The piano inside is my personal property, hence it is not open to others. Chu Wanning stated, her tone neither too harsh nor overly gentle as she regarded the two inside. Personal property? Xiaoyan swallowed hard, quickly pulling Xiaoyan towards the exit. My apologies, Professor Chu, we'll leave right away. Xiaoyan, feeling somewhat awkward, lowered his head. Having assumed the piano belonged to the school, not realizing it was someone else's personal item, he averted his gaze. Yet the woman by the door continued to fixate on him, as if he had committed an unforgivable crime. Moreover, her gaze bore an oddly provocative quality. Professor Chu, I apologize, but why do you keep staring at me? As he passed by Chu Wanning, Xiaoyan couldn't help but ask, although he stood at 180 centimeters. The woman before him, clad in high heels, seemed to meet him eye to eye. Yet, he felt an odd sense of diminishment, as if he were a few centimeters shorter. Ah ha ha ha, Xiaoyan, what are you saying? Xiaoyan had chuckled, then leaned closer to Xiaoyan, whispering, what are you looking at? Do you have some sort of delusion? How could someone as handsome as me not feel Professor Chu's gaze upon me? After speaking, he turned back to Chu Wanning, saying, Professor, well, it's almost lunchtime, so we'll take our leave now. How did you know I was looking at you? Chu Wanning crossed her arms, leaning casually against the doorframe, her expression one of apparent indifference as she regarded Xiaoyan. From the very beginning, Xiaoyan had not finished speaking when he was interrupted by Chu Wanning's raised hand. Have you been staring at me this whole time? All right, Xiaoyan. Let us go. We should leave before Professor Chu says anything more. And he forcibly dragged Xiaoyan out of the piano room. He was quite curious about what thoughts were swirling in Xiaoyan's mind. Do you care whether she is looking at you or at empty air? In such a situation, shouldn't we be making a swift exit? We just had a rather unpleasant encounter regarding a piano worth over $1 million. Xiaoyan turned his head back, feeling that the gaze directed at him was rather peculiar. Chu Wanning remained at the door, fixated on him. If only Chun and he had turned back at that moment, he would have noticed the unusual connection between Xiaoyan and Chu Wanning. Their eyes seemed to weave an invisible thread between them. After Xiaoyan and Chun and he descended the stairs, Chu Wanning finally withdrew her gaze and approached her piano. She took out a packet of tissue from her pocket, meticulously wiping the black and white keys. In the small cafeteria, Chun and he exclaimed, what were you thinking, big brother? In that situation, instead of making a hasty retreat, you even questioned why she was staring at you? Are you joking? What if Professor Chu had decided to confront us? As he slurped down a mouthful of rice noodles, he continued to chide Xiaoyan, who sat across from him. But, honestly, her gaze was a bit strange, as if I had offended her. Xiaoyan lifted a strand of noodles to his mouth. Of course, we were sneaking around playing someone else's piano. Naturally, that would attract attention. That SA piano worth over $1 million, and just the maintenance costs alone are staggering. If I were Professor Chu and saw two foolish boys tampering with my piano, I would certainly kick you out without hesitation. Xiaoyan stated bluntly, for pianists, their instruments are akin to a second wife. No, I don't believe it was solely about that. Her gaze towards me felt different. Xiaoyan continued to ponder deeply over Chu Wanning's earlier look. Don't kid yourself. What can you possibly feel? Is Professor Chu interested in you? If you genuinely believe that, you ought to check whether your ancestors' graves are emitting smoke. Chun and he teased, amused by Xiaoyan's contemplative expression. Hey, what do you mean by that? Who do you look down upon? Shen Yan retorted. Let me tell you, I am more than worthy of her attention. So what if she is a distinguished professor? Must you elevate her to such heights? Shen Yan struggled to contain his frustration. Are we still brothers? You keep disparaging him while praising a woman you barely know. Praise? Worthy of her attention? No, Xiao Yan. We must possess self-awareness. Take a good look in the mirror when you return home. If you truly end up with Professor Chu, I, Chen and he, will live stream my jump from our dormitory building. Chen Anha, brimming with bravado, patted his chest. Yet, scarcely had he spoken when he beheld Professor Chu. The very subject of his words manifest before him. Chapter 7. The scene of social mortification. Professor Chu. Chen Anha stammered, his body betraying him as he stood involuntarily. Professor Chu, I understand your intent. Rest assured, even if Chu Wanning harbored feelings for me, I might not reciprocate. Shen Yan gestured for Chen Anha to sit down promptly. What was this? Why was he suddenly putting on a performance? Chen Anha's lips twitched as he glanced at the imposing figure behind Shen Yan, his hand trembling forward. Brother, do you not wish to reflect on the words you are uttering? Even you might not fancy her. Chen Anha yearned to vanish into a crevice. Who was Shen Yan? A stranger to him. Although Chu Wanning wore a slight smile, appearing somewhat amiable, Chen Anha felt a profound trepidation within. Chen why are you trembling? Is it Parkinson's? Shen Yan observed the incessant quaking of his hands, finally comprehending why he had missed the Samsung wristwatch during class today. With such tremors, it would be best to refrain from duo queuing with him in the future. Chen Anha, he stuttered once more. Shen Yan turned, confusion etched across his face, colliding with a gaze that was both amused and incredulous. Clatter. Shen Yan abruptly rose, chopsticks and bowls clattering together with a resounding echo. Professor Chu. Shen Yan stuttered, suddenly feeling like a child caught misbehaving by a parent. You little brat, though young, your words are audacious. Chu Wanning counted, noting this was the third instance. Yesterday afternoon at the milk tea shop, he remarked on her lack of desire. This morning, he belittled her musical skills, and now he claimed she was unworthy of him? It was the first time in her life someone had spoken to her in such a manner. Professor, we were merely jesting. He tends to boast excessively. Chen Anha interjected, attempting to clarify. Ahaha. Shen Yan chuckled awkwardly, realizing the gravity of the situation. Should I ever hear you discussing others behind their backs again, prepare for the consequences. Chu Wanning declared, unwilling to stoop to the level of a child nearly a decade her junior. And I look forward to your reassessment in 3 days. With that, Chu Wanning turned and strode away, only to pause momentarily to address Shen Yan. Phew. Chen Anha exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling liberated from an oppressive atmosphere reminiscent of the older generation of artists. Alas, little Nian, you are surely doomed. You shall undoubtedly find yourself on Professor Chu's blacklist. Chen Anha shook his head, lamenting the earlier comments made by Shen Yan. Even he felt the urge to slap him for his foolishness. As an 18-year-old freshman, do you truly believe that a wealthy and attractive professor is unworthy of your attention? Is this not the very essence of a misguided sense of superiority? Could you not have informed me sooner that she was behind me? Shen Yan slumped into his chair. I did mention it. Wasn't my earlier gesture sufficiently clear? You consider a trembling hand to be obvious? Shen Yan thought to himself, wishing to express his frustration. I only just realized it myself. Yet by the time you uttered those words, she had already overheard you. All right, enough of that. Let us eat, Shen Yan said, waving his hand dismissively as he resumed eating his noodles. Next to the Crossing Bridge rice noodle shop was a restaurant named Xiao Jiao Beef. Ning Ning, come quickly. Sit here. Yuxian beckoned with her chopsticks. Since it was still early, barely 11:50, and the cafeteria at Jiuzhou Music Academy offered remarkably affordable meals. The small dining area was nearly empty. I highly recommend our school-s establishment. The food is exquisite. Yuxian had already placed her order, well aware that her close friend was not picky, save for her aversion to cilantro. Yuxian, Shen Yan is a student in your class, correct? What is the matter? Yuxian's expression turned peculiar, recalling the harsh words she had overheard about Shen Yan earlier in the stairwell. Oh, it's nothing. I merely find him to be a rather intriguing young lad. Chu Wanning elegantly picked up a piece of beef with her chopsticks, dipped it in sauce, and savored it before continuing. Please send me his previous audition videos and some of his materials. Ning Ning, what do you intend to do? Yuxian momentarily forgot about the beef in her bowl. Why are you so anxious? How could I not be? After all, Shen Yan is a student in my class. Yuxian laid down her chopsticks, looking earnestly at Professor Chu Wanning. Allow me to apologize on behalf of my student. I hope you can overlook this matter. Who said I intended to blame him? I merely wish to assess the caliber of my future students. Assess the caliber of your future students? Yi Xian echoed, then glanced at Chu Wanning with suspicion, asking, Ning Ning, surely you wouldn't hold a grudge against a freshman? Why would I concern myself with a mere child? Chu Wanning replied, leisurely enjoying her meal. She then recalled how, moments earlier, she had overheard Shen Yin giving advice to his friends, sounding quite impressive, and added, that boy is rather interesting. Please send me his materials and previous piano videos when you return. Certainly, but why do you keep referring to him as a child? It sounds rather odd. Yi Xian agreed, noting that the audition videos of Shen Yin were available on the school forum, although the quality was poor, leading her to suspect that they were recorded with a low-quality device. In my eyes, he is nothing but a child. I am nearly a decade older than him. When I was 18 and in my freshman year, he was merely in the 4th grade. Chu Wanning wiped her mouth with a piece of paper and leaned over to glance into the neighboring noodle shop, only to find that Shen Yin had already departed. When Shen Yin and Chen Anha returned to their dormitory, Tin Mingjia was still fast asleep. How is it fair that our piano department has early classes at 8, while the vocal department does not? It is simply unjust. Chen Anha gazed enviously at the figure still lost in slumber. Enough already. As if you actually pay attention during your early classes, you're just playing games. If it comes to that, you can always lay down in the classroom and continue your nap. The subject teachers want to mind. Shen Yin suggested. This is the beauty of university life. As long as you show up for class, merely answering roll call suffices. Those who wish to play on their phones do so. And those who prefer to catch up on sleep may do so as well. It is nothing like high school, where if you dared to lose focus in class, a piece of chalk would be hurled at your face. Shan Yin, you do not understand. It is not merely the early class that is difficult, but the moment of rising from slumber. Waking up is so challenging, especially in winter. Chapter 8. The romance of roommates Chen Anha had become decidedly sour over the issue of early classes. Shen Yin, however, seemed relatively unaffected, perhaps due to his prior experiences, which rendered him indifferent to the matter. Yet, observing the still slumbering Tan De Peo, Shen Yin could ascertain that the latter had certainly engaged in late-night conversations with that girl. How could he be so certain? He had been there before. He knew all too well. During his past life, he would have gladly dived straight into his phone screen, wishing to crawl through the internet cable into his girlfriend's dormitory. Such is the nature of infatuation. One can spend an entire day doing nothing but basking in the glow of their phone, feeling blissful. Hey, Chen'er, why haven't you updated your girlfriend today? Shen Yin teased. Chen Anha had met his girlfriend during military training, with the girl actively pursuing him. He certainly had the charm, being a handsome young man. Yet every time he let loose a curse, Shen Yin couldn't help but feel that his face and voice were strikingly mismatched. She has left campus today. Chen Anha waved his hand dismissively and turned on his computer for a dual cue. Never mind. Play your games. I'll take a rest. Shen Yin reclined back onto his bed. All right then. Chen Anha plugged in his headphones to his computer. Curiously, in his impression, someone like Shen Yin, who consistently achieved top marks, should be the type who yearned to spend every hour of the day in the practice room. However, after observing him throughout military training, Shen Yin resembled more of a sloth, devoting his days to gaming, sleeping, and enjoying leisure, showing no signs of diligent study. During military training, when attempting to invite him to practice piano, he was met with endless refusals. He has suspected several times whether Shen Yin's first-place score was purchased. Chen Anha had just started playing the game when Tan Mingjia, who was sleeping above him, woke up. Shen Yin turned his head and greeted him, asking if he was awake and how late he had been active last night. I was sweetly chatting with my senior until 5 in the morning. I'm utterly exhausted, Tin Mingjia yawned. You vocal music majors have it easy. You don't even have an early class at 8. Chen Anha, who was gaming below, interjected. Tan Mingjia, a bit puzzled, replied, but we do have an early class today. Huh, you have an early class and are still sleeping in the dorm? Chen Anha was taken aback, and Shen Yin also showed a look of surprise. Is there a conflict between having an early class and sleeping next to me? I was awake when you all left this morning. Tan Mingjia calmly dressed. Shen Yin asked, aren't you afraid of the teacher remembering your name on the first day of school? Chen Anha added, I was just saying. Isn't it a bit reckless to be like this on the first day? What is the big deal? It's just credits. It doesn't compare to even a fraction of what my senior has, Tan Mingjia said, picking up his phone and glancing at a string of unread messages. Feeling sweet inside. Impressive, Shen Yin and Chen Anha exchanged astonished glances, both understanding the implication in each other's eyes. Their roommate was purely infatuated. After Tan Mingjie got out of bed, he intended to invite Shen Yin to join him for a meal, but upon learning that both had already eaten, he had no choice but to take out his phone, dial WeChat, and in a low voice said, "Hello, senior, have you eaten?" Shen Yin shivered at the deep voice emanating from below. In the evening, the piano building was no longer crowded as it had been during the day. After over 10 hours of practice, his fingers could hardly bear it. Finding an available practice room on the first floor, Shen Yin stepped inside. Before him stood an upright piano, which, perhaps due to years of use, had keys that were quite loose. Such a piano made it difficult to produce a contrast in dynamics. However, Shen Yin did not mind. He placed his hands on the black and white keys, his feet pressing on the sustain pedal. A gentle melody flowed from his fingers. Gradually, he quickened the rhythm and varied the tempo, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. Finally, as the piece concluded, Shen Yin emitted a muffled groan of discomfort. "It's still bearable," he thought as his right hand gradually regained its strength. There were still 3 days left, and by then, he believed his right hand would be fine. He had injured it during the summer break. Even during military training, he had sneakily gone to practice in the piano room, but the situation then was completely different. At that time, every note he played felt like a nerve was being tugged painfully in his mind. After spending some more time in the practice room, Shen Yin finally rose and returned to his dormitory. As he had anticipated, the dormitory was devoid of any occupants. Without a moment's thought, he surmised the whereabouts of his companions, Tan Depeo and Chen Er. Chen Er was undoubtedly in some secluded corner of the school, engaged in a tender kiss, while Tan Depeo, being a tad less daring, was likely still in the nascent stages of their relationship, having only recently begun to hold hands. Turning onto his bed, Shen Yin retrieved his mobile phone to check his bank account, glancing at his balance, which stood at just over 1,000 yuan. Not long ago, there had been a significant sum, amounting to several tens of thousands, but those funds had been allocated for renovating a property. His parents had purchased an apartment for him in a community adjacent to the Zhuzhou Conservatory of Music, perhaps recognizing the musical talent he had exhibited in his childhood. The real estate market in this vibrant metropolis mirrored the surging prices of his previous life, prompting him to admire his parents' foresight in investing in a property prior to his reminder. Calculating the timeline, he recalled that renovations had commenced during the summer vacation, and they should be nearing completion. In a few days, once the piano he had ordered arrived, he would be ready to vacate the dormitory. During military training, he had opted to stay in the dormitory due to the early morning schedules. The 3 days passed swiftly, aside from the first night. Chen Er had persistently dragged Shen Yin to the piano room each day, anxious to avoid any potential issues with the reevaluation. He had even forsaken time with his girlfriend to immerse himself in practice. Shen Yin, however, had chosen to occupy a separate piano room, rather than continuing to share with Chen Er. Over those 3 days, the competition for practice rooms had intensified, necessitating early rises for both of them to secure a spot before attending classes. During this time, Chen Er seized the opportunity to appreciate Shen Yin's exceptional piano skills, ultimately left in awe. Indeed, as the nation's top performer, Shen Yin's playing was in an entirely different league compared to his own. Chapter 9. Reevaluation September 5, 2023. Zhuzhou Conservatory of Music, Magic City. The reevaluation for new students specializing in music serves as a critical quality assurance measure for the admission of undergraduate students in this field. The objective is to scientifically, fairly, and effectively assess the musical skills, techniques, and expressiveness of the new students, providing instructors with a clear understanding of each student's proficiency level to tailor educational plans accordingly. Additionally, as a premier music institution, the conservatory anticipates various music competitions and external exchanges. Thus, the top performers from this reevaluation will receive prioritized training. On the first floor of the piano building, students from the entire piano department gathered, organized into 3 lines representing freshmen, sophomores, and juniors, totaling nearly 100 individuals. "Xiaoyan, are you nervous?" "My hands are trembling a bit," Chen Er remarked, the orderly queue before them reminding him of their previous experiences during the arts examination. "Were you not brimming with confidence last night, declaring that you would surely break into the top 10? Shen Yin, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, dismissed the situation as merely a retest, a trivial affair. But last night was last night, now is now, and can they truly be compared? Yet, to be candid, this retest seems formidable, and I fear that when I take the stage, my hands may tremble." Why the sudden lack of confidence? Where is the assurance you displayed while practicing the piano these past few days? Shen Nian gestured encouragingly towards Chen Anha, who stood before him. Shen Nian. A sharp voice echoed from behind. In the sophomore group, Han Wenbin had been fixated on Shen Nian's figure since the assembly began. Oh, Han Wen, Shen Nian mused, recalling the name of the bespectacled youth behind him. Damn, it's you. Chen Anha instantly recognized the individual as the scoundrel who had usurped his practice room 3 days prior. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, a middle-aged man approached the assembled students. We shall now commence the college retest. When your name is called, proceed to the designated practice room. Freshman Zhang Haoran, room 101. Sophomore Han Wenbin, room 103. Junior Chen Dong, room 105. Freshman, room 101. Sophomore, room 103. Junior, room 105. As Han Wenbin departed, he cast a deliberately provocative glance at Shen Nian, causing Chen Anha's forehead to throb with anger. What is so impressive about being a sophomore? He muttered under his breath. Shen Nian, have you offended Han Wenbin? A classmate who had been observing the exchange approached him. It seems he is deliberately seeking trouble with me, Shen Nian speculated, though he was unaware of the true motive behind the other's actions. Indeed, I heard from a sophomore friend that Han Wenbin is a figure often mentioned by the school authorities, his classmate replied. So being a good student gives him the right to commandeer practice rooms? Chen Anha retorted, dripping with sarcasm. Shen Nian contemplated and turned to his classmate. Are you implying that I have stolen his thunder, thereby provoking his ire? It certainly appears that way, but please don't attribute this to me. His classmate nodded in agreement. Huh, just practice more. Finding trouble is hardly a skill worth boasting about, Chen Anha scoffed. Anyone admitted to this institution is among the most elite of artistic talents. In the eyes of their freshman cohort, Shen Nian was akin to a deity, belonging to a realm beyond their reach. It is no exaggeration to say that in their minds, they played the piano, while Shen Nian created art. In room 103, Han Wenbin entered and sat before the grand piano, yet refrained from playing any piece. Instead, he turned to the 3 teachers present and stated, Teachers, I would like to retest in room 101 after Shen Nian. Upon hearing this, the 3 teachers furrowed their brows. The middle-aged man on the far left immediately reprimanded him. This is utter nonsense. What do you take this retest for? If you cannot comply, then leave at once. Ah, Lao Qin, you speak too harshly. A middle-aged man holding a clipboard interjected, attempting to mediate the situation. He was a sophomore major course instructor, notably familiar with Han Wenbin, fully aware of the reasoning and motivations behind his actions. Nevertheless, he shook his head and advised, Wenbin, I understand your desire to prove yourself. But heed my counsel, do not provoke Shen Nian, you are no match for him. He had been present at the scene when Shen Nian performed, and he could discern a marked distinction between the musicality and emotional progression of the piece in the video circulating on the forum and the live performance he had witnessed. The quality and clarity of the video were so poor that it left much to be desired. Teacher, how can you say I cannot compete without even witnessing the performance? Han Wenbin retorted, youthful defiance apparent in his voice. At the tender age of 18 or 19, he was unwilling to accept being overshadowed. For the past year, he had been hailed as an exemplary student and a prodigy in the eyes of his peers. Now, however, feeling replaced, he could not swallow his pride. To him, Shen Nian simply did not deserve to be above him. Are you truly daring to compare yourself? Others have at least a decade's worth of experience surpassing yours. What can you possibly bring to the table? Your 2-bit sound quality gleaned from a phone? The straightforward middle-aged man commented. And you, a sophomore, wish to contend with a freshman? Have you no sense of humor? I will play the very same piece as him shortly. Did you not claim his skills are 10 years ahead of mine? Han Wenbin replied, maintaining his composure. He was aware that this National Day presented a chance for an exchange at a prestigious foreign music academy. Initially, he had been slated for the opportunity. But ever since Shen Nian emerged, all prospects that should have belonged to him, competitions, exchanges, had been seized by Shen Nian, according to insider information. Are you going to perform or not? If not, kindly exit. Another previously silent teacher finally interjected. Han Wenbin, if you genuinely wish to compete with Shen Nian, then proceed. I will notify the 3 instructors in room 101. The leading middle-aged man stood, shaking his head. Competition can be beneficial. Young people must endure some hardships to grow. Chapter 10. Confidence and Pride in room 101. A delicate-looking girl sat before a grand piano. Chu Wan Ning, accompanied by 2 instructors, observed from a short distance. After completing a practice piece, Chu Wanning noted her shortcomings on the clipboard, played too rigidly, lacking musicality. Strengths, rhythm was well controlled, and the pedal was applied appropriately. All right. Dear student, let us move on to the next piece, one of the instructors encouraged. Very well, the girl replied, steadying herself before beginning her performance. The retest was considerably simpler than the entrance examination. Only 2 pieces are required, 1 sonata and 1 etude. However, this reevaluation came as a surprise. Announced just 3 days prior, leaving many insufficient time to practice. Moreover, following the recent military training, several students had not touched their instruments for days. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that the Academy can more accurately assess the true abilities of the students. Once again, it is a piece by teacher Shen Nan. For the past few years, his etudes and sonatas have dominated the arts entrance examinations. One teacher shook his head and chuckled. Each year, it seems, we invariably hear his Winter Wind etude and the third movement of the Pathetique Sonata, to the point where our ears are nearly calloused from repetition. Another teacher commented that over a decade ago, a master named Shen Nan emerged, producing dozens of classical compositions within a few years, significantly altering the landscape of classical music. The once monotonous etudes and sonatas had fallen out of favor. Now, all the premier music academies worldwide predominantly teach the pieces composed by Shen Nan in the past decade or so. All right, students, you may stop now. Listening to the conversation between the 2 teachers, Chu Wanning felt a rush of emotions. In today's classical music world, the influence of Shen Nan has divided audiences into 2 groups. The new school, represented by Shen Nan, and the traditional school, rooted in 4 centuries of Blue Star music. Thank you, teacher, she politely expressed before exiting. Afterward, Chu Wanning and the 2 teachers conferred and assigned an average score of 95. Once the girl had left, a series of knocks echoed at the door, prompting Chu Wanning and the 2 teachers to look up. A bespectacled youth accompanied by a middle-aged man stood before them. They recognized the middle-aged man, having crossed paths several times at their shared school. Teacher Chu, it's like this, my student wishes to. After a brief explanation, one of the teachers could not restrain himself and interjected, Old Su, you were here when Shen Nan took the entrance exam. Do you believe anyone of the same age could compare to his level? Give him another year or 2, and he might surpass us. And this Han Wenbin you have with you? I've heard him play before, and I must say, you should take him back quickly. He simply cannot compete with Shen Nan. The 2 teachers exchanged remarks, clearly doubtful of Han Wenbin's abilities. Chu Wanning, however, focused intently on the bespectacled boy. She had yet to hear Shen Nan's live performance, and thus could not ascertain his true skill level. Yet, given the admiration from so many teachers, it was evident he possessed some talent. Please play a piece for me, Chu Wanning requested. I'll play whatever Shen Nan plays. Han Wenbin confidently adjusted his glasses. Old Su, did your student fail the moral education course? Why should he play what Shen Nan plays? I shall candidly inform you that while you await Shen Nan's performance, you may find yourself lacking the confidence to touch the piano keys. The 2 instructors are perplexed by each other's unfounded self-assurance. It is admirable for one at the tender age of 18 or 19 to possess confidence. However, there is a stark distinction between confidence and arrogance. Wenbin, do play first. At this moment, a middle-aged man known as Lao Su furrows his brow. His student appears excessively audacious. Just play. I began practicing the piano at the age of 6, dedicating nearly 8 hours each day to my craft. By the time I reached middle school, that commitment escalated to 10 hours daily. Throughout my childhood, I was invariably accompanied by the black and white keys and the rhythmic ticking of the metronome. I refused to believe that Shen Yin could surpass me. My rigorous practice has rendered Han Wenbin blindly confident. He possesses talent, and he embodies diligence. Who among those admitted to this academy is not a genius? He simply cannot concede. Seated at the piano, Han Wenbin's hands glide over the keys. He plays the same piece, the Winter Wind etude, as the girl before him. Yet, in terms of emotional progression, finger strength control, and other nuances, Han Wenbin undoubtedly outshines her by a considerable margin. Chu Wanning, holding a notepad, occasionally nods in agreement. That was quite well played, she remarks. You are nearly reaching her former level. If assessed in isolation, his performance is commendable. However, when compared to Shen Yan, the disparity becomes glaringly evident. Despite Han Wenbin's proficient execution of the piece, with every detail addressed, the 2 instructors remain unconvinced. During Shen Yan's entrance examination, he too performed the Winter Wind etude, and both instructors happened to be present. Although they did not assign scores, They could only describe the experience with one phrase: terrifyingly impressive. After witnessing Shenyan's performance, they felt as though their years of practice had been in vain. Indeed, my student has many commendable qualities, but he is somewhat too prideful. It would be beneficial for Shenyan to challenge him, Lao Su evaluated candidly. Are you certain your student can withstand such a challenge? I hope he won't be disheartened to the point of avoiding the piano altogether. That is unlikely. I aim to provide him with a competitive target, Lao Su replied, though a hint of concern crept in. Nevertheless, he rationalized that it would be rather exaggerated for Han Wenbin to be so discouraged as to shy away from the instrument. Chu Wanning, remaining silent, chose to listen attentively. In her view, Han Wenbin's level of skill was already quite commendable. Recently, she had taken the opportunity to listen to the video of Shun Yin's entrance examination. However, due to the poor quality of the recording, the sound was muddled, making it impossible to discern Shun Yin's true abilities. Soon, Han Wenbin concluded his performance, selecting the third movement of the Moonlight Sonata. Having heard that Shen Yin had also played this piece, in a bid to prove his capabilities, he had relentlessly practiced this piece over the past 3 days. Chapter 11. Winter Wind. Outside the piano hall, the teacher in charge of attendance, with a stoic expression, recited names from the roster. Next, Shenanha, room 101. It was his turn. Shenanha's heart raced momentarily. It's all right. Just relax and don't be anxious, Shen Yin reassured him from the side. Taking a deep breath, Shenanha exhaled slowly and stepped forward. However, a middle-aged man rushed to the teacher's side. Wait, Shenanha, go back. Next, Shen Yin. The teacher announced, unperturbed. What? Teacher, isn't it my turn? Confusion washed over Chun Anha's face as he had confidently approached. Why was he being called back? What do you mean? You're next in line. This time, let Shen Yin go first, the teacher stated sternly. Upon hearing his name, Shen Yin promptly stepped forward, causing a ripple of excitement among the crowd. Is that Shen Yin? The one whom the dean proclaimed would undoubtedly have a place in classical music? Some murmured. He doesn't seem quite like the one in the video, does he? Of course. The video circulating on the school forum had such poor quality. It was worse than what I recorded on my phone 5 years ago. How could one discern anything from it? Shen Yin had become quite renowned in the school's piano department over the past month. Upperclassmen returning from summer break had found themselves inquiring about their coursework with seasoned instructors. During their performances, they were often met with critiques such as, "What on earth are you playing? If only you had a fraction of Shen Yin's talent. I wouldn't be so troubled. Little Shen, come with me. You should remember me, Li Wei, right?" Li Wei, with a beaming smile, addressed him. "Of course, I remember." Shen Yin replied, recalling their brief encounter months ago. It would be strange if he did not. Good, good, you are such a fine student. Come along, Li Wei said, increasingly pleased with Shen Yin. Suddenly, he recalled that his cousin had a daughter about Shen Yin's age and thought he could discuss this with her later. For some inexplicable reason, Shen Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Oh, by the way, a senior inside wishes to challenge you to a duel of piano skills. Even before they entered the practice room, Li Wei turned to signal to Shen Yin. Is his surname Han? Shen Yin deduced who the senior was. Yes, but just perform at your usual level, Li Wei encouraged, patting Shen Yin on the shoulder. He just played the Winter Wind Study and the third movement of the Moonlight Sonata. Upon hearing this, Shen Yin's eyes widened in surprise. Well then, he has chosen pieces that are right within my expertise. These 2 pieces were performed by him during his previous life's entrance examination. Nearly 2 decades have passed since then, and it is no exaggeration to say that if he were to play them in reverse now, he would encounter no difficulties whatsoever. He had anticipated that Han Wenbin would select a piece from this world, yet unexpectedly, the latter inadvertently walked into a trap. However, he could faintly discern the intent behind this action. Was it an attempt to triumph over him? Shen Yin scoffed softly and stepped into the practice room. Due to the angle of his vision, upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to Chu Weining, who was twirling a pen. Shen Yin, Han Wenbin murmured. Shen Yin cast a fleeting glance at him before averting his gaze. The intensity of that look was quite fiery, reminiscent of the way Tan DePeo had gazed at a girl during military training. Wenbin, focus on your studies, old Su remarked, arms crossed. Chu Weining, with her legs crossed, removed the cap from her pen and inscribed Shen Yin's name on the board before turning her attention towards him. As Shen Yin settled at the piano, he flexed his right hand. It should be manageable. He exhaled a breath of stale air. Shortly after, his hands descended on the black and white keys. The Winter Wind etude commenced with a brief introduction, gradually crescendoing from soft to exceedingly faint, akin to the darkness before dawn or the tranquility preceding an explosion. Merely this short introduction left Li Wei and Chu waning in awe. Subsequently, all the notes erupted with remarkable velocity, the right hand descending from the treble, while the left hand presented the theme in chords. Shun Yin's handling of these clusters of sound genuinely evoked the image of winter gales swirling dry leaves into a dance in the air. Chu waning, pen in hand, recorded nothing but Shun Yin's name on the board. Her small lips parted in astonishment. Li Wei, Old Su, and another teacher were visibly excited, their necks flushed. Yes, precisely. That's the feeling. Han Wenbin's black-rimmed glasses slid down his nose, yet he seemed dazed, allowing them to obstruct his vision. Could this truly be the level of an 18-year-old freshman? A profound question crossed Chu Waning's mind. She had played the Winter Wind etude herself and mused that, even if she were to tackle this piece, she would only achieve Shun Yin's level at best. It's important to note that he is only 18. What if he were to wait a few more years? What would become of that? As someone had remarked on the school forum, while they might be playing the piano, Shen Yin was performing art. Shen Yin appeared to channel all the indignation embedded within this piece, striking several notes with remarkable force, as if pounding at the very hearts of Li Wei and the others. No, it's impossible, Han Wenbin murmured. A chasm, a vast chasm. Suddenly, it appeared between Han Wenbin and Shen Yin. Old Su approached and patted Han Wenbin on the shoulder. Haven't we all been told to refrain from provoking others unnecessarily? Yet, he insisted on doing so, craving the sensation of being the best, the most exceptional. Now, he has been thoroughly educated on the matter. However, viewed from another perspective, this may indeed be a blessing in disguise. At the very least, Han Wenbin now possesses a motivation to strive for self-improvement. Such a young lad is remarkably talented. Chu Wanning found herself questioning whether Shen Yin might have been a reincarnated old professor. Otherwise, how could someone so youthful possess musical prowess that far exceeds that of his peers? She had once considered herself a prodigy at the age of 18. Yet Shen Yin surpassed her former self by leaps and bounds. Wait, Shen Yin? A flicker of suspicion crossed Chu Wanning's eyes, as if she had stumbled upon a possibility. Could it be that Shen Yin is the son of Shen Nan? She had reviewed Shen Yin's profile yesterday. In the section regarding his parents, he had left it blank and instead listed his sister. As Shen Yin's performance approached its conclusion, a powerful double-handed chord echoed the motif of the introduction, serving as the pièce d'arrestance of the entire piece, creating a perfect symmetry that showcased the zenith of musical composition. Chapter 12. What is impossible? I just heard in room 103 that the teacher mentioned Old Su took Han Wenbin to room 101 for a challenge. What? A challenge? It's simply a duel of music against Shen Yin. After all, Han Wenbin has always been regarded as the best in our school, but now with Shen Yin's arrival, he likely feels quite defiant. Han Wenbin is indeed impressive. I previously heard Old Su suggest he might be the second Chu Wanning. Yet, what does it matter now? With Shen Yin overshadowing him, we cannot even ascertain Shen Yin's true level, as the videos on the forum and their sound quality are abysmal, obscuring any genuine assessment of his talent. Chen Anha listened to the discussions coming from the sophomore class with an air of disdain. A challenge? A duel of music? Competing with Shen Yin? That would be pure self-torture. Having had the fortune of witnessing Shen Yin live not long ago, he felt that Shen Yin need not even attend any professional classes. The school administration might as well grant him a diploma directly. With such a figure in their midst, it could indeed disrupt the very fabric of their aspirations. 18. Shen Yin is merely 18. He could scarcely imagine what Shen Yin would be like in 2 years. It is likely that even the most gifted musicians from the world's top conservatories would pale in comparison to him. Next, Chen Anha, room 101. The teacher called out names. Here they come, Han Wenbin and Shen Yin. Numerous sophomore students turned their heads toward the left corridor. The freshmen and juniors did the same. They had clearly heard the discussions from the sophomores just moments ago. What has happened to Han Wenbin? Why does he keep shaking his head? Many people displayed looks of confusion. It is impossible. I practice the piano for 10 hours every day, having trained since childhood. How could the gap be so vast? Han Wenbin continued to shake his head, murmuring to himself, impossible. Beside him, Old Su quietly patted Han Wenbin on the shoulder. Clearly, he had anticipated this outcome, and such a setback would be beneficial. Otherwise, given Han Wenbin's previous temperament, he might face greater difficulties in the future. Behind them, Shen Yan also stepped out. Having just finished playing the third movement of Winter Wind and Moonlight in the practice room, Han Wenbin seemed frenzied, shaking his head and repeating, "Impossible, impossible. What is impossible? Do you think you are the only one who practices the piano for 10 hours a day?" Shen Yan silently scoffed. "Do you believe you are the only one putting in the effort?" He had been diligently practicing since his previous life. To use an exaggerated metaphor, the sweat he had shed on the black and white keys surpassed the amount of rice Han Wenbin had ever consumed. This world is not lacking in diligence. Yet in the realm of art, that 1% of innate talent often outweighs the 99% of hard work. Chu Wanqing remained seated in the practice room. On the recording board, aside from Shun Yan's name, only the word perfection remained. It must be Shun Yan, elegance personified, truly exquisite, akin to having attended a concert. Li Wei lifted his thermos, sipping on chrysanthemum and goji berry tea, wearing a contented expression. "Do you think Shen Yan could be Master Shen Yan's child?" he quipped. Coughing slightly, Li Wei responded, "No, we suspected that before, but after investigation, we found no actual connection." "Is that so?" Chu Wanqing looked skeptically at the two characters for Shen Yan on the recording board. "From my observations, the quality of this year's freshman is significantly higher than that of previous years. Not only is there a genius like Shen Yan, but even the other students' abilities have improved considerably. This is largely thanks to Master Shen Yan, who, over a decade ago, propelled the development of classical music single-handedly. It is a pity that the pieces we played back." Then Li Wei sighed deeply. He was already 33. How blissful it would have been had he been able to play Shen Yan's compositions during his school years. Just as the group continued to reflect, Chen Anha walked in with hesitant steps. A moment later, he remarked, "I think I may need to retract my earlier statement." Li Wei took a sip of tea, feeling somewhat regretful. Perhaps it was after experiencing Shen Yan's artistic performance. Now, listening to others felt like a stark contrast. It was as if, just moments ago, they had been seated in the Vienna concert hall savoring a concert, and now they were listening to a young child clumsily banging on the piano keys. How did those two come to be associated with each other? Chu Weining gazed at the multitude of shortcomings listed on her record sheet regarding Chen Anha, noting the conspicuous absence of any commendable attributes. The midday retest at 11:47 had concluded entirely. Shen Yan had long returned to their dormitory with Chen Anha. It was over. She felt utterly defeated. During the retest, she had hit numerous wrong notes, and her rhythm was utterly chaotic. Chen Anha sat in his seat, wearied and despondent. "It's just a small test, not the final exam. There is no need for such distress," Shen Yan consoled him from the side. "You think I'm like you? I can already foresee the dismal situation awaiting us when school resumes," Chen Anha replied, cradling his head in his hands, frustration evident as he raked his fingers through his hair. "Ah, you're back? How did the retest go?" Tan Mingjie entered the dormitory, his face beaming with joy. Shen Yan looked over, noting how Tan Mingjie had been all smiles ever since he started dating his girl, his grin revealing a dazzling set of white teeth that never seemed to close. "Depeo!" Chen Anha cried out, overwhelmed with emotion, promptly springing to his feet. Upon seeing this, Tan Mingjie instinctively took a step back, wearing an expression that clearly communicated, "Don't touch me." What a joke. Did he think he could embrace him? After all, he was now a taken man. You. What a waste of my efforts in helping you pursue your girlfriend." Chen Anha quickly redirected his lament towards Shen Yan, who he desperately needed for support in this moment of sorrow. "Chen don't you have a girlfriend?" Shen Yan ignored Chen Anha's pitiful gaze and, like Tan Mingjie, stepped back swiftly. "She is not here right now. Come on, Shen Yan, let me lean on your shoulder. Go away. Don't flaunt that dreadful bass voice of yours in front of me," Shen Yan retorted disdainfully, stepping aside. He couldn't comprehend why both of his roommates reveled in showcasing their deep voices. All right. You find me bothersome too," Chen Anha said, somewhat hurt. As he staggered a few steps backward, "Chen I've told you, don't take it to heart. It's merely a retest," Shen Yan reassured him with words. While he could not provide physical comfort, he still endeavored to fulfill his duty as a friend through encouragement. Chapter 13. No cilantro in the evening. The school forum erupted with excitement over the video from Shen Yan's retest. This video was far clearer than the blurry and chaotic sound quality during the art examination. "Is this really Shen Yan? I previously thought the teachers were exaggerating, but it seems I was merely narrow-minded," remarked a senior from the third year. "I've told you before, our classmate Shen Yan is an extraordinary talent, while that Han Wenbin is merely a junior." For those of you in your second year who still doubt, let us see what the critics have to say now. In comparison to Shen Yin, Han Wenbin seems remarkably inferior. Observing the lively atmosphere in the piano department, some students from the vocal and composition departments commented below, "Isn't Han Wenbin the pillar of the piano department? What happened?" A third-year student from the vocal department replied, "Is the person above even in touch with reality? He hasn't been that for a long time. Didn't we mention before that Han Wenbin scored merely 299 points in the art examination, while Shen Yin achieved a perfect score of 300? Moreover, as the art examination instructor indicated, Shen Yin scored 300 simply because that was the maximum achievable score, whereas Han Wenbin's score of 299 reflects his actual capabilities." A second-year student from the composition department added, "Well, as an outsider, I don't quite understand why it seems that Shen Yin and Han Wenbin play similarly." A first-year student from the orchestral department responded, "You're a newcomer, right? Don't worry. Once you attend Professor Wu's music appreciation class, you'll discern the subtle differences." Chen Anha had long harbored a dislike for that guy. "Xiao Yan, you did splendidly this time," he exclaimed, one hand scrolling through the school forum while the other patted Shen Yin's shoulder. "Go on, don't disturb me while I'm watching anime." "What anime?" This comment section is far more entertaining. Chen Anha chuckled, presenting his phone to Shen Yin. "Look, someone mentioned that Han Wenbin went to the school infirmary for psychological counseling this afternoon." He pointed to a comment made by a second-year student from the piano department. Shen Yin glanced at it and swiftly pushed Chen Anha's arm aside. Boring. Noticing Shen Yin's intense focus, Chen Anha refrained from further interruption. He simply couldn't comprehend the appeal of an anime about giants devouring humans. After a while, once Shen Yin finished an episode, he picked up his phone and noticed a notification from QQ. The list of professional course instructors has been released. You can log into the Smart Campus to view all members. Shen Yin swiped his finger and opened the WeChat public account, accessing the Smart Campus of Jiuzhou Music Academy, followed by the class schedule. Professional course instructor, Chu Wanning. Upon seeing those three characters, Shen Yin's hand trembled slightly with a sense of guilt. Gulping, he quickly recalled the events of the past few days. It seemed the only incident was when he had been overheard uttering some disrespectful remarks in the small cafeteria's rice noodle shop. Surely, she didn't know he had referred to her as frigid, did she? Contemplating this, Shen Yin glanced at Chen Anha, who was engrossed in his game. "Hey, Chen, you haven't mentioned anything about that incident from the other night to anyone else, have you?" "What incident? Which night?" Chen Anha's eyes remained glued to the computer screen. Upon witnessing the scene, Shen Yin shifted a few centimeters to the side and settled next to Chen Anha. Before he could finish speaking about Professor Chu, Chen Anha turned to him, exclaiming with a drawn-out "oh," and said, "Xiao Yin, this is an affront to my character. I have sworn an oath. How could I possibly speak ill of it?" Chen Anha, having abandoned his game, regarded Shen Yin with a serious expression. "Very well, continue playing," Shen Yin remarked. Glancing at the computer screen, where Yasuo, with a score of 08, appeared to be enjoying himself immensely. After reclining back onto his bed, Shen Yin opened the class group chat, which was fervently discussing matters concerning their professional course instructors. After lurking for a while, he sensed something amiss. Why did it seem that everyone's professional course instructor was somewhat different from his own? "I have Teacher Li Wei, who is said to be quite gentle in his teaching," someone commented. "I also have Teacher Li Wei," another chimed in. "I have Teacher Zhou Huarong," yet another added. Shen Yin scrolled back and forth, but could not find the name Chu Wanning. What was going on? "Chen, quickly check the Smart Campus for your professional course instructor," Shen Yin called out from the window ledge. "Wait, I haven't finished my game yet," Chen Anha replied casually. "What are you still playing for? Your Yasuo with an 08 score? What is so entertaining about that?" Shen Yin retorted, not that he looked down on him. Even a 10-minute game would see someone far superior to Chen Anha. "Who has an 08? I clearly have 6 assists." Chen Anha protested stubbornly. "Stop playing. You need to check who your professional course instructor is. I think it's Professor Chu." "What?" Chen Anha exclaimed, his eyes widening as he abruptly tossed his mouse aside and retrieved his phone from the drawer. Without hesitation, he opened the official WeChat account of the Jiuzhou Music Academy Smart Campus. "What nonsense? Who said my professional course instructor is Professor Chu?" "Xiao Yin, get down here." Chen Anha pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Yin. But within 2 seconds, he had softened, as a voice he detested echoed, "Back in the day, when I was in high school, I was involved with 3 girls at once. Not this trick again. A recording." Chen Anha growled, his teeth gnashing in frustration. "Chen, show some respect. You may now sit down and continue playing your Yasuo, Shen Yin retorted, reclaiming his phone. This tactic had proven effective time and again. Flipping over, Shen Yin resumed examining his class schedule. The name Chu Wanning was glaringly obvious. So, was I the only one whose professional course instructor was Professor Chu? Could it be a clerical error by the Academic Affairs Office? Shen Yin rested his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling above. Just then, while lost in thought, a notification pinged from the nearby phone. Shen Yin picked it up to see. No Cilantro has added you as a friend. No Cilantro? Shen Yin gazed at the peculiar nickname. It is likely that everyone has an unusual WeChat nickname in their list. His former girlfriend had the moniker Xiao Qin does not eat cilantro. After accepting the friend request, Shen Yin was about to type a question on the screen when the other party swiftly initiated the conversation. Bring your sheet music to class tomorrow. Upon reading this message, Shen Yin instantly recognized the sender, Chu Wanning. Chapter 14. A beauty is elegant as a chrysanthemum. Shen Yin. Professor Chu, is there a mistake from the academic office? Aren't you my instructor for the course? Shen Yin typed out a response. To be honest, he had anticipated the assignment of a seasoned teacher given his exceptional talent. However, he was puzzled as to why it had to be Chu Wanning. A sense of uncertainty lingered in his heart. Does not eat cilantro, what? Do you think I am unqualified to teach you? Shen Yin. No, it's just that you are a professor. Isn't it a bit of an overestimation to teach me? Shen Yin humbly replied on the screen. Does not eat cilantro. Enough of that nonsense. Remember to bring your sheet music tomorrow. Meanwhile, in an upscale apartment complex outside the Jojo Conservatory of Music, Chu Wanning reclined on the sofa, her face adorned with a facial mask. Though still young, she possessed considerable insight. Despite Shen Yin's seemingly humble replies, she suspected he might be questioning her qualifications as a returning scholar. Tomorrow, she felt, would be the moment to showcase her true prowess. Chu Wanning had come to realize that Shen Yin's musical skills were indeed remarkable, placing him among the elite at his age on a global scale. However, according to the information provided by his counselor, Yi Xian, it appeared Shen Yin had predominantly played contemporary pieces throughout his upbringing. The path of music is not confined to a singular route. While modern styles are currently predominant, this does not negate the value of traditional compositions. She herself excelled in both contemporary and classical music and had achieved world-class proficiency in jazz piano as well. Should Shen Yin require no instruction in these areas, she could still impart knowledge in vocal techniques and composition. This professor had earned her position through sheer merit. Many within the institution yearned to be her student. Yet Shen Yin, rather than appreciating this, seemed inclined to push her away. If it weren't for his evident talent, she would have been reluctant to teach him at all. Removing her mask, Chu Wanning retrieved a small mirror from her side to examine her skin, which resembled the delicate surface of a freshly shelled egg. After gently patting her face to absorb the essence from the mask, she scrutinized her features once more. Her face exudes a chilling elegance, with lips that are somewhat thin, and her features lack any overtly sensual allure. When she is not smiling, her lips appear to droop, and an air of indifference perpetually lingers on her countenance. The notion of being emotionally aloof, do you comprehend what that entails? To this day, Chu Wanning remains unable to forget the day she overheard at the milk tea shop that Shen Yin labeled her as emotionally frigid. Although her features possess a certain coolness and lack the delicate femininity often associated with gentleness, surely that cannot be equated with emotional detachment? Does a beauty as serene as a chrysanthemum not understand? Setting her small mirror aside, Chu Wanning prepared to rise, but suddenly hesitated. Murmuring to herself, could this be the reason for my prolonged singlehood? Is it the impression of emotional aloofness I project? She found herself questioning her own nature. Yet she quickly shook her head, reassuring herself. No, that cannot be true. Throughout my life, I have had numerous admirers. I simply have not encountered the right one. Nodding affirmatively, she concluded that the reason for her enduring single status could not possibly be attributed to such a pedestrian notion of resembling emotional detachment. In the dormitory 206 of the Jojo Music Academy, the Miracle Walker continued to farm in the jungle. Miracle Walker, Tandapeo, could you possibly cease your jungle farming and assist me in the mid lane? The opposing mid laner has no flash. Shen Anha shouted to the stout youth nearby. Allow me, Depeo. Once you finish with that frog, take a look at the top lane, Shen Yin replied, maneuvering a burly warrior wielding an axe from the top lane to the mid lane's brush. Go, Chen initiate and stun him, Shen Yin urged, eyeing the golden squishy opponent in the mid lane as he sprinted forward. However, before he could close the distance, the enemy mid laner, the Emperor of the Desert, swiftly flashed away. Then he glanced at the abstract skills being executed by the Ice Maiden controlled by Chen Anha. "Chen'er, what are you doing?" "Apologies, a minor miscalculation." And the enemy's flash was perfectly timed. Heh. Chen Anha chuckled sheepishly. "Let us go, Depeo. Abandon the mid lane. Let's focus on the top lane." "The mid lane is utterly incompetent," Xin Yan assessed without exaggeration. "All right," Tan Mingjie nodded in agreement. After a short while, the screen erupted into chaos. The cause was Chun Anha's decision to assist in the bottom lane, which resulted in a disastrous 3-kill for the opposing team. Consequently, Chun Anha found himself embroiled in a heated argument with his own teammates, the keyboard clattering furiously beneath their fingers. Comparing hand speed to a pianist? Shen Yan observed as his bottom lane duo fell silent under Chun Anha's machine gun-like speed. However, it was not long before a frustrated exclamation broke the tension. "What? Why have I been muted again? Can't you optimize this? I didn't even use foul language." Chun Anha fumed, striking his keyboard with vigor. "All right, this match is over. Let's concede at 15 minutes. Shun Yin stretched lazily, glancing at his own record. 31 kills. Not bad. No losses. Under normal circumstances, he might have made an effort to turn the situation around. However, with 3 players idling in their own base, what chance did they have? Observing this, Tan Mingjie took out his phone and, in a low voice, sent a voice message to his girlfriend. "Depao, what is the situation on your end?" Shen Yan, intrigued, inquired, "What has happened?" "Yesterday, I spent the entire evening strolling around campus with my senior, and we even bought bubble tea. She let me taste her drink. So I suppose that counts as an indirect kiss, right?" Tan Mingjie replied, a look of bliss on his face. Shen Yan shook his head, reminiscing about a time when he too was filled with such romantic aspirations. Yet, as time passed, the patience they once had for each other waned, eroded by trivial matters. Moments later, the classic screen of defeat appeared. "I'm done with this ridiculous game. Let us switch to something else." Shun Anha complained with evident dissatisfaction. "Forget it. Let us just get some rest," Shen Yan said, waving his hand as he prepared to go to bed. "Xiaoyan, why have we been practicing day and night for the past 3 days? Isn't it so we can enjoy some gaming afterward without worry? Besides, we have no classes tomorrow morning, so we don't have to rise early. Come on, Xiaoyan, let us play a little longer." Tan Mingjie chimed in, noticing that his girlfriend had not replied. Chapter 15. Class the next day, for the rare occasion of not having an early class. The only 2 classes were scheduled for the afternoon. After an exhausting night of gaming, coupled with the end of their assessments, the 3 of them felt an overwhelming sense of relief. They transitioned from League of Legends to PUBG, then to CS:GO. With each new game, their excitement surged, brimming with the determination to conquer all. However, after a couple of rounds, their enthusiasm began to wane, and silence enveloped them once more. They had hoped for a more invigorating experience with a different game, yet the same disheartening outcome persisted. At 10:05 a.m., Shun Yin was jolted awake. His bleary eyes snapped open as he hastily grabbed his phone to check the time. Didn't I set an alarm for last night? He recalled a vague sense of something amiss and remembered he had a professional class to attend that day. Unlike others who scheduled appointments with their instructors, his situation was different. It was his instructor who had made arrangements with him. In a flurry, he leaped from his bed, quickly washed up, and dashed downstairs toward the music building. Following the assessment the previous day, Shin Yan had gained a bit of notoriety within the academy. As he hurried along, numerous students cast him curious glances. Isn't that Shin Yan? Why is he running so fast? Truly impressive, the piano department's star manages to balance practice with physical exercise. Physical exercise? He is clearly racing toward the practice rooms to claim one for himself. Ah, I see. However, now that the college's retests have concluded, there should be no need for a frantic rush, should there? As he descended the dormitory building, Shin Yan had barely covered 200 meters when he found himself breathless and had to pause. After catching his breath for a moment, he resumed his pace, striding forward. 10 minutes later, Shin Yan finally arrived at the music building. Upon checking his messages on his phone, he felt a sudden and intense twitch in his right eyelid. After locating the room on the 2nd floor, Shin Yan took a deep breath outside the door before pushing it open and stepping inside. "Professor Chu, I apologize for the delay. Something came up." He entered the room, readily admitting his fault, yet he still couldn't comprehend why his alarm, which he should have set the night before, failed to ring that morning. "You are 16 minutes late," Chu Wanning remarked. her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Shen Yan. Remarkable indeed. While others arrive 10 to 30 minutes early to practice scales and warm up their fingers for your instructor's specialized class, you, young man, have the audacity to arrive 16 minutes late? Professor Chu, please allow me to explain. Shen Yan attempted to defend himself. However, Chu Wanning was not inclined to entertain his excuses. Gripping a conducting baton, she pointed at him and commanded, "Come here." Still wishing to explain? "I'd prefer to hear your excuses," she retorted, recalling her own student days. In her eyes, Shen Yan must have been distracted by some trivial matter the night before, which led to him sleeping late and oversleeping this morning. Notably, she observed that he lacked a romantic partner, making it highly plausible that he spent the previous night engrossed in video games. "Professor, it is illegal to physically assault or verbally abuse students." Shen Yan stood frozen in place, reminded of his elementary school teacher from his past life, who wielded a ruler and would strike the hands of disobedient students. Chu Wanning's forehead twitched at his words. "Assault? What does this young rascal think of me?" She pondered. "I merely meant for you to come over, sit down, open your sheet music, and commence our lesson." With that, she observed Shen Yan's empty hands. "Bravo. Not only are you late, but you also arrived unprepared for class? You forgot your sheet music?" Chu Wanning shifted her previously crossed legs to the floor, her expression taking on a somewhat amused demeanor as she regarded him. "In such a hurry to leave, were you? To be in such a hurry, yet you still managed to be this late?" She raised her eyebrows in disbelief. She then picked up a folder, flipped through some sheets of music, and placed one on the piano stand. "What are you staring at? Come here and take a seat," she instructed, patting the chair beside her. Continuing to criticize Shen Yan holds little significance. We are all adults, and a few words suffice. After a soft acknowledgement, Shen Yan seated himself on the piano bench. Observing his posture, Chu Wanning retrieved a notebook and inquired, "Have you been practicing any pieces recently?" Shen Yan remained silent for a moment, as he had not practiced anything in the past 2 months due to a hand issue. He decided to play a piece he mastered well, the third movement of the Pathétique Sonata. "Very well, proceed," Chu Wanning gestured. "All right," Shen Yan nodded, assuming his playing position. After a fluid and graceful performance, Chu Wanning's notebook remained blank, devoid of any notes. "This piece requires no further practice. Let us try another." Shen Yan's rendition had been of such high caliber that she could not discern a single flaw. He then played another piece he was particularly adept at. "Shen Yan, are you trying to deceive me?" Chu Wanning's tone turned serious. "Not at all. I just feel that the previous 2 pieces were not quite perfect. Could you assist me in identifying any shortcomings, Professor Chu?" Shen Yan turned his head, smiling at her. Realizing his intent, Chu Wanning set down her notebook and pen, stood from a nearby chair, and beckoned, "Stand up." "Certainly, Professor Chu," Shen Yan replied readily, eager to witness the capabilities of this esteemed professor. Dressed similarly to the previous days, Chu Wanning wore a black overcoat over a white shirt, paired with a knee-length black skirt and black high heels. As they both stood, Shen Yan exchanged a languid glance with her, noting that she nearly matched his height. After vacating his seat, Shen Yan approached a nearby chair, preparing to sit when a coat was tossed into his embrace. "Here, take this." Chu Wanning, in her white shirt, had unbuttoned the top button of her coat, revealing a delicate collarbone. A subtle fragrance wafted into Shen Yan's nostrils, faint yet indescribable. After a moment's pause, he folded the coat and placed it on his lap. The melodious notes filled the air, and Shen Yan's gaze remained fixed on the figure before him, clad in a white shirt. Her exquisite profile evoked memories of a girl from the depths of his past. Chapter 16. Will you obediently heed my words from now on? Memories long buried surged forth like a tide. Shen Yan listened in a daze, for Chu Wanning's profile bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his former, emotionally distant girlfriend. Soon, he found his brows furrowing in contemplation. He had to concede a truth. He may have underestimated this Ritterny professor. Her attention to detail, emotional expression, and command over the nuances of the musical score were undeniably formidable. It is essential to recognize that he possesses a formidable foundation from his past life, coupled with rigorous practice since his reincarnation, which has culminated in his current level of proficiency. In contrast, Chu Wanning has ascended to the same height solely through her innate talent and relentless effort. As the final note of the piece reverberated, Chu Wanning gracefully rose, adjusting her gown and gesturing for Shen Yan to return her trench coat. However, Shen Yan remained lost in his thoughts. Observing this, Chu Wanning lifted her finger and lightly tapped his forehead, inquiring about his musings and requesting her coat back. My apologies, Shen Yin replied, snapping back to reality as he handed over the trench coat. Will you promise to listen to me more obediently in the future? As Chu Wanning donned her coat and tidied her long hair, a familiar fragrance wafted toward Shen Yin, reminiscent of the earlier scent. Professor Chu, I have never suggested that I would defy your guidance, Shen Yin remarked with utmost respect. It was apparent that Chu Wanning was indeed quite capable, standing on equal footing with him. Very well, practice these 2 pieces at home. We shall perform them in our next lesson. She extracted 2 compositions from her folder and tossed them to Shen Yin. Professor Chu, aren't these pieces a bit outdated? Shen Yin inquired, glancing at the sheet music, which belonged to the traditional school of thought. He rarely played classical piano pieces from this world, dedicating most of his time to practicing renowned compositions from his past life. Though new methods are commendable, we must not forsake the old. These pieces have been passed down for over 400 years. Practice diligently, and we shall perform them properly in our next session. All right, I have other matters to attend to. We shall conclude for today. Chu Wanning glanced at the clock, 11 o'clock. After gathering her belongings, she made her way to the studio door. Just as she was about to exit, a thought struck her, and she turned back to Shen Yin, saying, by the way, remember to transcribe those 2 pieces for me by hand. Consider it a punishment for your tardiness and coming to class empty-handed. What? Hand transcribe? Shen Yin exclaimed, staring incredulously at the 10-plus pages of sheet music adorned with various cryptic annotations. Transcribing this would surely require both of his hands. Is there a problem? Chu Wanning asked. Not exactly a problem, but I feel that transcribing by hand is incredibly time-consuming and labor-intensive. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to devote that time to practicing the piano? Wouldn't you agree, Professor Chu? You make a valid point, however. If you were to allocate the time you spend gaming to transcribing the sheet music, wouldn't that suffice? Chu Wanning was not swayed by Shen Yin's argument, revealing a hint of retributive sentiment in her response. Cold and indifferent? An overseas vase professor? Unworthy of him? What a childish notion. Professor Chu, allow me to explain. I didn't play games last night. Shen Yin attempted to make one last stand. Chu Wanning, unfazed, waved her hand dismissively and stated, enough of your excuses. If you don't transcribe, you'll have to manage during your final exam. After fiercely throwing down that statement, Chu Wanning strode away with her long legs. I, Shen Yin, directly discarded the sheet music in my hand onto the floor. How was this any different from asking him to write a 1 or 2,000 word reflection? Ugh! I raised my foot, intending to stomp on the sheet music a few times. Suddenly, the sound of high heels clicking, which had been gradually fading away, returned. This startled Shen Yin, prompting him to hurriedly crouch down and pick up the sheet music. What are you doing? Chu Wanning had realized she had forgotten her car keys and returned, only to catch a glimpse of Shen Yin just as he stood back up. Nothing. I just lost my grip on the sheet music and it fell, Shen Yin replied with a smile. Chu Wanning shot him a peculiar glance, but said nothing further. After retrieving her keys, she exited the room. Once she confirmed her departure, Shen Yin raised one arm high and, with a decisive motion, tossed the sheet music back onto the floor. At noon, Shen Yin returned to the dormitory with 3 portions of braised chicken he had packed from the cafeteria. By the time he arrived, Chen Anha and Tan Mingjie had just awakened. Smells delicious, Chen Anha exclaimed, quickly dressing and leaping out of bed, his mouth watering at the aroma of the braised chicken. I brought you both some. Remember me. Shen Yin pushed the other 2 portions of braised chicken across his desk. Brother Nyan, I've been a bit short on funds lately. Do you think you could? Chen Anha began, but before he could finish, he reached out to snag a portion of braised chicken for himself. Did you think I didn't see you splurging that 648 yesterday? Shen Yin extended his hand, preventing the braised chicken from moving toward Chen Anha. I only spent that 648 because I'm out of money. Chen Anha defended himself. Meanwhile, Tan Mingjie, still half asleep, sauntered over. Little Nyan, I gave you 25. Consider it your travel expenses. All right, Shen Yin said, handing a portion of braised chicken to Tan Mingjie. He then cast a disdainful glance at Chen Anha. Look at this. This is the difference. We're all roommates, yet the disparity is astounding. Little Nyan, this is where you're wrong. Chen Anha stood up, animated. Think about it. What do we share? Is our bond not worth a small portion of braised chicken? Hearing this, Shen Yin's expression twitched. Then could you enlighten me on what our bond truly is? Chen Anha started, but then fell silent as if someone had choked him. He then asked, can you bear to see me starve? Bear 2. Shin Yin picked up a piece of chicken, blew on it, and placed it in his mouth. Watching this, Shin Anha gulped eagerly. All right, here you go. Go play with it. Shin Yin shrugged and released the braised chicken. Aha, I knew my brother didn't waste my company. Shin Anha returned to his seat, eagerly cradling a bowl in his hands. Beside him, Shin Yin could not help but roll his eyes at the remark. Xiao Yin, I can lend you my wife I just acquired last night to play with later. No, that's quite unnecessary. You may keep her to yourself and enjoy your time alone. Shin Yin waved his hand dismissively. He was not like Chow Chow, with a penchant for playing with others' wives. Chapter 17. The Allure of a Mature Sister. Evening 1845, Dormitory 206. Shin Yin remained seated, diligently transcribing musical scores in his notebook. Today, Shin Anha, unusually, was not engrossed in gaming. Instead, he strummed his guitar absent-mindedly. Tan Mingjie sat on his bed, lost in thought, gazing at the stark, white ceiling above. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated through the room. Shin Yin's hand trembled, causing the pen tip to leave a long mark on the musical staff. Shin Anha's fingers slipped, producing a jarring note. Tan Mingjie tilted his head, fixing his gaze on the burly figure entering the dormitory. Damn it, Tan De Peo, how many times must I tell you? Can you please refrain from slamming the door so forcefully? Be gentle. Do you understand what gentle means? Shin Anha grumbled, lifting his head, only to realize that it was not Tan Mingjie who had entered, but a tall boy lugging a suitcase. Shin Yin also glanced over to see who it was. Good evening, my sons. Your father has returned. Zhang Bowen raised his arms in a mock embrace. Zhang Sanwen, come here. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Shin Yin stormed toward Zhang Bowen, thrusting the decorated musical score into his face. What are you doing, Shan Yin? Zhang Bowen retreated a few steps. What do you mean? What am I doing? I painstakingly copied an entire page of music, and now it's ruined. Shin Yin fumed. If you don't help me copy it back today, I swear I'll toss your luggage out. Shin Yin pounded his fist on the suitcase at his feet. Ah, Xiao Yin, this is where you are mistaken. What is there to discuss? If I were you, I would simply throw this person and his suitcase out without hesitation, Shin Anha interjected, gripping his guitar and leaning against his shoulder with a fierce expression. Calm down, it's just a musical score. I can redraw it for you shortly. Can't I? Zhang Bowen pushed the suitcase aside and approached Shin Yin's desk. Observing this, Shin Yin made no effort to stop him. The task of copying the score had truly been a headache. However, why are you copying this particular piece? This composition was essential for art examinations 2 decades ago. Zhang Bowen inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Shin Anha echoed the sentiment. Same question here. Don't ask, Shin Yin replied, engrossed in his phone, still puzzled as to why the alarm he set last night had failed to ring. This phone was only replaced during his summer vacation. A vibrant fruit brand 14 Peak Blue. However, Xiao Yin, let us be honest. Why did you set an alarm for such an early hour this morning? Shin Anha settled into his seat, his back turned to Shin Yin, fingers strumming the guitar strings. How did you know I set an alarm? Shin Yin squinted, slowly approaching Shin Anha from behind. I turned it off for you. Didn't I mention last night that we have no classes this morning? Setting an alarm that early was unnecessary. Fortunately, I heard it when I got up to use the restroom, or you would have surely been rudely awakened. Shin Anha continued speaking, oblivious to Shin Yin's growing irritation behind him. Damn it, I finally caught the culprit. Shin Yin tightened his grip around Shin Anha's neck. This troublesome matter led him to receive an 18-page classical score. Shin Anha stared wide-eyed, completely at a loss regarding Shin Yin's intentions. Are you trying to strangle me? Shin Yin was truly tempted to drag this person out and give him a good beating. A few minutes later, what? Professor Chu is your major course instructor? Zhang Bowen and Shin Anha exclaimed in astonishment. No way. Why is it fair that your professor is a beautiful woman while mine is just an old man? Zhang Bowen said, his excitement palpable. Beside him, Shin Anha rubbed his neck and replied, Why? What makes you think you deserve that? With your dismal second-to-last grades. Do you really expect Professor Chu to take notice of you? It would be impressive if an old man showed any interest in you. Shin, what do you mean by that? Even if I'm second to last, I'm still better than your last place. Enough, you two stop arguing. Shin Yin stood between them, separating the two. Xiao Yin, if you had mentioned last night that you were attending class with Professor Chu, I certainly wouldn't have turned off your alarm. Shin Anha said with a tone of envy. Yet, he understood that such an opportunity was likely reserved for Shin Yin. Students like them with mediocre grades probably had little chance of such an experience. Not only would I not turn it off, But do you also wish to tag along? Shin Yin added, following Chun Anha's lead. Well then, can you take me along next time? And me too. Zhang Bowen raised his hand. Does she have such charm? Shin Yin looked at the two with confusion. Ah, Xiao Yin, you're still young and don't understand the allure of a mature older sister. Chen Anha and Zhang Bowen exchanged glances before shaking their heads. You all aren't much older than me, are you? In fact, if we were to calculate, Shin Yin wouldn't even know how many years older he was than the two. Regardless, when you attend class next time, can you bring us along? I'll ask. This matter was not for him, Shin Yin, to decide. Taking out his phone, he sent a message to Chu Wanning. Professor Chu, I have 2 roommates who wish to audit your class. Is that permissible? As soon as Shin Yin began typing this passage, he glanced up only to receive an instantaneous reply from the opposite side. No cilantro allowed. In response, Shin Yin could only cast a look of profound regret towards Chen Anha and Zhang Bowen, who, understanding the unspoken sentiment, discreetly averted their gazes. What are you up to? Depao? Zhang Bowen shifted the topic to Tan Mingjia, speculating that he was likely experiencing some troubles in his romantic relationship. Shin Yin was no stranger to such circumstances, having faced similar situations in the past. What? A girlfriend? Zhang Bowen exclaimed in disbelief. You weren't aware? Oh, right. You indeed seem to be in the dark. Xiao Yin assisted him in winning over that young lady, Chen Anha succinctly explained. Zhang Bowen looked at Shin Yin with a puzzled expression before turning back to Chen Anha and inquiring. Is she the one who danced at the welcome party for new students? Yes, Chen Anha confirmed with a nod. Goodness, Depao, you truly ought to be ashamed. Zhang Bowen recalled the young lady and even admitted to having secretly added her on WeChat, though she had not accepted his request. After a moment of light-hearted lament, he implored Shin Yin, Xiao Yin, you cannot treat us differently. What did Tan Mingjia offer you? I, Zhang Bowen, can provide you tenfold. It's nothing much. Just called me foster father, Shin Yin replied, gently patting Zhang Bowen's agitated shoulder. Chapter 18. Student ID. The following day, on a weekend evening, Shin Yin accompanied his 3 dormitory roommates to the playground. The previous night, Zhang Bowen had repeatedly referred to him as foster father, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Was it really just a girlfriend he sought? Today, he intended to demonstrate the art of romance. Provided one possesses sufficient audacity, nothing is insurmountable. However, for reasons unknown, the playground was sparsely populated, with only a few scattered individuals strolling about. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shin Yin guided his companions to the verdant soccer field. They decided to rest there for a while, hoping to assist his foster son in finding a girlfriend. If that proved futile, they could always shift their strategy and head directly to the girls' dormitory. Zhang Laosan, do you have your student ID? Shin Yin inquired. Today, he had intentionally donned a cap, as he had felt the gaze of many during his recent walks. I do, Zhang Bowen exclaimed, pulling a small red booklet from his pocket. Here, take it and toss it on the track. Shin Yin pointed towards the running track. What if someone else picks it up? Zhang Bowen asked, puzzled. Have you lost your wits? Shin Yin retorted, snatching the student ID from him and flipping it open to reveal Zhang Bowen's large photo. What is this? A picture, Zhang Bowen replied, while Chen Anha leaned in to join the conversation, adding, Xiao Yin, just tell us what we should do. Consider for a moment. If you were to find a student ID on the street, would your curiosity compel you to pick it up? This clever tactic was employed by Shin Yin in a previous life, and it proved remarkably effective. It was thanks to him that their dormitory members found love. Oh, I believe I understand your intent now. Chen Anha nodded in comprehension. What do you mean? Zhang Bowen inquired, still perplexed. You simpleton. Just toss your student ID onto the ground later, and fate will intervene. Shin Yin returned the student ID to Zhang Bowen's embrace. But what if the person who finds my student ID is not my type? Zhang Bowen expressed his apprehensions, imagining a hefty woman clinging to his ID. That is precisely why I want you to stay here and watch. If someone appealing picks it up, approach them and say, hey, classmate, I've been searching for this student ID all day. Thank you for retrieving it. Then, if the stars align, invite her for a cup of milk tea or something similar. If they are not your type, simply take back your ID, express your gratitude, and send them on their way. Shin Yin imparted his wisdom, while Chen Anha and Zhang Bowen nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Tan Mingjia sat nearby, distracted and forlorn. Clutching his phone, Shin Yin glanced over and sensed that a quarrel had occurred. Action! With a commanding tone, Shin Yin directed Zhang Bowen, who swiftly stood up, approached the track, tossed his student ID onto the ground, and returned to sit with his back to the field. What are you doing? Turn around. Shen Yin was baffled by Zhang Bowen's actions. He should be watching to see who picks up his student ID. No, I trust you. Just ensure they aren't unattractive. Zhang Bowen shot Shen Yin a look brimming with confidence. Me? Shen Yin wore an expression that suggested disbelief. Are you seeking a partner, or am I? He felt the urge to pry open Zhang Bowen's head to discern its inner workings. Are you certain you want us to assist you in choosing? Chen Anha asked with a mischievous grin. Go away. I want Xiao Yin to help me. Zhang Bowen waved dismissively at Chen Anha. Just ensure you're satisfied with the outcome. Shen Yin raised an eyebrow, his gaze wandering across the field. Before long, he spotted a girl clad in a white tracksuit with a ponytail, engaged in lively conversation with her roommate. That's the one. A smile gradually spread across Shen Yin's face. Step 1 of the plan. Observe whether she will pick up the student ID lying on the track. If the student ID is not picked up, the next step is to discreetly follow the individual, casually dropping the ID along the route where they might appear. Should they still neglect to retrieve it, the third step is to take decisive action, as relying on the student ID to entice interest proves futile. Xiao Yin, have you set your sights on her as well? Chen Anha inquired, leaning in with a knowing smile akin to that of a seasoned veteran. Who? Zhang Bowen asked curiously, his heart racing with anticipation. He wished to turn his head but hesitated, uncertain why. Moments ago, he seemed to have spotted a striking girl in a white tracksuit walking at the opposite end of the playground. Is it her? His heartbeat quickened further. He genuinely desired to turn around, yet before he could do so, Shen Yin firmly directed his head back. Gradually, the girl in the white tracksuit approached, leaving only a 200-meter straight track ahead. Suddenly, an unexpected event unfolded. Two figures emerged from the entrance on the other side of the playground. One of them, to Shen Yin's dismay, was someone he recognized all too well, Chu Wanning, who had recently taught him a lesson. Regret washed over Shen Yin. Why had he chosen the playground as their rendezvous? How much better it would have been to meet beneath the girls' dormitory. What's wrong? Zhang Bowen felt a tumult of emotions stirring within him. It's nothing, just that your student ID may end up in the hands of Professor Chu or Teacher Yi. Chen Anha grimaced at the thought. Let us change locations. We should head to the girls' dormitory. Shen Yin stood up once more. Chapter 19. Running Ning Ning. Make sure to give me some space when we run. On the track, Yi Xian loosened her wrists and ankles, glancing at the well-proportioned figure beside her, admiring every curve. The glimpse of a defined abdomen made her envious. Chu Wanning pulled out a headband, gathering her flowing hair into a high ponytail at the nape of her neck. Understood, I'll match your pace when we run. Is that all right? Chu Wanning stretched, having been pulled away from her piano practice by her friend. Ning Ning, how long have you been training to achieve that figure? Yi Xian asked, eyeing her own stomach with longing. It's natural, was Chu Wanning's succinct reply. As they walked and chatted, Chu Wanning soon noticed a familiar figure at the far end of the playground. No, brother, can we change locations? Let us go to the girls' dormitory, you can choose. Shen Yin tugged at his pants in exasperation. Beneath him, Zhang Bowen clung to his leg, nearly in tears. Unwilling to leave, utterly captivated by the girl in the white tracksuit at the opposite end of the playground. It is impossible, Xiaoyan. For the first time in many years, I feel this way. Last night, I certainly cannot disregard the calls of my benefactor. Zhang Bowen was also about to leave. But upon closely examining the appearance of the girl in the white sportswear, he found himself unable to look away. Let go of that one. It's not suitable. We shall find another. Shen Yin hesitated for a few seconds, still unable to accept the notion of pursuing a girl in front of Chu Wanning and Yi Xian. One was his counselor, the other his professor. Such a maneuver would undoubtedly lead to social embarrassment. After a brief stalemate, Shen Yin sighed helplessly, saying, You go retrieve your student ID first, and later, wait for my signal. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bowen promptly dashed off to recover his student ID. Look at you. Chen Anha remarked, shaking his head in disapproval. Shen Yin then lowered his hat, mirroring Zhang Bowen, turning his back to the scene on the playground. As Chu Wanning and Yi Xian jogged past Shen Yin, Yi Xian suddenly exclaimed, Isn't that Shen Yin? At that moment, she noticed the four individuals on the playground, recognizing them as her students. Due to Shen Yin's recent retest, her status among her peers had risen significantly. Moreover, the higher-ups had instructed her to closely monitor Shen Yin's academic performance. Chu Wanning nodded in agreement, glancing over at Shen Yin. Xiaoyan. Professor Chu seems to be looking at you, Chen Anha observed, his eyes fixed intently. The curvaceous figure of Chu Wanning, clad in a form-fitting black sports outfit, left him with no choice but to acknowledge that at 27, she was indeed a mature and alluring woman, unparalleled by the average female college student. What is she looking at me for? Shen Yin pulled his hat down further. Enough with the Professor Chu talk. Where has that girl in the white sportswear gone? Zhang Bowen's thoughts were entirely consumed by the girl he had fallen for at first sight. As for Professor Chu, it mattered not. For she was not his to claim. She is close, just behind Professor Chu. Chenanha nudged Shen Yin's shoulder. You should turn around and see. Professor Chu is truly watching you. Still looking? Shen Yin's mind raced through the events of the past few days, aside from being late to class last time. He doubted he had further offended Chu Wanning. Just as he turned to look behind him, he heard Chun Anha's teasing laughter. Just kidding. Why would Professor Chu keep staring at you? Chener, you better wait for me in the dormitory. Shen Yin raised his fist, as large as a sandbag, thinking that had they not been on the playground, he would have certainly retaliated. However, just as his words fell, a voice called out from behind, Shen Yin. Turning around, he saw his counselor, leading Chu Wanning towards him. Yi Xian, what is the sudden commotion? Alas, Ning Ning. I must tell you that over the past few days, I have thoroughly examined Shen Yin's profile, and I must say, his physical condition is exceedingly poor. As Yi Xian spoke, she raised her hand in greeting to Shen Yin and his companions. Hello, Shen Yin. Are you also here to exercise on the playground? Would you care to join me for a run? Yi Xian approached and stood alongside Chu Wanning, directly behind Shen Yin. No, thank you. Shen Yin was about to decline, as running was hardly appealing to him. Considering he was a man who could barely manage a 1,000-meter run in 6.5 minutes. Sure. Before Shen Yin could refuse, Zhang Bowen eagerly responded. I think some exercise would be beneficial. Chen Anha nodded in agreement. In his recollection, Shen Yin indeed needed to work on his fitness. Shen Yin looked at his two good roommates, his tone rising as he threatened, Are you certain? Upon hearing this, Zhang Bowen and Chen Anha immediately lost their enthusiasm. Zhang Bowen glanced at the girl in white sportswear approaching, and then back at Shen Yin, finally saying, Perhaps it's best to skip it. Chen Anha, noticing Shen Yin pointing at his phone screen, quickly understood and added, To be honest, Yi Laosher, we just finished running and are merely resting here. Upon hearing this, Shen Yin nodded in satisfaction. This made sense. Who would want to run at such a late hour? Shen Yin, get up. A cool voice called from behind. Shen Yin turned to meet Chu Wanning's feline gaze. Professor Chu, a good physical constitution is foundational for performance. Playing those lengthy pieces can last for several minutes. And I certainly do not wish for my students to collapse on stage mid-performance. Chu Wanning directly countered Shen Yin's unfinished remark. With that, she firmly grasped the collar of Shen Yin's shirt, lifting him effortlessly. I want to go for a run. At that moment, Tan Mingjie, who had been disconnected from the conversation, stood up and shouted, subsequently dashing onto the track like a wild spirit. Look how well your roommate understands this principle. Chu Wanning nodded at the earnest youth sprinting away. Professor Chu, he is not even one of our piano students. He belongs to the vocal department. Shen Yin shrugged nonchalantly, feeling that Chu Wanning's earlier grip on him resembled how he had once lifted kittens in his childhood. Oh, but the vocal department also requires physical stamina. Chu Wanning turned around, unfazed, and declared, Hurry up, I will be waiting for you on the track. Chapter 20, once again, it was heard. What is the matter? Shen Yin, it's only 2 laps, 800 meters, and you're already panting like this? After completing 2 laps, Chu Wanning observed the youth beside her, her expression filled with confusion. Is your physical condition truly this poor? You're out of breath after just 1 lap? She had only begun to sweat after 2 laps. Professor Chu, let's call it a day. I can't run anymore. Shen Yin waved his hand, his pace shifting from a run to a walk. 1 more lap for me. Chu Wanning tugged at Shen Yin, resolutely refusing to let him rest. In stark contrast to Shen Yin's struggle on the other side of the playground, Zhang Bowen and Chun Anha were engaged in lively conversation with a girl clad in a white tracksuit. Meanwhile, Tan Mingjie continued to sprint across the field, his face a portrait of indignation, as if insisting that he must complete a 5-kilometer run today. As for Yi Xian, she had rushed to the restroom after finishing her lap, nursing a stomachache. Professor Chu, Shen Yin gasped, stammering to call out. This doesn't feel like piano teaching at all. It's more akin to physical education. While running, refrain from speaking and focus on your breathing. Chu Wanning tossed her head back, her tone somewhat stern. Shen Yin was momentarily distracted by the swish of her ponytail, which left a refreshing fragrance in its wake. After yet another lap, Xin Yan's legs felt weak, and his vision began to blur. Finally, it's over, he internally sighed, yearning to collapse onto the ground. As those 3 laps had nearly taken his life. After running, don't sit down immediately. Shake out your legs and stretch, Chu Wanning insisted, gripping the back of Xin Yan's collar once more. Professor Chu, you should go run your own laps and leave me be, Xin Yan weakly protested, patting her forearm. His body craved only to be close to the earth, to feel the warm embrace of Mother Nature. What's shaking legs and stretching? Just let me be. Chu Wanning remained silent, continuing to hold onto his collar. Xin Yan inwardly lamented his predicament. Eventually, he feigned shaking his legs, wishing he could use her arm to execute a dramatic 360-degree shoulder throw. Once Xin Yan's breathing began to steady, Chu Wanning finally released her grip. Rest well, and remember to practice the piano and transcribe your scores when you return. All right, Professor Chu, Xin Yan replied with a smile, though internally he began to berate her. Is she the reincarnation of my ex-girlfriend, here to make my life difficult? After instructing Xin Yan, Chu Wanning set off to run on her own. Xin Yan remained seated, watching as Chen Anha and Zhang Bowen approached him. If only he had the energy, he would surely kick those 2 fair-weather friends. Throughout their run, he had cast countless glances their way, yet they hadn't acknowledged him once, treating him as though he were invisible, simply allowing Chu Wanning to drag him along. Xiao Yan finished? How does it feel to run with the beautiful professor? Chen Anha asked, a look of envy on his face. Feelings? What do you think I should feel? Xin Yan retorted, propping himself up with his hands and looking up at them. Is there a fluttering sensation in your heart? This is Professor Chu, after all. If it weren't for the school's beauty ranking prohibiting the inclusion of teachers, with Professor Chu's stunning looks and physique, she would undoubtedly dominate the list. Chen Anha retrieved his phone, opened the school forum, and navigated to a particular ranking. Images of several girls appeared on the screen. Chen Anha, do you have any taste? None of these girls can compare to Professor Chu, he remarked. Xin Yan was about to blurt out the term emotionally aloof when he caught sight of Chu Wanning, clad in black athletic wear, completing another lap and rapidly approaching him. Startled, he immediately fell silent, but his companion, Chen seemed oblivious, entirely unaware of Chu Wanning's imminent arrival. Ah, Xiaoyan, I don't understand why you would say Professor Chu is. Chen Anha had not finished his sentence when Xin Yan, who had been slumped on the ground, suddenly sprang to his feet, leaping forward to cover Chen Anha's mouth. Instinctively, Chen Anha pushed back, slowly lifting his gaze to discover that Professor Chu had somehow positioned herself right behind him. Professor Chu, your physical fitness is remarkable. You completed a lap in under 2 minutes, Xin Yan remarked awkwardly, his line of sight aligning with her navel for a fleeting moment before he shifted his gaze upward to meet her cool, serene face. Perhaps it was because she hadn't taken him along for the run. Chu Wanning maintained her own pace, a few strands of hair sticking to her cheek, and her originally alabaster complexion now bore a hint of rosy hue. Xin Yan, have you recovered? Chu Wanning inquired. Did she not hear what was said? While she might have been oblivious to Xin Yan's words, she certainly caught the mention of the word emotion. She had previously warned against speaking ill of her behind her back in the cafeteria. Now, it seemed these two had taken her words lightly. She was determined to teach them a lesson today. No, my legs are still quite weak. Xin Yan quickly shook his head. However, Chu Wanning promptly grasped the nape of his neck, lifting him up. To the track. Professor Chu, my legs. Any further retorts will cost you points. Upon hearing this, Xin Yan obediently walked toward the track. He shot an annoyed kick at Shinana's cheeky face below him. Surely, Chu Wanning was unaware of their conversation's implications. At most, she had only caught the sound of the word emotion. Xin Yan ambled toward the track, deliberately stretching a short distance into what felt like an eternity. Seizing this brief moment, he scrutinized Chu Wanning's expression, relieved to find no sign of anger upon her face. From his initial assessment, it appeared she had not heard clearly, as the tension in her heart finally subsided. Chu Wanning pointed at Chen Anha and declared, and you, join me on the track. Of course, Professor Chu. In stark contrast to Xin Yan's indifferent expression, Chen Anha was brimming with excitement and enthusiasm. The prospect of running alongside the beautiful professor was a rare delight, one that only Xin Yan seemed to regard with indifference among the entire academy. Once he swiftly positioned himself on the track, Chen Anha readied himself for what lay ahead. In the eyes of the students at Jiuzhou Academy, Chu Wanning was nothing short of a goddess. The so-called campus beauties, ranked first or second, paled in comparison to her mature allure. Chapter 21. The jester must make his entrance that evening. Shun Yin lay on his bed, feeling as though his very bones had been extracted. 8 laps. A full 8 laps. Chu Wan-ning had compelled him to run 8 laps. After just 2 laps, he was already spent. Yet, Chu Wan-ning had ventured to the nearby sports room, retrieved a rope, and bound it around his waist before securing one for herself as well. With that, she dragged him along for 3 more laps. By the end of the night, he had covered a staggering 8 laps, 200 meters in total, surpassing the distance he had run in the entire past year. What baffled him even more was that if Chu Wan-ning had overheard their disparaging remarks about her, wouldn't she have confronted Chen Anha instead? What was the meaning of continuously dragging him along? During the run, Chen Anha had abruptly excused himself to the restroom. Shen Nian had harbored the same desire, but after squatting in the restroom for 20 minutes, his legs growing numb, he emerged only to discover Chu Wan-ning casually leaning against the wall outside, engrossed in her phone. What enmity or grievance did she harbor? Tears welled in Shun Yin's eyes as he gazed upwards, only to be met with the sudden tug of the rope around his waist. The dormitory door swung open, revealing the refreshing presence of Zhang Bowen, accompanied by Chen Anha, who had just returned from his own restroom escape. "Brother, you too must find a girlfriend. Let us see who dares to flaunt their affection in front of me now," Zhang Bowen exclaimed, waving his phone jubilantly. "Isn't it just adding someone on WeChat? Why think so far ahead?" Chen Anha scoffed. "Just adding someone on WeChat? I just strolled around campus with her, shared a milk tea, and then escorted her back to her dorm," Zhang Bowen replied, lifting his chin in a display of pride. "Huh." Chen Anha chuckled lightly, only to turn his gaze towards Shen Nian, who lay on the bed. "Oh, little Nian, you're back so early?" he remarked with surprise. "Shut your mouth," Shen Nian retorted, staring at the ceiling of the dormitory, his legs feeling as if they might fall apart. "Little Nian, this is precisely what you fail to comprehend. My friend is creating opportunities for you to spend time alone with Professor Chu." Chen Anha defended himself. "In solitude, one finds the triviality of life. If you existed during the war years, you would undoubtedly be labeled a traitorous lackey. Alas, I have repeatedly expressed my sincere intentions. Yet you remain oblivious, Xiaoyan. Just observe our dormitory. You are the only one left single. How can this continue? Look at Professor Chu, wealthy and handsome, with an admirable physique and striking features. You too would be a match made in heaven." Chen Anha wore a mask of feigned sincerity. After merely half a lap, he recognized his own physical limitations. Indeed, as previously stated, since entering university, his physical condition had deteriorated sharply. After merely 2 laps, he felt dizzy and breathless. "Should I then thank you for this?" Shun Nian chuckled in irritation, casually tossing a half-finished bottle of sports drink at him. "Of course, Xiaoyan. I tell you, despite Professor Chu being 27, if she adorned herself in youthful attire, one might mistake her for your age. Some might even think she is your younger sister." Chen Anha dodged the bottle aimed at him, only to retrieve it and place it back on Shun Yin's bed. "Heh, not long ago. Did you not vow that if I were to be with Chu Wan-ning, you would leap from our dormitory balcony?" Shen Yin sat up, suppressing his weakness as he rose from the bed. Zhang Bowen remarked, "Come now, Xiaoyan, do you not comprehend his intentions? He is merely diverting your attention." Chen Anha retorted, "Zhang Laosan, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute." Seizing the moment when Chen Anha turned away, Shen Yin fetched a broom from the balcony, determined to engage in some playful antics with this ungrateful soul. "Chen prepare yourself. Laosan, come help me restrain him." With that, Zhang Bowen, who had been an amused spectator, promptly leapt to his feet. While Shen Yin alone might struggle to subdue Chen Anha, the addition of the robust Zhang Bowen soon filled the room with cries of playful agony. At 10:30 p.m., Tan Mingjia, who had been disconnected from the world all day, returned. Upon entering the dormitory, he uttered not a word, instead collapsing onto his bed in silence. Shen Yin approached to inquire, but received no response. Zhang Bowen sat at his computer desk, brow furrowed, legs crossed. He had maintained this posture for half an hour, awaiting the chime of a message notification on his phone. Ding dong. The crisp tone rang out. Zhang Bowen immediately picked up his phone to check, only to find a notification about his daily step count. "You have walked 111 steps today." With a thud, he placed the phone back on the desk. Growing increasingly agitated, thoughts began to swirl in his mind. The evening had been quite enjoyable. Why had he not received a reply yet? Should he send another message? Perhaps she had been busy and simply hadn't seen it. Zhang Bowen, having made up his mind, flipped his phone back over. Behind him, noticing that Tan Mingjia was ignoring him, Shen Yin tactfully turned away. A glance down revealed his good roommate, Zhang Bowen, opening a chat interface with an unknown contact. The message he had sent over an hour ago remained unanswered. Shen Yin shook his head in disapproval. Zhang Bowen, are you there? The opening line was undoubtedly a sign of foolishness. Shen Yin gently patted Zhang Bowen's shoulder, intending to offer some constructive advice. However, Zhang Bowen's fingers slipped, and he sent another two-word message. Zhang Bowen, are you there? Shen Yin remarked. Hey, Xiaoyan, why are you hitting me? If you have something to say, just say it. Oblivious to Shen Yin's odd expression, Zhang Bowen, after sending the message, opened the other person's moments, only to find it set to a 3-day visibility. No worries. Shen Yin reassured, patting his shoulder again. Indeed, there was a reason he had remained single for so many years. Hey, Xiaoyan, which outfit do you think I should wear for my date tomorrow? Zhang Bowen eagerly placed his phone on the table, his face brimming with excitement as he looked at Shen Yin. Upon hearing this, Shen Yin's mouth twitched, and he replied, Old 3, if I recall correctly. You mentioned that this girl went back to the dorm after strolling around the playground and having milk tea with you. Yes, what's your point? Zhang Bowen nodded. Then I remember that while you were at the playground, she had a roommate with her, right? Yes, the 3 of us were together. What did you all talk about? Not much. I mostly listened to them chat. Let me guess, you paid for that milk tea, didn't you? Shen Yin asked with a smile. Hey, how did you know? Shen Yin could only give a knowing look. To treat a girl he had just met to milk tea while neglecting his roommate, whom he had known for over a month, was rather excessive. The ancients said that brothers are like hands and feet, while women are like clothing. Alas, my friend, you might as well give up. You cannot win this woman over, Shen Yin concluded after a brief analysis. What? Zhang Bowen questioned. I said, just then. Zhang Bowen's phone chimed with a new message. Sorry, I was taking a shower and blow-drying my hair. I just saw your message. Shen Yin quipped. A slap in the face comes unexpectedly. But really, does it take an hour and a half to shower and dry your hair? Thinking back, it might just be possible. If she is a girl, she might indeed take that long. In his previous life, his girlfriend would finish her shower, dry her hair, and then the real ritual began, applying various essences, lotions, and an array of masks, hydrating and whitening, for both before sleep and upon waking. This elaborate process would often consume an hour and a half. The following day, the typical weekend life of a university student was either to spend time with their girlfriend or, for those without one, to languish in bed all day. However, for someone like Shen Yin, a piano major, such indulgences were non-existent. His holidays were spent immersed in the practice room. By the end of the day, the piece that Chu Wanning had given him was barely at a level where he could perform it with both hands, though many intricate details still required careful refinement. When he returned to his dormitory that evening, it was empty. He had no idea if his 3 roommates had gone to practice their instruments or to pursue romantic interests. Though given recent trends, it was highly probable they were off looking for partners. Sitting at his desk, Shen Yin was about to select a couple of anime episodes to unwind. Suddenly, his phone chimed. The screen illuminated with a new message from his email. Upon opening it, he read, Dear Mr. Shen, my student has arrived at the 9 States Conservatory of Music in Magic City and will be there for an extended period. She is a remarkably gifted child. If possible, when you have time to visit Magic City, I kindly ask that you offer her guidance. Here is her contact information. Sender, Old Jack. Shen Yin glanced at it briefly, ready to exit, but his gaze fell upon that familiar string of numbers, stirring an inexplicable sense of recognition. Technically, this sender was one of his students, someone he had taught while still wearing diapers. Of course, the student was unaware of his true identity. At the time, he had been disillusioned by the mediocrity of piano compositions in this world, which prompted him to create masterpieces from his past life, sending them to a world-class music academy. From what he understood in his youth, this world placed immense value on copyright, not only in music, but also in film, literature, and more. His family's reasonably affluent background meant that he had never encountered anyone daring enough to plagiarize his work. Subsequently, Old Jack, then at a prestigious music academy, received his email. Even through the screen, Shen Yin could envision the shock and excitement on Jack's face. How could he tell? It was evident from the desperate pleas that followed, as Old Jack wept and begged him to become his disciple. Since that moment, the classical music scene had bifurcated into 2 polar factions, a new school and a traditional one. As the progenitor of the new school, Shen Yin felt somewhat overwhelmed. His current piano skills had yet to reach a world-class level. If one were to delineate further, His performance ability was currently within the second tier globally, achievable only by playing the compositions from his past life. Is that you? Xinyan mused, staring at the WeChat name not eating cilantro alongside the familiar phone number. His expression a mixture of surprise and intrigue. He had considered the possibility that Chu Wanning might be studying at the same music academy as old Jack. But he was taken aback to discover that she was, in fact, a student of his student. And now, he found himself in the peculiar position of being the teacher of his student's student. This lineage had become quite convoluted. Previously, he had never heard old Jack mention a student named Chu Wanning. Perhaps he should refer to her as Little Chu in the next class? Xinyan thought with a mischievous grin, only to shake his head almost immediately. The identity of Xun Nin was still not suitable for such familiarity. Perhaps in a few years it might be appropriate. As for Chu Wanning, her cool visage surfaced in his mind. Though he might not yet be able to claim the role of her elder mentor, he could still leverage this alias to accomplish many things. With a cheerful demeanor, Xinyan opened the settings and, within a few minutes, successfully registered a secondary account. He then entered Chu Wanning's phone number in the Add Contact section. Would you like to add Doesn't Eat Cilantro as a friend? Yes. His first order of business was to concoct a reason for her to replace that outdated piece of music, allowing her the freedom to practice. He eagerly held his phone, gazing at her profile interface. However, time passed slowly. Half an hour went by without her accepting the request. Was she having dinner or practicing the piano? Xinyan glanced at the clock. Perhaps Chu Wanning was simply occupied, lost in thought. He logged off his secondary account and onto his primary account. Shortly after logging in, Doesn't Eat Cilantro sent him a message. Tomorrow afternoon, a professional class. Xinyan responded with a question mark. Shouldn't he be the one to set the date for this professional class? Tuesday and Wednesday I have commitments and cannot attend, came the reply. Then how about Thursday and Friday? He countered. That won't work. We must have 2 professional classes per week. Why not have one on Thursday and one on Friday? I need to leave time for you to practice. Do you have something scheduled for tomorrow? No. Then it's settled. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock, in the Comprehensive Piano Building, room 104. All right. Xinyan gritted his teeth as he typed the last 2 words. Switching back to his secondary account, he noticed that Chu Wanning still had not accepted his friend request. After pondering for a few seconds, Xinyan sent the friend request again, this time adding the name Xinan in the note. Instantly, the request was accepted, and her photos appeared on the profile interface. There were 3 pictures from the previous night's run, showcasing her in form-fitting black athletic wear. Xinyan glanced at them briefly before looking away. He had to admit, while her face bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his former girlfriend, Chu Wanning's physique was undeniably superior. Perhaps it was a result of her being 27? Had she fully matured? Chapter 23. I am my own golden finger. After adding each other as friends, the two remained silent for a while. It was Xinyan who first broke the somewhat awkward atmosphere between them. He took a screenshot of the email sent by old Jack and forwarded it to Chu Wanning. Not a cilantro fan, Master Shun. Could you help me with how to play this piece? 2.5-minute video. You are rather straightforward. Xinyan clicked on the video sent to him. After listening, he offered his insights. Xinan, the second measure sounds a bit lacking. The entire piece carries a rather lofty melody, but there are a few notes in the middle that could be better handled. You might want to start with. Although Xun Yin's piano skills had yet to reach world-class status, his musical appreciation was unparalleled. He had attended no fewer than 800 concerts in his 2 lifetimes. Not a cilantro fan. Master Shun, may I ask a personal question? Xinyan looked at the message on the screen, his brows slowly knitting together. A personal question? What could it be? Was she inquiring about his relationship status? Had Chu Wanning been captivated by his talents? It was indeed a possibility. Xinyan was well aware that many women had spent lavishly just to meet him over the years, the most prestigious among them being the Empress of the United States. However, he reminded himself not to overthink. She had merely invited him to her residence to play a piece. Aside from her, the rest were generally interested in the spectacle of having a piano master in their midst. Xinyan, sure, go ahead and ask. Xinyan replied on the screen. Not a cilantro fan. I hope it's not too forward, but do you have any children? Xinyan responded with a question mark on the screen. Not a cilantro fan. The thing is, I have a student who possesses remarkable piano talent, and his surname is also Shin. So I was wondering if he might be related to you. Xinyan, I have no children. Xinyan replied earnestly, yet inwardly, he was elated. How delightful it would be if little Chu would express herself a bit more and shower him with compliments. Xinyan, remarkable talent? How remarkable could it be? Is it surpassing your prowess back in the day? Not a cilantro fan. Yes, indeed, far beyond my abilities at that time. To be frank, I have no doubt that in a couple of years, he will outshine me. Shinyan, oh? Is that so? By your account. It seems he won't take long to catch up to me. Not a cilantro fan. No, he is still too green. Compared to you, he remains quite young. Ha ha ha. Shinyan laughed heartily, pounding the table in amusement. This conversation was utterly delightful. It felt as if he could glimpse Chu Wanning's anxious yet respectful demeanor through the screen. Outside the dormitory, as Chun Anha pushed the door open, he was greeted by a burst of laughter emanating from within. Little Nian, are you all right? It's nothing at all. You're back? Shin Yin turned his head, smiling as he waved at Chin Anha, then immediately grabbed his phone and dashed onto the bed. What has got you so cheerful? Share it with me. Let me have a laugh, too. Chin Anha inquired curiously as he stood before Shin Yin's bed. I just came across a short video. Shin Yin casually offered as an excuse. By the way, have you had dinner yet? Not yet. I'm planning to order some campus takeout. Then let us go out for dinner tonight. It's on me. Oh, you're treating? The sun must be rising in the west today. Shin Yin perked up, propping himself up on his hands to look at Chin Anha, who appeared quite serious. Come on, don't make it sound like treating you is such a rare occasion. Chin Anha waved his hand dismissively and continued. Isn't this just a way of repaying you for that Huamin chicken you shared with me last time? Tonight, I'll treat you to something nice. Let us go to that hot pot place by the east gate. Order whatever you like. I'll get you a few portions of tripe to start. All right, you said it. Shin Yin quickly hopped off the bed. This was the first time Chin Anha had invited him to dinner. In the past, it was always a shared affair. Just the two of us? Just us. If we brought along Zhang Laosan and Tan De Peo, I'd go bankrupt tonight and be left to drink the northwest wind tomorrow, Chin Anha said while heading towards the door. After opening the dormitory door, he gestured for Shin Yin to precede him. Shin Yin nodded slightly. Truly a good brother. That last Huamin chicken was indeed worth the treat. It was simply filial. Initially, he had planned to chat with Chu Weining while wearing a disguise. But since someone was treating him to dinner, he decided to eat his fill first and then continue the conversation later. Humming a tune, Shin Yin strolled joyfully along the campus path, feeling exceptionally good today. Xiaoyan, what song are you humming? It sounds quite delightful. Chun Anha began to hum along with an exaggerated tone. The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the endless green mountains, flowers are blooming. What kind of rhythm is the most swaying? What kind of song brings the most joy? The winding river flows down from the sky, heading towards the vibrant sea of colors. The melodious song is our expectation. As Shin Yin's most well-known tune in his previous life. It was familiar to all, from the grandmothers in their 50s and 60s dancing in the square to the children aged 7 or 8. It was truly a song that no one was unaware of. Listening to Chun Anha's somewhat off-key rendition, Shin Yin couldn't help but contemplate whether he should resurrect those songs from his past life to make some money. This world lacked the likes of Jia Gu and Iron Lung Princess. His greatest regret was not charging for those classical pieces he transcribed as a child, instead opting to offer them for free. Every time he thought of it, he wished he could travel back in time and give his younger self a couple of slaps. However, if given the chance to do it again, Shun Yin believed he would still choose the same path, for during his childhood, he truly lacked for nothing. It was only now that he found himself in a state of disarray. Should he, under the guise of Shinnan, seek to claim some copyright fees? After all, the entire world now seemed to resonate with the melodies from his previous life. Yet, the reputation he had painstakingly built over the years might shatter in an instant. Shin Yin shook his head. Rather than pursue that route, it would be more prudent to delve into the entertainment industry. Alternatively, he could leverage the popular piano compositions from his past life, such as F. R. Elise, Wedding March, and Castle in the Sky, as they were particularly suitable for film or anime adaptations. Yes, this seemed feasible. Shin Yin nodded in agreement. Although he did not possess any extraordinary systems or cheat codes like other protagonists in novels, his past experiences as a piano prodigy were sufficient for him to thrive in this parallel world. Chapter 24. I can't bear to listen anymore. Oh, is that not a canon? Shin Yin turned his head and spotted Tan Mingjia conversing with a young lady in a nearby grove. Their animated exchange was evident from Tan Mingjia's urgent expression. Enough with the canon talk. That couple is sharing whispers. Let us hurry away. Shin Anha glanced at his phone, where a message from his girlfriend urged him on. He had made a promise to bring Shun Yin along. He had been fretting over this for quite some time. A friend of his girlfriend expressed a desire to meet Xin Yan. Initially, he had brushed it off, as he had gathered over the past month that Xin Yan seemed disinterested in girls. Not that he appeared to be gay. After all, he had never made any overt advances toward him. Just as he was about to decline, his girlfriend sent a photo of her friend, and upon seeing it, he was taken aback. She was the campus belle, not your average girl at all. At that moment, he was stirred by the idea of organizing a dinner for that evening. The usual girls had failed to pique Xin Yan's interest, but the campus beauty might just be different, with her fair skin, stunning looks, and long legs, leaving Chen Anha salivating. Were it not for his current relationship, he might have been tempted to give it a shot. Of course, such thoughts were merely fanciful. A man must remain devoted. Wait a moment. Something seemed amiss. Xin Yan shook off Chen Anha's grip on his arm and stepped stealthily toward Tan Mingjia's direction. Perhaps Tan Mingjia and the girl were too engrossed in their conversation, and since they were both turned slightly away from him, Xin Yan was able to discreetly position himself behind a tree trunk that concealed him well. Tan Mingjia, Tang Qian. You need to clarify things for me today. What is your relationship with that boy? Tang Qian. There's nothing going on. We're just friends out having some fun. Tan Mingjia. Are you going out with friends? You have a boyfriend. Why are you hiding this from me? You even blocked me on social media. If it weren't for my friend seeing that guy post on his feed, I would still be in the dark. Tang Qian. I told you we were just hanging out. We didn't do anything wrong. Tan Mingjia. Didn't do anything wrong? A bar? Drinking? That guy had his hand on your thigh. Tang Qian. We're all friends. And we didn't do anything outrageous. Tan Mingjia. Do you think just because I didn't see it with my own eyes, I lack imagination? Tang Qian. What are you shouting about? If you don't believe me, then let us break up. Exactly. We Qian said we didn't do anything improper. Why are you being so petty? Meanwhile, two girls emerged from the nearby grove. Xin Yan recognized them as the same girls he had seen not long ago at the milk tea shop. Hearing this, Xin Yan clenched his fists. It was hard for him to reconcile the usually honest and simple-minded Tan Mingjia with the furious figure before him, his face flushed and veins protruding from his neck. Listening to their conversation made Xin Yan furrow his brows. He had assumed the girl with the innocent face was a good person. But now it seemed the ancient saying to know a person's face, but not their heart, held profound truth. To sneak off to a bar with another guy while having a boyfriend is indeed quite difficult to accept. As for the claim of merely hanging out with friends and not doing anything inappropriate, how laughable. A man understands a man, doesn't he? With his hand on her thigh. It was hard for Xin Yan to believe that the guy wouldn't take the opportunity to do something more. I can't listen to this any longer. Chen Anha muttered angrily, preparing to step inside. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Hello? Chen Anha, how long until you arrive? Is it appropriate to keep these two stunning beauties waiting for so long? We can't make it today. What do you mean? Just a short while ago? You were promising to come, and now you say you can't? All right, if you say you can't come, then you can't. Go have fun. I don't have time to deal with you right now. Chen Anha felt his temper rise after that exchange. Damn it. Do they think it's easy to bully me as their roommate? He hung up the phone and looked ahead, noticing that Xin Yan had somehow already walked up to Tan Mingjia's side. Good boxing skills, truly hard to imagine that within the Jiuzhou Music Academy. There are 3 top female fighters among you. Clapping his hands, Xin Yan slowly approached Tan Mingjia and the others. I truly regret not recognizing your true selves back then. If one were to consider it, he also bore some responsibility. After all, he was the one who had initially brought Tan Mingjia and the girl together. Who are you? Xin Yan? Tang Qian and her companions exchanged glances of surprise. Clearly, they were familiar with this prominent figure within the academy. Are you his? They inquired with a hint of confusion. Roommate, Xin Yan responded. Isn't he from the vocal department? I haven't heard him mention you, one of the girls remarked. Is sharing a dormitory such an oddity? Xin Yan scoffed dismissively. He had no intention of showing any courtesy to the 3 female martial artists before him. Had they not been women, he would have struck one of them already. What's wrong? Is it being petty to not want your girlfriend to go drinking at a bar with boys? That's truly absurd. Shun, although you are quite impressive, is your haughty demeanor a bit excessive? Tang Qian narrowed her eyes, disliking Shun Yan's disdainful expression. Arrogance must be measured. Who do you think you are? With your 3 companions? Xin Yan sneered coldly. Today, he felt unabashedly superior, and he was curious to see how the trio would respond. Xiao Yan. Tan Mingjia felt a surge of gratitude, recognizing that Xin Yan was standing up for him. Don't say a word, DePeo, just for your call a foster father back then. I'll always have your back. Xin Yan, standing behind Tan Mingjia, spoke softly and patted his shoulder. He continued, "It's all right to misjudge this time. Next time, let us choose wisely." Tin Mingjie nodded in agreement. "Let me take a good look at you three formidable female martial artists." Chen Anha approached, exuding confidence and positioning himself behind Tan Mingjie. "Junior, you'd best clean up your language. Otherwise," Tang Qian crossed her arms, but before she could finish, Chen Anha interrupted her. "Do you think you're worthy? With neither charm nor figure, it's only because our roommate has lost his senses that he even noticed you." Chapter 25. Childhood Dream. And you two are truly the epitome of sycophants, though I can understand it. After all, you may never encounter a handsome guy like me in your lifetime. Chen Anha pulled out his phone, revealing old chat records with the girls. After reading the messages aloud, the two girls beside Tang Qian immediately turned crimson. "You lot aspire to be Casanovas?" Shen Yan mocked, then raised his hand to give Chen Anha a thumbs up. "Shen Yan, don't be so arrogant. I will retaliate," Tang Qian exclaimed. "And you, Tan Mingjie, it's over." Before Tang Qian could finish her thought, Tan Mingjie preemptively spoke up. Without waiting for a response, he turned away, exchanging a glance with Shen Yan and Chen Anha before departing. In the small canteen, DePeo, "Don't be disheartened. Don't dwell on it. Tonight, I'll help you find someone." Shen Yan consoled the somewhat dejected and earnest young man beside him. To encounter such a girl in the realm of emotions can indeed be deemed unfortunate. "No need to feel guilty, Xiaoyan. It was my choice to harbor feelings for her. And it bears no relation to you," Tan Mingjie remarked, shaking his head. Although Shen Yan did not voice it, he was acutely aware that his companion felt a sense of unease, particularly since it was Tan Mingjie who had steadfastly assisted him in pursuing Tang Qian. "Oh dear, both of you should not overthink this. Come, let us eat. It is a rare occasion for me to treat you all. Should you miss this opportunity, there may not be another," Chen Anha declared, lifting his chopsticks and gesturing towards a large platter of spicy hot pot. "Tonight, I shall prepare extra for you. Choose wisely." Shen Yan also picked up his chopsticks, placing a few pieces of food into his bowl. "No need, Xiaoyan," Tan Mingjie interjected, shaking his head. He felt the necessity to take a breather, especially considering he had been skipping classes almost every day lately. It was time for him to buckle down and study. "Let us eat first," Shen Yan insisted, placing a slice of tripe into Tan Mingjie's bowl. "I can manage on my own." Tan Mingjie waved his hand dismissively, only to take the tripe from his bowl and return it to Shen Yan's. "Xiaoyan, you should eat. You adore tripe. If you two are insistent. May I have some in my bowl as well?" "I too enjoy tripe," Chen Anha chimed in, extending his chopsticks towards Shen Yan's bowl. However, with a swift motion, Shen Yan smacked his chopsticks away. "Focus on your own meal." "Bias," Chen Anha teased, shaking his head. Just as he was about to pick up a piece of tripe, his phone vibrated. Glancing at the screen, he chose to ignore it. It was his girlfriend calling. Without a doubt, he knew the reason for her call. He was destined to face her displeasure. "Chen'er, are you going to answer? If not, hang up or silence your phone." "Just a moment. It will disconnect automatically," Chen Anha replied sheepishly. Moments later, his phone fell silent, allowing him to exhale in relief. Yet, barely 2 seconds had passed when it vibrated again. He promptly set his phone to silent mode. However, for the next half hour, the screen illuminated intermittently, with each flicker. His heart raced a little faster. "Just answer it. At this rate, it might be better to do so," Shen Yan suggested, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Throughout their meal, Chen Anha remained fixated on his phone. There was nothing of great significance. It was merely his girlfriend throwing a minor tantrum. Just appease her later. "Let us enjoy our meal for now," he said nonchalantly, flicking his chopsticks. Seated across from him, Shen Yan felt a twitch in his cheek, for unbeknownst to him, a girl had already positioned herself behind him. Upon hearing Chen Anha's words, she rolled up her sleeves. Shen Yan and Tan Mingjie exchanged glances, both signaling Chen Anha with their eyes. "What is it? Are your eyes twitching?" Chen Anha asked, chewing on a piece of potato. Suddenly, an ominous feeling washed over him. Before he could turn around, a small hand had already settled on his shoulder. "Is my girlfriend throwing a tantrum?" "Chen Anha, how can you be like this? I called you numerous times, yet you chose not to answer. Meanwhile, you are here laughing and chatting with your friends, oblivious to the fact that my friend and I have been waiting so long that the flowers are about to wither." Tong Ming was infuriated, her chest aching with frustration. She had clearly promised her friend that she would bring Shun Yin along. Yet, halfway through their wait, Chen Anha called to say he could not make it. At the very least, he could have provided a valid reason. Merely stating that he was occupied with something significant? Who does he think he is fooling? What could be more important than joining us for a meal? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, her small hand gradually pinching Chen Anha's ear. Tong Tong. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now, Shen Yin stammered. Tong Ming, Chen Anha's girlfriend, stood at a height of 165 centimeters. With a cherubic face reminiscent of a young girl and was a cellist. If one were to merely consider these superficial attributes, one might think it a privilege to have her as a girlfriend. However, in reality, Tong Ming was a feisty little sprite, her fists capable of packing a punch. During military training, Shen Yin observed her swinging a cello as part of her strength training, while others played music with their cellos. She utilized hers to enhance her physique while simultaneously producing melodies. All right, you two may go ahead, Tong Ming said with a sweet smile. Nodding at Shen Yin and Tan Mingjia. Little Nian, run, Chen Anha exclaimed, extending his hand in a fluster. However, by then, Shen Yin and Tan Mingjia had already dashed towards the exit with such swiftness, it seemed as if they were fleeing from a pursuing specter. Now, my dear, it appears we are left alone. Can you enlighten me about this so-called important matter of yours? Tong Ming slowly pulled back Chen Anha's outstretched arm, then drew a nearby stool and seated herself beside him. Little Nian, doesn't it feel a tad disloyal to leave like this? Tan Mingjia expressed his concerns while glancing back. What disloyalty are you talking about? They are a couple. Why should we linger? To be a third wheel? Shen Yin shrugged, then added, besides, are you truly worried about what Tong Ming might do to her? No sooner had he spoken than a shriek echoed from the cafeteria, drawing the attention of several diners still enjoying their meals. Shen Yin and Tan Mingjia, just a few steps outside the cafeteria, immediately turned back. Goodness! The two exclaimed in unison. Is this normal for little Nian? Should we go back to help him? Tan Mingjia inquired, his face etched with concern. It's nothing. Just a hair tug. Let us hurry and leave. Shen Yin quickly turned away. Even if they rushed back, they wouldn't stand a chance. Given Tong Ming's combat prowess, he wouldn't last even a second. Chapter 26. The following day, Monday. Due to the actions of Shen Yin and Tan Mingjia escaping midway yesterday, Chen Anha had not uttered a single word to either of them from the moment he returned last night until this morning, when he awoke at 8. It was rather unusual that Shen Yin did not wake him. Instead, he had set several alarms himself. What is going on with you two? Zhang Bowen inquired, seated between them, having sensed the peculiar tension lingering in the air since last night. Nothing, Shen Yin replied nonchalantly, then offered a portion of the meat floss bread and milk he had purchased. Here, Chen Anha, this is for you. Humph. Chen Anha scoffed, turning his head away slightly. Is this all? Trying to bribe someone? There's also 2 hot dog sausages, Shen Yin said, pulling out 2 corn-flavored ones from his pocket and extending them towards him. Chen Anha cast a sidelong glance, feeling somewhat tempted. All right, stop acting so aloof. Who is acting aloof? Chen Anha retorted, turning to face him. Are you going to eat this breakfast or not? At this age, everyone is quite prideful, feeling embarrassed to ask. Even if one had mentally moved on from a particular matter, expressing it verbally remained a challenge. However, Shen Yin, having lived a second life, could easily surmise what Chen Anha was thinking at this moment. It was highly likely that he was waiting for Shen Yin to initiate the conversation. Fine, I'll take it, Chen Anha exclaimed, snatching the items. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, he pushed them back. It's free, Shen Yin added. Upon hearing this, Chen Anha picked up a hot dog, tore open the packaging, and began to munch on it. Shen Yin, although your actions yesterday were somewhat underhanded, I'm magnanimous enough to forgive you, Chen Anha declared, patting his chest with an air of generosity. Shen Yin remained silent, merely tearing open his own packaging to join in the breakfast. What happened yesterday? Zhang Bowen felt as though he had missed out on some monumental news. Nothing. Shen Yin waved his hand dismissively. Come on, tell me what transpired. How about you first tell us what you were up to last night? Shen Yin countered. In truth, Zhang Bowen did not need to elaborate. Shen Yin already knew he had likely gone to find that girl in the white tracksuit from before. However, after the incident with Tan Mingjie yesterday, Shen Yin felt that one could not judge girls solely by their appearances. Well, if that is the case, then it's nothing, Zhang Bowen said, immediately losing interest and adopting the demeanor of a dutiful student awaiting class. In the afternoon, Shen Yin, eager and early, arrived at the piano building 30 minutes ahead of schedule. Upon arrival, he did not practice but instead held his phone, occasionally chuckling to himself. Shen Nan, Xiao Chu, your piano playing lacks soul. It's akin to a machine performing. One must infuse it with emotion. Otherwise, how can the audience truly connect with you? The following is the chatting record between Shen Yin and Chu Wanning from last night. Shen Yin experienced the delightful nature of conversation for the first time. However, he now seeks a reason for Chu Wanning to excuse him from attending professional classes, allowing him to practice alone instead. Little Chu, I heard that you were teaching at the Jiuzhou Conservatory of Music. May I inquire about the students you are mentoring? Shen Yin typed this message on the screen. After a minute or two, Chu Wanning replied, Currently, I have only one student, the exceptionally talented child I mentioned to you last time, Shen Yin. She continued, I might as well record the class video for you today, so you can review it and offer some advice to the child. With her head bowed, Chu Wanning entered the piano room while holding her phone. After sending the message, she looked up and was greeted by the sight of Shen Yin seated at the piano. What a rare occasion for him to arrive this early. She placed her belongings, a water cup, a notebook and pen, and a folder, on the piano. Shen Yin, initially engrossed in his phone screen, was startled by her voice and jumped up from the piano bench. Wow, Professor Chu, how do you walk so silently? Shen Yin almost exclaimed little Chu, realizing that such a slip might have dire consequences. Why such a reaction? Were you watching something? Chu Wanning trailed off, her gaze teasing. She understood that boys of his age might indulge in such distractions, but there were appropriate settings for everything, and this was the piano room, where they were about to prepare for class. However, she had heard that some individuals enjoyed indulging in such activities in stimulating environments. No, Professor Chu, you misunderstood. I was merely looking at some other sheet music. Shen Yin hurriedly locked his phone screen, feeling uneasy, and even forcibly powered it down. Looking at sheet music? Is that true? Chu Wanning expressed skepticism, finding it hard to believe that he could be so absorbed in music that he hadn't noticed her approach. Indeed. Professor Chu, if you do not believe me, feel free to check. Shen Yin boldly offered his phone. Never mind, actually. It's understandable for someone your age to be curious about those things. I just wanted to remind you to be mindful of your surroundings. As we still have class to prepare for, Chu Wanning turned away, extracting several pages of sheet music from her folder. If she were to check his phone and discover something inappropriate, she would likely wish to disappear into the ground. No, Professor Chu, I haven't seen it. Shen Yin continued to explain. However, Chu Wanning paid little heed to this and inquired, Have you finished transcribing the score I asked you to copy last time? Yes. Shen Yin replied with a hint of resignation, returning the original score to Chu Wanning. Good, she acknowledged before asking, How did you feel after running the other day? Fantastic. Shen Yin forced a smile. That's great. Today, let us record a video for this lesson. Chu Wanning's gaze wandered around the room for a moment before she turned her back to Shen Yin and said, Warm up your fingers. I'll go fetch something. All right. A few minutes later, Chu Wanning returned with a stand, placing her phone on it before pressing the video recording button. Chapter 27. Don't tug at my pants. The class seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Chu Wanning was thoroughly satisfied with Shen Yin's performance. Nodding frequently. To have mastered the piece in less than a week exceeded her expectations. Excellent. Focus on the details and infuse more emotion into your playing when you practice at home. By Friday, we can switch to a different piece. To be fair, although Shen Yin could be rather annoying at times, his talent for playing the piano was undeniable. Watching him quietly tidy up, Chu Wanning felt a sense of the younger generation surpassing the old. Teaching Shen Yin, she sensed a connection that transcended that of a mere student-teacher relationship, resembling more of a dialogue between peers. If she felt this way, one could only imagine how the other instructors at the academy must feel. Perhaps this was the very reason no one else was willing to teach Shen Yin. All right, Professor Chu. Shen Yin nodded, and after finishing his tidying, he stepped out of the piano building. As expected, no sooner had he descended the stairs than a message from Chu Wanning popped up on his phone. Not fond of cilantro, Master Shen, this is my student. Could you offer him some guidance? Shen Nan, I think he plays remarkably well. At his age, achieving this level is impressive. Xiao Chu, with his talent, you can certainly allow him to choose pieces to play on his own. As teachers, we must not stifle our students' gifts. Not fond of cilantro. You flatter me, Master Shen. I just noticed he always plays contemporary pieces. So I suggested these two older ones. Shen Nan, no, those traditional pieces are far too simplistic. They lack both musicality and technicality compared to contemporary works. Playing them is simply a waste of time. This was not a baseless opinion from Shen Yin. The classical piano music in this world truly left much to be desired. Shen Yin, what are you doing standing in the middle of the corridor? A voice suddenly echoed through the empty hallway, causing Shen Yin to jump and his phone slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. With a thud, the phone rolled twice before coming to rest at Chu Wanning's feet. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Wanning instinctively crouched down to retrieve her phone. However, a figure reacted even more swiftly. In a flash, a dark silhouette darted to her ankle, perhaps due to an overwhelming sense of urgency. Shen Yan grasped the phone with one hand while tugging at Chu Wanning's pant leg with the other. Fortunately, she was clad in a pair of black flared jeans today. Had she been wearing a skirt, Shen Yan might have inadvertently exposed her upon raising his gaze. "Professor Chu, you needn't bend down. I can handle it," Shen Yan said, lying on the ground and gazing up at Chu Wanning, whose serene visage was merely a fist's distance away. Why such a strong reaction? Chu Wanning's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. She soon noticed Shen Yan's hand, which was gradually sliding the phone into his pocket. "I merely wanted to check if my phone was all right," he offered as an excuse, adding, "I just bought it this summer." "Oh," Chu Wanning replied, her expression tinged with skepticism towards Shen Yan's explanation. A dreadful thought suddenly crossed her mind. Could it be? "Are you really that eager to look while walking? Please, release my pants," Chu Wanning commanded as she straightened up. "All right," Shen Yan replied, pushing himself off the ground and standing upright. He then caught sight of the hesitant expression on Chu Wanning's face. "I hope I wasn't seen," he thought, as his heart rate escalated. Moments ago, he had been conversing with her under the guise of Shen Deshur, completely unprepared for the sudden intrusion of Chu Wanning's voice. By the time he comprehended the situation, the phone had already slipped to her feet. Although the phone was facing downwards, it was evident that Chu Wanning intended to pick it up. In a panic, Shen Yan slid to her feet, albeit with an unorthodox posture, causing his knees to ache slightly. "Shen Yan, at your age, if you feel overwhelmed by desires, it's acceptable to relieve yourself. But do remember not to overindulge," Chu Wanning advised as gently as possible. Reflecting on Shen Yan's behavior today, she couldn't help but think of those young individuals who secretly watch inappropriate videos in their rooms and are caught by their parents. Shen Yan was still preoccupied with the thought of whether she had discovered his alias. Yet, Chu Wanning's words left him utterly bewildered. "But, Professor Chu," he began. But before he could finish, she raised a slender arm and patted his shoulder, saying, "One must not indulge excessively. Moderation is key." She understood all too well the curiosity that a young man of 18 or 19 had regarding such matters. "You've misunderstood. I wasn't watching those kinds of things," Shen Yan protested vehemently. He had never seen such things throughout his life, of course. This was limited to this lifetime. The previous one was another matter entirely. All right. It's time to head back." Chu Wanning realized that discussing this topic with Shen Yan was somewhat awkward, yet as his teacher, she felt compelled to fulfill her duty of reminding him. There had once been a boy in her class who, in his youth, lacked restraint and now found himself in a rather pitiful state, sweating profusely even while playing the piano. Shen Yan followed Chu Wanning all the way to the parking lot, his words running dry, yet she remained unconvinced. "Professor Chu, I truly haven't seen those things. If you don't believe me, take my phone and have a look." Shen Yan offered his phone. Staring into Shen Yan's determined black eyes, Chu Wanning began to doubt whether she had misjudged the situation. Could it be that I have misunderstood? Just as this thought crossed her mind, it was swiftly dismissed. When she reached for the phone, Shen Yan abruptly withdrew his hand, as if fearing she might actually inspect his device. Chu Wanning turned to him with a face full of questions. "No, it's out of battery." Shen Yan quickly pressed the power button to shut it off. "Are you really going to answer it?" "I merely tossed some trash. I had no intention of looking at your phone." Chu Wanning pulled a piece of tissue from her pocket and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Shen Yan felt embarrassed, his lips twitching slightly. He chose not to offer further explanation and turned to walk away. A minute or two later, beep, beep, beep. Shen Yan glanced over. The window of a portion next to him slowly rolled down. Chu Wanning leaned against the window with one hand, her cat-like eyes gazing at Shen Yan as she invited, "Get in. I'll give you a ride." The gentle breeze outside stirred her long hair, making it dance in the air. Chapter 28. Dear child, do you have many questions? By some strange twist of fate, Shen Yan took a seat in the passenger side. The interior of the car was imbued with a subtle fragrance, reminiscent of the scent that lingered around Chu Wanning. After entering, she removed her trench coat and draped it over the driver's seat, revealing a crisp white shirt. Shen Yan glanced sideways, noticing that the seat belt was nestled deep within the contours of the seat. He quickly turned his gaze to the window, only to inadvertently catch Chu Wanning's eye. Xinyan, be careful where you look, she teased. I wasn't, he replied, not even turning to face her. Are you always so insincere, little one? Chu Wanning reclined lazily in her seat, one hand resting on the steering wheel. Due to the school zone, the car moved at a leisurely pace. Little one? Xinyan's attention was instantly drawn back by those words. He turned to look at her profile. What? Aren't you one? Chu Wanning quipped. You speak as if you're so much older. Sister, I am indeed 9 years your senior. At the tender age of 18, Xinyan appears to her as nothing more than a child. When she was 18, Xinyan was still a mere elementary school student. As she spoke, Chu Wanning glanced sideways, noticing Xinyan counting on his fingers, murmuring to himself about something. Moments later, Xinyan looked up and declared seriously, I am 13 years older than you. The earnestness in Xinyan's tone and the sincerity on his face left Chu Wanning momentarily speechless. Then, she burst into laughter. Hee, Xinyan, may I ask what year you were born? Xinyan did not respond, turning his head back towards the window. Why the silence? Are you a child from July 2005? Chu Wanning teased. She had previously seen Xinyan's information from Yixian. I was born in 2001, Xinyan replied softly. Talking nonsense in broad daylight. Chu Wanning found it hard to believe. 2001. What a joke. Unless your household registration is falsified. I can't explain it to you. Xinyan waved his hand dismissively. All right, let's get out of the car. During their conversation, Chu Wanning had already parked in front of the boys' dormitory. Wow, isn't that Xinyan? And beside him is Professor Chu? What? Professor Chu? Where? How could Xinyan be riding back with Professor Chu? Surely, it was merely a normal student-teacher relationship. Though, I do envy Xinyan for having such a beautiful professor, but that is a privilege reserved for those with the capability. Once Xinyan exited the car, he was met with envious glances from several peers. Before he could even close the door, Chu Wanning called out from inside the car, once you're back, practice the piano diligently, take some time to run, and remember to exercise restraint regarding that matter. Bang. At first, Xinyan appreciated the advice, thinking that Chu Wanning was quite a responsible teacher. However, the last remark felt somewhat excessive. He closed the car door with a frown. Hey, you little brat, why close it so hard? This is my newly bought car. Chu Wanning's complaints did not reach Xinyan's ears as he walked back to the dormitory, surrounded by envious, jealous, and resentful gazes. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xinyan found Chun Anha furiously typing away at the keyboard, clearly engaged in an animated exchange with someone. Zhang Bowen and Tan Mingjie were absent. It was easy to guess Tan Mingjie was in class, while Zhang Bowen was likely with that girl from last time, though it was uncertain where they were hiding on campus. Hopefully, Zhang Bowen wouldn't encounter a femme fatale like Tan Mingjie did. That would be quite distressing. You're back? As soon as Chun Anha spotted Xinyan, he immediately set aside his game and rushed over to him. Such an unusual behavior naturally aroused Xinyan's vigilance. What are you up to? Let me clarify. I am broke. TSK, Chun Anha clicked his tongue in disappointment and said, Xinyan, what do you take me for? There's a delightful event tonight. I'm treating you to hot pot. Are you coming? Xinyan furrowed his brow in confusion and replied, Did we not just dine yesterday? You're treating again? Ah, yesterday was different. How can a bowl of street food compare to our friendship? Enough talk. You're coming with me tonight. We shall indulge in hot pot. With that, Xinyan circled around Chun Anha twice, scrutinizing him carefully. It was indeed peculiar, far too peculiar. In his memory, Chun Anha was not typically so generous. It was already a rare occurrence for him to treat someone to a meal once, let alone a second time. What else with that look? Do you think I would harm you? Not at all, but I can't help but wonder if you have some ulterior motive. What motive could I possibly have? Is treating you to a meal such a crime? Xiaoyan, just tell me, are you going or not? With a grand gesture, Chun Anha turned his back. After pondering for a few seconds, Xinyan finally relented. All right, I'm in. Perfectly. Xinyan had been mulling over what to eat that evening, having sampled virtually all the culinary delights the school had to offer. Crossbridge rice noodles, braised chicken rice, Lanzhou beef noodles, dumplings, rice vermicelli, dry pot, and so forth. 2 hours swiftly passed. For Chun Anha, it was merely a matter of playing a couple of games. For Xinyan, it was the time it took to lounge on his bed. During this interval, a message arrived from a music store informing him that the piano he had ordered had finally been delivered to his home. After such a long wait, it had finally arrived. Xinyan had begun planning his move out of campus, as it was not far, just in the neighboring community. The distance to the classroom would take approximately 5 to 10 minutes, which was acceptable to him. Xiaoyan, Do you want to take a shower? Shin Yan looked at Shin Anha with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? Do I need to bathe and offer incense just to have a meal with you? I just showered last night. I merely want to be formal about it. Hurry up. If it's too much trouble, I'll join you. Get lost. You want offense too? If it weren't for Shin Anha having a girlfriend, Shin Yan would have suspected him of being an old man. Then let us just wash our hair. Your hair today is a complete mess. Go, go, go. Are you still going to eat or not? Shin Yan said impatiently. Why fuss over a meal? What is the big deal for a grown man? Besides, what was messy about his hairstyle today? He was just rambling on. All right, let us change clothes then. You can't just go out in a shirt, can you? It's chilly at night. How about adding this bomber jacket? Shin Anha pointed to a garment adorned with an array of brand collaborations. Chapter 29. It's all right. I'm a fool, your hair is unkempt. And you're not even wearing a jacket. How about I help you style your hair? Shin Anha held hair wax in his left hand and hairspray in his right. All for Shin Yan's future happiness. He was truly worried about it. Initially, he thought that after disappointing Tong Meng and her friend yesterday, they might be displeased. Yet today, Tong Meng's beautiful friend sent another invitation. It was once again for hot pot, at the same time as last night. This time, his girlfriend warned him that if he let her down again, she'd yank his hair out. Whether or not he lost his hair was trivial. His brother's future happiness was what truly mattered. Are you going or not? How about we spray some perfume? Get lost. Shin Yan looked at the overpowering fragrance in Shin Anha's hand. The last time Shin Anha had sprayed it on himself, Shin Yan could smell that overwhelming scent from afar. Are you going out to eat or to flirt? If you don't hurry, I'm ordering takeout. Shin Yan raised his phone. All right, let us go. Seeing this, Shin Anha could only reluctantly put everything back. Along the way, Shin Anha shook his head and sighed repeatedly, prompting several inquiries from Shin Yan. Yet, he remained as enigmatic as a riddle, saying nothing. However, upon reaching their destination, Shin Yan finally understood why Shin Anha had been silent. Grandma Li had invited him out to eat, intending for him to be the third wheel. At the window seat, Tong Meng sat obediently. Her head tilted at a 45-degree angle, gazing at the sky. She looked quite demure from this angle. However, recalling her fierce expression when she had pulled Shin Anha's hair last night, Shin Yan swallowed hard several times. His mind began to conjure up Shin Anha's various odd behaviors. From insisting he shower and style his hair to demanding he dress well and wear perfume. Could it be? Shin Yan cast a horrified glance at Shin Anha, who was smiling and greeting Tong Meng. What are you standing there for? Shin Anha asked, puzzled. I have no intention of being the backup. Shin Yan declared firmly. If you can't tolerate her capricious nature, just break up with her. What does it mean to invite her here? What? Backup? Shin Anha, slightly confused by Shin Yan's earlier statement, turned his head in bewilderment. Shin Yan did not repeat himself, but turned away, refusing to be either a backup or a third wheel, even if it meant footing the bill. Suddenly, Shin Yan's abrupt turn left Shin Anha baffled. He quickly glanced back, noticing Tong Meng's brows furrowed tightly. In an instant, Shin Anha realized what was happening. He grabbed Shin Yan's arms and, with a mix of dragging and pushing, forced him into a seat. Shin Anha, what do you take me for? Shin Yan rose to his feet, calling out to Shin Anha. As his words fell, a faint voice emerged, accompanied by a soft touch on his arm, causing Shin Yan to instinctively withdraw his hand. Hello, are you Shin Shuedi? Unbeknownst to him, a delicate girl, exuding an air of fragility, had taken her place beside him. Shin Anha remained in a state of bewilderment, still pondering the meaning behind Shin Yan's earlier statement. Ying, you're back? Tong Meng waved her hand. Shin Yan turned around, locking eyes with a pair of timid orbs. But the overwhelming scent of perfume made him furrow his brow. Moments later, Shin Yan, Shin Anha, and the others settled around the dining table. Xiao Yan, what did you mean by that just now? Who are you? Shin Anha inquired softly, tilting his head. It's nothing. I'm just an idiot, Shin Yan thought, wishing for a block of tofu to crash into. Surely, it was due to the excessive viewing of certain films in his past life. When asked about his viewing habits, he preferred to remain silent, as his aloof girlfriend left him to find resolutions on his own. Yet, he vaguely recalled that when he met his untimely demise in his previous life, he had failed to protect his digital innocence. He could only hope that no one would delve into his browser history or his collection. Huh, what did you say, Xiao Yan? Shin Anha probed, cupping his ear. Today, he found Shin Yan rather peculiar. It was common to hear someone call others idiots, but self-deprecation was a rare sight. Shin is this all the fuss you made today for this? Shin Yan poured himself a cup of sour plum juice and took a sip. Your friend treats you well, doesn't he? This is the campus bell. Qin Yingying. Shen Anha winked at Shen Yin. The two girls seated across from them engaged in quiet whispers. Yet Qin Yingying's gaze remained fixed on Shen Yin. After a while, the spicy hot pot broth began to bubble vigorously. Tong Ming lifted her chopsticks and directly inquired, "What do you think of university life, Shen Shuedi?" "It's wonderful. I have good mentors and friends." Shen Yin suddenly recalled Chu Wanning, who was indeed a responsible teacher. "As far as I know, it seems that Shen Shuedi has never been in a relationship," Tong Ming remarked, causing Qin Yingying's eyes to brighten slightly. Shen Yin glanced at Tong Ming and then at Qin Yingying beside her. With the conversation heading this way, he was beginning to understand their intentions. Was it truly this direct? He gazed at Qin Yingying's delicate face, which instinctively stirred a protective urge within him. "I am only 18. I'm not in a rush to find a girlfriend," Shen Yin replied, raising his cup of sour plum juice and taking another sip. To his surprise, the sour plum juice at this hot pot restaurant was remarkably authentic. "Ah, Xiaoyan, one mustn't speak so lightly. It is essential to seize the opportunity for a good romance," Shen Anha advised, gently adding in a whisper to Shen Yin's ear, "This is Qin, the campus belle. Countless admirers within the school are undoubtedly vying for her attention. You must grasp this chance with both hands." "I truly cannot thank you enough," Shen Yin replied with a facade of cheerfulness, though internally he was perplexed. He had no inkling of where he had ever conveyed a desire for romance. Hadn't he spent the entire day either playing the piano or lounging on his dormitory bed? At most, he had descended from his bed merely to engage in a couple of video games. Such an outstanding young man as Shun must surely have many female admirers at school. Qin Yingying's delicate voice sent shivers down Shen Yin's spine. Not at all. It is Qin Shuejia who is the real prize. The campus belle has no shortage of suitors. Hee, Shen Yin truly knows how to charm. Qin Yingying giggled shyly, covering her mouth. Although she was sipping on sour plum juice, Shen Yin suddenly felt as if he were savoring green tea. "Let me tell you, Qin Shuejia, our dear Shen Yin has always yearned for a girlfriend as beautiful as a flower, which is why he has remained single until now." Shenan had chimed in supportively. Upon hearing this, Shen Yin promptly thumped the thigh of the person beside him. Oh, came a startled squawk from Chenanha, who leapt up in surprise. Chapter 30, Qin Shuejia, is that outfit foe? What's wrong? Tong Ming asked, furrowing her brow as she looked at Chenanha. After having already lost face in front of her friends the previous night, she was keen to avoid any further embarrassment today. Nothing, Chenanha replied sheepishly. Chener, that's too much. My buddy is helping you pursue a girl. Once seated, Chenanha's first act was to retrieve his phone and open the WeChat chat with Shen Yin. Shen Yin, do I look like someone who wishes to date? Shen Yin replied with a smirk, feigning nonchalance. Chun-er, it's precisely because of your indifferent demeanor that I feel uneasy. What will you do if you don't date now? Wait until after graduation? Chun-er, at your age, not dating? How can you sleep at night? Isn't Qin Shuahua good enough? She is from the vocal department. In the future, she sings, and you accompany her, forming a celestial couple on campus. Isn't that delightful? Shun Anha animatedly swiped at his phone screen, nodding enthusiastically, convinced that his reasoning was impeccable. However, Shen Yin felt utterly indifferent to the messages flooding in. He then glanced across the table and typed a reply on the screen. Enough. Your girlfriend looks like she is about to explode. Suddenly halting in his excited chatter, Chen Anha looked up to find Tong Ming indeed glaring at him with fiery eyes. Qin Yingying smiled sweetly. Subsequently, she cast a flirtatious glance at Shen Yin and remarked, In truth, I have long harbored a desire to learn the piano since childhood, but my previous academic burdens have hindered me. Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Yin already anticipated her intentions and swiftly interjected, Recently, my instructor assigned me a rather challenging piece, and I find myself practicing diligently every day. Upon hearing this, Chen Anha displayed a bewildered expression. Practicing the piano? Were it not for his daily presence in the dormitory, he might have genuinely believed Shen Yin's narrative. Senior Qin, just as Chen Anha was about to speak, Shen Yin's hand formed a fist, delivering a playful jab to his side. Ouch, Chen Anha. Tong Ming stood up, hands on her hips, sensing that her boyfriend was deliberately causing a disturbance. Come with me. With a sharp command, Tong Ming strode out. Chen Anha continued to gaze at Shen Yin with perplexity, only to have a small hand tugging at his shoulder, pulling him so forcefully that he nearly toppled to the ground. After a brief moment, only Shen Yin and Qin Yingying remained at the table. Senior, it appears we are the only ones here. I shall be candid. We are ill-suited for one another. Shen Yin picked up a piece of fresh tripe, immersed it in the pot for 8 seconds, blew on it gently, and then placed it into his mouth, leaving a ring of red oil on his lips. Shen Shueti, you are the first man I have dined with who has not given me a single glance, Qin Yingying said, as she pulled a napkin from the table and offered it to him. Shen Yin did not accept it. Instead, he continued to dip another piece of tripe, allowing Qin Yingying's hand to linger in the air. Hee, Shen Shueti is truly intriguing. Qin Yingying chuckled, retracting her hand, and continued, I would like to request your assistance with a small favor, if I may. Upon hearing this, Shen Yin raised his gaze to meet the girl opposite him. Feeling somewhat taken aback by her audacity to ask for help on their first encounter, Qin Yingying leaned forward slightly, the fragrant scent of her perfume wafting towards him, dispersing the aroma of the hot pot that surrounded them. Once my request is fulfilled, I assure you, there will be no shortage of benefits for you, she said in a sweet, coaxing tone, reaching out as if to touch his hand. Senior Qin, this is rather inappropriate. A hint of disdain flickered in Shen Yin's eyes, and he quickly withdrew his hand from the table. Shen Shueti, if you find this manner unsuitable, I can offer you a substantial reward once the task is completed. What do you think? Qin Yingying's coy smile faltered slightly as she noted Shen Yin's retreat. A considerable reward, you say? That dress you are wearing must be from a top-tier fashion brand, designed earlier this year, correct? Shen Yin raised an eyebrow, his narrowed eyes scrutinizing the garment she wore. Indeed, you are correct. I purchased this dress just last week, Qin Yingying replied, a hint of pride illuminating her expression. If memory serves me right, the price of that dress is approximately 58,888, is it not? Yes, that is correct. Why? Do you think Shen Shueti believes I cannot afford such a purchase? A smile radiating with a sense of superiority graced Qin Yingying's face. Observing this, Shen Yin chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement before continuing. Do you know what the most significant difference between a counterfeit and the genuine article is, Senior Qin? What do you mean by that? Qin Yingying's tone cooled slightly. Shen Yin, undeterred by the change in her demeanor, proceeded, the primary distinction lies in the materials used. The fabric of your garment is made from synthetic silk, while the authentic version employs genuine silk, resulting in a stark contrast in both luster and comfort. Nonsense. This is undoubtedly the genuine article, Qin Yingying retorted softly, her petulance resembling more of a playful pout. To ascertain its authenticity, simply check the serial number on the official website. Moreover, if your garment is indeed from Putian, sold to you for approximately 8,000, it must be synthetic silk, Shen Yin speculated. That's enough. Shen Yin, I only agreed to meet you today out of respect. Don't be ungrateful. This was the first time Qin Yingying encountered a man as impervious as Shen Yin. Senior, I am merely stating the facts objectively, Shen Yin replied earnestly. He deduced that this senior had likely sought him out for assistance, employing allure and grand promises. Shen Yin, are you implying that I cannot afford the genuine article? Qin Yingying exclaimed, pulling a thick wad of red bills from her designer handbag and flinging it towards him. Is this thickness worth 10,000? Shen Yin mused, picking up the money that had landed on his chest and weighing it in his hands. However, a small note slipped out from between the bills, reading, Yingying, I like you. I heard your family is in need. Goodness, I wonder which naive soul fell for this. Shen Yin thought, glancing at Qin Yingying, who hardly resembled someone from a struggling family. Meanwhile, Qin Yingying's chest heaved with indignation. Calmly, Shen Yin returned the money to her, stating, Senior, you should keep your money. You seem unaware and likely have been deceived. I merely wish to inform you that your clothing, handbag, and necklace are all fakes. Fake? What do you mean fake? These were gifts. Qin Yingying seethed, slamming her palm on the table and glaring at Shen Yin. The person who gifted you these items must be quite shameless, he remarked. Who are you calling shameless? What do you know? Just because you say it's fake doesn't make it so. Perhaps I simply misjudged, Shen Yin replied, slightly disgruntled. Chapter 31. Humiliation. Shen Yin. Qin Yingying's voice echoed in fury. However, her threats fell on deaf ears for Shen Yin, as if they flew in one ear and out the other. A girl like her, charming and artistic, was likely quite sought after in the pond of campus beauties. There were probably several fish vying for her attention. Do you have any further business, Senior? Qin Yingying's eyes were reddened with anger, wanting to say something, yet finding herself at a loss for words. She had initially assumed that Shen Yin was merely an innocent and naive 18-year-old university student, and with her cunning, she believed he would easily fall under her charm. Recently, she had set her sights on a talent show for a band, and naturally, the talented Xin Yin was part of her plans. If all went well, she might seize this opportunity to debut and soar to fame, transforming into a star. For her, the path to wealth was undoubtedly quicker through stardom. Moreover, she still had a number of fans supporting her on various social media platforms. Qin, your money has been collected yet? Xin Yin noticed her rising to leave and promptly extended a stack of 1,000 yuan notes towards her. However, Qin Yingying, lacking in gratitude, forcefully hurled the money at Xin Yin's face, exclaiming, "Consider it a gift." The vibrant bills scattered to the floor the moment they struck his face. Before Xin Yin could utter a word, she had already clacked her way out of the hot pot restaurant in her high heels. Earlier, their discussion had been relatively quiet, and since they were seated by the window with the surrounding tables vacant, few had overheard them. Yet, upon witnessing the cascade of red notes slapping Xin Yin's face, several students who had been lurking nearby promptly whipped out their phones to capture the moment. After all, it was none other than Xin Yin, the top student of the school, and Qin Yingying, a renowned beauty. There were only 3 school bells at Jiuzhou Music Academy, and they were rarely seen. Shortly after Qin Yingying departed, Chen Anha and Tong Ming entered the restaurant. They had intended to create an opportunity for Xin Yin and Qin Yingying. However, upon stepping inside, the surrounding murmurs darkened their expressions immediately. TSK, 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 the top student publicly slapped by the school beauty. I guarantee this post will dominate the school forum for a week. Xin Yin appeared somewhat pitiful, having been humiliated in such a manner. I really want to go pick up the cash on the floor. Listening to the sparse comments around them, though they could not grasp the full story, Chen An's face had turned an ashen hue. Xiaoyan, are you all right? I'm fine, Xin Yin replied blandly, shaking his head. He then picked up his chopsticks again, dipping a piece of tripe into the broth and bringing it to his mouth, seemingly unaffected by the earlier incident. Chen Anha swallowed hard, his frustration igniting as he gazed at the scattered money. Shun, don't worry. I'll find out what really happened. Tong Ming's expression was also grim, as Qin Yingying was someone she had brought along. Initially, due to some school arrangements, she and Qin Yingying had collaborated on a program outside. She initially found the other person's temperament quite agreeable, so when they expressed a desire to get to know Xin Yin, she readily agreed. However, now, the money scattered across the floor left her with a grim expression. What are you asking for? This is the person you brought. What nonsense about being the campus belle senior? Chen Anha scolded angrily, stamping his feet on the ground repeatedly. Tong Ming remained silent, her face resembling that of a bitter gourd. She dialed Qin Yingying's number, but after several rings, there was no answer. All right, you too. Please sit down and continue eating. There are so many dishes left untouched, it would be a disgrace to waste them, Xin Yin said, maintaining a calm demeanor as he gestured for them to take their seats. Xiaoyan, how can you still eat after all this? Come with me. I must demand justice for you today. What sort of ability is it to insult someone with money? Having a bit of cash doesn't make you impressive? Chen Anho was evidently furious, his grip on Xin Yin's arm trembling. The thought of having previously tried to matchmake Xin Yin with Qin Yingying made him wish he could slap himself in frustration. I cannot endure this indignation any longer. It infuriates me. At that moment, Chen Anha had no interest in enjoying hot pot. All he wanted was to hurl money in Qin Yingying's face. Sit down. What are you going to do now? Curse in the street? Xin Yin pulled Chen Anha back into his seat. He then turned to Tong Ming and said, Tong Jia, please sit down and eat. Stop making phone calls. Upon hearing this, Tong Ming also set her phone down. Her temper was no less fierce than Chen Anha's, though she had yet to show it. At the dining table, aside from Xin Yin's audible munching, Chen Anha and Tong Ming were merely picking at their food with little enthusiasm. Meanwhile, on the playground, Yixin was drenched in sweat as she jogged along the track. Why aren't they back yet? How long does it take to buy water? This running is exhausting. Just as she finished speaking, Chu Wanning returned with 2 bottles of water. Though her expression was far from lively, she didn't seem like someone who had just made a purchase. Ning Ning, you finally. Yixin was about to embrace her affectionately when Chu Wanning calmly pushed her shoulder away and handed her the water. I suddenly have something to attend to. I'll be leaving now. Yixin stood there, bewildered. Chapter 32. I almost laughed out loud when Shun Yin returned to the dormitory after finishing the hot pot. It was already past 7 in the evening. He was full. And so were Chen Anha and Tong Ming, though they appeared to be filled with frustration rather than satisfaction. Despite his repeated assurances that everything was fine, the more he said it, the more Chen Anha felt uneasy. Consequently, Shun Yin chose to remain silent and focused on his meal. even picking up the scattered red bills from the floor afterward. It is indeed true that university students possess commendable qualities. If this were at a hot pot restaurant, there would likely be 1 or 2 less bills scattered on the floor. Shun Yin later counted and found the amount intact, a total of 10,000 yuan. However, his actions only served to irritate Chen Anha, who clutched his hand, urging him not to pick it up. Tong Meng, standing nearby, echoed the sentiment, advising him against collecting it. They were merely wealthy scions, unacquainted with the struggles of society. Shen Yin sighed, although he had not truly experienced hardship either. Nevertheless, as a university student, it was simply inappropriate to litter. After tidying up the rubbish, he discreetly placed the 10,000 yuan into the burlap bag of the cleaning lady who collected bottles before leaving the campus. Upon returning to his dormitory, Shen Yin lay down on his bed with a sense of calm. In contrast, Chen Anha was in a frenzy, banging on the table and throwing his textbooks. In that moment, Shen Yin had the odd impression that the money had not been thrown in his face, but rather in Chen Anha's. Eventually, Zhang Bowen and Tan Mingjie returned. Upon entering the dorm, they were greeted by a scene of utter chaos. With an exclamation of disbelief, they prepared to call the dormitory supervisor, convinced that a thief had broken in. Just as the call was about to be made, they heard a loud crash as Chun Anha hurled his mechanical keyboard to the ground. The two newcomers stood there, bewildered. What? Did someone use money to mock Shen Yin? Damn it. Wait here. I'm going to get my weapon, Zhang Bowen exclaimed, rushing to the balcony to grab a baseball bat. Fresh from the library, Tan Mingjie slammed his books onto the desk, scanning the room before seizing a badminton racket. Tell me the name, dorm number, and today. Your grandpa Zhang will surely make him regret it. I'm in too, chimed in Tan Mingjie. The two of them, one wielding a baseball bat and the other a badminton racket, certainly looked like they had a background in sports, given their physiques. Can you two let me finish speaking? Chen Anha interjected. The person's name is Qin Yingying. He rolled his eyes in exasperation. Had it been a male, he would have stormed into the other dormitory to deliver a set of military-style punches rather than sulking and breaking things in frustration. Qin Yingying? Zhang Bowen and Tan Mingjie exchanged puzzled glances. The name sounded rather feminine. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Bowen asked, I recall that our school has a campus belle named Qin Yingying. Indeed, that's her, Chen Anha confirmed. The two were momentarily rendered speechless. The campus belle throwing money in Shen Yin's face seemed oddly ambiguous to them. Sigh. The situation is as follows, witnessing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the two individuals. Chen Anha had no choice but to recount the entire story from beginning to end, emphasizing the scattered money on the ground and Shen Yin's forced demeanor of saying it was nothing. The upper bunk, Shen Yin, was utterly perplexed. What did it mean to feign indifference? He truly was unscathed. However, he had no time to indulge these two at the moment. Shen Yin was currently absorbed in his phone, having scanned through the various videos posted by Qin Yingying across her social media platforms. One could not help but admire the finesse of her tactics. She had crafted an impressive image for herself. During his perusal, he also noticed that the academy had bestowed upon her the title of Pure Campus Flower. Pure indeed. Her face might be innocent, but the rest was questionable. After examining for quite some time, Shen Yin found no flaws. He was not as good-natured as he appeared. Since they refused to engage in a reasonable conversation, he would not hesitate to dismantle the facade she had constructed as a wealthy beauty. In this scenario, to uncover her vulnerabilities, one could 1. Go to great lengths to obtain her phone. 2. Hire a hacker to breach her device. 3. Follow her, take clandestine photographs, and act as a paparazzo. Option 1 seemed almost futile given their current relationship. Option 2, in the past, might have been feasible, but now, in his financially constrained state, hiring a hacker was likely out of reach. Option 3 presented the greatest chance of success, yet it would require a significant investment of time. As Shen Yin contemplated these possibilities, he glanced at the school forum. Within a mere 2 hours, the posts concerning him and Qin Yingying had surged to the trending list, garnering over 1,000 likes. The comments below offered him some amusement. What does it matter if you excel in studies? In the face of capital, you are nothing. Could Qin Yingying truly be considered capital? Shen Yin almost chuckled aloud. However, it was true that her seemingly designer clothes were not easily distinguishable as replicas unless scrutinized closely. Furthermore, the photos she flaunted across various platforms, afternoon tea on a luxury cruise, yoga, Pilates, sports cars, and staged shots in top-tier restaurants, alongside bags upon bags of luxury goods, certainly projected an image of affluence. Had he not met her today, he might not have discerned the truth. The subsequent comments became even more entertaining, with some claiming he was a kept man by Qin Yingying, while others suggested he pursued her relentlessly for monetary gain, only for her to throw tens of thousands at him in exasperation. Upon clicking on her profile information, Shen Yin quickly understood. A bot army, of course. No wonder the money on the ground appeared to amount to hundreds of thousands. Things were becoming rather complicated. Shen Yin exited the school forum and opened his contacts, locating a person saved under the name Big Sister. He then opened the messaging interface, his finger hovering in the air for a full half-minute without striking the screen. Shen Yin promptly exited the chat interface and altered the contact name to Shen Xinga. What does it matter that she is the school belle? Does being beautiful grant one the right to flaunt wealth and insult others? Zhang Bowen stood up, wielding a baseball bat, ready to storm out. Tan Mingjia followed closely behind. What are you two up to? Seeking justice. Justice? Hurry back. What do you think will happen? You'll just exchange some harsh words and what then? Let the school know you dared to invade the girls' dormitory? Chen Anha's mind had cleared significantly since his earlier fit of rage. Who said anything about invading the girls' dormitory? We'll merely stand outside and shout at them. Zhang Bowen pounded his chest. Do you two wish to become pariahs in school? Chapter 33. I'm fine, really. In a luxurious residential complex beside Jiuzhou Music Academy, Building 7, Room 601. Chu Wanning languidly reclined on the sofa, scrolling through her phone with one hand, emitting disdainful huffs from time to time. The screen displayed a series of intimate photos featuring a girl and several men, 7 in total. Some were unattractive, while others were handsome. The less appealing ones were adorned in gold and silver, while the attractive ones donned impeccable replicas, save for the genuine phone they held. Quite the socialite, indeed. After a cursory glance, she chose not to continue viewing the images. The content was excessively provocative. However, she hesitated to expose these photos online, mindful of her position as a teacher. If she disseminated this material indiscriminately, that student's future might be irrevocably tarnished. Resting her chin on her hand, Chu Wanning recalled the scene from dinner that had ignited her ire. While jogging with Yuxian in the evening, she had stopped to buy water and happened to pass a hot pot restaurant. There, by the window, she witnessed her student Shen Yin being humiliated by that girl, who threw money in his face. Ding! A message notification chimed on her phone. Yi Xian, Ning Ning, you must check our school forum. Chu Wanning glanced at it, uninterested. She was already irritated. What significant news could possibly emerge from the school forum? Surely, it was just a plethora of gossip. Yi Xian, it says Shen Yin is shamelessly pursuing a senior from the vocal department. Upon reading this, Chu Wanning immediately logged into the school forum. Minutes later, she emerged with a darkened expression. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would have found it hard to believe that a 20-year-old student could harbor such malicious intent. It was evident that the other party sought to tarnish Shen Yin's reputation through public opinion. Realizing this, Chu Wanning instantly regretted her earlier leniency. Initially considering that the person in question was merely a 20-year-old student, she resolved to confront them personally the next day and demand an apology for Shen Yin. But now, it is evident that the other party's thoughts are hardly reminiscent of a typical 20-year-old student. Chu Wanning promptly exited the school forum and turned her attention to the hacker chat page that had sent her the photos. Chu Wanning, please help me post these on the school forum of the Jiuzhou Conservatory of Music. Silver Wolf, that will cost extra. Chu Wanning agreed. Subsequently, Chu Wanning opened the chat page with Shen Yin. Surely, this young lad is not contemplating anything dire? Although Shen Yin had a tendency to be a bit cheeky, Chu Wanning regarded him as merely a child at heart. After observing him for some time, she could confidently say that Shen Yin epitomized the model student. Despite his considerable talent, he never engaged her in banter. Moreover, according to Yuxian, Shen Yin had never skipped a single class. No, she must comfort this little friend. Chu Wanning was aware that at Shen Yin's age, one's psychological defenses are rather fragile, and the comments on the school forum were already distressing to her. One could only imagine how they affected the 18-year-old Shen Yin. Meanwhile, in the dormitory 206 of Jiuzhou Conservatory of Music, Shen Yin, whom Chu Wanning was so concerned about, sat at his computer desk, skillfully maneuvering Yasuo and securing a quintuple kill. Not long ago, Chen Anha and a few others had also seen the school forum, and fearing that Shen Yin might overthink things, they all jumped into bed with him to play games together. Chen Anha, impressive, impressive. Zhang Bowen, father is awesome. Tan Mingjia, father is awesome. Shen Yin, basic moves, no 6. After an exhilarating match concluded, Shin Anha approached Shin Yen, intending to speak. But suddenly the screen of his phone in the drawer caught his eye. Not eating cilantro. Are you there? Little Nyen, a clown is looking for you. What? Shin Yen was still reveling in the joy of having dealt 100,000 damage with his Yasuo, opening the match details to appreciate his performance. What clown? Shin Yen turned his head to inquire. Shin Anha merely pointed towards the phone in the drawer. Shin Yen followed his gaze and looked at Chun Anha with a puzzled expression, asking, You refer to this person as a clown? Isn't that what you said last time? When they message, are you there? They must be a clown. Shin Yen regretted not having turned on the recording earlier. That way, he could have threatened Chun with a different tactic next time. Wait, where are you going? Are you not going to play? Shin Anha asked. Shun Yen unplugged his charger and swiftly climbed onto his bed. Little Nyen, Zhang Bowen, and Tan Mingjia also stood up and walked over. After a few seconds of confusion, Shin Anha seemed to realize something and walked to the side of Shun Yen's bed with a look of enlightenment. Leaning over to Shin Yen, who was lying on his side on the pillow, he raised his eyebrows and teased, Not eating cilantro. Ooh. What? What about not eating cilantro? Zhang Bowen and the others gathered curiously around. Soon, the three of them were all clutching the edge of Shun Yen's bed, intently watching the boy lying on his side. Do not misunderstand, this person, burgeoning desire to explain dissipated in an instant. Very well then, he thought, I can't be bothered to elaborate. The very first words out of his mouth were, Do not misunderstand. Are you implying that you are merely friends? Regarded with a knowing gaze. Not friends. Oh dear. Surely you cannot mean to suggest that you are mere acquaintances from the internet? Chimed in, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What are you all discussing? I can't comprehend a single word. Utterly bewildered, wondered about the talk of friends and online acquaintances. Oh, you are still quite young, said. Patting S shoulder earnestly. I can't be bothered to explain further. I only hope that when you think back to this moment, it does not evoke feelings of embarrassment. With that, turned his body to face the wall. TSK, clearly flustered, exchanged a knowing glance with. The three gradually returned to their respective tables. Perhaps this was for the best, as it would help divert his attention. Is there something you need, Professor? Are you all right? I saw that post on the school forum. Do not take it to heart. I know you are not that kind of person. Almost as soon as sent the message and set down his phone, a reply came through in an instant. Was taken aback by S thoughtfulness and reaching out to comfort him. After pondering for a moment, he replied on the screen, Thank you for your concern, Professor. I'm fine, truly. To emphasize his well-being, even sent a sticker. However, this time, a swift response did not follow. In fact, several minutes passed without any further communication. Chapter 34, Do not fear. I am right here by your side in the evening at 8:30 p.m. At the boys' dormitory of, parked her car by the roadside, unbuckled her seatbelt, and picked up her phone as she exited the vehicle. The screen displayed S message. Thank you for your concern, Professor. I'm fine, truly. She felt as if she could perceive S heartache through the screen. And the sticker beneath his message exuded an air of feigned strength, no matter how she looked at it. It was understandable. After all, he was but 18 years old. Murmured to herself, suddenly recalling a video she had seen about several university students who had tragically taken their own lives due to mental health struggles. Just a couple of years ago, there was a similar incident involving a girl who, after facing gossip at school, leapt from a building the very next day. With a sense of urgency, raised her hand to call. After a prolonged wait, just as the call was about to disconnect automatically, S' clear voice finally answered, Hello? Where are you? In the dormitory, Shin Yen, with his legs trembling from squatting, leaned against the wall and emerged from within. He suddenly felt a pang of regret for dining with Chun for hot pot that evening, not due to Qin Ying, but rather because of the subsequent discomfort. However, what was Professor Chu up to, inquiring about his whereabouts at this late hour? Shun Yin steadied himself against the wall and, after a couple of steps from the restroom, reached the sink. Just as he placed his phone down to wash his hands, a message from Chu Wanning pinged in. Come downstairs, I need to talk to you. Shin Yin was taken aback. Downstairs? Where to? Could it be that Chu Wanning was waiting for him beneath his building at such an hour? Ding dong. I'm right below your dormitory. What the? Shin Yin immediately leaned his head out over the balcony. Indeed, he spotted a woman clad in a trench coat beneath the dormitory. Hey, Shin Yin, where are you going? Shin Anha inquired. I'm just stepping out to buy something. Shin Yin replied as he threw on a black jacket. Should we accompany you? Zhang Bowen, for reasons unknown, still gripped a baseball bat in his hand. Shin Yin glanced at him and shook his head, saying it wasn't necessary, before hastily opening the door and stepping outside. What is going on? No, this one do. I must follow him. Zhang Bowen expressed his concern, preparing to follow suit. Stop. You stay right there. Shen Anha approached and blocked Zhang Bowen's path. How can you be so oblivious? Why would you follow him now? I'm worried he might get into trouble. Enough. She is going to meet someone. You following would only make you a third wheel. 5 minutes later, beneath the male dormitory. Professor Chu, if you have something to say, please hurry. Shen Yan assumed that Chu Wanning sought him out at this hour for a matter of utmost urgency, which is why he had rushed downstairs. Get in the car. Chu Wanning turned her back, walked to her vehicle, opened the door, and took a seat inside. Shen Yan looked around in confusion. There were hardly any people around the dormitory. Why would they need to converse inside the car? Did Chu Wanning somehow learn of his past disparagement of her? No, that couldn't be. If she had, she wouldn't be so calm. Pondering this, he took his place in the passenger seat. After a brief moment of silence, while waiting for Chu Wanning to speak, he suddenly heard her instruct, "Buckle your seatbelt." Huh. Shen Yan was momentarily flabbergasted, and then the car started moving. After a while, he managed to ask, "Professor Chu, didn't you have something to discuss with me?" Upon hearing this, Chu Wanning pulled the car over to the side of the road, turned to Shen Yan, and said, "It's nothing, dear child, don't be afraid. Your teacher is right here with you." Shen Yan was left utterly bewildered. What was Chu Wanning talking about? Afraid? Afraid of what? As Shen Yan's eyes wandered, he soon realized that Chu Wanning mistakenly believed the issue regarding the school forum was still a concern. Hadn't he assured her that everything was fine? In fact, he had even emphasized it. As Shen Yan pondered in a daze, a delicate hand, resembling jade with distinct knuckles, glided across his face. The familiar fragrance once again filled his nostrils. By the time he regained his senses, the seatbelt was securely fastened around him. After ensuring that Shen Yan was safely buckled in, Chu Wanning returned to her seat and let out a faint sigh. Oh, it seemed she had indeed startled the young one. If Shen Yan were aware of Chu Wanning's inner thoughts, he would surely wear a perplexed expression. He was merely deep in thought. What a fright he had received. "Professor Chu, I am not afraid," Shen Yan said earnestly and calmly. However, his demeanor tugged at Chu Wanning's heartstrings. "All right, student Shun, I understand. I shall take you to a place shortly." She gently patted his shoulder. "No, Professor Chu. I truly am fine." Shen Yan felt 1,000 wild horses galloping within him. He was speaking the truth. Moreover, he was quite serious. Chu Wanning paid no heed to his frantic expression. In her eyes, the fact that Shen Yan could remain composed and not cry was already a testament to his psychological resilience. Soon, the car started, and Shen Yan, feeling weary and drained from the explanations, stretched out his hand to shield Chu Wanning's face and exclaimed, "Stop the car, I want to get out." He could hardly bear it any longer. Shen Yan should have anticipated that she would perceive him as an 18-year-old college student with a fragile mindset. If it were anyone else, perhaps they would indeed react as Chu Wanning feared. But he was a time traveler, having experienced far more than mere words on a school forum. What was the fuss about? Shouldn't he just treat it as idle chatter? No, Chu Wanning firmly rejected. "But, dear lady, I assure you, I am genuinely fine. You need not worry. I will not engage in any reckless behavior. Right now, all I wish for is to return to my dormitory and sleep." Shen Yan unbuckled his seatbelt, but he evidently overestimated the impact of his heartfelt declaration. Seeing his agitated demeanor reminded Chu Wanning of the emotionally unstable students she had encountered in short videos. Without hesitation, she locked the car doors. With a beep, Shen Yan turned, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Chu Wanning. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a small noodle shop in the bustling city. Shen Yan stood at the entrance, his expression a mix of reluctance and confusion. Eating noodles, his clear eyes seemed to bear a large question mark. He simply could not fathom why, in the middle of the night, Chu Wanning had brought him to this noodle shop. Chapter 35. Exceedingly spicy. Inside the noodle shop, the establishment was bustling with patrons, even at this late hour past 9 o'clock. Several tables were nearly filled to capacity. The owner, a kind and amiable middle-aged woman, was bent over tidying up the table of a previous customer. Upon noticing Shen Yan and Chu Wanning enter, she promptly greeted them with a smile, inquiring about their desires for food. "Today is Monday, isn't it?" Chu Wanning removed her trench coat, revealing a crisp, white shirt beneath. Her figure, coupled with her serene visage, immediately captivated the attention of many within the noodle shop. The soft glow of the overhead lights accentuated her fair complexion. Shen Yan observed her, and truth be told, Had it not been for her mature demeanor and physique, her youthful, collagen-rich face bore no distinction from that of a university student. Regular customers. I see. The owner's face lit up with delight. Seizing the moment, Shun Yin settled into the seat opposite Chu Wanning. He felt the curious gazes of numerous onlookers briefly rest upon him before shifting away. What will you have? Chu Wanning inquired. I'll just have the plain noodles. He replied, reasoning that since they were already out, they might as well indulge in a late-night snack. Shun Yin retrieved 2 pairs of chopsticks from the side, one for himself and the other for Chu Wanning. He was surprised that she had brought him out to eat in order to vent her emotions. It seemed futile to reassure her that he was fine, as she inherently regarded him as an 18-year-old child, incapable of being unaffected by such online harassment. So, when Professor Chu felt down in the past, she typically relied on food to ease her spirits? Shun Yin inquired curiously after the owner had stepped away. Indeed, Chu Wanning nodded in affirmation. She then addressed Shun Yin, saying, You are still young, and you may encounter many such incidents in the future. I hope that when similar situations arise, you will seek comfort in food, engage in leisure, and allow yourself to be free-spirited, but never isolate yourself and suffer in silence. Shun Yin's lips twitched slightly. Yet he ultimately responded with a smile. Understood, Professor Chu. I will remember that. Professor Chu, you may find it hard to believe, but I am 40 years old, Shun Yin said earnestly. However, upon hearing this, Chu Wanning nodded seriously and replied, Very well, 40-year-old young one. Sighing in resignation, Shun Yin thought to himself, Am I merely jesting? After all, speaking of traversing worlds would lead others to think him deranged. Yet, he could not comprehend why Chu Wanning incessantly regarded him as a child. He believed he carried a certain maturity. While he might not possess the wisdom of a 40-year-old, surely he had the mindset of someone around 30, at least. In his previous life, he had perished at the age of 22, and having traversed into this realm, excluding infancy and 6 years of elementary school, his psychological age should be around 28 now. As for the reason behind omitting the years of infancy and the first 6 years of elementary school, he could only attribute it to his poor health since childhood. For the first 12 years, he spent each day in a state of drowsiness, and during elementary school, he had a private tutor at home. Previously, he would sleep for 2/3 of the 24 hours, with the remaining third largely devoted to practicing the piano. Had it not been for his extraordinary circumstances, he likely would not have attended high school at all. Curious about a particular matter concerning Shun Yin, Chu Wanning noticed his sudden silence and wondered if he was lost in his thoughts again. What is it? Shun Yin looked up, meeting Chu Wanning's languid gaze. Did you have a first love in high school? Chu Wanning harbored considerable doubts about Shun Yin's romantic endeavors at that age. Well, Shun Yin stammered, unsure of how to respond. He had indeed been in a relationship before. However, since his unusual experience, he had not pursued any romance. All right, you need not elaborate. I understand, Chu Wanning replied, reclining slightly. From his hesitant demeanor, she could surmise that he had indeed experienced such a sentiment, though it was likely not a pleasant one. Moreover, there was a strong possibility that the girl in question was emotionally indifferent. While they were momentarily lost in thought, the proprietress had already brought their noodles to the table. Shun Yin was entirely oblivious to the fact that Chu Wanning had pieced together the details of his first love. At that moment, he picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the noodles. The flavor? After the first mouthful, his eyes sparkled with delight. However, after a few more bites, he sensed something was amiss. Why do these noodles taste so spicy? Shun Yin raised his gaze, only to find tears streaming down Chu Wanning's face. What are you staring at? Just eat, she said, as she simultaneously took another mouthful of noodles. Minutes later, she exclaimed, Wah, Professor Chu, why on earth did you bring me here for this? It's burning my tongue. Shun Yin, with reddened eyes, sobbed while sipping milk. In the future, when feeling down, he could indulge in spicy foods like chili and onion to stimulate pain, as the brain would release endorphins to alleviate discomfort, thus inducing a sense of joy. Chu Wanning was no better off. Her speech interrupted as she struggled through the ordeal. The onlookers around them soon regarded the pair with incredulous expressions. How can one order such spicy food if they can't handle it? Isn't this just inviting trouble? Yet, the question lingered. Why had they come to this place for noodles? Shun Yin had already laid his head down, mumbling indistinctly, while drool trickled from the corner of his mouth, pooling into the trash can at their feet. Previously, every Monday, a spicy food competition was held here, and upon completion, Participants would receive a mysterious grand prize. Chu Wanning, unlike Shen Yan, did not react so dramatically. She merely fanned herself to alleviate the beads of sweat forming on her face, her once pale skin now tinged with a rosy hue. Professor Chu, are you not abroad? And what is this mysterious gift? After spitting a considerable amount of saliva into the trash can, Shen Yan felt somewhat better, though his ears continued to buzz. I am merely studying abroad. As for the mysterious gift, you will find out soon enough. Chu Wanning adjusted the damp strands of hair on her face. However, the white shirt she wore was gradually becoming somewhat transparent due to perspiration. As Shen Yan raised his head, he noticed the ill-intentioned gazes from the table behind him. Instantly, his body reacted, shedding his black coat, standing up, and gracefully tossing the garment in a perfect arc, which landed securely on Chu Wanning. What are you doing? Your shirt is soaked, Shen Yan explained, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chapter 36. Little friend, do I appear to be frigid? Is this the mysterious gift? Outside the noodle shop, Shen Yan held a single red chili pepper, his lips twitching incessantly. Just moments ago, he had fancied that this mysterious gift might be a red envelope or some small token, until the shopkeeper's wife, with a broad smile, handed him 2 vibrant red chili peppers. These peppers are quite authentic. After exiting the noodle shop, Chu Wanning removed Shen Yan's coat and returned it, saying, "Thank you, little friend. Could you refrain from calling me little friend?" Shen Yan protested, feeling a wave of embarrassment. "But you truly are a little friend," she retorted, leaving Shen Yan at a loss for words. "How are you feeling? Is your mood any better?" Shen Yan did not respond, for his spirits were already quite fine. Albeit he felt a tinge of disappointment. Why? Simply because of the 2 chili peppers in his hand. The spicy noodles had made him tearful and runny-nosed. And he might even find himself in distress on the way home. And what did he receive in return? 2 chili peppers. "Let us go. You have class tomorrow. It's time to take you home, little friend," Chu Wanning said as she opened the car door and waved to Shen Yan. Whether his mood had changed, she did not know, but hers was decidedly cheerful at that moment. Once seated in the car, Shen Yan, who had not noticed outside in the dark, glanced sideways and immediately averted his gaze to the window, feeling shy. "Professor Chu, would you like to put on your trench coat?" Shen Yan suggested. He had seen nothing. Absolutely nothing. Chu Wanning, who was about to press the accelerator, paused for a moment. After glancing down at herself, she understood Shen Yan's implication. Letting out a soft chuckle, she then rustled as she donned the trench coat. Once dressed, she did not start the car, but instead turned to Shen Yan and asked, "What do you think of my figure, Shen Yan?" With a playful glint in her eyes, her previously cold demeanor now took on a hint of seduction. "Professor Chu, why do you ask me this question? I am still young and have no understanding of your female figures." Shen Yan gazed out the window. Yet the reflection on the glass revealed the form and face of Chu Wanning. He chuckled, acknowledging her admission of being a child. Chu Wanning fixated on the passenger window. Although Shen Yan did not turn his head, it seemed she was aware that he was observing her reflection. Shen Yan fell into silence. During such moments, verbosity often leads to missteps. Silence, indeed, is golden. Some have remarked that my face possesses a world-weary expression and have even suggested I am emotionally aloof. Before Chu Wanning could finish her sentence, Shen Yan felt a sudden chill, goosebumps instantly rising. His heart raced. "Shen Yan, do you think I resemble what they say?" Chu Wanning continued. "Who said that?" Shen Yan mechanically turned his head. In those fleeting seconds, he wondered if that scoundrel Chen had betrayed him. Soon, he calmed himself, reasoning that while Chen Anha might be lacking in other areas, his character remained intact. "I heard it from a friend." Chu Wanning maintained her gaze fixed on Shen Yan's eyes. Those dark, glistening pupils stirred a tumult within him. "Then your friend must be blind." Shen Yan exhaled slightly, relieved that it wasn't from Chen. "Classmate Shen Yan, I am asking you, do you think I am?" Chu Wanning leaned in closer, prompting Shen Yan to retreat until his back met the car door, his breath quickening. With a light laugh, Chu Wanning unfastened her seatbelt and moved in closer. Shen Yan swallowed hard, turning his head away to avoid looking at her. "Answer me, Shen Yan," she pressed, almost touching him. "No," he whispered. Chu Wanning appeared dissatisfied. "No," Shen Yan reiterated, his voice slightly louder. He turned to face her, stating, "How could a captivating beauty like Professor Chu, capable of causing chaos, be emotionally aloof?" As his words faded, the fragrant presence of Chu Wanning retreated. "I also think so. Perhaps your friend has an ex-girlfriend who was emotionally distant, hence their remark." Chu Wanning sat back, delicately fastening the buttons of her trench coat one by one. Casting a sidelong glance at Shen Yan, whose breath was visibly uneven, a small, satisfying sense of revenge arose within her. Indeed, she found it hard to easily let go. Perhaps? Shen Yan turned to look at Chu Wanning, who seemed to jest. What's wrong? Why do I sense you're a bit nervous? Have you perhaps spoken ill of me behind my back? Chu Wanning's lips curled into a mischievous smile. She suddenly found it quite amusing to tease the young ones. Didn't she? Absolutely not. I would never utter a single negative word about Professor Chu behind her back, Shen Yan earnestly declared, vowing on Chun Anha's integrity. Is that so? Chu Wanning suppressed her laughter. Indeed. Shen Yan nodded affirmatively. Very well, the teacher shall believe you are an honest little one. Chu Wanning entertained herself with the thought, her lips nearly unable to contain their upward arc. She resorted to pinching her thigh sharply in a corner where Shen Yan could not see. On their journey back to the school, Shen Yan gazed out of the car window, while Chu Wanning inquired several times about his well-being, clearly concerned for her student's state. Each time, Shen Yan responded that after having that bowl of noodles with Professor Chu, he felt much better. This statement brought Chu Wanning a secret delight, affirming her effective guidance. Otherwise, unforeseen circumstances might have arisen. When Chu Wanning dropped Shen Yan off at the dormitory entrance, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. After bidding farewell, Shen Yan dashed up the stairs. Upon entering the dorm room, he found Chun Anha still engrossed in a video game. Under the astonished gazes of Chun Anha and Zhang Bowen, he dragged his friend to the balcony and asked, "Did you ever mention that incident to anyone else? You know, the one where I said Professor Chu is frigid?" "No. Aside from us, no one else knows about it," Chun Anha replied, frowning. Hearing this, Shen Yan released his grip. "By the way, Xiao Yan, you should check the school forum. The public opinion regarding your matter has completely reversed." Chun Anha, brimming with excitement, pulled out his phone, opened the school forum, and handed it to Shen Yan. Chapter 37. Professor Chu is a good teacher on the Jiuzhou Music Academy forum. Intimate photos of Qin Yingying with several male students were exposed, including several revealing images. Impressive, Sister Qin, a pair of jade arms for 1,000 to rest upon. A hint of crimson lips for countless to taste. Tisk, TSK, I thought she was a wealthy beauty, only to find out she is this kind of person? Refund. Return all the gifts I previously sent. Disgusting. While masquerading as pure and innocent, she profits from live streaming and secretly flirts with multiple men. You. Pretending to be a white lotus, but I. The forum quickly surged with thousands of comments. These were the fans from Qin Yingying's social media platforms. The fervent remarks indicated that she had frequently exploited her single status for financial gain. The students within the school were merely astonished and did not leave any vulgar comments. Much like those following Shen Yan's post not long ago, it is evident that those who incessantly slander Shen Yan are primarily hired by Qin Yingying, and the students within the school have scarcely commented on the matter. After all, the school is rather small, regardless of whether Shen Yan is as the posts suggest. His piano skills are undeniably of an exceptional caliber, and he is likely to become a prominent figure in the music industry. Why would one wish to offend such a person? How utterly repugnant. To think that they aspire to pursue the leading figure of our piano department. On the balcony, Chun Anha feigned retching at the sight of his phone screen. It is not without reason. The photograph in question was indeed rather revealing. One must wonder what the forum administrators were thinking, allowing such images to be posted. Shen Yan chuckled coldly, recalling how this fellow had persistently urged him on, as if fearing he might never find a girlfriend. That was different, Chun Anha replied awkwardly, his expression somewhat embarrassed. I never anticipated that Qin Yingying would turn out to be this sort of person, especially since her reputation within the school was relatively good. Shen Yan pondered deeply, questioning how Qin Yingying could have fallen from grace so swiftly, particularly in such a brief time frame following his own circumstances. If it were mere coincidence, he found it hard to believe. The revelation of Qin Yingying's photographs could stem from two possible scenarios. Either her admirers had become aware of her true nature, or, like him, someone with a personal grievance had intervened. The first scenario could be dismissed outright, given Qin Yingying's history as a notorious heartbreaker. She would have faced repercussions long ago. The second scenario, however, appeared to be the most plausible, yet it seemed too coincidental. As if someone had deliberately waited to release the information after his own issues had surfaced. It felt almost like an act of retribution on his behalf. Shen Yan's brows furrowed in contemplation. Meanwhile, Zhang Bowen and others around him were animatedly discussing something, but he absorbed none of it, slowly making his way to his bed. He then retrieved his phone and opened his WeChat contacts, landing on Shinchinga, rubbing his temples. An inexplicable intuition hinted to him that this matter was closely tied to her. He knew well that his sister, a devoted protector, would not hesitate to confront anyone who dared to cause him even the slightest distress. Ding. Not a fan of coriander, little one. No one is scolding you at the moment. Screenshot from the school forum. Cheer up. Make sure to rise early for class tomorrow. Xin Yan opened the screenshot to read. I knew Xin Shuedi was not that kind of person. What nonsense, Qin Yingying. Don't come here to stir trouble. Support Xin Shuedi. I strongly suggest the academy issue a reprimand to Qin Yingying. Not only does she insult others for money, but she also incites discord. Xin Yan cast a brief glance, his mind entirely preoccupied with matters unrelated to Qin Yingying. Frankly, the origin of the photographs involving Qin Yingying stirred a sense of unease within him. This complicated sentiment lingered until the following day, during which he found himself incapable of concentrating on meals or classes, let alone practicing the piano. In the dormitory, he spent most of his time languishing on his bed. When Shinanha and the others inquired about his well-being, he offered no response. Consequently, Shinanha and the others deduced that Xin Yin must have had a falling out with someone, as his demeanor mirrored that of Tan Mingjia from a while back. It was not until he logged into his WeChat account and noticed a message from Little Chu, sent the previous night, that he began to comprehend the entire situation. It was all orchestrated by Chu Waning. Little Chu, this is outrageous. Teacher Shun, I never imagined that today's students could harbor such malicious thoughts. Little Chu, do you remember that exceptionally talented student I mentioned? He encountered bullying on campus today. Little Chu, I cannot, under any circumstances, stand by while my student falters. In that moment, Shen Yin first felt a sense of relief, followed by a wave of gratitude. Chu Waning, whether in terms of knowledge, musical prowess, or character, was an exceptional teacher, one who would extend a hand when students faced difficulties, who would take them out to relax when they were feeling down, and who diligently recorded the true level of each student's progress. Shen Yin's eyes, previously glistening with unshed tears, could not hold back for long. Upon opening the next video she sent, he was overwhelmed. The video showcased his earlier encounter with devilishly spicy noodles. In it, he appeared with a flushed face, shaking his head and crying out, his mouth adorned with glistening strands of saliva. Little Chu, this is my student, she declared proudly. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow at her tone. Chapter 38. The move 2 days later, Thursday afternoon, room 206. Shen Yan dragged 2 suitcases, one large and one small. Shenanha and Zhang Bowen joined forces to block the dormitory entrance. Zhang Bowen, Xiao Yan, what on earth are you doing? Shenanha, have you and that girl who dislikes cilantro really reached the point of cohabitation so quickly? Shen Yan, I have told you. It has nothing to do with her. Do you even know who she is? Faced with the human barricade before him, Shen Yan attempted to push through but found it impossible. Shenanha, if it weren't for her, why are you suddenly moving out? Why? Shen Yan tossed his suitcase aside and stepped closer to Shenanha, retrieving his phone from his pocket and opening a video. This is why? Do you have any idea how loud your snoring is at night? After Chun finished his turn, Tan DePeo continued, resembling a duet in performance. Shen Yan raised his voice, the sound of his snoring echoing throughout the dormitory. Shenanha's expression turned slightly grim, while Zhang Bowen stifled a laugh behind his hand. Upon noticing this, Shen Yan directed his phone towards Zhang Bowen's face. Xiao Yan, I never snore when I sleep, Zhang Bowen confidently asserted, having never snored in his life. Shen Yan swiped his finger and opened another video, continuing, true. You don't snore, but are you aware of the grinding sound you make? It's grating. Moreover, did you know you talk in your sleep? Last night, you were pouting at the air, saying kiss, kiss, kiss. At this, Zhang Bowen's face turned as sour as a bitter melon. After teasing the two, Shen Yan reclaimed his phone, stating, now, you both, look at these dark circles under my eyes. Do you know the feeling of being abruptly awakened in the middle of the night? I visited the school clinic yesterday, and the nurse thought I had pulled an all-nighter. My health is already fragile, and after your antics, who knows how many years I've lost. Shen Yan clutched his chest and sighed deeply. Observing this, Zhang Bowen and Chen Anha immediately stepped aside. Shen Yan, where is the apartment you rented? We'll come visit you when we have time. They were aware of Shen Yan's poor health, and after hearing his reasons, felt reluctant to obstruct his path. If Shen Yan's words held any truth, he might indeed meet an untimely end in the dormitory. It's in the neighboring community, Jinxiu Garden, Building 7, room 602. Shen Yin moved aside to lift his large and small suitcases once more, suppressing a smile that was difficult to contain. Today's college students are easily deceived. With just a couple of synthesized videos, he had nearly fooled them completely. After Shen Yin exited the dormitory, Zhang Bowen and Chun Anha exchanged glances, both recognizing the disdain in each other's eyes. See, I told you not to snore. As if you were so perfect. Subsequently, one of them purchased an anti-snoring device, while the other acquired a teeth-grinding guard. Jinxiu Garden, room 602 in Building 7, though not spacious, was a cozy two-bedroom apartment, adorned in warm tones. The furnishings were complete, and as the sun began to set, Shen Yin, carrying his suitcase, opened the door. The living room was bathed in a golden hue. He set his suitcase aside, bypassed changing his shoes, and plopped down onto the soft sofa. With arms outstretched, he inhaled the scent of the room, exclaiming, "Ah, freedom." After savoring a moment of tranquil beauty, Shen Yin hurried to the kitchen. Today, he resolved to prepare a sumptuous meal, having not cooked for himself since his arrival in this new realm. Opening the refrigerator, he reluctantly admitted to himself that he had overestimated its contents. There was naught but emptiness within. With a firm pat of his hands, Shen Yin rose and prepared to descend to procure some ingredients. Following the navigation for 2 minutes, he arrived at the nearest market below. A basket of eggs, several tomatoes, bok choy, potatoes, cucumbers, and seaweed filled his cart, along with cooking oil, salt, sugar, and soy sauce. His shopping cart was brimming, even though he had yet to finish his list. While he had some salt and spices in his kitchen, he knew without a doubt that they were all expired, as this dwelling had long been uninhabited. After perusing the spice and vegetable sections, Shen Yin pushed his cart deeper into the market, adding some pork belly and other cuts of meat. As he passed the seafood section, the sign announcing a today's special caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, he found the stall nearly empty, save for 2 crabs. He hastened over and said, "Boss, please wrap up those 2 crabs for me." The shopkeeper nodded and bent down to retrieve them. Just then, a woman with cascading waves of hair approached and said, "Boss, those 2 crabs are claimed, beautiful. Someone else has already laid claim to them," the shopkeeper lamented. 2 minutes later, the crabs were packaged in Shen Yin's hands, while the woman with the voluminous hair gazed at him incredulously. He glanced around at the other seafood vendors, astonished to see that all the crabs today were marked as today's special. Furthermore, the other stalls had completely sold out of crabs. "How about I sell you one?" Shen Yin found himself unable to withstand the intensity of the woman's gaze, which was akin to a man's fixation on elegant stockings. "All right, handsome, how much is it?" "I can send you the money," the woman exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she pulled out her phone to scan for payment. Shen Yin, feeling generous, sold it to her at the original price. After she sincerely thanked him, she departed. After wandering the market a bit longer and finding nothing else he desired, Shen Yin finally pushed his cart away. Half an hour later, he stared blankly at the balance on his bank card, 2 digits. He could hardly believe it. He was left with only a paltry sum. Gazing at the abundant ingredients in his kitchen, a pang of regret washed over him. Perhaps he should have ordered takeout or ventured to the campus cafeteria, where meals were remarkably affordable. 80 yuan could stretch for days, after all. He resolved to devise a plan to earn some money after finishing his dinner. Otherwise, he feared he might not survive until the following week. Chapter 39. Jiang Xinya Shen Yin's neighbor, room 601. "Hey, Ning Ning, look at what I bought. Your favorite delicacy, crabs." Jiang Xinya smiled charmingly as she gestured with the crab in her hands. "How astonishing that a busy star like Jiang could find the time to visit me and even bring a crab." Chu Weining was on a yoga mat, executing a challenging pose. "If it weren't for my hectic work schedule recently, I would have certainly rushed to the airport to pick you up, just like Yi Xian." Jiang Xinya gazed at the beautiful figure before her, swallowing her saliva involuntarily. Ning Ning's physique was truly enviable. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Reflecting on the years of relentless work, she noticed her hair thinning and her figure subtly changing. "All right, you are like a weasel wishing a chicken well, harboring ill intentions." Chu Weining took a deep breath and shifted her pose. "Just look at these past years. Every holiday, I sent you blessings, yet you never once replied. Oh, come on. I've been swamped with work, as you well know. One engagement today, another tomorrow, flying all over the place, day and night turned upside down. Enough with the excuses. Do you think I don't see you online, traveling all over? I suspect your salary barely sustains you. Well, everyone experiences low points, don't they?" Jiang Xinya chuckled awkwardly, as she sat beside Chu Weining. Once seated, her hands seemed to wander uncontrollably toward Chu Weining. Ning Ning, you're almost 28. Just 2 years away from 30. How is it that you still possess the figure and face of a girl in her late teens? Jiang Xinya touched her, exclaiming in awe. This girl was simply irresistible. Remove your hand, Chu Weining said coldly. Oh, come on. What's wrong with a little touch? Remember back in school when we used to sleep closely together? Why didn't you tell me to move away then? Jiang Xinya seemed to push her luck, her hands exploring the elegant contours of Chu Weining's back. Chu Weining sighed in resignation, realizing that her yoga session was doomed. Ning Ning, I heard you Haven T had a boyfriend while abroad these past few years. You're not still a virgin, are you? As Chu Weining stood, Jiang Xinya followed suit, chattering incessantly. Chu Weining wished she could silence the woman next to her with tape. Jiang Xinya, hey, Ning Ning, would you like me to help you with some guidance? I've heard that if you abstain for too long, your body can develop issues, like irregular menstruation. Chu Weining, no need. Do I look like someone dissatisfied in that regard? Jiang Xinya, not at all, but you do seem a bit frigid. Those words seemed to trigger something in Chu Weining. Turning to Jiang Xinya, she asked, what did you just say? Nothing. I meant you shouldn't always wear a frown when you have free time. No. What did you just call me? Frigid? Oops, my mistake. Jiang Xinya chuckled awkwardly. She was merely jesting. After all, it had been nearly 28 years without a boyfriend. Come, Ning Ning, let us indulge in some crabs tonight. You won't believe it, but this crab was sold to me by a charming young man. Jiang Xinya approached Chu Wanning, holding the crab. After a moment of perplexity, Chu Wanning regained her composure and gestured towards the kitchen, indicating that Jiang Xinya should demonstrate her culinary skills. I suddenly recall that I seem to be incapable of preparing crabs, Jiang Xinya admitted, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. You're not just incapable of handling crabs, you can't even cook a meal, Chu Wanning retorted, rolling her eyes as she took the crab from Jiang Xinya's hands. She, too, was not adept at cooking. Her expertise lay in preparing simple vegetable salads. Yi Xian, on the other hand, could cook well, but she had prior commitments today. After a brief wait, Chu Wanning emerged from the kitchen with 2 plates of vegetable salad. Is this all we're having? Jiang Xinya asked, her lips twitching as she poked around the plate, stirring tomatoes, cauliflower, and some unfamiliar boiled greens with a fork. What else do you expect, superstar? Chu Wanning replied with a stoic expression as she popped a cherry tomato into her mouth. I suppose I'll just order takeout, Jiang Xinya said, pushing the salad toward the center of the table before pulling out her phone to access the food delivery app. Roast duck, hot pot, skewers, anything is far more appetizing than this salad. Chu Wanning found it quite unusual to have such a chatterbox by her side. She couldn't fathom why Jiang Xinya, a celebrity of her stature, seemed so careless about her image. Throughout their meal, Jiang Xinya incessantly chattered, mentioning her intentions to introduce Chu Wanning to potential suitors. There are so many types, mature and stable uncles, charming and adorable young boys. Everything from hipster to aloof to cute is available. And if you're not interested in men, there are several options in the company for same-sex relationships. Without a doubt, Chu Wanning intended to decline each and every one of these propositions. Ning Ning, are you truly not at all anxious? Isn't your family pressuring you to marry? You're turning 28 soon, and 30 is just around the corner, Jiang Xinya exclaimed, wiping her mouth and belching contentedly, which made Chu Wanning clench her fists in irritation. Jiang Xinya, close your mouth and finish your rice noodles quickly. Chu Wanning snapped. The entire room was filled with an indescribable odor, and she genuinely wished she could kick Jiang Xinya out. And by the way, I'm only 27 this year, Chu Wanning insisted. Isn't that 28 in terms of traditional age? Jiang Xinya mused, finishing her last bite of rice noodles and contentedly gathering the trash. Take this out to the door. Chu Wanning, unable to contain her impatience, lit an essential oil diffuser, suddenly regretting not having installed a fresh air system during the renovation. Understood, Jiang Xinya replied. That evening, at 20:30, Chu Wanning and Jiang Xinya sat facing each other on the sofa. If you have something to do today, just say it outright and leave quickly, Chu Wanning urged. Chu Wanning could no longer endure the situation. Ning Ning, what's the big deal about singing a few songs? We used to be part of the same band. Jiang Xinya sat on the sofa, looking pitiful. It's just a few songs. I was practicing inside while you were singing in the living room. Don't you think that's inappropriate? Chu Wanning rubbed her temples. The more Jiang Xinya behaved this way, the more she sensed that the purpose of her visit was far from simple. Woo, Ning Ning, you see. I've been in the industry for nearly 10 years, yet I'm still wandering as a minor artist. Stop. Get to the point. Chu Wan-ning interrupted her melodramatic lament. There's a popular band audition show lately that has launched many careers in its last season. Stop, I'm not going. Chu Wan-ning firmly cut off her request. Chapter 40. I'll help you clean. Shen Yin never expected that beside the trash bag he had previously mentioned, there would suddenly be a bowl of snail noodles. To make matters worse, he had stepped in it. Shen Yin looked down at his white sneakers, now stained with brown soup. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a 5 yuan note stuck to the sole. Got it. Shen Yin glanced at the door opposite him and placed the trash beside the bag, asking for assistance in disposing of it. 5 yuan for the fare? Shen Yin chuckled as he stepped inside, changed his shoes, and noticed that he still didn't have a mop at home. Gripping the now soggy 5 yuan note that smelled of snail noodles, he approached the door of room 601 and knocked. No response. He knocked again, 3 times. Still nothing. After a firm trio of knocks, the door swung open. Having money makes you special, huh? Shen Yin's tone was sharp as he forcefully slapped the money against the chest of the person at the door. Just as he finished shouting, he was taken aback when he recognized the visitor. Silence ensued. Chu Wan-ning, who had opened the door, was equally stunned. She quickly removed the 5 yuan note from her chest, which had stained her previously pristine yoga outfit with a large blot of brown. Professor Chu, what are you doing here? Shen Yin had never anticipated that the door would reveal Chu Wan-ning. Without responding, she looked past Shen Yin at the puddle of snail noodle broth and deduced what had transpired. She immediately turned her head, her delicate brows knitting together as she coldly commanded, Jiang Xianya, get out here. Ning Ning, I'm coming. Jiang Xianya, believing that Chu Wan-ning was confronting a potential threat, brandished a kitchen knife in her hand. After all, the urgent knocking had led her to associate the visitor with the villains often depicted in films. As she rushed to the door, she found herself face to face with a boy who bore a striking resemblance to the young man who sold her crabs. What are you doing? Put down the knife. Chu Wan-ning was taken aback and swiftly positioned herself in front of Shen Yin. Shen Yin, equally startled, stepped back 2 paces. Upon hearing Chu Wan-ning's reprimanding tone, Jiang Xianya finally realized her mistake and set down the kitchen knife. A few minutes later, Shen Yin and Jiang Xianya sat on the sofa, resembling children caught in wrongdoing. Shen Yin had inadvertently flicked a banknote onto Chu Wan-ning's chest, while Jiang Xianya had carelessly discarded trash. Only moments ago tidying the corridor under Chu Wan-ning's watchful gaze. Enough said. We are all adults here. Let us be more cautious in our actions moving forward. Chu Wan-ning turned around, holding the yoga outfit that Shen Yin had soiled. In the meantime, she had slipped on a crisp white shirt, seemingly preparing to do laundry. Professor Chu, allow me to wash it for you. Shen Yin rose, tugging at the garment in her grasp, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. After all, Chu Wan-ning had been so considerate of him recently, yet today he had indiscriminately flung a bill, reeking of snail powder, onto her chest. No, I can manage on my own, Chu Wan-ning replied. Her cheeks flushed as she realized Shen Yin was holding onto a piece of clothing that still bore her warmth. Give it to me. I am the one who dirted it, so I shall wash it, Shen Yin insisted, using his other hand to firmly grasp the fabric and pull it towards himself. Hey you. Chu Wan-ning attempted to reclaim it, but Shen Yin clutched the shirt tightly, as if fearing she would snatch it back. Oh, Professor Chu, just let him wash it. After all, it was he who made it dirty, Jiang Xianya chimed in, reveling in the unfolding drama. Soon, as they watched Shen Yin's retreating figure towards the bathroom, curiosity sparkled in Jiang Xianya's eyes. She stood up and approached Chu Wan-ning, admiring her face, which was as red as a ripe apple. Who would have thought the once unflappable Chu Wan-ning, who faced the school heartthrob's confession without a hint of blush, now turns crimson at the mere presence of an 18-year-old student, Jiang Xianya teased, her voice barely audible, meant only for Chu Wan-ning's ears. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianya expected Chu Wan-ning to be irked or at least show a flicker of annoyance. However, to her disappointment, Chu Wan-ning merely crossed her arms, observing her with a serene demeanor, devoid of any emotional upheaval. Is this your approach to solicit favors? Chu Wan-ning raised an eyebrow. Before she could finish, the floor trembled slightly, and a heartfelt cry echoed, Mom. The voice, tinged with a hint of tears, even stirred Shen Yin, who was in the bathroom washing clothes. As for Chu Wan-ning, the atmosphere in the restroom caused Shen Yin's face to gradually redden. Not due to Jiang Xianya's earlier remarks. However, it was because he was scrubbing clothes under the faucet. With a basket overflowing with Chu Wanning's garments beside him, white shirts, denim jeans, form-fitting skirts, black stockings, and purple and black lingerie. As he washed the clothes, they became increasingly stiff. Perhaps it was due to his lifelong single status. Or perhaps the sight of the soiled laundry reminded him of his first love in a past life. He had indeed rented a room before and had glimpsed a woman's naked form, but at that time, he had been unceremoniously kicked off the bed by his girlfriend, who had screamed, "Don't touch me." The situation left him feeling as if he were coercing someone into debauchery. Consequently, his first time was surrendered to the wall of the hotel bathroom, an experience that remained singular in his life. After that, cold showers became his norm. Once Shen Yin finished washing the clothes, he sat on the couch for a moment before preparing to return to his own home, as it was rather inappropriate to linger at a girl's place in the dead of night. Just as he exchanged a glance with Chu Wanning and was about to make his exit, he overheard them discussing a show, a band, a guitarist, and a 2 million yuan prize. He paused, retracting his left foot, and returned to his seat on the sofa, under Chu Wanning's puzzled gaze. "Oh, Ning Ning, my dear Ning Ning, please help me. My band is incomplete without you. It's akin to the West without Jerusalem," Jiang Xinya pleaded, nearly rolling on the floor in a fit of charm. Yet, Chu Wanning remained impervious to her antics, responding coolly, "I want to go. And please, refrain from being so melodramatic. My student is still here." Chapter 41. Continuing the conversation would only lead to awkwardness for him. Ultimately, Jiang Xinya departed, carrying a sense of regret. Her primary aim for the visit had been to persuade Chu Wanning to join her band. One had to admire her audacity. After all, Chu Wanning was a top music professor at the Jiuzhou Music Academy and a renowned virtuoso pianist abroad. It was quite daring to invite someone of her stature to participate in a local program, and Shen Yin felt compelled to rate her a 6 for her boldness. "What are you still doing here? Aren't you leaving?" Chu Wanning asked, propping her beautiful legs. With Jiang Shenya finally gone, she felt a significant relief wash over her. Perhaps it was due to her years in the entertainment industry, but the Jiang Shenya she remembered was starkly different from the one before her now. "Hey, Professor Chu. Wasn't it just a moment ago that you accidentally got your clothes dirty?" Shen Yin grinned. "Ah, weren't you the one who helped me wash them?" Chu Wanning pointed towards the bathroom. Suddenly, as if recalling something, her face flushed with warmth. It seemed she had just remembered the contents of her laundry basket. With a start, she sprang to her feet. Under the perplexed gaze of Shen Yin, he hastily made his way to the restroom. It was only upon seeing the closed lid of the laundry basket that he let out a sigh of relief. "Did you see anything in there just now?" Chu Wanning returned, settling onto the sofa. "What?" Shen Yin queried, puzzled. "Nothing at all." Observing his bewildered expression, Chu Wanning felt a sense of relief wash over her. "Professor Chu, are you all right? Your face is quite flushed," Shen Yin inquired nonchalantly. Fully aware of the reason behind her reddened cheeks, she must have thought he had glimpsed the stockings and undergarments within the laundry basket. Ahem, truth be told, had a young, vigorous adolescent been in his position, he would likely have succumbed to temptation. A missing pair of stockings would have led to something far more scandalous. "I'm fine. Oh, by the way, why do you live across the hall? Is it a rented place?" Chu Wanning attempted to steer the conversation away. Discussing the previous topic with Shen Yin would make it awkward for her in the future. "No, it's an old family purchase," Shen Yin replied. "By the way, Professor Chu, I heard your friend mention something about a show." Shen Yin wished to divert the conversation from the restroom incident. The images of the purple and black lingerie and a sheer black stocking lingered in his mind. Continuing down that path would only lead to his embarrassment. "It's just a talent show, nothing related to you," Chu Wanning said, pouring herself a glass of warm water and taking a sip. "I heard your friend mention they're looking for a keyboardist?" Shen Yin inquired further. Sensing something amiss, Chu Wanning turned to face him. Did she detect a hint of eagerness in Shen Yin's tone? "Do you want to go?" Chu Wanning narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him intently. Shen Yin met her gaze and nodded honestly. He indeed wished to participate, primarily out of financial necessity. Typically, in such talent shows, the prize money is secondary. Building popularity and securing contracts with entertainment companies are of utmost importance. However, he had no aspirations of entering the entertainment industry. He merely sought to earn a bit of money. Generally, keyboardists receive little exposure, often appearing only in a few frames. While the spotlight is reserved for guitarists and vocalists, the true focal points for the audience. "Why? Give me a reason." Chu Wanning expressed her disapproval of Shen Yin's intentions. Moreover, She could not comprehend his motives behind such a decision. Debuting through a talent show? It is essential to recognize that classical piano and pop piano are worlds apart, much like operatic singing and popular vocal styles. The audience for the former is considerably smaller compared to the latter. Furthermore, the techniques and fingerings of classical piano do not translate well to the electronic keyboard. I yearn to immerse myself in the ambience of the band's music, while simultaneously acquiring new knowledge and accumulating stage experience. Xinyan concocted several seemingly justifiable reasons. What about school? Aren't you attending classes? Xu Wanning inquired, her brow furrowed. Of course, Xinyan replied nonchalantly. He had already attended those classes in his previous life. University courses in language, English, moral education, year training, and the exasperating physical education. To revisit them would be less appealing than indulging in spontaneous adventures outside. How will you manage your attendance? As for Professor Chu's classes, I assure you, I will be present without fail. Xinyan vowed confidently. My class. What about the others? Xu Wanning was reluctant for Xinyan to partake in that absurd band audition. At his age, he should be focusing on his studies. I will do my utmost to attend the other classes as well. Xinyan's words were vague to him. Those classes held little significance, as he was confident he would not fail his final examinations. Xu Wanning remained uneasy. Xinyan's talent should be devoted solely to classical piano, rather than engaging in frivolous pursuits. Rest assured, Professor Chu, I will not neglect my piano practice. That is not the issue. Well, Professor Chu, it's getting late. I shall return to rest. Before Xu Wanning could voice her objections, Xinyan promptly rose and exited. He was perceptive enough to recognize that her demeanor clearly indicated her disapproval of his plans. Initially, he intended to request contact details for her friend, but it seemed unlikely she would oblige. However, such programs usually have promotional information available online. He resolved to search for it himself. Xu Wanning furrowed her brow as she watched Xinyan depart. It was only after the door slammed shut that she let out a sigh. She had fulfilled her duties as a teacher, yet it was evident that Xinyan had not heeded her words. At 18, it was indeed easy to cultivate a multitude of aspirations. He was not the first student she encountered who wished to participate in entertainment competitions. During her university days, there were others who sought fame, like Jiang Xianya, who participated in a singing competition, advancing from auditions to the finals with remarkable prowess. Logically, someone like her should have achieved great success, yet now, she could barely rival an obscure singer. With a sense of melancholy, Xu Wanning opened her phone and logged in. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Xinyan powered on his computer, preparing to delve into the details of the band audition he had heard about that evening. Ding dong. A message notification flickered on the screen. Xinyan clicked to see it was a message from Xiao Chu. Chapter 42. Professor Chu is indeed a celestial teacher. Little Chu, Teacher Shun, do you think it is necessary for a teacher to intervene excessively in a student's future development? Xinyan, as a teacher, you can diligently guide students towards a promising path, but you cannot dictate the course of another's life. Xinyan responded by typing on the computer screen. He understood that Xu Wanning was concerned for him. As the other had pointed out, the piano and the electronic keyboard are indeed two distinct instruments. Little Chu, but an 18-year-old student lacks maturity. Today they have one idea, tomorrow another. Should I, as their teacher, watch them squander their talents on frivolous pursuits? Xinyan, perhaps your student has their own aspirations? They are still young and have ample time ahead. Even if they stray from the path now, they can always find their way back later. Xinyan stared at the computer screen, and this time, the other side remained silent for quite a while. Little Chu, you are right. They are now an adult. While this statement held truth, Professor Chu did not seem to regard him as an adult. Xinyan forced a smile, contemplating for a moment, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. Xinyan, Little Chu, it is commendable for young people to have their own ideas. As their elders, we should simply offer our support. Little Chu, alas, Teacher Shun, how can he, a student of classical music, seek to join a band for mere excitement? Little Chu, why can't he settle down and learn the piano properly with me? Little Chu, with such an excellent teacher as I, why would he not focus on his studies but instead join a talent show? Little Chu, a barrage of thoughts. Xinyan could discern a palpable sense of grievance in the words. What a fine teacher indeed. Xinyan could not help but recall his own professional course instructor from a previous life, who was seldom seen outside of class, responding to messages either not at all or after a couple of days. Though they were professional and gentle during lessons, the disparity, when compared to Xu Wanning, was monumental. Professor Chu not only taught with diligence, but also took on roles as a physical education and psychology teacher, even taking him out for noodles at night. Though the taste of those noodles was somewhat indescribable. Shen Nan, little Chu, you are a very responsible teacher. That is commendable. Shen Yan praised without reservation. Little Chu, teacher Shen, you flatter me, blushing emoji. With that, Shen Yan switched screens. Professor Chu would likely not attempt to persuade him further, though there might still be some lingering concerns in her heart. Next, he should earnestly search for that program, while also exploring other avenues for financial gain. Peak Band Season 2. We immerse our dreams and passions into music, waving our hands beneath the neon lights, amidst the fervent cheers. Let us meet in September and lose ourselves in this wave of sound together. Soon, Shen Yan found the official website of the talent show, adorned with posters of various celebrities and promotional texts. Scrolling down, he noticed the enticing prize amounts. Champion's prize, 2 million. Runner-up prize, 1 million. Third place, 500,000. There was still a full half-month until the audition. However, a dilemma presented itself before Shen Yan. This was a band competition, and it seemed he could not register alone. Ding dong. A notification chimed from his phone. Shen Yan picked it up to see. Do not eat coriander. 1598. This is the contact information of that sister from earlier. Just a heads up, you must not fall behind in your studies. Not just in my class, but with other teachers as well. If you dare to fail any subject by the end of the term, just wait for the consequences. Chu Wanning, you are truly a goddess. Shen Yan reverently bowed towards his phone screen. He had made up his mind. The first thing he would do with his prize money would be to treat this woman to dinner. Such a remarkable teacher was a rare encounter in a lifetime. Before Shen Yan could revel in his excitement, another message arrived from across the screen. Do not eat coriander. If you attend my class next time and do not meet my expectations, don't bother showing up. Shen Yan, understood, Professor Chu. I promise not to disappoint you in the next class. After sending the message, Shen Yan rummaged through his suitcase to retrieve the sheet music he had copied last time. Initially, he had planned to use the alias Shen Nan to persuade Chu Wanning to allow him to find a practice room for himself. However, after these past 2 days, he had changed his mind. The earnest efforts of Professor Chu must not be in vain. He would practice. With sheet music in hand, Shen Yan hurriedly made his way to the upright piano he had recently purchased. Eagerly, he placed the sheet music on the stand and struck a couple of notes, only to realize that his piano was yet to be tuned. 2 minutes later, he knocked on room 601's door once again. Unlike the previous occasion, this time he wore a smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of respect. After a few minutes of waiting, the door opened. Chu Wanning was drying her damp hair with a towel, and the familiar fragrance enveloped him once more. What brings you here? Professor Chu asked, seemingly just having finished her shower. Shen Yan felt a wave of shyness wash over him and diverted his gaze. The woman before him wore a wine-red silk nightgown, and perhaps due to her recent shower, small droplets of water clung to her delicate collarbone. At this late hour, young man, is there something you need? Chu Wanning remarked, a playful smile gracing her lips upon noticing Shen Yan's evasive gaze. Do you have any tuning tools? My piano still needs to be tuned. Shen Yan's eyes wandered uncertainly, searching for a place to settle. He dared not let his gaze linger too far down, as Chu Wanning's nightwear left her legs exposed. I will go and find it for you. Chu Wanning turned away, leaving a trail of fragrant air in her wake. Shen Yan stood frozen, contemplating whether to take a step forward, yet something felt amiss. After lingering at the doorway for 2 or 3 minutes, Chu Wanning's voice resonated from within. Come in and sit for a moment. I still need to search diligently. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan stepped inside. He settled onto the sofa, which he had vacated mere moments earlier, not expecting to return so soon. In the bedroom, Chu Wanning paced back and forth, her wine-red figure flitting before Shen Yan's eyes. Faced with this, he had no choice but to rise and shift to another spot, taking a seat in the far corner of the sofa. Yet, he could still catch glimpses of her. He couldn't help but admire the placement of the sofa. Regardless of where one sat, a corner of the bedroom was always visible. He shifted once more, this time to the edge of the floor-to-ceiling window, thinking to himself that this would suffice, as the view below was quite pleasant. The next moment, Chu Wanning emerged from the bedroom, muttering, how strange. Where did I put it? The silhouette of her rummaging through the living room was imprinted against the window. Chapter 43. Tuning at last. Chu Wanning discovered a small toolbox tucked away in a corner of the living room. She retrieved the tuning tools and approached the window. Hey, young man. Why are you just standing by the window like a statue? Are you on punishment? Chu Wanning's wine-red figure halted a couple of paces away from Shen Yin. Nothing. I'm merely admiring the view below. Shen Yin inhaled deeply, turned, and took a wrench-like tool from Chu Wanning's hands. Can you manage alone? Do you need my assistance? Chu Wanning inquired, but before she could finish, Shen Yin strode past her. Professor Chu, I will return it to you shortly. Hey, you. Chu Wanning began to call after Shen Yin, but he had already made 3 strides to the door, even kindly closing it behind him. What is the rush? You haven't even finished gathering your tools. Chu Wanning glanced at the toolbox, which still contained a mute tape and a mute stick. After pausing for a moment, she followed him out the door. Once Shen Yin returned to his room, he leaned against the door, taking a brief respite. Wasn't he dressing like that at night, inviting trouble? It felt as if he were not considered an outsider at all. Shen Yin attempted to calm the heat rising within him. However, he understood that Chu Wanning likely regarded him as a child. Glancing at the wrench in his hand, he had just taken 2 steps forward when a series of knocks echoed behind him. Peering through the peephole, he saw it was Chu Wanning. Now draped in a black trench coat, yet still clad in the wine-red nightgown he recognized so well. Professor Chu, what is the matter? Shen Yin inquired as he opened the door. Are you only using a wrench for tuning? What about these tools? Chu Wanning raised her wrist, displaying a small toolbox in front of Shen Yin. They are unnecessary, he replied. Unnecessary? Chu Wanning echoed, her gaze fixed on Shen Yin, as if she sought an explanation for his assertion. Has Professor Chu never tuned before? Shen Yin pressed the light switch. In the dim light, Chu Wanning, standing at his door, resembled a ghostly figure. I have tuned before, she said, surveying the cozy arrangement of Shen Yin's home. Adorned in warm hues, starkly contrasting with the monochrome tones of her own abode. Was it all done with these tools? Shen Yin glanced at the contents of her toolbox, most of which he had seldom used. Generally, he simply employed a wrench for tuning. What else would I use? Are you actually tuning with just that wrench? Chu Wanning retorted. Ah, Shen Yin nodded. Her expression fell. What if your tuning is off? Do you realize how careless that is? Her initially gentle tone suddenly turned serious. It won't be an issue, Professor Chu. I am quite precise with my tuning. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate. Shen Yin said, shrugging casually. A few minutes later, Shen Yin stood before his piano while Chu Wanning perched on a nearby piano stool, legs crossed. As he lifted the piano lid, she frowned and asked, Are you really just going to force it with that wrench? What's wrong? Shen Yin turned, sensing a hint of irritation in her demeanor. Are you really this careless? You could say this piano is your closest companion, yet you casually twist it with a wrench? Chu Wanning abruptly stood, snatching the wrench from his hand. In Shen Yin's bewildered gaze, she retrieved a keyboard mat from the toolbox and spread it across the piano lid. After removing each black and white key, she placed them on the mat, then took out a small vacuum-like device to clean the dust beneath. Following that, she reassembled the keys, meticulously adjusting them one by one. Shen Yin watched in awe. Her proficiency surpassed that of a professional tuner. In his past life, he merely wielded a wrench and relied on his ear to tune, lifting the lid and adjusting directly. He had even hired a tuner once for 200 yuan, feeling the difference was negligible. Thus, he seldom engaged tuners thereafter. While Shen Yin was lost in thought, Chu Wanning had already produced a mute strip and a tuning fork to calibrate the first note. Perhaps feeling a bit warm, she removed her black coat and tossed it into Shen Yin's arms, her tone still somewhat brusque. In the ensuing minutes, Chu Wanning busied herself with the tuning of the piano using a wrench. Shen Yin felt somewhat awkward merely watching from the side. He entered the kitchen, sliced some fruit, and poured a glass of warm water before stepping back out. Professor Chu, have some fruit, he suggested. No time. Professor Chu, take a sip of water, he urged. Not thirsty. Professor Chu, wipe your sweat, he insisted, handing her 2 tissues. Tuning a piano demands intense concentration. Beads of perspiration dotted Chu Wanning's fair forehead. However, she was clearly too absorbed to attend to the sweat trickling down to her chin. With a slight brush of her arm, she resumed her task with the wrench. It's almost done. Her tone had softened, losing some of its previous severity. Let me help you wipe it, Shen Yin offered, glancing at her sticky arms and the sweat that had slid down her chin, his hand instinctively reaching out. As he spoke, he placed the tissues beneath her chin, using the thin paper to gently dab away the perspiration. He then moved upward, wiping the moisture from the side of her face. One could not help but admire the smoothness of Professor Chu's skin. You're blocking my view, she said, turning her head away awkwardly. Understood. At her response, Shen gently adjusted the paper. After finishing one side of her face, he switched to the other. The once scentless tissue seemed to have absorbed a faint fragrance. Finally, he wiped the slick traces from her arm. Left side? Good. At her reply, Shen took the paper and began to clean the sweat from her left cheek. Right side? All right then, how about some fruit? Sure. What would you like, Professor Chu? Orange, apple, banana? An apple, please. All right. Shen speared a slice of apple with a small fork and offered it to her mouth. Ugh, what kind of apple is this? It's so sour. Chu Wanning grimaced, her features contorting with distaste. On sale, Shen replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. Do they charge extra for that? After nearly an hour of diligent work, Chu Wanning finally completed the tuning. Shen had also attended to her for almost the same duration, perhaps having become accustomed to it. The sight of her in a nightgown no longer stirred the same tumult within him as it had at first glance. Well done, young one, given your thoughtfulness. I shall refrain from being upset with you, Chu Wanning remarked, brushing off her hands and donning a black trench coat over her shoulders. Impressive, Professor Chu. Shen played a couple of notes on the piano and then gave her a thumbs up. Stop the banter. Do you remember what I said earlier? Chu Wanning's tone turned serious once more. Remember, the piano is my closest companion, and it deserves to be treated with utmost care. Shen solemnly echoed Chu Wanning's earlier words. Very well, the fee is 3,000 yuan, but given your status as my student, I'll offer you a half-price discount of 1,500. Chu Wanning displayed the payment QR code before Shen. What? A charge? Shen exclaimed in surprise. What else could it be, dear child? Do you think I toil away for an hour tuning for free? Chu Wanning adjusted her hair. She had no doubt that Shen could afford this sum. After all, his profile clearly indicated he was a privileged heir of considerable wealth. 1,005? Shen inquired, then quietly added, it would be cheaper for me to tinker with a wrench myself. What? 1,005 is a fair price. I have meticulously fine-tuned your instrument. If this were done commercially, the standard fee would be 5,000. I've already given you a significant discount. Chu Wanning fanned herself. Isn't there an air conditioner? It's sweltering. Shen suddenly felt a sense of futility, having been busy with fruit and pouring water. However, the tuning did indeed sound quite good. He simply assumed their teacher-student relationship would exempt him from payment. I'll pay you in a couple of days. He felt too embarrassed to default on the payment, but upon searching his pockets, he found only 80 yuan remaining. Why wait a couple of days? Chu Wanning questioned. Puzzled. Shouldn't someone from a well-off family like Shen pay immediately and transfer 5,000? Discounts? What discounts? For the affluent, discounts are unnecessary. My bank card has a limit today. Shen fabricated another excuse. A limit? Chu Wanning propped her chin on her hand, pondering for a moment before saying, That's fine, but if you delay for 2 days, the price will no longer be the same. Shen wished he could take back his earlier compliment, calling Chu Wanning a celestial teacher. All right, no problem, he gritted his teeth in response. Well then, make sure to sleep early. Chu Wanning methodically stored her tools in her toolbox, then left room 602 to return to room 601. However, as soon as she departed, Shen felt a surge of irritation and began to punch the sofa cushions. Why didn't you mention the charges earlier? You only disclosed it after the fact, which is no different from coercive selling. Fuming, Shen pounded his fists against the cushions. Why does this feel so peculiar? Back in her bedroom, Chu Wanning recalled Shen's expression of distress earlier and found it rather strange. She considered various possibilities, but never imagined he would lack funds. The following day, Chu Wanning awoke. Her routine was exceedingly regular. She adhered to a strict schedule of sleeping before midnight and rising promptly at 7 the next morning. After changing into appropriate attire and stepping outside, he unexpectedly encountered Shen, who had also just emerged. Shall we go together? I can give you a ride. Chu Wanning inquired with genuine kindness. I have a slight stomachache. Professor Chu, you should go ahead without worrying about me, Shen replied. With a loud thud, he retreated back into his home, shutting the door behind him. Taking a cab? Given yesterday's experience, he truly feared that Chu Wanning might ask him to cover the fare. Outside, Chu Wanning did not ponder too deeply, assuming Shen was genuinely unwell. However, after a brief hesitation about whether to wait for him, she ultimately decided against it. After sitting idly for 7 or 8 minutes, Shen finally opened his door and stepped outside. Checking the time, he noted it was 7:40. He had ample time to reach the school. He had no intention of attending classes that day. Repeating those lectures held little significance. As he often remarked, he could not possibly fail his final exams. Instead, he intended to discuss his participation in the talent show with his counselor, Yi Xian. Last night, he had a brief conversation with a friend of Professor Chu's, who had invited him to elaborate today. In half an hour, at the Jiuzhou Conservatory of Music, he arrived at the office. Certainly, no problem. Yi Xian expressed her support for Shenyan. This was primarily due to his own exceptional talent. Historically, top students often enjoy certain privileges. Shenyan, at present, was the pride of Jiuzhou Conservatory, as long as he refrained from any illegal activities. He could pursue whatever he wished. Not only could he take a leave of absence, but he could also skip classes entirely. The faculty was well aware that a genius of Shenyan's caliber had his reasons for such actions. Were they to worry that he would take time off to play instead of practicing? Such concerns were unfounded. Scoring first in the nation was not merely a product of talent. It also stemmed from years of disciplined dedication. However, Shenyan, while it's fine to have some leisure, do remember to practice, Yi Xian cautioned. I understand. Rest assured, Teacher Yi, he replied, turning to leave. Wait, Yi Xian called out. Shenyan turned back to see her beckoning with her finger. Leaning in closer, she whispered, make sure to practice diligently. I've heard the school plans to send a few students abroad for a competition, and it seems you are on the list. All right, I understand, Teacher Yi. Shenyan responded. And you mustn't tell anyone I said this. Yi Xian added. Shenyan, amused yet resigned, nodded, of course. Exiting the office, Shenyan fortuitously ran into 3 individuals with whom he had significant connections. Han Wenbin, the sophomore who had been thoroughly bested by him during the re-examination at the start of the semester. Tang Qian, the ex-girlfriend of Tan DePeo, whom he had a hand in bringing together, though he had not anticipated that she would turn out to be a player. The last individual, Qin Yingying, had led Shenyan to believe that at the very least, the other party would face some form of reprimand. Yet, as time passed, nothing of the sort transpired. Encountering these 3 individuals early in the morning left Shenyan convinced that today must surely be a day of misfortune for him. What surprised him even more was the cheerful banter among the trio, as if they were longtime friends. However, upon noticing him, their expressions swiftly turned cold. Shenyan, Han Wenbin ground out through clenched teeth. The look in Shenyan's eyes suggested he might leap forward and land a couple of punches. The other 2 shared similar sentiments. Had their glares possessed lethal power, he would have perished 1,000 times over. Wenbin, do not stoop to his level. Perhaps when we next meet, you will inhabit entirely different worlds, Qin Yingying remarked, maintaining her demure facade, yet now she was affectionately entwined with Han Wenbin's arm. Indeed, Yingying, you are right, Han Wenbin said, pulling her closer. Shenyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Were they truly entwined? Han Wenbin and Qin Yingying? This was perplexing. He recalled the school as official forum still displaying photos of Qin Yingying with several boys. Shenyan, no matter how well you perform academically, what does it matter? Your musical prowess pales in comparison to wealth. Your virtues are utterly insignificant in the face of money. Tang Qian approached, confronting Shenyan with an air of superiority. Fool, Shenyan retorted dismissively. He sensed a dissonance in the thought processes of the 3 before him. Shenyan, you are just like Tan Mingjia, that thick-headed fool. You squander a bright future. Before Tang Qian could finish, Shenyan interrupted her. Perhaps you should remain silent. It was a moment of folly that led me to facilitate your pairing with my roommate. And your so-called bright future, does it involve trading your body for capital? Much like the woman beside you? Shenyan's words dripped with scorn. At this, Qin Yingying let out a laugh. What does someone like you, a self-important student, truly understand? She then produced a sheet of white paper from her bag and presented it to Shenyan. Do you see this? Her lips curled into a smirk. You had the opportunity to join my team, yet you missed it entirely. Following that, she taunted, Han Wenbin is far more perceptive than you. Classical music? Does that feed you? Have you not observed? Who still listens to classical music nowadays? Shenyan's expression was one of incredulity. Not merely due to Qin Yingying's irritating demeanor and her derisive remarks, but rather because of the information gleaned from the white paper. In essence, it revealed that Qin Yingying had formed a band at school and was preparing to audition for Peak Band, seeking a venue for their rehearsals. Is this mere coincidence? She challenged. Regretting your choices, are you? Let me assure you, it is too late. As Qin Yingying observed Shenyan fall into silence, her mind began to conjure a series of inexplicable images. Classical music may not be sustenance, yet it is not within the purview of someone like you to critique it. A cool, clear voice emanated from behind the crowd. Instantly, the gazes of those present turned back, and Shun Yin's attention was drawn as well. Chu Wanning still wore that outfit, a black trench coat, a white shirt, and instead of a skirt, she donned black jeans, complemented by a pair of white sneakers. At that moment, her eyes were fixed intently on Qin Yingying. Initially, Qin Yingying had intended to identify the audacious individual, but upon turning around, all words caught in her throat. The moment Chu Wanning appeared, it was as if she carried an inherent aura, causing Han Wenbin, Tang Qian, and Qin Yingying to lower their heads in trepidation, staring at their shoelaces. Only Xin Yan, after a few seconds of eye contact, shifted his gaze away. Half an hour later. Professor Chu, I can take a taxi myself, truly. You need not escort me. Are you also headed that way? Does that mean it's complimentary? Then let us depart. A door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Shen Yin unfastened the seatbelt of the passenger seat. From what you just implied, are you afraid I might charge you? Chu Wanning also released her seatbelt. No, it's just that I don't wish to trouble Professor Chu with an unnecessary trip. Shen Yin explained with a smile. That would be strange. You charged me 1,500 just yesterday. Little one, does 1,000 or 2,000 make no difference to you? Chu Wanning pressed the accelerator, and the car began to move slowly. Professor Chu, what kind of question is that? Of course, there is a distinction between 200 and 2,000. Shen Yin was baffled as to why such a foolish inquiry was posed. The thickness of the bills is not the same. While it may matter to others, for someone of your privileged background, it should be inconsequential, no? Stop. Professor Chu, please do not misunderstand. I am not some wealthy heir. Shen Yin glanced at his attire, which was hardly designer, merely ordinary brands. The only high-end item was his smartphone tucked in his pocket. Chu Wanning, puzzled, glanced at him and then inquired, Shun Xinga from the group is your sister, isn't she? Upon hearing this, Shen Yin's lips twitched, but after a few moments of silence, he nodded in affirmation. Little one, why do you appear as though you've had a falling out at home? Chu Wanning had clearly noted Shun Yin's expression, which suggested turmoil, as if he were ready to brandish a sign declaring he was running away from home. Professor Chu, why are you asking so much? Shen Yin turned his head, evidently reluctant to address her previous question. Very well, I shall refrain from asking further. Chu Wanning sensed the abnormality in Shun Yin's demeanor. It was evident that something was amiss at home. Though her curiosity was piqued, she understood the principle that family grievances should remain private. After broaching the subject, silence enveloped the car for a considerable time. Neither of the two spoke another word. Half an hour later, in a skyscraper in the eastern part of the metropolis, in the underground parking lot, Chu Wanning was meticulously applying her eyebrow pencil in front of a makeup mirror. For the past 28 years, she had rarely adorned herself with makeup, as her natural beauty radiated a subtle elegance. However, at this moment, her brows were drawn in a most unflattering manner, complemented by blush that resembled the hue of a monkey's posterior. Professor Chu, what is this? Shen Yin's curious gaze lingered on Chu Wanning's face. Children should not ask. Shen Yin seemed to have an inkling of what was afoot, and promptly inquired, going on a blind date? Be quiet, get out of the car. I need to change my clothes. Chu Wanning had little patience for discussions surrounding blind dates. She could not fathom the urgency her family felt, pressuring her daily as if they feared she would end up alone for eternity. This was the 20th blind date of the year, and though she had evaded the previous 19, this time she could not escape. Chapter 46. The terrifying arts of Asia. Shun Yin stood with his back to the car, which was draped with small curtains on the windows. The vehicle swayed slightly, first to the left, then to the right. He had just caught a glimpse of Chu Wanning retrieving a black package from the glove compartment, along with a pair of striking red high heels. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what attire she would don when she alighted from the vehicle. Moments later, the car door swung open. Shen Yin turned his head at the sound. His mouth gradually agape, large enough to fit an egg. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the person before him was indeed Chu Wanning. Clad in a crimson trench coat, even the outfit beneath was red. Her lips were painted a fiery red, her blush grotesquely exaggerated, and her eyelashes resembled those of a moth. Ah, seeing your expression brings me great satisfaction. Chu Wanning beamed, her red lips curving into a smile. Shen Yin's brow furrowed in disbelief. She truly resembled a specter. Professor Chu, this seems excessive. If you truly dislike it, you could simply refuse, he remarked. Be quiet. What do you know, child? Chu Wanning rolled her eyes. Did he think she had not wished to refuse? She had turned down countless proposals. But did it make any difference? Not in the slightest. Friends and relatives pushing for her to marry had nearly worn down her doorstep. Shen Yan remained silent, for he was indeed out of his depth regarding this matter. The two then walked together to the elevator. Chu Wanning continued to inspect her makeup in a small mirror, glancing left and right, nodding occasionally as if thoroughly pleased with her appearance. Shen Yan suppressed his urge to distance himself from the female ghost beside him. Before long, the elevator doors opened, revealing a youthful young man and a middle-aged man clad in a loose-fitting suit. Just as they were about to step out, a loud exclamation erupted from within. Shen Yan discreetly shifted 2 steps to the side, silently signaling to the 2 individuals inside the elevator that he had no association with the woman beside him. Please do not misunderstand. Once Shen Yan and Chu Wanning entered the elevator, she inquired, "Are you disgusted?" "Not at all," Shen Yan replied. "I noticed your little gesture just now," Chu Wanning remarked. She turned to face the boy, who was only a few centimeters taller than she. "You truly are not disgusted." Shen Yan turned his face towards Chu Wanning and earnestly said, "Even in this form, Professor Chu is quite beautiful. I swear." Seemingly fearing that she might not believe him, he raised his hand in promise. This was no lie. Although Professor Chu's face was indeed less than appealing at the moment, her figure remained splendid. As the saying goes, when the lights are off, who needs to see your face? Ding, the 8th floor has arrived. Don't bother arguing with you. Also, little one, refrain from swearing so casually, Chu Wanning retorted before stepping out of the elevator. Little one, you are the real child. Shen Yan clenched his fist and vigorously gestured at the already closed elevator doors. Ding, the 13th floor has arrived. Shen Yan straightened his collar. After the elevator doors opened, he stepped out, phone in hand. After confirming the room information on his phone, he soon found himself standing before a door. Ding dong. He pressed the doorbell. When the door opened, he was greeted by a long-haired boy. If it weren't for the pronounced Adam's apple, Shen Yan might have mistaken him for a girl. Young man, whom are you looking for? I spoke with Jiang Xianya, and she mentioned that you are currently in need of a keyboardist. Shen Yan genuinely could not comprehend why he was being perceived as a child. Not to mention, he was already 18 years old, standing at a height of 180 centimeters. Who could consider him a child at that stature? Oh, so you are that little one. The long-haired man quickly sized Shen Yan up, then turned his head to shout into the room. Xianya, the little one you mentioned last night has arrived. Jiang Xianya swiftly emerged, a guitar slung over her shoulder. Hello, little one. It's nice to see you again, she greeted with lively enthusiasm. Shen Yan felt a wave of darkness wash over him. How was it that yet another person referred to him as a child? Big brother and sister. I am 18 years old. Shen Yan felt it necessary to emphasize this point. Indeed, Ningming mentioned it to me just yesterday, saying that you, dear child, are her prized protege, and we should take good care of you. Jiang Xianya approached with an air of authority, cheerfully patting Shen Yan on the shoulder. Shen Yan seemed to grasp why everyone referred to him as little friend. Professor Chu. He was both enamored and exasperated by him. Allow me to introduce you. This is our guitarist, Zhang He. You may call him Brother Zhang from now on. Jiang Xianya rested her hand on Shen Yan's shoulder, tilting her chin slightly toward the long-haired man. Hello there, little friend. Zhang He tousled his flowing locks and flashed a bright smile. Hello. Shen Yan forced a smile, extending his hand to shake Zhang He's, before inquiring, Brother Zhang, how old are you this year? He was curious about the age of the man before him. Judging by his appearance, he looked no older than 30. He is 36 this year, Jiang Xianya interjected swiftly. 36? Shen Yan repeated incredulously, scrutinizing the man more closely. He certainly does not appear to be 36. Ha ha ha, startled are you? This is the benefit of diligent skincare. Zhang He leaned closer to Shen Yan, pausing for effect before continuing. However, at your age, you needn't be overly concerned with skincare. Maintaining a regular routine will alleviate worries about wrinkles. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Shen Yan took a step back, as Zhang He was nearly pressing his face against his. No need for formalities. If you have any questions, be it about music, skincare, or the myriad of life's trivialities, do not hesitate to consult your brother Zhang. Zhang He patted his chest, but as he finished speaking, he seemed to recall something and added. On second thought, you probably need not ask me about music, as I hear you have a rather impressive professor. Absolutely, I will. Shen Yan replied with a smile. The man before him was quite amiable. Chapter 47. A long wait in the ensuing moments. Jiang Xinya guided Shen Yin through a brief introduction to their secret haven. This so-called secret base was essentially a rehearsal space for the band. It was equipped with an array of instruments: drums, synthesizers, guitars, pianos, hand drums, ukuleles, and over a dozen others. Most importantly, the room was lined with several centimeters of soundproofing material. Generally, the role of a keyboardist is not essential in every band, as a competent keyboard player requires extensive theoretical knowledge and specialized skills. For many, it seems more practical to invest time in mastering an electric guitar or pounding on a drum kit. These two positions certainly exude a far cooler aura than that of a keyboardist. Strumming an electric guitar on stage, with a resounding note and a striking pose, would send the audience into a frenzy of cheers and applause. The electronic keyboard, however, appeared rather static, merely standing there without much flair. Far less captivating than the charismatic guitarists. The children seemed quite adept, surprisingly professional for their age. You must be a freshman, yet your command of chords and harmonies surpasses that of some graduates from composition programs, remarked Jiang Xinya and Zhang He, who surrounded Shen Yin, nodding in praise. Oh, it's nothing, Shen Yin humbly replied, scratching the back of his head. His knowledge of music theory and harmony was indeed profound. After growing weary of practicing classical pieces, he relished the opportunity to improvise on his own. Last night, Chu Weining mentioned I should look after you, but with your skills, you hardly seem in need of my assistance, Jiang Xinya mused internally. She had already attempted to give Shen Yin the benefit of the doubt, yet his true capabilities exceeded her expectations by a significant margin. Last night, Chu Weining had expressed concern that her student might feel disheartened, advising her to be somewhat tactful in her refusals. But what could she possibly use to turn him down? Subsequently, Shen Yin practiced a couple of pieces with Jiang Xinya and Zhang He, who were equally impressed by his talent. After finishing the two songs, a young man and woman entered. The young man, Chen Ming, bore an unremarkable appearance, while the young woman, Li Li, donned a leather jacket with a distinctly rock-inspired ensemble. Their demeanor towards Shen Yin was neither particularly warm nor cold, yet their technical skills were commendable. Chen Ming played the bass, and Li Li was the drummer. With that, Jiang Xinya's band was complete. Jiang Xinya took on the roles of lead vocalist and guitarist, Zhang He was another guitarist, and Shen Yin played the keyboard. They practiced a couple more songs, all feeling quite satisfied with their progress. Towards the end, Shen Yin subtly inquired with Jiang Xinya about the possibility of winning the championship, which would yield a reward of 300,000. It wasn't an exorbitant amount, yet not insignificant either. After all, the keyboardist's position was somewhat dispensable. While it could enhance the expressiveness of certain songs, its absence wouldn't drastically alter the overall sound. Once the band's rehearsal schedule was finalized for the evening, Shen Yin departed the secret base. Upon exiting the office building, he stood by the roadside, preparing to take a taxi home with his meager 80 yuan. Suddenly, a couple of honks interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, he saw Chu Weining leaning against her car window, waving at him from several parking spaces away. Professor Chu? What brings you here? Shen Yin approached, puzzled. And what's with your makeup? Enough with the chit-chat, you little rascal. Get in the car. Chu Weining had been waiting there for quite some time. The blind date she had earlier was resolved in mere 5 minutes, as her rather ghostly makeup had prompted her date to politely escort her out. She then returned to the car, using makeup remover to cleanse her face. After changing her outfit, she strolled around the vicinity for a while, even stopping by a restaurant to resolve her breakfast, with the intention of catching a free ride home. Shen Yin nimbly and adeptly slid into the passenger seat as soon as she opened the door. So how was today? Chu Wanning casually inquired after starting the engine. Pretty good. If I can win the championship, there's a prize of 300,000, Shen Yin replied, her gaze fixed on the flowing traffic outside the window. Turning to Chu Wanning, she added, Thank you, Professor Chu. In response, Chu Wanning lightly tapped her long fingers on the steering wheel. If you truly wish to thank me, then practice diligently on the piano. Do not squander your innate talent. Understood. Shen Yin suddenly felt as if Chu Wanning had transformed into a celestial mentor. Such kindness. Observing Shen Yin's joyful expression, Chu Wanning felt a sense of confusion. She had initially intended for Shen Yin to face a disappointing reality. Yesterday, she had spoken with Jiang Xinya, informing her that a young friend wished to experiment with joining a band. It is essential to understand that the role of a keyboardist in a band is fundamentally different from that of a classical pianist. Classical pianists emphasize finger technique, dynamics, and emotional expression, whereas keyboardists in a band focus on providing harmony, rhythm, and sound effects. The two concepts are entirely distinct. What was Jiang Xinya thinking? Surely she wouldn't allow this young child to join the band? Chu Wanning furrowed her brow. She had prepared a plethora of comforting words and even reserved a spot at the noodle shop. Yet now, where was the slightest hint of sorrow on Shen Yan's face? The joy radiated from her eyes. This was not what she had anticipated at all. Have you decided to sign up? Chu Wanning asked. Yes, we'll register tonight. And we've already agreed to rehearse every evening. With a little over half a month to go, I must seize the opportunity to practice, Shen Yan declared. Brimming with determination, Chu Wanning remained silent, her mind filled with questions. No matter how downcast Jiang Xinya might be, even on the brink of becoming an obscure singer, she should possess a basic level of musical appreciation. How could Shen Yan possibly join this band? Was Jiang Xinya truly struggling to find members? Or did she have other plans? Chapter 48. Do you believe me when I say I have no ex-girlfriend? During the traffic light pause, Chu Wanning picked up her phone and sent 2 messages to Jiang Xinya. Chu Wanning. Hey, what on earth is going on? Didn't I tell you to refuse politely? There's no need to deceive the child. Jiang Xinya. What? Ning, what are you talking about? Who am I deceiving? Chu Wanning. Shen Yan. You let her join the band. Jiang Xinya. Oh, what's wrong? Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning genuinely wanted to send a voice message. The typing speed is utterly inadequate. Professor Chu, the light is green, Shen Yan reminded from the side, as the vehicles behind incessantly honked their horns. Understood. After locking her phone, Chu Wanning tossed it aside. What's the matter? Why does Shen Yan have the impression that Professor Chu seems rather irritable again? However, upon reflection, could it be due to the relentless honking from behind? Professor Chu. Those people were truly excessive. It was merely a few seconds of pause. The honking was as if they were urging for one's demise. Shen Yan employed the comforting techniques from his past life with his girlfriend. Regardless of the reason for her anger, it was best to join in the complaints. I'm not angry. Chu Wanning smirked, glancing at Shen Yan. I never said you were angry. I was merely commenting on how outrageous those people were. No matter the situation, standing on the same side as one's partner was essential. In his previous life, he had often calmed down an irate tigress into a docile kitten using this tactic. A soft chuckle escaped Chu Wanning, who then remarked lightly, I didn't expect, young man, that your emotional intelligence is quite commendable. Just average. Shen Yan rubbed his nose. Chu Wanning, it seems your ex-girlfriend taught you well. Shen Yan, what? What did you say, Professor Chu? Chu Wanning, I said your ex-girlfriend taught you well. Shen Yan, do you believe me when I say I have no ex-girlfriend? Chu Wanning, do you believe it yourself? Shen Yan lowered his head. If considering this body, he indeed had no ex-girlfriend, having never even held a girl's hand in 18 years. Yet, concerning his soul, it was misleading to claim he had no past relationships. This was quite contradictory. Why the silence? Chu Wanning chuckled softly. There's nothing much to say. In truth, Shen Yan was at a loss for words. Chu Wanning, are you hungry? Shen Yan, not too bad. Gurgle, a rather awkward sound echoed within the car. Subsequently, Shen Yan and Chu Wanning exchanged a brief glance, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Well, he hadn't even eaten breakfast today, and it was already past noon. Still? Not too bad? Chu Wanning repeated the words, her lips curling slightly. Shen Yan fell silent, tactically turning his head to admire the scenery outside the window. Yet, as he gazed at the somewhat familiar scenery, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen it somewhere before. Soon, his query received a tangible answer. Familiar streets. A familiar noodle shop. Let us go. Get out of the car. Chu Wanning had already unbuckled her seatbelt and stepped out. Eating this? Shen Yan swallowed. The memory of the last time he was left in tears from the spiciness vividly etched in his mind, as if it were merely yesterday. I've already reserved our seats. Hurry up. Chu Wanning lowered her gaze to her phone, persistently inquiring with Jiang Xinya about the circumstances surrounding Shen Yan's entry into the band. Shen Yan cast a puzzled glance at Chu Wanning before directing his attention to the noodle shop behind her. Is it really necessary to make a reservation at such a modest establishment? His expression evidently betrayed his thoughts. As Chu Wanning caught sight of it the moment, she looked up. Little one, do you think the noodles you had last time cost how much? She tucked her phone away, assuming Jiang Xinya was preoccupied and would not respond. 8 or 9 yuan, Shen Yan ventured, recalling that he had merely ordered a bowl of plain noodles, which seemed to amount to no more than 2 taels. Upon reflecting, he remembered that this city, known as the Magic City, naturally had a higher cost of living, prompting him to amend his statement. No, perhaps 12 or 13 yuan. You can ask the proprietress later to confirm. Chu Wanning did not reply to Shen Yin and proceeded into the noodle shop. What an enigma! Shen Yin murmured quietly as he followed her. Upon entering, he noticed it was quite crowded, with all seats occupied. Shen Yin glanced around, utterly perplexed about where Chu Wanning had mentioned making a reservation. Over here, she gestured from beside a door at the back of the shop. As Shen Yin stepped in, he noticed the letters inscribed on the door. What does that mean? Do you need a membership just to eat noodles in the Magic City? Shen Yin questioned, casting a glance back at the diners still enjoying their meals. With a light laugh and a shrug, Chu Wanning opened the door and stepped inside. Following the sound, Shen Yin quickly followed suit. Upon entering a private room, the contrast in decor became apparent. One was ordinary, resembling any typical noodle shop on the street, while the other was exquisitely decorated, featuring a refined layout with several small rooms. This establishment has a long-standing reputation. The proprietress possesses her unique secret recipes for both the broth and seasonings, Chu Wanning elucidated. She then poured a glass of lemonade from the table and handed it to Shen Yin. Thank you, he replied, but his mind wandered back to her earlier question about the cost of the noodles. Given the current decor, it was likely to be a 3-digit sum. Hiss! Shen Yin suddenly gasped in surprise, immediately springing from his seat. Professor Chu, I need to use the restroom, he exclaimed, hastily attempting to exit. Stop! Come back and sit down, Chu Wanning commanded, lifting her glass to sip the lemonade. Noticing Shen Yin's hesitation, she continued, Rest assured, I have already settled the bill, including the 1,500 from yesterday for tuning your instrument. You can repay me once you have the means. If it truly becomes a burden, well, just come back and sit down quickly. Chu Wanning contemplated expressing that if he couldn't afford it, he need not contribute. However, upon reflection, she realized such words might inadvertently wound a young man's pride. Her intention in reserving this private room was to comfort Shen Yin, as she had always found solace in indulging in spicy, sour, and bitter delights during her own moments of discontent. She had never anticipated that Jiang Xinya would actually permit Shen Yin to join her band. In Chapter 49, Professor Chu had nearly become his personal chauffeur. Shen Yin experienced an odd sensation, as if Chu Wanning possessed some form of telepathy, for how else could she discern his innermost thoughts? He slurped up a mouthful of noodles while glancing at the woman beside him. Chu Wanning draped her trench coat over the back of her chair, revealing her perennial white shirt. Her long hair, usually cascading over her shoulders, was now secured in a bun with a chopstick. Her lips parted slightly as she blew gently on the noodles in her hand before savoring them in delicate bites. For a fleeting moment, Shen Yin believed he understood the essence of the ethereal beauty depicted in classical Eastern literature, akin to the elegance of Chu Wanning at this very moment. While he indulged recklessly, his face smeared with grease, she exuded an air of sophistication. Yet, he was abruptly reminded of the last time Chu Wanning, akin to him now, had wept bitterly over a bowl of noodles, the stark contrast evoking a chuckle that erupted uncontrollably, causing a few strands of unchewed noodles to shoot into his nasal cavity. After a fit of choking, a delicate hand, pale as jade, extended a tissue toward him. Shen Yin gratefully accepted it, wiping his mouth before hastily gulping down more lemon water. Chu Wanning had been keenly aware of Shen Yin's furtive glances at her. However, she thought little of it until he, caught off guard by a noodle, broke into a silly grin while choking. She then gently advised, Take your time while eating. Chew slowly. Thank you, Professor Chu, Shen Yin replied, his face flushed from embarrassment. Meanwhile, Chu Wanning continued to eat her noodles gracefully, methodically tearing them apart, while her left hand retrieved a Bluetooth headset, which she donned. Shen Yin, feeling awkward, silently focused on his bowl of noodles, hoping that his earlier embarrassing moment had gone unnoticed. The image of noodles spraying from his nose only intensified the redness of his cheeks. He discreetly cast another glance at Chu Wanning, who was engrossed in her phone, seemingly watching something on the screen, though the distance made it difficult for him to discern the details. However, he could see her brows furrowing in concentration as she listened through her headset. Although curiosity stirred within him, he averted his gaze after a brief moment, and, for reasons unknown, picked up his own phone, balancing eating with playing. In the realm of talent and skill, on Chu Wanning's mobile screen played an impromptu clip featuring Shen Yin, recently recorded by Jiang Xinya. After watching, she navigated to the next video, showcasing Shen Yan rehearsing several songs alongside them. These had just been sent by Jiang Xianya, who assured her that watching them would elucidate why Shen Yan had joined the band. Although filmed through surveillance, the visuals and audio were sufficient to discern the notes he played. Having perused all the content, Chu Wanning, without realizing, had set down her chopsticks and lifted her gaze to Shen Yan, who was engrossed in scrolling through short videos, noodles stuffed in his mouth, occasionally convulsing with laughter, emitting a series of goose sounds. She raised her phone, activated the camera function, and captured his foolish expression. Subsequently, she forwarded the photograph and the videos Jiang Xianya had sent to teacher Shen Nan. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Almost simultaneously, Shen Yan's WeChat notification chimed. Instantly, he straightened his posture and leaned back against the chair. Little Chu. Video 3. Little Chu. Picture. Little Chu. Teacher Shen, do you think my student is a bit abnormal? Who's abnormal? Shen Yan glanced at Chu Wanning, who was intensely focused on her phone screen. Ding dong, another message arrived. Little Chu. Isn't his talent quite extraordinary? He is only a freshman. Yet the arrangement of chords and his proficiency with the electronic keyboard hardly resemble that of a typical first-year student. Shen Nan, perhaps your student has already studied these chord theories and harmony as part of his professional courses? Shen Yan, nonchalantly taking a bite of noodles, replied on his phone. Little Chu, that can't be. A person's energy is finite. How could one excel in such disparate fields at this age? Shen Nan, perhaps your student is a genius? Without a hint of shame, Shen Yan responded with this message. Then he could no longer contain his laughter, bursting into a series of goose sounds. Click. Little Chu. Photo of Shen Yan's silly smile. Little Chu. Are there geniuses who look like this? Chu Wanning rubbed her temples in exasperation. Shen Yan's smile immediately froze. What did that mean? Who was she looking down upon? How could he not be seen as a genius? With a visage like his, one could stroll down the street and have fortune-tellers tearfully clasp his hands, proclaiming him destined for great wealth and honor. The embodiment of the literary star descended from the heavens, the purple star shining brightly. Shen Nan, Little Chu. You must understand that some individuals are simply different. Geniuses vary from one to another. Your student is remarkable, and given time, he will surely leave an indelible mark in history. Flushed, Shen Yan felt embarrassed by the self-praise. Is there truly such a genius in the world? Xiao Chu inquired. Do not doubt it. At this very moment, he stands beside you, Shen Nan replied, after savoring the last mouthful of noodles. Shen Nan's conversation with Professor Xiao Chu drew to a close. He poured another glass of lemonade and discreetly captured a few candid shots of the woman beside him. Click. Click. He managed to photograph 2 profile shots of Chu Wanning. Capturing an unflattering image akin to his earlier one was impossible, with her exquisite features and refined demeanor. Even while dining, she radiated elegance that could only be described as breathtakingly flawless from every angle. Nevertheless, he thought to himself that he would edit these candid shots at home using photo enhancement software to achieve that desired unflattering result. Professor Chu, do not blame me. You initiated the photography, he mused. Finished? Then let us depart. Chu Wanning, lowering her head and letting her long hair cascade over her shoulders, picked up the coat behind her chair and exited first. Her brow remained furrowed, imparting an air of sternness and aloofness. Shen Nan followed her, casting one last glance at the century-old noodle shop. Indeed, it was a tad pricey, with a bowl costing $1.99, yet the flavor was undeniably excellent. Had it not been for Chu Wanning's presence, he would have polished off every last drop of broth. Once outside the noodle shop, they settled into the familiar passenger seat, and an uncomfortable silence enveloped them for a while. Shen Nan found himself stealing glances at the driving Chu Wanning, suddenly sensing that she was becoming akin to his personal chauffeur. Chapter 50. Little one, are you trying to be mischievous? Chu Wanning appeared to be irked once more. Throughout the journey home, she remained icy and did not utter a single word. Shen Nan pondered for an extended period, unable to fathom what was troubling her. He felt rather unaccustomed to this demeanor. From the parking lot to the elevator and finally to their apartment door, neither spoke a word, resembling 2 strangers. Professor Chu, have you encountered some troubling thoughts? Shen Nan could not suppress his curiosity as he was about to turn the doorknob. He truly was not accustomed to this cold version of Chu Wanning. Nothing, she replied dismissively, and with a resounding thud, the door closed behind her. Shen Nan gazed at the firmly shut door, feeling an inexplicable sense of sorrow begin to swell within him. However, as soon as he sank into the couch after entering. A message from Xiao Chu illuminated his phone screen. Teacher Shun, do you think he finds classical music too dull and has turned to play in a band instead? So, was her earlier gloominess a result of this? Shen stared at the message on his phone, pursing his lips, unsure of how to respond. After a considerable time, he finally replied on the phone screen. If he were truly interested in the band's pop music, he wouldn't have chosen piano as his major in the first place. But I'm somewhat afraid that he might be indecisive. Teacher Shen, he is my first student. And currently, he is my only student. What if he decides to switch majors? What should I do? A distinguished university professor with just one student? Isn't he worried about being ridiculed? Shen Yan pondered how the school administration perceived this. Why hadn't they assigned more students to Chu Wanning? After a moment's reflection, he replied on the phone screen. Why not accompany him to band practice? This way, you won't have to worry about someone whisking him away. Plus, you could enjoy free rides. Shen Yan nodded, deeming his suggestion splendid. However, would the other party consent? After all, Chu Wanning was a professor, even without students. He must have plenty on his plate, right? Leaving that aside, wouldn't he still need to practice the piano? Was he perhaps being overly presumptuous? Yet, what was the small flicker of anticipation in his heart? Shen Yan stared intently at the phone screen, feeling his breath quicken considerably. But I hardly have the time to keep an eye on him. As he read the message on the screen, an uneasy flutter struck Shen Yan's heart. Indeed, he had overthought it. How could Professor Chu possibly follow him around aimlessly during his free time? However, Teacher Shen, you are right. A genius student like him may not come by again in years. If he gets swayed by rock, jazz, or pop, I would regret it immensely. I must closely monitor this promising talent. Shen Yan leaped from the sofa in excitement, bouncing a couple of times before exuberantly exclaiming, I can hitch a ride with Professor Chu for free from now on. A few minutes later, having regained his composure from the joyous revelation and focusing intently on practicing the piano, Shen Yan heard a series of knocks on the door. Approaching the door, he peered through the peephole. Chu Wanning was standing at his doorstep, clad in casual attire. Professor Chu, what brings you here? Shen Yan inquired as he opened the door. Did you see the message I sent you? What message? Shen Yan queried, perplexed, as he fumbled through his pockets to retrieve his phone and unlock it. Had Chu Wanning sent him any other messages? Or had he simply missed them due to his phone being on silent mode? What other message did you send me? Suddenly, his phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. This wasn't due to his clumsiness. He had just recalled an important detail. He was logged into his alternate account, Shen Yan's alias. The predicament was compounded by his delayed reaction. Moments ago, he had intended to shove the phone screen in front of Chu Wanning's face. As he raised his hand halfway, he immediately released it, allowing the newly purchased fruit-themed phone to plummet freely to the ground. At this moment, it was no longer a matter of lamenting the phone's fate. Rather, he feared the consequences if he were too slow and was discovered by Chu Wanning, engaging in conversation with her under the guise of Shen Yan. He shuddered at the thought of what might ensue. Would the amiable teacher suddenly unleash her wrath? What did you say, Shen Yan? Chu Wanning inquired, bending down to retrieve the phone from the floor. The scene was strikingly familiar. Shen Yan couldn't help but recall a similar occurrence at the comprehensive piano hall, where he had made a comparable choice. However, on that occasion, he had merely slid beneath Chu Wanning's feet. This time, he bent down and grasped her delicate wrists. Don't move. Professor Chu, I can manage this myself. Shen Yan gazed into her icy visage, close enough to discern the fine hairs on her cheeks and the reflection of his own figure in her dark pupils. Hey, young man, what are you attempting to do? Are you being inappropriate? Chu Wanning's lips parted slightly, and Shen Yan's heated breath brushed against her face, causing an itching sensation. Her wrists, held firmly by his hands, radiated warmth, akin to being drawn from a furnace. The proximity was striking, allowing her to see her own reflection in Shen Yan's clear eyes. No, Professor Chu. I assure you, this minor task is something I can handle. Please, rise first. Shen Yan awkwardly averted his gaze. Chu Wanning's skin felt remarkably smooth. Her wrist was cool to the touch. Then please release my hand. Very well. He was uncertain what Chu Wanning had consumed in her brief return home. But her breath bore a refreshing scent that overwhelmed Shen Yan. His ears flushed crimson, a significant portion of the embarrassment attributable to her presence. As soon as he relinquished her wrist, Chu Wanning swiftly grasped the phone that had fallen to the ground. Goodness, Professor Chu, you're not usually like this. Shen Yan, in that moment, was oblivious to anything else. He only understood that if Chu Wanning glimpsed the contents on the phone screen, he would likely face dire consequences. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Yin raised his hands and firmly covered Chu Wanning's eyes. The sudden turn of events caused both of them to tumble into Shun Yin's room. Bang! He stifled a groan of pain. Let go, Chu Wanning demanded. I refuse to release you. Not even in death, Shun Yin retorted. Let go now, she insisted. Only if you return my phone first, he countered. At his words, Chu Wanning was both amused and exasperated. She could feel the strength in Shun Yin's grip over her eyes. Truth be told, given her combat skills, she could easily break free from his hold. However, once she acted thus, Shun Yin's frail body would have to endure some discomfort. All right. Just let go of your hand. Chu Wanning was rather curious about the secrets concealed within Shun Yin's smartphone. Previously, she had assumed he was perusing trivial matters, but it now appeared otherwise. Shun Yin's phone held other mysteries. Chapter 51. Who would have thought you possess abs? Shun Yin and Chu Wanning lay intertwined on the floor, with Shun Yin beneath and Chu Wanning above. Shun Yin could hardly believe that the slender and graceful Professor Chu possessed such strength. She truly compelled him to exert every ounce of energy he had. However, upon feeling the phone slip into his grasp, he released his hold. You seem quite agitated. Surely there must be something extraordinary on your phone? Chu Wanning propped herself up using her hands against Shun Yin's abdomen, shook her head vigorously, and then adjusted the strands of hair that had fallen across her face. Who would have guessed, little one, that you have abs? Chu Wanning pressed down lightly. They were firm, albeit not excessively so. It was soon apparent to her that Shun Yin's abs were purely a result of being slender. Hey, Professor Chu, might you want to get up first? Shun Yin struggled to lift his head. Moments ago, he had been struck a few times by the flailing strands of her hair, and now, the pressure on his abdomen was causing him to grimace in pain. Is the focus really on abs right now? Shun Yin thought to himself, wanting to voice his concern. Professor Chu, do you not find our position rather peculiar? Chu Wanning seemed to have realized their somewhat awkward posture, with a voice as delicate as a mosquito's. She responded affirmatively before promptly rising to her feet. Seizing the opportunity of her standing, Shun Yin glanced down at his position and, cautiously, held down the power button on the side of the phone, ensuring it was forcibly shut off. So, Professor Chu, did you come here specifically to discuss this? On the sofa, Shun Yin continued to rub his slightly sore abdomen. The next time we practice over there, I'll take you along. Tomorrow, I'll have Jiang Xinya set up a piano in the room, and we can conduct our specialized classes there as well. Chu Wanning crossed her legs, her hands resting naturally on her knees. Sounds great. Shun Yin wholeheartedly agreed with Chu Wanning's suggestion, relieved that he could avoid running to school in the future. Let me tell you, you still need to attend classes at school. I don't want to hear about you skipping classes. If I do, you'll have to face the consequences. Professor Chu, must it be so severe? I assure you I won't fail any subjects by the end of the term. Not acceptable. After firmly rejecting him, she stood, observing Shun Yin's slender form, and added, moreover, you must incorporate physical exercise into your daily routine, with your physique. You're out of breath after just a few steps. All right. Shun Yin nodded with a smile. That's not enough. Attending classes is already quite a concession. As for physical exercise, let's just forget about it. The last time I was dragged by Chu wanting to run a few laps, I felt as if I were on the brink of collapse. Indeed, a well-behaved child. Chu Wanning patted Shun Yin's shoulder and waved him goodbye. I'm off, heading back now. Very well, Professor Chu, take care. A perfectly crafted smile adorned Shun Yin's face until he saw Chu Wanning out the door. However, just as the door was about to close, she suddenly turned back, her face adorned with a feigned smile, and said, don't forget to download a running app. After each run, send me your records. I won't ask for much, just run twice a week. Oh, and this will count towards your final grades. Bang. Before Shun Yin could respond, Chu Wanning grasped the doorknob and forcefully shut the door. Shun Yin stood frozen for several seconds, only reacting when he heard another bang from the opposite side. He called out loudly towards the door, Chu Wanning, you. But the sentence remained unfinished. In truth, Professor Chu is quite nice, albeit a tad too concerned for her students. Never mind. Shun Yin waved his hand dismissively, preparing to return to his room to practice the piano. Just as he turned, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Goodness. Could it be that Professor Chu merely feigned closing the door, pressing her ear against it to eavesdrop on whether I was cursing her? In an instant, Shun Yin conjured that scene in his mind. No wonder she slammed the door shut earlier. She must have wanted to see my flustered reaction. Huh, Professor Chu. You underestimate me. Shen Yin shook his head, chuckling to himself, and with a sincere smile, he unlocked the door and said, Professor Chu, you. What Professor Chu? Shen Yin, have you lost your mind? Chen Anha and the others gazed at the smile on Shen Yin's face in confusion. If not for that earlier remark, they might have thought Shen Yin was welcoming them. However, Chen Anha placed his palm against Shen Yin's forehead and then pressed his empty hand against his own forehead. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, No fever indeed? Zhang Bowen quipped, Xiao Yin, did you eat some poisonous mushrooms at home? Tan Mingjia added, or perhaps you haven't woken up yet. The trio chimed in with their banter. Shen Yin's smile quickly faded. What brings you here? Upon seeing it was not Chu Wanning, Shen Yin no longer felt the need to pretend. He turned away and returned to his room. Xiao Yin, what does this mean? Are we not welcome? Shen Anha complained, yet his steps did not falter, quickly catching up with Shen Yin. Indeed, we thought you'd forgotten about us after moving out. As you didn't respond to our messages. Zhang Bowen and Tan Mingjia followed him inside. The message revealed that Shen Yin retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket, which had already powered off. Upon switching it back on and preparing to log into his account, he found Chen Anha and two others encircling him. Instantly, he shot them a glance, signaling them to turn their heads away and not to observe his phone. Chen Anha remarked, Oh. Zhang Bowen echoed, Oh. Tan Mingjia added, Oh. It's merely about not eating cilantro, right? We are well aware of it. There's no need for you to act distant with us. Chen Anha shrugged and turned away with a smile, followed suit by Tan Mingjia and Zhang Bowen. Shen Yin advised, I suggest you refrain from mentioning that nickname in school. Be wary of the words you utter. He then switched back to his primary account on the phone. What does it mean? Is not eating cilantro someone from our school? Chen Anha suddenly, with a hint of curiosity, turned his head. His gaze swiftly skimmed across Shen Yin's phone screen. And although it was merely for 2 or 3 fleeting seconds, he spotted the name Not Eating Cilantro sending several messages to Shen Yin. Chapter 52. Why are you adept at everything? Shen do not blame me for not warning you. Your mouth is the most perilous aspect of you. I am not particularly concerned about Dapao and Sanwan. Shen Yin slightly elevated his phone, accessing the chat history with Chu Wanning. Not eating cilantro. Shen Yin, if you plan to rehearse there, please inform me. I have arranged for Jiang Xinya to procure a piano for that location. Your professional classes will be held there henceforth. Not eating cilantro. Please reply upon receipt. Not eating cilantro. If you do not respond soon, I shall come and knock on your door. As he finished scanning these 3 messages, a mocking voice broke the silence. If you do not reply soon, I shall come and find you. Shen Anha pinched his voice, sounding exaggeratedly comedic. Zhang Bowen queried, What? What does that mean? Shen Anha responded, I just saw Not Eating Cilantro message him, stating that they intend to visit. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them collectively radiated an aura of immense curiosity. Even the typically reserved Tan Mingjia was now rubbing his hands together, inquiring how long Not Eating Cilantro would be coming. All right, no more pretense, my friends. I must lay my cards on the table. Not eating cilantro is Professor Chu. Shen Yin did not wish for his 3 companions to unwittingly offend Professor Chu one day. Ha 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 ha. What? Professor Chu? Chen Anha laughed the loudest, to the point where Shen Yin felt he might collapse from laughter. Zhang Bowen remarked, Xiao Yin, have you lost your mind? Even if Professor Chu is your academic instructor, you cannot fantasize about her visiting your home for intimate lessons. Tan Mingjie added, Xiao Yin, do you have such a fondness for Professor Chu? Shen Yin, at that moment, realized that his earlier concerns were somewhat unwarranted. After all, they were not related by blood. What transpired was ultimately inconsequential. Remained silent, while Chen Anha laughed heartily, oblivious to the impending downfall that awaited him. As for Tan Dapao, he was not a cause for concern. He was simply an earnest and straightforward child. It was Chun Er's reckless tongue that would inevitably lead to trouble. Xiaoyan, heed my advice. If Professor Chu cannot guide you effectively, perhaps it is time to consider someone else. In the past few days, Tong Ming and I have resolved to introduce you to a girlfriend today. Consider it a penance for that earlier incident. With that, Chen Anha opened his phone's photo gallery, selected a specific folder, and presented it to Shen Yin. Choose from this. These are nearly all the female students at our school. On the screen, a plethora of blue background ID photos filled the display. Shen Yin raised an eyebrow, glancing up at Chen Anha, suspecting he might have pilfered these images from the academic office. Xiaoyan, don't look at me like that. It fills me with pride. Chen Anha remarked, somewhat narcissistically. I'm not concerned about your pride. I'm worried you'll land yourself in trouble. Shen Yin wished he could dissect Chun Anha's mind to fathom its workings. Xiaoyan, will you choose or not? If not, let DePeo and me select first. Zhang Bowen rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Meanwhile, Tan Mingjie remained composed, gazing calmly at Shen Yin. You all may proceed. I'm not in the mood for this. Shen Yin waved his hand, declining Chun Anha's kind offer. He then turned to Zhang Bowen and continued, by the way. Zhang Bowen, weren't you quite taken with that girl in the white tracksuit from the playground last time? What happened? Upon hearing this, Zhang Bowen fell silent, awkwardly chuckling twice. Shen Yin understood the situation and refrained from pressing further, instead handing his phone to Zhang Bowen. As Zhang Bowen reached out to take it, Chun Anha snatched it back, declaring, no, this first selection is for Xiaoyan. He proceeded to scroll through the images, zooming in and flipping through the photos. No need. My mind isn't on this lately, Shen Yin replied with a smile, genuinely lacking a fervent desire for romantic entanglements. What are you planning to do in college if not pursue a relationship? Chun Anha was prepared to enlighten Shen Yin about the folly of his singlehood. Just as he was about to launch into a lengthy discourse filled with references, Shen Yin pulled out his own phone and clicked on an image. Peak band. Chun Anha read aloud. What is this? I've signed up, Shen Yin replied. A moment of silence followed before Chun Anha asked seriously, Xiaoyan, you registered for this? Zhang Bowen interjected. This isn't even related to our major. Fear not. I am well prepared, Shen Yin assured them, thumping his chest confidently. He then approached his piano, fingers dancing across the keys, unleashing a flurry of popular melodies. The moment he began, the trio was taken aback, being music students themselves. They could discern the skill in his playing. Before long, they found themselves captivated, yearning to kneel and listen. After nearly 10 minutes of dazzling performance, Shen Yin finally concluded his display of virtuosity. Chun Anha, Xiaoyan, do you have a guitar at home? Zhang Bowen, listening to this makes my blood boil. I feel an irresistible urge to sign up. Tan Mingjie, Xiaoyan, I can sing in a bel canto style and play the drums. May I join? Next time. Shen Yin raised his hand, preparing to employ the universal chords to belt out a couple of love songs. To his surprise, Tan Mingjie dashed into the kitchen, grabbing a pair of chopsticks and 2 bowls of varying sizes, along with some tissues from the table. Thus, an exceedingly makeshift drum set was assembled. How professional! Chun Anha remarked, observing the setup, and he took out his phone, selecting a folk guitar track as the instrument. Let me join. Xiaoyan, scoot over. Let us create a 4-hand ensemble. Zhang Bowen plopped down beside Shen Yin. The group had completely forgotten about the beautiful girls Chun Anha had just displayed on his phone, wholly immersed in the musical atmosphere. Wait, today I shall showcase a piece for you all, Shen Yin declared, his fingers swiftly traversing the black and white keys. Before he opened his mouth to warm up his voice, this maneuver left the 3 momentarily stunned. Chun Anha, Xiaoyan, have you studied vocal music or piano? Zhang Bowen, you've reached the lower 3rd octave, haven't you? Tan Mingjie, you're even more impressive than some students majoring in contemporary singing. Tan Mingjie, who himself studied bel canto, acknowledged that although Shen Yin had just employed a mixed voice to attain a 5th interval, it was quite remarkable. I'm just all right. I learned a bit of vocal technique as a child, Shen Yin explained. This was largely due to the influence of his ex-girlfriend, who had studied popular singing in her previous life. They used to practice together daily, where he taught her piano and she taught him to sing. Eventually, they both attended a music academy abroad. Chapter 53. What to do when a roommate insists on introducing a partner. Due to his girlfriend's influence during high school and their time abroad, Shen Yin's vocal skills had blossomed remarkably, advancing by leaps and bounds. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the 3 beside him, Shen Yin struck a few chords on the piano and began to sing. The great river flows eastward, and the stars in the sky point to the North Dipper. After a powerful wail, a few seconds of silence ensued. Zhang Bowen, ahey. Pointing to the North Dipper, the bond of life and death is sealed over a bowl of wine. Shen Yin continued, relieved that this parallel world still had the 4 great classical novels, including Water Margin and this heroic song. Tan Mingjie, if we say go, let us go. With the addition of bel canto, the atmosphere soared. Not to mention, Tan Mingjie, as a baritone, had a naturally rich voice. When he began to sing, it sent shivers down Shen Yin's spine. Chun Anha, you have it. I have it. We all have it. As is well known, not everyone who can play an instrument can sing. Not everyone is fortunate enough to have a partner like Xin Yin who can teach them to sing. Chun Anha's voice shattered the atmosphere that Tan Mingjia had just cultivated. However, when gathered with friends, what need is there to overthink? Just let loose and sing. Raise a voice against injustice and act decisively when the moment calls for it. With fervor, we shall traverse the land. Heya, Irya, ehey, ehey. Irya, as they sang, their spirits soared, their voices nearly lifting the roof off. Before long, the song concluded, and the four, still immersed in the ambience of the melody, exchanged glances. Soon, 4 bowls were placed upon the dining table in the living room, and they proclaimed in unison, I, Tandapeo, I, Chinur, I, Zhang Sanwen, I, Shin Xiaoyan. Today, we pledge brotherhood and blood. We do not seek to be born on the same day, nor to die on the same day. With that, they took small knives and plunged them into ripe tomatoes, the vibrant juice flowing into their bowls. Tan Mingjia, second brother. Third brother. Chen Anha, third brother. Fourth brother. Zhang Bowen, fourth brother. Xin Yin, what a fine son. The atmosphere was electric, and they prepared to toast. But Xin Yin was reluctant, not because he was the youngest and could only be a younger brother, but because he was the adoptive father to the 3. If they were to toast, wouldn't he that confuse their roles? Thus, he resolved to maintain distinctions. You may call me father, and I shall call you brothers. Clink. They tapped their bowls together and then drained the tomato juice in one go. An afternoon slipped away in a haze. The 4 of them sang every popular song of the day. Xin Yin refrained from singing, opting instead to accompany them on the piano. The melodies of this parallel world were quite charming, yet many mirrored the catchy tunes of his past life. They could neither be deemed unpleasant nor overly delightful, akin to the addictive simplicity of tunes like Bye Bye Sweet Donut or Let Us Learn to Meow Together, with lyrics that were straightforward and utterly catchy. Such songs appealed to a wide audience, from uncles and aunts in their 40s and 50s to young children aged 5 to 7. Almost forgot. I still need to introduce you all to someone, Chen Anha exclaimed, then grabbed his phone and opened the album once more. I'll pass. You introduce them to each other. Xin Yin waved his hand, then sat down on the piano stool. No way. Xiaoyan, you must choose one for me today, or it's a matter of losing face. Chen Anha pushed Zhang Bowen's fidgeting hands aside and stepped up to Xin Yin, presenting the phone. Zhang Bowen protested, oh come on. They've already said they're going to participate in a competition. Don't make it hard for Xiaoyan. Let me handle this. Go on, wait your turn. Let Xiaoyan choose first, Chen Anha insisted, scrolling through the phone and finally selecting a photo of a fair-skinned girl with delicate features. Oh, Xin Yin sighed in resignation. There is truly no need for that. Let us set aside his current feelings for a moment. The mere fact that he possesses only a few dozen coins renders any pursuit of romance utterly impractical. Alas, this is reputedly the most beautiful girl in our school. Are you certain? Chen Anha exclaimed with palpable excitement, pointing at the screen of his phone, which displayed a close-up of a young woman's face, an oval visage, delicate wispy bangs, and finely crafted features. The most stunning in the school? Xin Yin glanced at the screen for a fleeting moment. Indeed, she was quite lovely. But to claim she was the most beautiful in the entire institution might be a bit of an exaggeration. This is Meng Yufei, the reigning campus belle, universally acknowledged as the epitome of beauty. Observing Xin Yin's gaze linger on the photograph, Chen Anha smirked knowingly. As expected, though he vocally dismissed her, his body betrayed him, his eyes nearly yearning to delve deeper into the image. Had Xin Yin been privy to Chen Anha's thoughts, he would have vehemently protested his innocence. He merely sought to compare the individual in the photograph with Chu Weining, ultimately concluding that the latter possessed a superior allure, primarily due to her delightful personality. What? Meng Yufei? Chen Er, do you even comprehend what you were saying? Zhang Bowen approached with a look of astonishment, leaning in to scrutinize the portrait on the phone. Moreover, Xiaoyan, rest assured, Meng Yufei is nothing like that repugnant Qin Ying. Just as Chen Anha was about to expound on the merits of this beauty from the Jiuzhou Music Academy, Zhang Bowen interrupted, asking, is any of this truly useful? Do you actually have her contact information? If Chen Anha had claimed he could procure the contact details of other students, Zhang Bowen might have entertained the notion. But this was Meng Yufei. Countless boys in the school coveted her information. Chen Anha smirked and clicked on a folder on his phone screen. Yet, before he could delve further, Xin Yin had already risen and moved to sit beside Tan Mingjie on the couch. Hey, Xin Yin, don't go. Chen Anha chased after him. A few minutes later, the 4 of them were huddled together on the not-too-large couch. Chen Anha pressed, Xiaoyan, are you truly not interested? This is Meng Yufei. Such an opportunity may never arise again. Shen replied, I have already stated countless times that I am not interested. Why not give her contact to Zhang Bowen instead? Did you not notice the longing in his eyes? Chen Anha countered, No. I believe he wouldn't know how to handle it. Suddenly enlightened, Chen Anha straightened up, exclaiming, I understand now. You are avoiding cilantro. Shen Yan retorted. While Zhang Bowen chimed in, what does avoiding cilantro have to do with Meng Yufei's beauty? Tan Mingjie interjected, should we order some takeout? Aren't you all hungry? Shen Yan remained silent, his hands already navigating to the chat interface, with Chu waning. He could no longer endure it. Professor Chu, come to my rescue. He had reiterated his disinterest countless times, yet Chen Anha insisted on pushing Meng Yufei onto him, urging him to add her at once, thus thrusting him into the role of an intermediary. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the sentiment of Chu Waning being coerced into a blind date by her family. Chapter 54, Professor Chu, please come to my aid. This is the first time Shen Yan has encountered someone as warm-hearted as Chen Anha. He insists on introducing a potential partner, none other than the campus belle, and refuses to take no for an answer. Chen Anha, Xiaoyan, if you don't want her, I shall pass her on to Zhang Bowen. Shen Yan, go ahead. Chen Anha, are you serious? Yes, Shen Yan nodded in affirmation, simultaneously sending a message to Chu Wanning, Professor Chu, please come to my rescue. Zhang Bowen, Chen stop pressuring him. Allow me to bear this burden. No way, Xiaoyan, this is specifically for you. You have no idea the lengths I went to in order to acquire Meng Yufei's contact. Chen Anha exclaimed, rising from his seat in excitement. Enough. Can we change the subject? Good grief, I'm only 18. Why on earth should I be discussing romance now? Moreover, Chen if you're still feeling guilty about the incident with Qin Yingying, let me assure you, it is entirely unnecessary. Shen Yan could no longer contain his frustration. He slammed his palm on the table and rose, leaving his phone on the couch. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. The attention of the four was immediately drawn to the sound. Chen Anha, who is it? Did your takeout arrive so quickly, Depeo? Tan Mingjie, I haven't even placed an order yet. Shen Yan, open the door. Chen the one you've been yearning for, who doesn't eat cilantro, is out there. Zhang Bowen, what? I must see for myself. Chen Anha, everyone, stay put. Let me handle this. They rushed to the door. Chen Anha was eager to peek through the peephole to catch a glimpse of the beauty who had captured Shen Yan's attention, rendering the campus belle insignificant in comparison. Oh, this is so dull. Just open the door. Shen Yan stifled a grin, blocking the peephole with his hand. As if on cue, the knocking intensified once more. Shen Yan, are you all right? Chen Anha, that voice sounds oddly familiar. Zhang Bowen, I too feel as though I've heard it somewhere before. Tan Mingjie, it seems to belong to that Professor Chu from your department. Impossible. Chen Anha and Zhang Bowen shook their heads, but upon seeing Shen Yan smirk, a realization dawned upon them. Shen Yan, hurry and open the door. Outside stood Chu Wanning, clad in yoga attire, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, her hair sticking to her skin. However, she clutched an emergency medical kit, her face etched with urgency. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a head peeking through, followed by another, and then another. Chu Wanning recognized them as Shen Yan's roommates, with Shen Yan being the last to reveal himself. Is this what you meant by asking for my help? Chu Wanning inquired, her brows furrowed as she took a seat on the couch. Shen Yan stood tall before her, gazing down at his toes. That was not my intended meaning. I was merely joking, he muttered softly. And you think you have a right to complain? Chu Wanqing placed her hands on her slender waist, her gaze radiating palpable fury. She had been practicing yoga at home when she suddenly received a distressing message from Shen Yan, leading her to fear that something dire had transpired. To her astonishment, the situation merely involved her roommate's insistence on pushing a girl onto him, which he wished to avoid. Was she so out of touch with the mindset of the current generation? What kind of reasoning was this? Professor Chu, shall I fetch you a pair of slippers? Shen Yan suggested, glancing down at the delicate, alabaster feet before him. They were as slender as Chu's hands, with visible blue-green veins, and her 10 toes adorned with dark crimson nail polish. Not necessary. Chu Wanqing snapped, her earlier urgency to grab a first aid kit now replaced by irritation, having rushed over without even donning her slippers. Professor Chu, you really should wear something. The floor is cold, Shen Yan replied as he moved towards the entrance, bending down only to discover there were no spare slippers in his home. Just then, the chatter from outside the door reached Shen Yan's ears. Chen Anha, Someone pinch me. I suspect I'm dreaming. Zhang Bowen. Didn't you just pinch your thigh? Tan Mingjia. So not liking cilantro means she is Professor Chu? Chen Anha. Oh no. I have a bad feeling about my final exams. I hope I won't fail. He should have anticipated this. How could the eternally single Shen Yin engage so passionately with a girl? No, he hadn't spoken ill of Professor Chu. If he ended up failing his finals, then Shen Yin would be in deep trouble too, given that he had claimed Professor Chu was. A loud bang interrupted Chen Anha's musings as Shen Yin slammed the door shut, the force reverberating through the walls. Is he out of his mind? Shen Yin cursed under his breath. Professor Chu is still sitting on my couch, and here you are, rambling outside. After firmly closing the door, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. What is the matter? Are you angry? Chu Wanqing asked, her tone sharp. Not at all, Professor. It's just that I don't have any slippers at home, Shen Yin replied, returning to her and kicking off his black slippers in her direction. Why are you doing that? She inquired. Please wear them. I can find another pair for myself, he insisted. There's no need, since you're fine. I'll just head back home. She dismissed the black slippers on the floor and prepared to leave barefoot. No, Professor Chu, you really should put them on. Shen Yin was unsure why he felt so strongly about this, but he simply couldn't bear the thought of her walking home with bare feet. Chu Wanning glanced at Shen Yin's earnest expression, then shifted her gaze to the black slippers on the floor. She found it increasingly difficult to comprehend the current generation born after 2000. Shen Yin's demeanor suggested that if she did not wear the slippers, she would be stepping on nails. Very well. Chu Wanning stepped into the slippers, perhaps due to the natural disparity in size between male and female feet. The slippers hung loosely on her, and she felt that with every few steps, they might fly off. Struggling to reach the door, she turned to Shen Yin and, with utmost seriousness, remarked, Next time, you ought to choose your words more carefully. All right, Shen Yin replied with a smile, inexplicably feeling a twinge of joy at the sight of Chu Wanning donning his slippers. Chapter 55 Professor Chu, I have brought you some food. As Shen Yin savored the exquisite array of dishes laid out before him, alternating between succulent lobster and sweet crab, he suddenly appreciated having his roommates over. At least the food was truly delightful. Just as he was relishing his meal, Chen Anha regarded him with a peculiar gaze. What is the matter? Shen Yin inquired. Little Nian, I considered you a brother, yet this is how you treat me. Why didn't you tell me that not eating cilantro signifies Professor Chu? Shen Yin was taken aback, mentally cursing under his breath. After finishing off a small lobster, he prepared to unleash a tirade upon Chen Anha. It was unjust to accuse him in such a manner. Hadn't he clearly stated that Chen Anha simply paid it no mind? Just as he was about to explode, Tan Mingjia interjected. Little Nian clearly mentioned it. You were the one laughing and mocking him, saying it was mere imagination. Chen Anha felt an urge to retort, but the words stuck in his throat. I was rejected. Suddenly wailed Zhang Bowen, his previously enticing crab leg no longer appealing, tumbling to the ground. I told you. Meng Yufei is beyond your grasp, yet you refuse to believe it. Chen Anha exclaimed. This has nothing to do with ability. She didn't even give me the chance to perform. She didn't even accept my friend request. Zhang Bowen protested. That is precisely why you are lacking. If you don't have the skills, don't attempt what you cannot handle, Chen Anha remarked. What about Shen Yin? Does he possess those skills? Zhang Bowen challenged. You've hit the nail on the head. Ridiculous. I refuse to believe it. I suspect Meng Yufei doesn't add boys at all. If it were Shen Yin, the outcome would be the same. Zhang Bowen grumbled, feeling frustrated by the premature conclusion of his hopes. Tan Mingjia and Shen Yin refrained from participating in the banter. Tan Mingjia was intently focused on his meal, while Shen Yin had quietly retrieved 2 plates from the kitchen, diligently serving himself an assortment of dishes, lobster, crab, grilled fish, and garlic scallops with vermicelli. After filling his plates, he turned his attention to the fruit platter on the table. Watermelons, melons, cantaloupes, apples, bananas, and kiwis filled 2 plates to the brim. What are you up to, Shen Yin? At this moment, Chen Anha and Zhang Bowen's turned their curious gazes towards him. Shen Yin's actions were too conspicuous, causing the two, who had been embroiled in debate, to cease their chatter immediately. I am just delivering some food to Professor Chu. Shen Yin replied with a cheerful smile. Since the beginning of the semester, he had perceived Professor Chu as an exemplary teacher. Moreover, he recalled the anxious expression on her face when she appeared at his door that afternoon. Reflecting on it now, a warm current flowed through his heart. Chen Anha and Zhang Bowen fell silent for a moment at Shen Yin's response. Shen Yin, you don't really have feelings for Professor Chu, do you? Anha inquired. Xin Yan, Professor Chu only appeared so concerned because she regards you as her student. Do not overthink it, Zhang Bowen cautioned. If you two aren't going to eat, I will take everything to Professor Chu, Shun Yin asserted, glancing at them while balancing a plate in each hand. He merely wished to express his gratitude for Professor Chu's care these past few days. How had they twisted his intentions into something romantic? It was utterly mundane. Professor Chu was his teacher. A person who values respect for his mentors would never entertain such inappropriate thoughts. Meanwhile, Tan Mingjia observed the trio calmly, disapproving of the remarks made by Zhang Bowen and Anha. Knock, knock, knock. Xin Yin, carrying the plates, nudged the door of Chu Weining's home with his knee. After a brief wait, the door opened, revealing Professor Chu still clad in the black yoga attire from earlier, the exquisite fabric hugging her figure, accentuating her curves. However, the familiar fragrance that usually filled the air was replaced by a scent reminiscent of something charred. With a barely perceptible frown, Xin Yin spoke. Professor Chu, have you eaten? We ordered too much food, and I brought some for you. Without waiting for her to respond, he bent slightly and entered. Hey, you, Chu Weining. Momentarily distracted by the crabs in Xin Yin's hands, had just been dealing with the crabs left at her home by Jiang Xinya the day before. Having only prepared vegetable salads before, her first attempt at such a substantial dish was predictably chaotic. After quickly placing the two plates on the dining table, Xin Yin stepped back. He glanced curiously into the kitchen but didn't dwell on it. After all, Professor Chu's dinner was assured. Professor Chu, take your time eating. If you need more, I have plenty. Just send me a message. With that, Xin Yin retreated to his own home, swiftly shutting the door behind him. The entire process from knocking on Chu Weining's door to returning home took no more than 2 minutes. As if fearing that Chu Wanning might decline his goodwill, he hurried off without uttering a word of refusal. Amused by Shun Yin's flustered demeanor, Chu Wanning closed the door and approached the dining table. No longer faced with the anguish of indecision regarding dinner takeout, she slid into a chair and promptly picked up a small piece of watermelon, taking a bite that burst with crisp juice. Upon his return home, Xin Yin was greeted by Chen Anha and Zhang Bowen, one dejected and the other exuberantly shouting. Less than 2 minutes. Hand over the money. Zhang Bowen extracted his phone from his pocket, opened the QR code for payment, and placed it before Xin Yin. Oh, Xiao Yin, you've truly let me down. Chen Anha sighed dramatically before passing 50 yuan to his companion. Xin Yin, perplexed by their behavior, was soon enlightened by Tan Mingjie. It turned out that after he had left, Chen Anha and Zhang Bowen had made a wager. Chen Anha bet that Xin Yin would spend 5 minutes with Professor Chu, while Zhang Bowen wagered he would return within 3 minutes. The stake was 50 yuan. You two are utterly devoid of purpose, Xin Yin remarked dismissively as he returned to his seat, resuming his feast of crayfish. They had ordered in abundance for the evening, and even after packing some for Chu Wanning, a considerable portion remained on the table. Chapter 56. Professor Chu's sense of a generational gap with post-2000 students. As dinner concluded, Chen Anha and his companions prepared to depart for the university. Just before leaving, Zhang Bowen and Chen Anha clasped Shun Yin's hands, gently advising, Xiao Yin, it is wise to know one's limits. Professor Chu is not someone you can fantasize about. She merely regards you as a student. Do not overthink things. Speaking candidly, Chen Anha genuinely feared that his friend might develop unexpected feelings due to their frequent interactions. He would rather believe Xin Yin could win the affections of the most beautiful girl on campus, Meng Yufei, than entertain the notion of Chu Wanning, 9 years his senior, being with him. Despite Chu Wanning's tender and earnest demeanor towards Xin Yin, he understood it was merely the duty of a teacher. However, Xin Yin received their heartfelt counsel with mere nods of feigned acknowledgement. In his view, it was not he who was overthinking, but rather Chen Anha and Zhang Bowen who were indulging in excess speculation. Clearly, his relationship with Professor Chu was purely that of a mentor and mentee. After bidding farewell to the trio, Xin Yin began to tidy up the house. While washing the dishes, he received several messages from Chen Anha. Chen Anha, Xiao Yin. Here is Meng's number, 182, make sure to add her. Chen Anha, knowing we were all present, you might have felt shy. Now that we're gone, be sure to remember to add her. Chen I have already had Tong Ming subtly hint at your feelings. It seems that the piano department standout has a certain fondness for you. If you take the initiative, I assure you that your chances of success will not fall below 80%. Chen do not squander your time on Professor Chu. She might merely see you as a child. Seizing the moment with Meng Xuejia is far more crucial. Honestly, A roommate like Chen Anha is perhaps the envy of many. Not only does he introduce potential partners, but he also serves as an exceptional wingman. After reading through the messages Chen Anha sent him, Shen Nian merely responded with an emoji before picking up a towel to dry his hands. He did not add the contact Chen Anha provided. Instead, he logged into his secondary account. Upon logging in, a series of notifications chimed in rapid succession. His secondary account had only one contact, Chu Weining. Thus, even with his eyes closed, he could discern the identity of the sender. Xiao Chu, Teacher Shen, do you think this piece is suitable for me? Video, Xiao Chu, Teacher Shen, how do you find my interpretation of this piece? Video, Xiao Chu, Teacher Shen. After watching all the videos that Chu Weining had recorded in the afternoon while he was in the room with Chen Anha and others, he replied to each one. Just as he set his phone down, a quick response came through. Xiao Chu, Teacher Shen, how old are you this year? Shen Nian, why do you ask that? Xiao Chu, I feel like I have a generational gap with the recent post-2000s kids. A generational gap? Shen Nian pondered for a moment, but before he could inquire further, more messages from Chu Weining arrived. Xiao Chu, this afternoon, he sent me this message. Screenshot of Shen Nian's message. Xiao Chu, I thought something had happened. So I hurriedly grabbed a first aid kit and rushed over, only to realize he didn't mean it that way. Xiao Chu, looking back, it's truly embarrassing. By the way, Teacher Shen, you probably don't know, but coincidentally, my student lives right across from me. Perhaps it was the barrier of the phone screen. But Shen Nian often sensed a hint of social awkwardness in the online persona of Chu Weining. Shen Nian, Xiao Chu, you are not in the wrong. Your actions stemmed from concern for him, which is nothing to be ashamed of. Perhaps your student felt a pang of gratitude as well? Reflecting on the events of the afternoon, Shen Nian felt a warmth in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he replied on his phone, Shen Nian, consider it from another perspective. If your student had genuinely been in danger, then your actions this afternoon essentially saved his life. Xiao Chu, well, I suppose my concern for this troublesome lad was not in vain. He treated me to some hairy crabs and lobster last night. Image. Shen Nian opened the image and glanced at it, then swiped to the chat records that Chu Wanning had just sent him. His fists clenched in indignation. He had overlooked it earlier, but now he noticed that the nickname Chu Wanning had saved for him was Little Kid. He had tolerated her calling him Little Friend repeatedly, but this nickname evoked an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. After all, they were teacher and student, were they not? Could she not have chosen a more appropriate name? Or at least, like him, left it unmarked? To be fair, if she had referred to him as Little Friend, he could have reluctantly accepted it. However, Little Kid was simply unacceptable. After contemplating this in his mind, he replied on his phone, Shen Nian, Xiao Chu. Your student is already an adult. Doesn't this nickname seem a bit condescending? He was determined to have Chu Wanning change his nickname today. Xiao Chu, he is just a kid, after all. Professor Chu, is that really an appropriate thing to say? Shen Nian chuckled in exasperation upon reading that line. Let's not even mention my mature soul, which rivals that of a 40-year-old. Just look at my ID, 18. 18. A child? Who considers an 18-year-old a child? Shen Nian, Xiao Chu, this Shen Nian should be 18, right? Xiao Chu, so what if he is? I am still 9 years older. Shen Nian, that doesn't mean you should regard him as a child, does it? Xiao Chu, Teacher Shen, what do you always call me? Shen Nian, Xiao Chu, what about it? Xiao Chu, don't you think that by calling me this, you also perceive me as a little friend? Chu Wanning's words rendered Shen Nian speechless. Xiao Chu, repeated a few times, indeed carried a certain charm. However, he had not considered it deeply at the time. Just as Shen Nian was about to continue the debate on his phone, Xiao Chu, good night, Teacher Shen. I'm a bit tired today, so I'll go to bed early. Going to bed so early? Shen Nian glanced at the time displayed on his phone. It was barely 9 o'clock. Shen Nian, good night. After sending the final message, Shen Nian set his phone down and sat at the piano. Chapter 57. I must treat Professor Chu to a lavish meal in the future. The next day, owing to his promise to Professor Chu, Shen Nian rose early for class, as usual. However, today he did not encounter Chu Wanning, who lived across the hall. When he opened the door, he locked the door, descended the elevator, and upon arriving at school, he went to the supermarket to buy a bottle of milk and some bread, just as he always did. When he arrived at the classroom, he was taken aback to find a considerable number of students already present, particularly the lazy Chen Anha, who was surprisingly seated among them. Shen Nian couldn't help but wonder if the sun had risen from the west today, as he settled into his seat and had not yet unwrapped his bread. Chen Anha inquired about his conversation with Senior Ming the previous night. Shen Yin shrugged and straightforwardly replied with a mere 2 words. Upon hearing this, Chen Anha's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly infuriated by Shen Yin's indifference. For the entire morning, he berated Shen Yin for his lack of sense. After all, Senior Ming was the dream girl of countless boys in the school, someone whom others would eagerly wish to connect with. Clutching his chest, Chen Anha lamented that he had truly tried his best, yet his fervent hopes had been misplaced on Shen Yin, who was utterly unmotivated. With a heavy sigh, Chen Anha found himself at a loss for words regarding his roommate. Meanwhile, Shen Yin paid little heed to the commotion around him. Engrossed in his own world as he took out his phone, the subject of the current class was English, a subject Shen Yin had always detested throughout his past and present lives. After enduring a meager dinner at the cafeteria in the afternoon and glancing at his WeChat balance of a mere 40 yuan, Shen Yin fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps it was time for him to seek a part-time job to support himself. For students like them pursuing the arts, the most suitable part-time opportunities would be teaching at a music school or tutoring at someone's home. Shen Yin nodded slightly, solidifying his decision to search for nearby music schools or extracurricular music classes online. Given his skills, it was undeniable that securing a position as a part-time instructor was practically guaranteed. Simply holding the title from the prestigious Jiuzhou Conservatory of Music would likely suffice. Suddenly, a voice broke his concentration, causing Shen Yin to flinch and inadvertently drop his phone once again. With a jolt, he turned to meet the lazy gaze of Chu Weining. After a brief moment of silence, she chuckled and said, "Aren't you going to pick up your phone? If you don't, I'll do it for you." Professor Chu. Scaring someone like that could be deadly. Shen Yin retorted with annoyance, then crouched down to retrieve his phone, grimacing at the sight of the shattered glass back. He had only purchased this phone 3 months ago. Had he known, he would have bought a protective case. After picking it up and pressing a few buttons, he was relieved to find it still functional. "Hey, little one, you're not going to cry, are you?" Chu Weining also crouched down, her familiar floral scent enveloping Shen Yin as her clothes shifted. "Who is going to cry?" he exclaimed defiantly. Shen Yin felt a series of black lines appear on his forehead. Did she truly regard him as a mere 3-year-old, crying over a broken phone? Chu Wanning chuckled softly, retrieved her phone, and located Shen Yin in her contacts, promptly transferring 3,000 yuan to him. "No crying, all right. I've already compensated you," she said, raising her phone to flaunt the transaction record before his face. The condescending tone she adopted, akin to soothing a child, successfully unraveled Shen Yin's composure. He opened his mouth, preparing to reiterate his point. However, Chu Wanning suddenly stood up and patted his shoulder. "I'll wait for you in the car over there. Come over, and I'll drive you to practice." Before Shen Yin could fully comprehend her words, she had already taken 3 steps away. Earlier, she had spotted Shen Yin emerging from the cafeteria. At that moment, she intended to message him, urging him to prepare to visit Jiangshenya. Yet, Shen Yin appeared utterly absorbed in whatever he was observing on his phone, so engrossed that he didn't even notice her approaching. Curiosity piqued. She leaned in to glimpse his screen. At first, she noticed him browsing nearby piano stores. Next, she saw him switch screens to check his balance, revealing a mere 417 yuan. He then opened a calculator, seemingly pondering some calculations. She surmised it must pertain to his living expenses. Ever since learning about Shen Yin's familial discord during their last car ride, she had considered inquiring further, but respecting his privacy held her back. Nevertheless, she did not want Shen Yin to squander time on trivial matters. At his age, focusing on studies was paramount. A few thousand yuan was inconsequential for both of them. A child couldn't remain at odds with their family forever. In due time, Shen Yin would revert to his privileged status, and she could reclaim the money then. Throughout this period, her duty as his teacher was to guide him along the right path. Chu Wanning's thoughts were idyllic. However, Shen Yin did not acquiesce. The moment he settled into the passenger seat, he thrust his phone screen towards Chu Wanning. "Thank you, Professor Chu, but I can earn my own money." "I'm not a child," he asserted. After a brief moment of confusion, he grasped why she had transferred 3,000 yuan. Repairing a screen would cost at most 1,000. So her generous transfer was likely due to his meager balance. As he spoke, his finger hovered over the refund button on the transaction record. "What money can you earn? Just focus on your studies." Chu Wanning's expression hardened, her tone turning serious as if his finger dared to press that button. She would not let it go unchallenged. "I really don't need it." Shen Yin attempted to refuse, but his protests were cut short. Try to refund it and see what happens. Her voice, cold as frost, halted Shen Yan in his tracks. Taking advantage of the moment, Chu Wanning deftly snatched away the other person's phone, tapping her fingers to transfer 3,000 yuan. Just remember to return it later. If you feel particularly guilty, perhaps you could repay a bit more. She returned the phone to Shen Yan while starting the car. Shen Yan was taken aback. It was the first time he encountered someone as generous as Professor Chu. Once I win the championship, I will return the money to you. He refrained from pretending to be more affluent than he was, as he genuinely needed the money at that moment. He resolved that once he received the funds, he would treat Professor Chu, this extraordinary mentor, to a lavish meal and prepare an exquisite gift for her. Chapter 58. You truly do not deserve this. In the evening, Shen Yan and Chu Wanning arrived at Jiang Xian's secret base. The other members of the band welcomed Professor Chu with great enthusiasm, rolling up his sleeves. Shen Yan approached the electric piano, ready to play a tune with his bandmates. However, Chu Wanning frowned and called out, "Come here." Shen Yan did not move and retorted, "What's up, class?" She replied succinctly. After stating this, she walked to the door of a small room, opened it, and beckoned Shen Yan with her hand. "What is it?" "Professor Chu, didn't we schedule class for tomorrow?" Shen Yan asked. "Hurry up. Don't forget what you promised me," she urged. Jiang Xianya suddenly laughed and added, "Go on, little one. Class is important." Soon, Zhang He and the others joined in the laughter. "Professor Chu, could you please give me some face in public from now on?" Shen Yan reluctantly entered the practice room. This time, he would consider it a favor to Professor Chu. "What more face do you seek?" Chu Wanning placed the sheet music on the stand. "First and foremost, do not refer to me as little friend in front of others." Shen Yan was quite satisfied with Chu Wanning. If only she could change how she addressed him. It would be perfect. "Why do you care so much about this? Aren't the older brothers and sisters outside all older than you?" Chu Wanning lightly played a few notes. The piano's touch and tone were decent, better than those old relics at school. "Older brother? Older sister?" Shen Yan nearly ground the words out between clenched teeth as he gazed at Chu Wanning's serious profile. "What? With that sulky expression. Do you wish to argue that you are older than them?" "The guitarist in his 30s, I would call him brother without hesitation. You, a mere child, wouldn't call him brother but rather uncle?" Chu Wanning moved a nearby stool aside and took a seat, leaving the piano bench for Shen Yan. "Never mind, Professor Chu, let us get started," Shen Yan said. Choosing not to dwell on the matter, he was eager to finish the class and play the electric piano outside. However, to be honest, he would rather call uncle or aunt than older brother or older sister. Certainly. Let us first revisit the melody from our previous lesson. Chu Wanning also retrieved her notebook and pen. Meanwhile, outside the piano room, Jiang Xianya found herself encircled by Zhang He and Chen Ming. "Dear friends, it is not that I lack the will to assist you, but rather that you two simply do not measure up." Jiang Xianya spoke candidly, as they had been friends for several years. Zhang He remarked, "What's the fuss? Just pass me your friend's number, and I shall handle the rest." Chen Ming interjected, "Come on, take a look at your own age. Do you truly think you are worthy? Professor Chu is 27 this year, and so am I. What does that imply? We are a perfect match." Zhang He scoffed. "How shameless can you be? A perfect match? Have you no sense of shame? By your logic, every girl your age is your perfect match." Chen Ming retorted. "What's the matter, Zhang He? Are you itching for a fight today? Enough, both of you. Silence." Jiang Xianya could no longer bear to witness the exchange. It was not that she was unwilling to help. It was simply that neither of them reached the requisite height. Zhang He pleaded, "Xianya, have I ever treated you poorly over the years?" Chen Ming added, "As if I have mistreated Xianya. Enough of your bickering. Listen to me finish before deciding whether to pursue Ning Ning." Jiang Xianya sighed, rolling her eyes at the two. She thought it best to recount Chu Wanning's past achievements to dissuade them from their intentions. After taking a sip of water, Jiang Xianya began her tale. A decade ago, Ning Ning was merely a university student. At that time, she was much like our young friend Shen Yan, possessing a prodigious talent. From the moment she stepped onto campus, she was surrounded by admirers. No matter where she went, there were those seeking her favor. Daily, her drawers would be filled with love letters, and an array of breakfasts would appear punctually on her desk on the way to class, or in the hands of her best friend. She had countless suitors, and some harbored ulterior motives. At times, beauty can indeed be a double-edged sword. In her junior year, Ning Ning secured a notable position in an international competition and returned to school, where one of our roommates invited her to dinner under the guise of celebration. And then, Zhang He and Chen Ming furrowed their brows at this juncture. "Patience, let me take a sip of water," Jiang Xianya said, raising her cup. After quenching her thirst, she continued, "At that time, our school had a particularly handsome boy, a freshman, who pursued Ning Ning for nearly half a semester. He faced numerous rejections, with over 10 confessions turned down. Interestingly, one of our dormitory girls had developed a fondness for him. Perhaps he was simply wearied by the rejections. Or perhaps our roommate had charmed him. Regardless, they eventually became a couple. Yet who could have known that this was merely a scheme devised by that young man? He feigned closeness to our roommate while secretly coveting Ning Ning. It was they who proposed the gathering to celebrate Ning Ning in style. I seem to have an inkling of how the story unfolded thereafter. Just tell me, did that scoundrel succeed?" Zhang He exclaimed in frustration. "Without a doubt. The subsequent events surely involved that rascal taking advantage of the gathering to drug her. No, you are unaware that Ning Ning, under the influence of the aphrodisiac, struck him down with 2 punches, knocking out his front teeth. Of course, I heard this from others, as I was unconscious at the dining table." Jiang Xinya took a sip from her cup, finding it easier to recount the tale than to sing without becoming parched. Zhang He interjected, questioning its relevance to their current situation. Chun Ming added, quite frankly, that he admired Professor Chu's character. "Oh, come now, you have no idea about Ning Ning's formidable family background. Care to speculate on that young man's fate?" Jiang Xinya teased. "What fate could it be? Attempted rape, followed by a prison sentence. Of course," Zhang He replied, with Chun Ming nodding in agreement. No. As his misdeeds came to light, his sordid past was exposed, and he was apprehended by the police the very next day, facing a death sentence. And that was not the end of it. Everyone connected to him faced bankruptcy overnight, with his immediate family all imprisoned. Chapter 59. Is the moon outside more beautiful than Professor Chu? After listening to Jiang Xinya recount the past of Chu Wanning, Zhang He and Qin Ming reached the following conclusions. First, Professor Chu's martial prowess is such that she could knock out someone's front teeth with just 2 punches, conservatively estimating her as a black belt in Taekwondo. Second, her family background is extraordinarily exceptional, capable of leading to the imprisonment of wealthy heirs overnight, an outcome that would require substantial connections within the bureaucratic realm. In light of these revelations, Zhang He and Chun Ming exchanged glances and concluded that they truly were unworthy. As they reached this age, they comprehended the significance of social standing more acutely. Particularly in recent years, navigating the entertainment industry, they became increasingly aware of their own limitations. Had Chu Wanning been an ordinary university professor, they might have dared to pursue her unabashedly. However, the chasm of disparity in their statuses had irrevocably divided them into distinct classes. They were no longer the fledgling youths of yesteryear, had it been a few years prior. They might have believed that with hard work, they could proclaim that fortunes shift over time and not to underestimate the youth and poverty. Yet now, having endured the harsh realities of life, they had grown more subdued. At times, the adage that greater authority crushes the lesser seemed not exaggerated in their eyes. With simultaneous sighs, they returned to their respective places. For them, this audition for the peak band may well represent the final opportunity in their lives. An hour later, Shen Yan emerged from the practice room with a broad smile, followed closely by Chu Wanning, who also wore an expression of delight. Clearly, both were quite pleased with the outcome of their session. Subsequently, Chu Wanning did not leave. Instead, she walked to the balcony, closed the floor-to-ceiling windows, took out a book, and poured herself a cup of tea, savoring the serene beauty of the moment. Inside the room, sporadic beats from the drums and the piercing sounds of the electric guitar occasionally filtered through, despite the soundproofing, reaching Chu Wanning's ears. Yet, she seemed utterly unaffected. Her demeanor tranquil as her fingers glided over the pages, lost in the rows of text before her. Within the room, Shun Yin's hands danced over the electronic keyboard. Initially absorbed in harmonizing with the band, his gaze was suddenly captivated by the beautiful figure on the balcony, clad in a white shirt and a black trench coat. That ensemble was indelibly etched into Shun Yin's memory. Since their acquaintance, Chu Wanning had often donned this attire. However, the lower half was not as austere as the top, featuring a skirt and that burgundy silk nightgown from their last encounter. In truth, Professor Chu looked quite stunning in a dress. Shen Yin recalled seeing her in a skirt once on campus. Her legs were impossibly long, radiant, and fair. A thought struck him. If he earned some money, he could buy a dress for Professor Chu as a gift. Surely, there is no girl who would dislike wearing a dress, right? Shen Yin felt this idea was splendid. He even nodded to himself, completely oblivious to the peculiar glances from Jiang Xinya and the others nearby. "Hey kid, Have you had your fill of staring? Jiang Xianya teased, her smile playful. The other three, Zhang He and his companions, erupted in laughter at her remark. I was just checking to see if the moon was out today, Shen Yan retorted, his face flushing with color. Is the moon out then? Jiang Xianya countered with a smirk. Shen Yan discreetly glanced outside before responding. Yes, it is. Which is more beautiful, the moon or your teacher? Zhang He chimed in, adding to the playful banter. As soon as he spoke, the room burst into jovial laughter. Shen Yan chose not to elaborate further, lowering his gaze to the sheet music before him. He had merely been contemplating what gift to present to Professor Chu. However, upon reflection, would gifting a dress seem too intimate? Their relationship was that of teacher and student, after all. A student gifting a dress to a teacher. Wasn't he that a tad inappropriate? Perhaps he should consider an alternative. On the way home, Shen Yan turned to Chu Wanning and asked, Professor Chu, what do you usually enjoy doing? What for? Chu Wanning replied, her gaze fixed on the traffic lights ahead. Upon noticing that the green light would soon change, she raised her palm and, facing a sluggish car ahead, honked twice. To her surprise, the vehicle not only failed to accelerate but also slammed on the brakes. I just wanted to ask about your hobbies, Shen Yan began. But before he could finish, Chu Wanning abruptly pressed the brake. Had he not been secured by the seatbelt, he might have been thrust forward, colliding intimately with the windshield. Do you even know how to drive? Shen Yan exclaimed, directing his frustration at the car in front. Clearly, the driver could not hear his outburst as they sped through the intersection without hesitation. A dismissive snort reached his ears. Turning his head, he saw Chu Wanning, hands firmly on the steering wheel, calmly advising, hold on tight. Before Shen Yan could fully comprehend, Chu Wanning pressed the accelerator, and the previously halted engine roared to life. Even through the car window, Shen Yan could hear the engine's furious growl. In an instant, the vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. The sudden force pressed Shen Yan back in his seat, accelerating his heartbeat. Glancing ahead, he noted the yellow light was now counting down with 3 seconds remaining. Blinking in disbelief, he realized they had already passed through the intersection. Remarkably, within half a minute, Chu Wanning had caught up to the very car that had impeded their progress. The sound of honking echoed again as Chu Wanning, seemingly in a provocative mood, rolled down the passenger window and made a challenging gesture toward the middle-aged man in the adjacent vehicle. Shen Yan clutched the seatbelt tightly, fearing he might be ejected from the car at any moment. It was the first time he witnessed such a fierce sight of Professor Chu. Was this road rage? As he pondered this, the car gradually slowed down. Then, a soft chuckle escaped Chu Wanning, who had reverted to her languid demeanor, reclining against the driver's seat with one hand still on the wheel. What are you laughing at? Shen Yan questioned, puzzled by her sudden amusement. Soon, he received his answer. Moments later, a traffic officer stood beside the car, and the middle-aged man, who had previously been embroiled in a standoff with Chu Wanning, was nodding repeatedly under the officer's admonishment. Chapter 60. Teacher Shun, it seems my students' feelings for me have changed. Once they arrived at the underground parking lot of the community, Shen Yan inquired once more, Professor Chu, what are your hobbies? Oh, many things. Playing the piano, singing, practicing yoga, running, traveling, and photography. Stop. What is your favorite activity? Shen Yan inquired, having underestimated the life experiences of a 27-year-old woman. Judging by Professor Chu's fleeting expression, one could surmise she possessed an array of interests, perhaps a dozen or even 20. Why do you ask such things? Chu Wanning turned her head, gazing at Shen Yan with a hint of confusion. Never mind that. Just tell me what you enjoy doing the most, Shen Yan replied, his tone imbued with a hint of masculinity. Chu Wanning's brows slowly knitted together. She had encountered similar situations before with her previous suitors, who would subtly inquire about her likes, only to present her with gifts, believing they could win her over. Could it be? Chu Wanning was acutely aware of her allure, beautiful and self-aware. She could honestly say she had received countless confessions since childhood. Thus, she understood that this student might harbor some unexpected feelings for her. After all, Shen Yan was merely 18. What worldly experience did he possess? His maturity was still developing, easily misled by her ordinary gestures. Shen Yan, what is your intention behind this question? Chu Wanning's tone suddenly turned serious. What is the matter? Shen Yan stammered, taken aback by her earnest and solemn demeanor. He was utterly bewildered. Why was a discussion about interests so grave, as if he owed her a significant debt? Are you asking about my interests to gift me something? Chu Wanning candidly expressed her thoughts. How did you know? Shen Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Do you possess mind-reading abilities, or can you eavesdrop on thoughts? His expression was nothing short of captivating. To Chu Wanning, it was quite amusing. She sighed, slightly exasperated, ruffling her hair. Shen Yin's earlier expression had revealed everything. As she suspected, his inquiry about her interests was indeed linked to gift-giving. Shen Yin was thoroughly baffled. Why had the previously stern Professor Chu suddenly sighed with a hint of resignation? He pondered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Was this what Chen Er referred to as a mature older sister at 27? It was utterly perplexing. He could not decipher the myriad expressions on Chu Wanning's face, and even began to wonder if she might be exhibiting signs of a split personality. What on earth? Quickly, let us get out of here. Perhaps she ought to be a bit more stern? Could her excessive involvement in his life have led him to misconstrue her intentions? A multitude of thoughts surged through Chu Wanning's mind. No, Professor Chu. How did you know I wanted to give you a gift? Shen Yin was baffled. Was he that transparent? He had only inquired about her interests. At the age of 27, the older sister is indeed entirely different from the sweet, naive 16 or 17-year-olds. He had previously employed this tactic with his first love, who had readily answered without a second thought. Now, what should he do? Shen Yin suddenly felt a sense of being unable to extricate himself from the situation. What gift should he give? Focus your thoughts on your studies. You would be better off practicing a few more pieces than wasting time on this. Chu Wanning exclaimed fiercely. To be honest, when she got angry, she bore a striking resemblance to a formidable matriarch, leaving Shen Yin momentarily stunned. And another thing, I must tell you. Chu Wanning looked at Shen Yin with indignation, wishing to clarify that she merely regarded him as a student. However, upon seeing his bewildered expression, the words caught in her throat, and she swallowed them back down. Forget it. Let us just go home. With that, Chu Wanning opened the car door and strode out on her own, her pace swift and her coat trailing behind her like a flag. For a long while, Shen Yin sat in the car, gazing at the figure disappearing at the elevator entrance, still in a daze. What on earth had happened to Professor Chu? Why was her mood so volatile all of a sudden? Could it be that she was on her period? This explanation seemed rather plausible, for in his previous life, his girlfriend had indeed undergone a significant personality shift during her menstrual cycle. If he dared to argue with her during that time, the consequences would be dire. Often, even when he was right, she would break into tears, claiming he no longer loved her. After returning home, the question of whether Professor Chu was indeed experiencing her period lingered in Shen Yan's mind. Should I ask? He picked up his phone and opened a chat with a friend who disliked cilantro. After a moment's contemplation, given Chu Wanning's previous demeanor, he felt that, in his current identity, he couldn't ask anything meaningful. After pondering for a while, he logged out of his main account and switched to his alternate identity, Shen Yan. To his surprise, he received a flurry of messages from Xiao Chu. With curiosity, he opened them. Xiao Chu, Teacher Shen, what should I do? I feel like my studentess feelings towards me have somehow changed. He nearly choked, grateful he hadn't taken a sip of water moments before, or he would have drenched his phone screen. What does she mean by changed? Have interests become a matter of emotional distortion? Shen Yan scrolled through the messages she had sent, and all he could think was, what in the world? I am your student. A student. Not one of those suitors. How could my situation be conflated with theirs? I am here to express gratitude, not to declare feelings. Shen Yan felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind, utterly bewildered by the notion of romance. Upon reading the messages sent by Chu Wanning, Shen Yan quickly discerned the peculiarity of the other party's actions in the underground parking lot. It appeared that Professor Chu had misconstrued his intention behind purchasing those gifts, believing it to be an expression of romantic affection. Was there a misunderstanding? His sole aim was to convey gratitude for the recent care he had received, nothing more. After venting his frustrations for quite some time while lying on his bed, Shen Yan finally lifted his hand to respond to the messages on his phone screen. What is going on? Xiao Chu. He asked me tonight what I enjoy doing and expressed a desire to give me a gift. Shen Nan. So based on this, you think your relationship has taken a turn? Shen Nan. Xiao Chu. Do you not consider the possibility that your studentess intention behind the gift may be of a different nature? After sending the messages, Shen Yan prostrated himself on the bed, waiting. Several minutes passed without a response, and he began to feel impatient. He genuinely wished to rush over to the other party's home and have a serious conversation with Chu Wanning. Chapter 61. Professor Chu. I did not expect you to possess such a narcissistic side. Xiao Chu. Teacher Shen, that is impossible. Xiao Chu. I am far too familiar with such situations. I must have encountered them at least 800 times since childhood. Xiao Chu. Perhaps it's my own fault for not maintaining proper boundaries with my students, leading him to develop some peculiar thoughts. Xiao Chu, sighing emoji. To be honest, Professor Chu, I truly did not anticipate this aspect of your character. Shen Yin gazed at the messages on his screen, shaking his head in disbelief. Narcissism, indeed. Professor Chu, while you are undoubtedly beautiful, such self-admiration seems excessive. Shen Xiao Chu, I recall you once mentioned how you managed to resolve the online harassment directed at your student on the school forum. Shen, is it not possible that he is simply expressing gratitude for your care during this time with the gift? Shen, could it be that he regards you merely as a good teacher, while you have misconstrued his intentions? Shen Xiao Chu, do you genuinely believe your students harbor romantic feelings for you? Shen, they should see you only with respect and admiration. Shun Yin's thumbs danced across the 9-key keyboard with fervor, nearly leaving a blur in their wake. However, considering the potential exposure of his last statement, he hastily deleted it after hitting send. If these words failed to enlighten Chu Wanning, he would have no choice but to personally shake some sense into the other party's confused mind. Shortly thereafter, there was a prolonged silence from the other end. Xiao Chu, Teacher Shin, you might have a point there? What? Professor Chu, what do you mean by that? What does might have a point imply? This was merely a fact. Shen Yin smirked and replied on his mobile screen. Xiao Chu, are you aware that your actions could easily leave a psychological scar on an 18-year-old male university student? Xiao Chu, a psychological scar? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Shen, exaggerated? No. Allow me to elaborate. Shen, let us consider the perspective of your student. He approached you with good intentions, filled with anticipation, meticulously planning to present you with a gift through a roundabout means. And what transpired? Not only did you refuse his gesture, but you also unjustly accused him of harboring feelings for you. Do you comprehend the impact of your actions on him? Xiao Chu, Teacher Shun, I can't shake the feeling that you're somewhat agitated. Of course, I am agitated. How could I not be? Shen Yin muttered while staring at his phone screen. Were it not for the fact that the person on the other end was Professor Chu, he would have certainly schooled anyone else who dared to wrongfully accuse him with the finesse of a seasoned pianist. Shen Nan, it's not my agitation. It's your actions that could easily lead to misunderstandings. Shen Nan, let me hazard a guess. Did you perhaps raise your voice at him earlier? Xiao Chu, I don't think so. Not think so. Your face was so long that anyone unaware of the situation might assume I owe you millions. Shen Yin grumbled, wiping the saliva from his phone screen before continuing. Shen Nan, not think so? Then what exactly did you say? Xiao Chu, Teacher Shen, I can't help but feel that you seem quite concerned about your student. Shen Nan, that student of yours is named Shen Yin, correct? I've heard from my colleagues at the Jiuzhou Conservatory that he possesses not only exceptional talent, but is also, cut this part out, Shen Nan. He is now hailed as a figure poised to carry the banner of classical music into the future. How could I not be concerned for such a gifted prodigy? Shen Yin reveled in his own self-praise. Having reached a point where he could boast with the confidence of a vendor promoting his wares, completely unperturbed, with a steady heart and breath. Xiao Chu, but I didn't actually say much. I merely advised him to study diligently and practice the piano, perhaps with a slightly stern tone. At that moment, Chu Wanning felt an immense sense of relief. Thankfully, she and T uttered the words, Shen Yin, we are teacher and student. It is impossible. If that statement were to escape her lips, would that have been stern? That was more akin to a roar. Have you heard of the ferocious lion of the East? Shen Yin rolled his eyes in disbelief. Shen Nan, and what happened next? Xiao Chu. After that, I left him alone in the car and returned home. Shen Nan, Xiao Chu, as educators, we must always be mindful of our students' mental well-being. You cannot simply abandon him alone in the car. Do you have any idea what he might do? Xiao Chu, I believe this young lad has quite a resilient mental fortitude. Last time, he faced cyberbullying without shedding a tear or causing a ruckus. Shen Nan, alas, can the situations be compared? Who are you? You are his teacher. He respects you, admires you, and holds you dear. Xiao Chu, surely not. Teacher Shen. Shen Nan, Xiao Chu, just imagine. If you wanted to gift something to your esteemed teacher during your school days and were met with a fierce reprimand, how would you feel? Upon finishing this exchange, a prolonged silence of 10 minutes ensued. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Yin hurried to the kitchen, where he sliced an onion. Before long, he returned with tears streaming down his face. Glancing at his phone, he noticed that Chu Wanning had yet to reply, prompting him to type another message. Shen Nan, Xiao Chu, In such circumstances, it would be prudent to clarify matters with your students promptly, lest they lose their motivation for practicing and studying. After sending the message, Shen Yan wiped the tears from his face. The potency of the onion was indeed overwhelming. He then logged out of his secondary account and switched to his primary one. As soon as he logged in, the phone chimed incessantly. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Shen Yan answered the call. Hello. The single word carried a hint of sorrow, yet was predominantly composed. He intended for Chu Wanning to perceive a sense of restrained emotion. This evening, Chu Wanning's voice came through the line with utmost formality. At that moment, the pivotal action took place. Before the other party could finish speaking, Shen Yan held the phone away and let out a faint, suppressed sob. The sound, though barely audible, distinctly reached Chu Wanning's ears. What's wrong? Came the inquiry from the other end. Shen Yan remained silent, allowing another soft sob to escape. The line fell silent, save for the faint sound of footsteps approaching. Soon, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Reacting swiftly, Shen Yan grabbed some tissues to dab at his tear-streaked face. He approached the door, inhaled deeply, and after a moment of contemplation, placed his hand on the lock, slowly opening it. Chapter 62. The aftermath of the onion's potency. As the door swung open, a wave of guilt washed over Chu Wanning. Gazing into Shen Yan's red-rimmed eyes, she could vividly imagine the turmoil he had endured since she left the car. Please don't take what happened earlier to heart. Chu Wanning stammered, attempting to comfort him. This was her first experience in offering solace to another, especially to a boy 9 years her junior. Professor Chu, do you truly think that my gifting you something implies affection? Shen Yan retorted, discreetly pinching his waist. The sharpness of the pain causing tears to cascade from his eyes anew. Oh, Chu Wanning, take a moment to reflect on your actions. How could you harbor such thoughts about your student? What kind of teacher are you? The tears streaming down Shen Yan's face left Chu Wanning feeling a profound heaviness in her heart. She paused momentarily before hurriedly speaking. No, it was merely due to some other matters. You know Jiang Xianya, right? The singer from your band? She is a friend of mine. She came to see me last time, and clearly, Chu Wanning had not prepared an appropriate excuse in advance, and her impromptu speech was somewhat stammering. Before she could finish her sentence, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This awkward scene profoundly made her realize what a mortifying experience social death truly is. Professor Chu is indeed rather narcissistic. I merely wish to present you with a token of gratitude for your care during this period. Yet, you chose to yell at me? Shen Yan was struggling to contain himself, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. What kind of onion is this? Its potency is overwhelming. He had not intended to display such exaggerated emotions, but this onion had truly taken him by surprise. All right, it is the teacher's fault, Shen Yan. I sincerely apologize. Chu Wanning offered her apology earnestly, addressing him not as little one as she had before, but formally by his full name. She simply could not bear the sight of the child before her, whose tears flowed so freely. Okay, I accept it, Professor Chu. Shen Yan wiped his tears. Yet no sooner had he done so than they began to flow again, and he found himself caught in a cycle of wiping and weeping. Is it not possible for those with such sensitive tear glands to handle an onion? It was relentless, a torrent of snot and tears. He continued to sob. Please, do not cry any longer. Chu Wanning had not anticipated that an 18-year-old's emotional defenses could be so fragile. She had merely scolded him a little. The result was this overwhelming display of tears. Reflecting on what teacher Shen Yan had said to her earlier, she began to understand her standing in Shen Yan's heart. Last time, during the campus cyberbullying incident, he had not shed a tear, yet this time, he was crying profusely over her mere words. Fortunately, she had realized the situation in time. Otherwise, she shuddered to think what might transpire tomorrow, given Shen Yan's delicate psyche. She certainly did not wish to read headlines about a male college student engaging in self-harm. Such news would haunt her for a lifetime. All right, I understand, Professor Chu. You may go back now. Shen Yan grasped the doorknob, eager to close the door. He could no longer endure the potency of this onion. It was truly overwhelming. Okay. Shen Yan, please stop crying. Chu Wanning placed her hand against the door that was about to close. I am fine. Really, Professor Chu. As long as the misunderstanding is resolved, you should hurry back. Shen Yan urged, feeling an ominous premonition that his exceptional acting skills might fall victim to this single onion. No, you must promise me you will not cry. Chu Wanning was unwilling to let Shen Yan shut the door in this state. I promise you. Now please, return. He replied. Shen Yan let out a soft sob before managing to restrain his tears for a full half-minute. He attempted to close the door, but Chu Wanning's palm remained firmly pressed against it, her strength rendering him unable to budge it. Professor Chu, I assure you, I am fine. Please return. Shen Yin could already feel the torrent of emotions welling up in his eyes. If Chu Wanning did not release her grip soon, he feared the flood of tears would inevitably burst forth. After observing Shen Yin for a moment longer, Chu Wanning gradually eased her hold. As her hand withdrew from the pig liver-colored door, a loud bang echoed, the gust of wind causing a few strands of hair on her forehead to sway in the air. With a puzzled expression, she promptly knocked on Shen Yin's door, producing a rhythmic thud. There was no response. Just as she contemplated knocking again, a message from Shen Yin appeared on her phone. Shen Yin, please stop knocking, Professor Chu. My stomach hurts, and I can't hold it any longer. After glancing at the message, Chu Wanning turned to head back to her own home. However, she remained somewhat concerned and replied on her phone, Teacher, I have no ulterior motives tonight, so please don't overthink it. As for the gift, there's no need to send me anything. Focusing on your studies is the greatest gift of all. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Shen Yin repeatedly splashed cold water on his eyes. He could not discern whether it was the potency of the onion, his tear glands being overly active, or if his body was undergoing some peculiar chemical reaction triggered by the onion. After nearly 10 minutes of cleansing, he began to feel somewhat better. He then picked up his phone and read Chu Wanning's message again. The repeated exhortation to concentrate on his studies seemed to have become a catchphrase for Professor Chu. Almost every so often, he would hear her utter those words. What is so great about studying? Shen Yin thought as he grabbed the toothbrush and cup next to the faucet to brush his teeth, wash his face, and clean his feet. He then lay down on his bed. The next day, and for the following 2 weeks, Shen Yin established a routine of rising at 7, arriving at school by 8, and occasionally stopping to buy some milk, bread, or dumplings as breakfast. On weekends or days without an early class, he would jog around the neighborhood. Though his jogging resembled more of a leisurely stroll, running for 2 minutes and walking for 10. Lunchtime was spent at the school cafeteria, enjoying the excellent value of the meals, occasionally dining with Chun Anha and a few others at a smaller canteen. In the afternoons, he practiced at the piano building until after 5, before taking Professor Chu's car to Jiang Shenya's secret base for lessons. What should have been a bi-weekly course transformed into 4 sessions a week. Thanks to Chu Wanning's painstaking arrangements and guidance, aimed at enriching his knowledge, Shen Yin was profoundly moved. Moreover, even on days without classes, she would insist on him practicing the piano before allowing him to leave. Chapter 63. You are remarkable. You are so noble. 2 weeks later, on September 29th, at 11 in the morning, the 4 members of the Jiang Shenya band had gathered in the studio early, accompanied by a young man dressed in casual white attire. No, I cannot agree. Jiang Shenya furrowed her brows, her tone resolute. Cannot agree? You better think this through, Wang Chun replied nonchalantly, lounging with his legs crossed. As his words lingered in the air, Zhang He and Chun Ming's expressions turned ashen. I agree, it's merely a keyboardist. I never wanted a keyboardist from the start. Whether he is here or not makes no difference, she remarked indifferently. Over the past fortnight, she had scarcely exchanged words with the newcomer, and she had never supported Jiang Shenya's initial proposition to recruit a keyboardist to elevate their band's potential. Very well, Wang Chun clapped his hands, shifting his gaze to Zhang He and Chun Ming, a glint of amusement in his eyes. The absence of a clear refusal at such a juncture indicated their inner desire to acquiesce, though they were still grappling with the ethical implications of dismissing someone just before a competition. Yet, he was confident that no one could withstand the allure of financial gain, particularly those like Zhang He and Chun Ming, who had struggled at the societal fringes. Zhang He, do not forget, it was you who suggested finding a keyboardist. Jiang Shenya's face flushed with anger. The man before her, Wang Chun, was a powerful figure within another entertainment company, capable of bestowing upon them a plethora of resources they had once only dreamed of. Now, this opportunity lay before them. All they needed was to nod in agreement. Regardless of their performance in the upcoming competition, they would secure certain resources, the most apparent being an upgrade from a level contract to a higher tier. The benefits derived from such an elevation could only be rivaled by achieving the final stages of the competition. To his knowledge, the champion of the last Peak Band talent show had merely signed a level contract, while he was now offering a guaranteed higher tier contract. It was hard to believe that Zhang He and the others would remain unmoved. However, he had not anticipated Jiang Shenya's decisive rejection. I agree. We do not need a keyboardist, Chun Ming declared first, having formed a bond with a young man named Xin Yin over the past month. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of what he truly needed at this moment. Good. Wang Chen clapped his hands again, finally directing his gaze toward the increasingly conflicted Zhang He. Zhang He remained silent. At his age, he was not a fool. He discerned that Wang Chen was deliberately targeting Xin Yin, likely due to some offense the latter had unwittingly caused. According to his observations over the past half-month, Xin Yin appeared to be an utterly ordinary university student. Although he possessed the latest smartphone, its screen was perilously shattered, and he showed no inclination to repair it. In stark contrast, the female professor exuded wealth, beauty, and a prestigious background. Her vehicle, a black horse shield, was valued at over $1 million. Furthermore, there was the intriguing story discussed by Jiang Xinyao previously, hinting that her counterpart's background was evidently extraordinary. Yet, as Jiang Xinyao's close friend, she had, for years, navigated the periphery of the entertainment industry, much like him. Zhang He furrowed his brow, his mind engaged in a fierce internal conflict. At the age of 33, he had come to realize that every decision could significantly alter the trajectory of one's life. He meticulously analyzed the benefits of acquiescing to Wang Chen, comparing them to the potential outcomes should he refuse. After a considerable period of contemplation, he nodded heavily in agreement, deciding to expel Xin Yin from his team. All he could envision was Wang Chen approaching him with a lucrative contract in hand. In this world, where everyone thrived for profit, he understood that, for him, personal gain was paramount. Moral sentiments were notions typically held by the naive youth just entering society. Zhang He, do you even know what you're doing? You're casting someone out now? Why did you bring him in the first place? Do you have any idea how desperately he has yearned to compete over these past few weeks? Jiang Xinya stepped forward, confronting the middle-aged man with long hair. Zhang He staggered back, taken aback by her outburst. Zhang He, tell me, how have you transformed into this? You once disregarded lucrative contracts. Jiang Xinya's agitation escalated, cornering him further. Enough, Zhang He shouted, the force of his voice momentarily silencing her. You think you're so great, so principled, he exclaimed, pointing at Jiang Xinya's exquisite face. Do you have any idea how much I regret that decision over these years? All for you, for the so-called dream of music. But what has it yielded? Do you know where I've spent my New Year's celebrations? In an internet CAF. I've been too afraid to return home. I am 33. Because of your music dream, I am utterly unaccomplished. His fingers trembled slightly, and his face flushed with emotion, spittle flying toward Jiang Xinya, who remained unfazed. Her gaze fixed solely on the man before her, who was now unleashing his fury. As his words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the room. I'm sorry for being a burden to you, Jiang Xinya murmured, her head bowed, her voice barely discernible. After speaking, she swiftly made her way to the door. I wish you all the best in becoming the stars you aspire to be, and may you live the life you once dreamed of. Casting aside these words, Jiang Xinya took one last glance at the secret base. From the drum set in the corner to the guitars and ukuleles hanging on the wall, and the electronic keyboard. From the drummer to the bassist Ming, and then to the guitarist Zhang He, clap, clap, clap. Wang Chen, seated on the small sofa, suddenly burst into applause. As if celebrating Zhang He's commendable decision. You three need not worry. I shall promptly arrange for one of our company's singers to come over. Wang Chen retrieved his phone and hastily instructed the person on the other end. Jiang Xinya tilted her head back, striving to prevent the tears from spilling over, and then strode purposefully toward the exit, closing the door behind her. Chapter 64. What a misfortune. At the Jiuzhou Music Academy, at 12:30, Shen Yin was seated in the campus chicken hot pot restaurant with 3 of his dormitory mates. Shen Anhao remarked, Shen Yin, it seems the preliminary auditions commence tomorrow. How are you preparing? Not bad, quite well. Shen Yin had spent the last half-month meticulously extracting classic songs from his past life. He owed this to his innate perfect pitch, coupled with the effort he had devoted to the sight singing and ear training course in his previous life. He truly wished for a system to emerge in his mind, delivering the songs directly to him, thus sparing him the labor of painstakingly extracting each note. He estimated that, based on his and Jiang Xinya's capabilities, advancing from the preliminary auditions to the top 8 should pose no challenge. Recently, he had delved into the details of this band audition program and had watched the entirety of last year's competition. Most bands in last year's program had performed covers of old songs. The fate of the bands was not determined by the mentors, but by the audience. The star mentors merely sat in the studio, listening to music, sipping tea, and occasionally offering brief comments. He had observed this from the first episode to the last. discovering an intriguing point: innovation. People in this world might have grown weary of old songs if a cover did not incorporate new elements. The audience was unlikely to respond favorably. Although Jiang Xinya and her companions possessed professional playing skills, they fell short in the realm of arrangement. Recognizing this, he quickly set to work extracting songs from his past life. The prize of 300,000 for first place was within his grasp. Moreover, he could seize this opportunity. Hey, Xiaoyan, why are you staring blankly at a piece of chicken? And why the sly grin? Chen Anha extended his hand, waving it in front of Shun Yan's face. I was merely contemplating how to spend the prize money once I win. Who are you calling sly? Shen Yan seized the chopsticks from the table and pointed them at Chen Anha's face. Go for it. I believe in you, Xiaoyan. Just remember to treat us to dinner afterwards, encouraged Tan Mingjie from the side. You can do it, Zhang Bowen added, giving Shen Yan a thumbs up. Look at you. Chen we're all roommates, yet the disparity is quite astonishing. Shen Yan, who had no intention of addressing the scoundrel sitting across from him, found it impossible to suppress his indignation. With his handsome features, when he smiled, it was as if spring had blossomed. How dare he label him as lewd? Do you still need those eyes? If not, donate them to someone in need. If I win the championship, you, Chen better not come around to mooch off me. Shen Yan proclaimed confidently, arms crossed over his chest. The championship was merely a trivial pursuit for him. Hundreds of thousands awaited his claim. After all, who could resist the advantage he had? A light chuckle erupted from behind. Chen Anha, initially ready to engage in a verbal duel with Shen Yan, now changed his tune, exclaiming, what a stroke of bad luck. Shen Yan, I never imagined you possessed such arrogance. Indeed, do you think this is a piano competition? Champion this, champion that. Have you even considered if you possess the requisite talent? The mocking voices resonated again. Just from the tone, Shen Yan recognized the speakers. Well, there went his appetite for the meal. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed aside the chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a tissue. Damn it, you foul-mouthed hag. Can't you speak normally? Spare me that sarcastic tone. It makes me want to vomit. Chen Anha slammed the table, rising to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Yingying. Shen Yan stood up too, but he remained silent, as Chen had already articulated his thoughts perfectly. Truly, he was a good son, echoing Shen Yan's sentiments. What a shame, even a meal could not be enjoyed in peace. Zhang Bowen wiped his mouth and stood up. Heh. Qin Yingying chuckled lightly, ignoring both Chen Anha and Zhang Bowen, and gracefully approached Shen Yan. Looking up at him, she softly remarked, I truly didn't expect our college's prodigy, Shen Yan, to sign up for such a program. I thought you were above such things. Yet here you are, just like the rest of us, chasing after fame and fortune. Just speak plainly without the theatrics, will you? Shen Yan turned slightly, wishing he could retreat 10,000 miles if it weren't for the table behind him. The overpowering scent of her perfume made it difficult for him to breathe. He preferred the subtle fragrance of Professor Chu. Heh, Shen Yan, considering your status as the top student in the school, I'll extend you a chance. If you bow your head and admit your mistake now, I will let bygones be bygones and allow you to join my team. Stop, 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 spare me the nonsense. Shen Yan waved his hand in disdain, attempting to dispel the cloying scent of perfume that lingered around him. Shen Yan. I hope you do not come to regret this choice you made today. He scoffed. What nonsense, looking like a fool. Hurry up and leave. If you linger any longer, I might just lose my lunch. Chen Anha was perplexed by the audacity of the woman before them, confronting them in such a manner. TSK, Shen Yan. To be frank, we were merely toying with you. Surely, you did not believe we would welcome you into our team? At that moment, Tang Qian approached. Are you two out of your minds? Can you just leave already? Shen Yan could no longer tolerate the exchange with these two imbeciles. He feared he might lose his temper and retaliate. Shen Yan, do you think we are unaware? You clandestinely joined a band outside of school, didn't you? What business is that of yours? Shen Yan squeezed through a narrow space beside them, gesturing for Chen Anha to follow him as he prepared to depart. Shen Yan. You are oblivious, aren't you? You have already been cast aside by that band. They are likely deliberating on how to inform you. Or perhaps they are simply too apathetic to bother. Qin Yingying regarded Shen Yan with smug satisfaction. Your tongue is truly reckless. Chen Anha exclaimed, his irritation boiling over. Enough. Let us go? Shen Yan glanced at Han Wenbin, who had been silently trailing behind Qin Yingying, seemingly distracted by his phone, yet the camera was fixed on them. Noticing this, Shen Yan pulled Chen Anha along and exchanged a knowing look with Zhang Bowen before making their way out of the restaurant. Just a few steps outside, A notification chimed on Xun Yin's phone. Upon inspecting it, he froze in place. Chapter 65. Actually, I am a rich second generation. Damn it, little Nian. Don't hold me back. I swear I will tear that witch's mouth apart. Chen Anha struggled, filled with agitation. Calm down. She might have provoked us into action on purpose. Shen Yin glanced at the message on his screen and tucked his phone back into his pocket. As Qin Yingying had asserted, he had indeed been abandoned by Jiang Xinya and the others. It was evident that this matter was intricately tied to Qin Yingying. However, she likely lacked the power to orchestrate it independently. Rather, she must have leveraged the influence of others. The identity of these individuals remained uncertain. Nonetheless, it was reasonable to deduce that it was personnel from the entertainment company or production team who had convinced Jiang Xinya to expel him at such a critical moment. In no time, Shun Yin unraveled the intricacies of the situation. Ultimately, combining his impressions of Qin Yingying, he arrived at a simple conclusion. Qin Yingying had exploited her allure to manipulate the interests of capital against him. Were all men in this world so blind? That thing is almost like a public bus. Shen Yin couldn't fathom how Qin Yingying managed it. He initially thought that after the school forum exposed her sordid behavior, she would become a pariah. Yet, it seemed that this woman was thriving more than ever. Did her wealthy benefactors and patrons not feel any indignation? Why hadn't they dealt with her? Shen Yin was perplexed. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Qin Yingying had seduced them all? Xiao Yan. Did they perhaps sign up for that competition show as well? At this moment, Chen Anha had ceased his commotion, and Zhang Bowen and Tan Mingjia had stopped restraining him. Based on their earlier conversation, it seemed likely. Zhang Bowen replied, "Damn it, I can't hold back any longer. I'm signing up right now. Winning or losing doesn't matter. I must outshine that wretched woman today." The more Chen Anha thought about it, the angrier he became. Had it not been for someone stopping him earlier, he would have given Qin Yingying a resounding slap. Her incessant laughter had left his head buzzing. It's too late to sign up. The deadline has long passed, and the auditions are tomorrow. Shun Yin sighed helplessly. He rubbed his temples, realizing how truly malicious Qin Yingying was, kicking him out of the team just before the competition. He might need to explore other avenues for making money now. The simplest method would be to sign with an entertainment company, but as a newcomer, he feared he wouldn't earn much or gain any resources. He possessed excellent songs, but they had not yet been tested in the market. Moreover, Shen Yin felt that if Professor Chu learned he had abandoned his studies to pursue a singing career, he would undoubtedly be furious. "Can't sign up?" Chen Anha scoffed, then turned his gaze to his roommates, speaking in a serious tone. "Everyone, it's been 2 months, and it's time to reveal my true identity. A rich second generation?" Shen Yin raised an eyebrow, feeling skeptical. After all, Chen Anha had always been rather stingy, even when it came to breakfast money. "No, Xiao Yin, why are you jumping in so quickly?" Chen Anha retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Wasn't this the moment for everyone to look at him with curiosity, building suspense before he dramatically revealed his identity? "Really? You? A rich second generation? I never would have guessed. This morning in class, you were still fighting me for spicy strips." Zhang Bowen expressed disbelief. "Here it comes, the plot twist." Chen Anha smirked, ready to counter. However, Shun Yin interjected, "The demeanor doesn't fit, especially when you curse, though the face does resemble it, delicate and tender." "Xiao Yan, that's where you're mistaken." Chen Anha let out a sigh of relief, initially expecting Shun Yin to say something more profound. However, he found that Shun Yin was just as superficial as Zhang Sanwen, merely skimming the surface of matters. With a crooked smile, Chen Anha cleared his throat and spoke. "In truth, he is not mistaken. He is indeed the son of a wealthy family. I witnessed it myself last time when his father transferred him a significant sum of money. Xiao Yan, that incident which made you trend on the campus forum. That evening, Chen Anha personally observed his balance soar into 6 figures. Before Tan Mingjia could finish his straightforward statement, Chen Anha could no longer restrain himself and playfully wrapped his arm around his neck. You know. Am I not permitted to speak?" Chen Anha muttered under his breath, cursing softly. Such an opportunity to shine publicly had slipped away. One after another, they were sabotaging his moment. 10 minutes later, having concluded a call with his family, Chen Anha returned. "Is everything settled?" Shen Yin inquired, genuinely surprised to discover that Chen Anha was indeed a wealthy heir. He pondered why the other had previously led such a meager existence. Had he experienced familial discord as well? Naturally, it was merely a preliminary selection. Chen Anha waved his hand dismissively. It was trivial for him. "I suddenly pondered a question. Given our abilities, can we truly defeat them? Can we assemble a band? Zhang Bowen asked, furrowing his brow, though he too harbored some displeasure towards Qin Yingying. What is the big deal? Last time at my place, didn't we collaborate quite well? DePeo on the drums, Erhan the guitar, and you well. Shen Yin glanced at Zhang Bowen, who seemed to possess no skills beyond playing the piano. Chen Anha interjected, no need to worry about the bassist. I know someone who can handle it. Zhang Bowen countered. The current focus is not whether we can gather the right people, but whether we, a collection of mismatched talents, can actually perform well. After all, we are from a music academy and have been exposed to music since childhood. What mismatched talents are we? Yet, it is merely Qin Yingying. What is there to fear? Shen Yin stepped forward confidently, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the three with assurance. Zhang Bowen remarked, but Xiao Yin, the preliminary selection is tomorrow. Chen Anha retorted. Why all the fuss? I have connections. I've made arrangements. We just need to show up tomorrow. Even if we sing off key, we'll still advance. Chen Anha added. If it weren't for that insufferable woman having some backing, I would ensure she didn't even get past the preliminary selection. Everyone, please remain calm, Shen Yin said, waving his hand with utmost composure. I understand your concerns. Follow me to a location first. By the way, Chen please summon Tong Meng as well. Chen Anha looked at Shen Yin in bewilderment. How did you know I was referring to her as the bassist? It was a guess, Shen Yin chuckled lightly. Chapter 66. Boundless Horizons. In the afternoon, Chu Wanning drove swiftly to the Jiuzhou Music Academy. As the car came to a halt, she immediately dialed Yi Xian's number. Chu Wanning. Hello, Yi Xian, have you seen Shen Yin? Yi Xian, what is up? I think I just saw your little one on the playground. Chu Wanning, what do you mean my little one? Speak properly. I can hear your toothy Annie laughter through the screen. Yi Xian, TSK. Ning Ning. Ever since I learned last week that you two live across from each other, I must admit I view you through a rosy filter. A young and beautiful professor with a charming, talented male student, and you're 9 years apart. I'm practically shipping you two to madness. Chu Wanning, can you be serious for once? Have you read too many romance novels? Yi Xian, what is so abnormal about it? You are both unmarried. There is nothing stopping you from being together. Yi Xian, now I understand why you've been single for so long. It's surely to meet Shen Yin. You have no idea. I put your photos together last night. They're a perfect match. The older sister and her younger brother. As the incessant chatter continued on the other end, Chu Wanning finally parked the car and stepped out. Earlier, she had been engrossed in her own affairs at home when Jiang Xianya suddenly barged in, chattering about the day's events. Where had that little rascal run off to again? Not even answering calls. Chu Wanning opened her phone to check her chat history with Shen Yin. 20 minutes ago, she had made her first call, and since then, there had been a total of 8 unanswered calls. One might think his phone was dead or turned off. Yi Xian, hello? Ning Ning, are you listening to me? Hello? I'm listening. You just said he was on the playground, right? Chu Wanning replied nonchalantly. Yi Xian, yes, I did see their entire dormitory by that little warehouse next to the playground. Yi Xian, hey, you still haven't answered my previous question. What question? Upon hearing the whereabouts of Shen Yin, Chu Wanning hurried towards the playground. Have you two perhaps sparked any chemistry? Came the inquisitive tone from the phone. Chu Wanning rolled her eyes in exasperation and retorted, Teacher Yi, have you considered what you're saying? Even rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. He is my student, and I'm 10 years his senior. Besides, he is just an 18-year-old youth. What could a faded old lady like me possibly offer? Walking briskly, she encountered several students along the way, all greeting her, to which she smiled in return. Yi Xian, that is a flawed argument, Ning Ning. Recent studies show that relationships between older women and younger men have surged geometrically in recent years. Yi Xian, and you're only 9 years older than him. Where do you get the 10 years from? Let us just count it as a whole number. All right, I must hang up now. Chu Wanning completed her final sentence and abruptly ended the call. A few minutes later, in the small storage room beside the playground, which housed an assortment of sports equipment alongside a full set of band instruments, excitement filled the air. Are you all ready, friends? Shen Yin asked, slinging an electric guitar over his shoulder, his face alight with enthusiasm. He possessed a rudimentary skill with the guitar, yet he believed that successful performance relied more on vocal prowess than instrumental mastery. The bassist, Tong Meng, replied, no problem. The guitarist, Chen Anha, echoed, no problem. The drummer, Tan Mingjie, affirmed, no problem. The keyboardist, Zhang Bowen, declared, no problem. The group gazed at the simplified sheet music on their phones, their expressions a mix of excitement, curiosity, confusion, and bewilderment. This music score had been sent to them by Shen Yin 30 minutes prior. Although he had originally intended to print the sheet music at the school copy shop, the distance to the south gate, at least a 10 to 20-minute walk, rendered that impractical. Therefore, they collectively decided to make do with their phones. Having all begun their musical journeys in elementary school, they were confident that they could memorize the melody after a few runs through the piece. All right, let us go through it again. The 206 band was about to commence their 11th rehearsal. The vast sea and sky. Shen Yin secured his phone in a stand and stepped into the lead vocalist position. After taking a moment of silence, the keyboardist, Zhang Bowen, struck the opening notes. Tonight, I watched the snow drift by in the cold, carrying my chilled heart far away. Shen Yin's voice resonated in Cantonese, sending chills down the spines of Chun Anha and the others. Despite having rehearsed the song more than 10 times in just half an hour, they could never forget the profound sensation they felt during the first playthrough, an experience that seemed to resonate with their very souls. How many times have I faced disdain and ridicule, yet never relinquished my ideals? A fleeting moment of disorientation washed over them, the feeling of loss gradually fading away. Forgive me for a life of unrestrained freedom. Outside the small storage room, Chu Wanning pressed her palm against the door. She had initially intended to deliver some unfortunate news to Shen Yin, preparing numerous comforting words along the way. Yet, at the very instant she recognized the opening notes of the song, an indication of years of exceptional musical refinement, she discerned that this piece was extraordinary. As she listened to the entire segment, both the arrangement and the melodious interpretation qualified the song as a timeless classic. Curiosity compelled her to peek through the crack of the door, observing the youthful figure of Shen Yin engrossed in his performance, eyes closed and expression serene. Has he already found out? Chu Wanning pondered, glancing at the others inside. Her intuition suggesting that Shen Yin was aware of his expulsion from the band by Jiang Xinya and the others. As she lingered in her confusion, the interlude emanating from within grew increasingly fervent. Shen Yin seemed to channel all his previous discontent through his song, proclaiming loudly, "Still free, still myself, forever singing my song, traveling thousands of miles. Forgive me for this life of unrestrained passion for freedom, yet I fear that one day I may stumble. Abandoning ideals can happen to anyone. Who would fear a day when it is just you and me?" Chapter 67. Come here. Good, good, good. All right. Upon the conclusion of the song, Jananha, flushed with excitement, approached Shen Yin and playfully struck his chest. The song stirred within him a surge of fervor. Were it not for his inability to sing in tune, he would have yearned to join in the chorus. "Xiao Yin, I must retract my previous statements. Qin Yingying is utterly insignificant before us." Zhang Bowen also approached, more intrigued by how Shen Yin had penned such a composition. Aren't they from the piano department? Not composition. If the composition students were to discover this, they might just want to bash their heads against a wall. A student from a different major writing a song that surpasses theirs. Still free, still myself, forever singing my song. Tan Mingjia, still captivated, chimed in for a couple of lines. Honestly, if Xiao Yin could play the drums, I would shamelessly beg him to let me sing this song. However, given his baritone voice and classical training, it would hardly compare to the brilliance Shen Yin brought forth. Impressive. Tong Ming said nothing more, simply giving Shen Yin a thumbs up. Now, let us recap how well our song has come together. Shen Yin waved his hand, offering a bashful smile to the group, before stepping forward to retrieve his phone from the stand. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed through the door. Shen Yin, originally focused on his phone screen, turned his gaze towards the sound. It was Professor Chu. However, Shen Yin felt a tinge of confusion as he wiped his eyes. Today, Professor Chu seemed somewhat different. Dressed in white jeans and sneakers, her hair styled in a bun, resembling a university student. "Come here." Chu Wanqing leaned against the door, beckoning Shen Yin with a finger. "Wait, Professor Chu, what do you mean by this?" Shen Yin observed Chu Wanqing's languid expression, as if she were certain he would comply. He glanced back at Chun Anha and the others, who regarded him with teasing eyes, as if suggesting he would lose face by approaching her. After a brief moment of inner turmoil, Shen Yin shook his head at Chu Wanqing. "Professor Chu, it's not that I don't wish to show you respect, but your demeanor is rather too casual. If I were to approach you like this, it would be quite embarrassing." Shen Yin internally resisted. Yet when he dared to look ahead, he found that Chu Wanqing had lowered her hand and adopted a stern expression. "Ahem, Little Year, perhaps you should head over now. Otherwise, Professor Chu might become upset. Chen Anha, who was watching the scene unfold, remarked teasingly. It's fine, Professor Chu is not so petty. Shen Yin replied with utmost confidence, firmly believing that the professor would not be angered by such trivial matters. The current stern expression was surely just a means to intimidate him. Professor Chu, please hold on for a moment. I will be right there. Shen Yin called towards the door, then took out his phone to discuss the nuances of the performance with Chen Anha and the others. Look, we can approach this segment like this. Well, young lad, you certainly have grown bold. Chu Wanning snorted coldly. Initially, she had intended to converse privately with him regarding the Jiang Xinyao band. That was why she had summoned Shen Yin. Yet he not only disregarded her request, but also turned to engage in conversation with his roommates. She suddenly felt her urgent rush to be somewhat unnecessary. Well, just be mindful. That's all, Shen Yin said pretentiously, although his gaze remained fixed on Chu Wanning. He would never dare keep her waiting. However, he felt that if he had immediately obeyed her summons, it would have been somewhat embarrassing. What do men rely on in the world? Their dignity. Thus, after concocting an excuse to appease Chen Anha and the others, he removed the electric guitar from his shoulder and casually tossed it to Zhang Bowen, who stood beside him. Huh? What do you mean by that? Little Year, could you clarify? Chen Anha inquired. You foolish boy, let me teach you. First, play this, then that. Do you understand? Tan Mingjie stepped forward, blocking Chen Anha's view of Shen Yin. He could somewhat grasp Shen Yin's intentions, having noticed that although Shen Yin had his head lowered, his eyes occasionally darted towards the door. Moreover, for some reason, he felt as though Shen Yin and Professor Chu were inherently a couple, despite his roommates. Chen Anha and Zhang Bowen, harboring doubts about Professor Chu, Shen Yin approached quickly. Is there something wrong? Couldn't you just make a phone call? As he drew closer, he observed Professor Chu with more scrutiny. Her delicate, porcelain-like skin surpassed even that of some 18-year-old blossoms, indicating that she must have devoted considerable effort to her skincare regimen. A phone call. Have you any idea how many calls I made to you? Chu Wanning replied irritably. Yet, her irritation had diminished as she gazed at Shen Yin approaching with purpose. She seemed to comprehend his earlier thoughts. Had she been too domineering just now? As Chu Wanning reflected on her earlier gesture of beckoning Shen Yin over, she recognized that it indeed carried a hint of excessive assertiveness. Are you rehearsing? Didn't you hear? Shen Yin retrieved his nearly crumbling phone, which he had set to do not disturb mode prior to the rehearsal. Yet he still held the video recorded by Chun and he of their practice session. You already know? Chu Wanning asserted with certainty. Gazing into her feline eyes. Shen Yin understood she was referring to that particular incident. Pausing momentarily, he continued, isn't it simply being kicked out of the group? Their decision to expel me only underscores their lack of discernment. So, are you planning to hastily form a band today and confront them tomorrow? Chu Wanning inquired. Well, it's not entirely due to them. Shen Yin recounted his recent encounter with Qi Ningying at the small canteen. I see. I was beginning to wonder if you had offended someone again. So it was her, Qi Ningying, Chu Wanning murmured, contemplating the complexity of the student. No. Professor Chu, what do you mean by again? Have I offended anyone? Shen Yin scoffed, asserting that he had always been exceedingly courteous to everyone, including Qi Ningying, whom he had advised to turn over a new leaf. Little did he know, she not only dismissed his counsel, but also retaliated in an unexpected manner. Chapter 68. The little yellow flower of the story. Shen Yin and Chu Wanning conversed at the entrance of the small storage room. While 4 pairs of eyes behind them were fixated on their interaction, Zhang Bowen asked, what are they discussing? Chen and he replied, what else could it be? It must be about studies. What else could a teacher and student converse about? Matters of the heart. Tong Ming interjected, you talk too much, be quiet. Tan Mingjie suggested, I think they seem to be discussing personal matters. You're overthinking it. Zhang Bowen and Chun and he chimed in unison. Professor Chu, rest assured, do not worry about me. I will definitely secure first place tomorrow. Shen Yin confidently patted his chest in assurance. If he were to fail in achieving first place, he would feel somewhat guilty about his identity as a transmigrator. I'm not worried about you. Chu Wanning wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead and fanned herself with her hand, perhaps due to her hurried movement earlier. Let us step inside. Shen Yin noticed her subtle actions but attributed it to the glaring sun outside. It was indeed the season when the autumn sun was particularly fierce, making it uncomfortable. As he pondered this, he took a step to the right, prompting Chu Wanning to follow suit and step inside as well. Instantly, Xin Yin was enveloped by a fragrance reminiscent of sweat emanating from her. Professor Chu, you look remarkably youthful today. Unconsciously, these words slipped from his lips. What on earth? Can I take that back? Xin Yin swallowed hard, realizing that he might have inadvertently voiced his innermost thoughts. Are you implying that I appear aged? As expected. Upon hearing this remark, Chu Wanning's expression instantly turned frosty. Why does she diligently invest time in skincare and yoga each day? The answer is simple: to preserve her youth. No woman willingly embraces the passage of time, and she is no exception. Yet here stands a student, 9 years her junior, insinuating her age. How exasperating. No, Professor Chu, I meant to say that your outfit today is incredibly youthful and beautiful. It's undoubtedly the enchanting fragrance you exude that captivates the senses. At that moment, Shen Yin could distinctly feel his intellect faltering. Youthful attire? Chu Wanning smiled gently. You certainly have a way with words. She glanced over Shen Yin's shoulder, noticing the 4 onlookers staring intently at them. No, what I meant was, Professor Chu, you look stunning today. Not just today, but yesterday and in the past as well. You have always been beautiful and youthful. Shen Yin, flustered, animatedly gestured as he spoke, particularly after meeting Chu Wanning's gaze. Shanana commented, what are they doing? Are they arguing? Zhang Bowen replied, I have no idea, but Shen Yin looks quite flustered. Tong Ming observed, it seems like he is trying to explain something, yet struggling to articulate it clearly. Tan Mingjie remarked, Professor Chu just cast a glance our way. It felt a bit ominous. I think I should leave. Now that you mention it, I also sensed a hint of danger in Professor Chu's gaze. I feel the same way. The chatter behind them continued, and soon enough, Tan Mingjie and Chen Anha discreetly slipped out through the back door of the small storage room. Quite perceptive, Chu Wanning thought, nodding in satisfaction. Professor Chu, you must understand, that was not my intention. I merely wanted to compliment how distinctly radiant you look today. Shen Yin continued to fervently explain. All right, I understand, little one. Chu Wanning waved her hand dismissively. She couldn't allow herself to be upset simply because someone suggested she was aging, despite the fact that she was nearing her 30s. You are absolutely right. The teacher is indeed growing older. In a few years, I may very well be addressed as Annie. No, Professor Chu, you are not old at all, Shen Yin exclaimed, growing increasingly animated. Very well, as long as you are happy, Chu Wanning replied, approaching the pile of musical instruments nearby. The small storage room next to the playground housed the band instruments due to the Mid-Autumn Festival celebration the previous night. It seemed that some students involved in the event had neglected to return a piano that should have been moved back to the music building. Come here. Chu Wanning beckoned to Shen Yin. All right. Shen Yin was unaware of when Chen and the others had vanished. Just as he turned his head to follow Professor Chu's footsteps, he realized that the small storage room now housed only himself and Professor Chu. Taking a seat, Chu Wanning patted the empty piano bench beside her. Professor Chu, are we about to commence a lesson? Shen Yin asked as he settled down, sitting shoulder to shoulder with her. Tilting his head, he noticed that today Professor Chu's profile appeared remarkably graceful, reminiscent of the ethereal images of white moonlight often seen online. With her bun and delicate features, she would be perfect in a blue and white school uniform. What lesson? I summoned you here to hear that song you just performed once more, she replied. Chu Wanning intended to assist Shen Yin in enriching the composition with additional elements. Originally, she had planned to encourage him to abandon the piece, but having listened outside the storage room, it became clear that persuading him to give up was futile. His fervor while singing had conveyed everything. As his teacher, she resolved to support her talented student. However, Shen Yin's musical aptitude left her at a loss for words. His piano skills were exceptional, and now even his composition and vocal abilities would likely attract attention from teachers across other departments at the school. No, she thought. She must keep a close watch over her talented pupil. That song, was it beyond the horizon? Shen Yin's fingers glided over the black and white keys as he pondered. Turning to Chu Wanning. Professor Chu, how about I sing another song for you? I'd appreciate your feedback. You've written another piece? Chu Wanning inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Of course, not just one, he replied, though I prefer to say Yun covered it. With that, Shen Yin was about to play a prelude with both hands. Wait. Hold on. Chu Wanning interrupted, quickly retrieving her phone from her jeans pocket, switching to camera mode, and aiming the lens at Shen Yin. All right, we're all set. For some reason, Shen Yin felt a strange premonition that after recording the video, Professor Chu would send it to a man named Shen Nan. As the familiar prelude began, He thought to himself that this song truly resonated best when played on a guitar. The Little Yellow Flower of the Story. Chapter 69. Do you prefer sunny days or rainy days? The little yellow flower of the story has been drifting since the year of its birth. The childhood swing sways with memories, reaching up to the present. As the prelude played, he gazed at the sky, recalling petals attempting to fall. A few simple piano arpeggios intertwined with the pure voice of youth. A relaxed smile adorned Shen Yin's face. This song was one of his favorites from a past life. Back in middle school, if anyone could strum a sunny tune on a folk guitar, they were undoubtedly the most charming person in class. As Chu Weining held her phone camera directed at Shen Yin's profile, a few rays of sunlight streamed through the small window above them, draping the young man beside her in a golden veil. His once jet-black bangs transformed into a rich shade of brown. In this moment, she felt as if the young man on her phone screen was radiating light. On the day she skipped class, the day the flowers fell. In which classroom did it occur? Why can't I see it? The rainy days that vanished, I long to experience again. Unexpectedly, the courage I thought I had lost still lingers. I wish to ask once more, will you wait or will you depart? As he sang, Shen Yin turned his head, a broad smile illuminating his face as he gazed at Chu Weining, who was holding the phone. How could someone so charming claim to have never had a former girlfriend? Chu Weining looked at the boy on the screen, and even this 27-year-old woman felt a flutter in her heart. If this were a schoolgirl of 18 or 19, would she not be utterly captivated? Go ahead and sing. Why do you keep looking at me? Chu Weining shyly averted her gaze. On a windy day, I once tried to hold your hand, but alas, the rain gradually intensified, obscuring your figure from my sight. How much longer must I wait to stand by your side? Perhaps on the day the sky's clear, I shall feel a bit better. Once upon a time, someone loved you dearly, but gradually the wind blew the distance far apart. After much effort, to love you for just one more day, yet in the end, it seems you still bid farewell. The song grew increasingly poignant, and Shen Yin longed to invite the nearby Professor Chu to sing along, but regrettably, she did not know the lyrics. The piano interlude continued, and Chu Weining turned her head back, appearing to focus intently on recording the video. Yet, in reality, her thoughts had already soared far away. To her surprise, this seemingly reserved young man exuded a certain charm when singing. This song was truly exceptional. Was it a recent composition or an older one? It must have been penned long ago. The more she listened, the more astonished she became. Shen Yin's two songs were undoubtedly far superior to anything released in the entertainment industry over the past decade. One could be attributed to a stroke of inspiration, but two in succession, was it sheer talent or mere luck? After Shen Yin finished singing, he felt a lingering desire for more. Turning his head, he noticed that Chu Weining had exited the recording mode and was now opening something else on her phone. He glanced at the contact name and felt a jolt of surprise. Chu Weining had saved his little account under the name Teacher Shun. At that moment, she sent him the video she had just recorded, accompanied by a message he could not fully decipher, save for the multitude of exclamation marks at the end. Young one, you shouldn't pry into others' privacy, Chu Weining said lightly, and after finishing her remark, she slightly shifted her right hand that held the phone to the side. She certainly noticed Shen Yin's curious gaze. However, she was currently boasting about her exceptionally musically gifted student to others. It was a pity that her mentor abroad was not present, for she would have loved to showcase her talent. Upon hearing this, Shen Yin ceased his distracted glances at his phone screen. If he wasn't to look now, he would do so openly once he returned home. Within 2 minutes, Chu Ning set her phone down and turned to Shen Yin, inquiring, what was the name of that song just now? Sunny Day, Shen Yin replied. Sunny Day. Chu Ning softly repeated the title, then proceeded to play the video she had just recorded. Shen Yin remained silent, listening intently. After hearing it again, Chu Ning asked with a hint of confusion, but the lyrics don't mention a sunny day, they talk about rainy days. Why is that? Isn't it obvious? Professor Chu, you, so astute, should know the reason, Shen Yin teased. He had once been curious about this himself and had found the answer in the comments section of the song. After the rain comes the sunny day. Chu Ning furrowed her brow in contemplation before articulating, is it because after the rain comes the sunny day? Shen Yin, who had been preparing to boast, was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape, and he amended, Professor Chu, you are truly perceptive, but there is another meaning within the song. Oh, what other meaning could there be? Professor Chu mused for a moment. Noticing her brows furrow further, Shen Yin raised his chin slightly, smiling with a touch of pride. Why not take another guess? Is that expression of yours an attempt to reverse the heavens? Chu Wanning asked playfully. No, Professor Chu, I certainly do not mean that. Shen Yin quickly waved his hand, feeling that beneath her amiable smile lay a sharp edge. Then hurry and tell me. For anyone else, such a guessing game would have warranted an immediate departure, but as her student, Shen Yin had that privilege. She detested riddles. When you are beside me, and I am beside you, it is a sunny day, Shen Yin earnestly explained to Chu Wanning, a notion he had come across in song critiques from his past life, which he found quite profound. After a brief pause, he recalled a particularly amusing piece of flirtation from his previous existence and turned to Chu Wanning, asking, Professor Chu, do you prefer sunny days or rainy days? Sunny days, I suppose. On rainy days, one can only stay at home. Chu Wanning reflected before responding. Ah, sunny days indeed, Professor Chu. You should ask me, too. Shen Yin said, a smile creeping onto his lips as he eagerly anticipated her reaction to the charming line. Chu Wanning genuinely felt that Shen Yin was like a child, still indulging in such playful banter. However, she did not refuse and gently remarked, Little Shen Yin, do tell me, do you prefer sunny days or rainy days? I cherish every day spent in your company, Shen Yin replied earnestly. Chapter 70, Speak carelessly again, and I shall break your jaw. You truly know how to provoke. Haven't you had several ex-girlfriends? Chu Wanning mused in silence for a moment before smilingly inquiring. None. Shen Yin shook his head, having previously stated that he had never been in a romantic relationship since arriving here. Though Chu Wanning had chosen not to believe him. Are you certain? Chu Wanning regarded Shen Yin's demeanor, which seemed devoid of jest, and after a moment's contemplation, added, Perhaps you should swear an oath? Upon hearing this, Shen Yin fell silent for a few seconds before raising his right index finger and responding, Just one. Indeed. The adage that a man's words are often deceptive holds true across all ages. Observing Shen Yin's embarrassed expression, Chu Wanning felt a smirk rising within her. Just moments ago he claimed none, and now he admits to having only one. Who knows how many more might emerge later. Professor Chu, how many have you had? Shen Yin countered, a question he had long wanted to pose since their visit to the noodle shop. Casting a glance at Professor Chu today, he thought how in earlier days she would have undoubtedly been deemed the belle of the campus. Moreover, Shen Yin had previously shown him a photograph of the first beauty from the Jiuzhou Music Academy. What was her name again? Meng something Fei, he had forgotten. Yet before Professor Chu, they were all insignificant. Guess. Chu Wanning turned to Shen Yin, revealing a smile imbued with mystery. Shen Yin pondered briefly. This year, Professor Chu was 27. Surely she must have had several relationships, for it would be implausible for her to have had none. If she had none, that would render her a 30-year-old virgin. 5. Shen Yin spread his palm, presenting it before Chu Wanning. She did not respond, merely rising to exit. She regretted coming today. Not only had she worried for nothing, but she also endured the vexations of a child. Hey, Professor Chu, don't leave. Did I guess wrong? Was it too many or too few? Shen Yin followed her. As they reached the parking lot, she exclaimed, Ugh, how annoying. None. Is that satisfactory? Chu Wanning could hardly endure it. Shen Yin buzzed around her like a pesky fly, pursuing her questions from the playground's storeroom all the way here. 10, 8, 4, 3, guessing endlessly, yet never hitting the mark. What? This is impossible, Shen Yin exclaimed, genuinely astonished by Professor Chu's response. Logically, one would expect that upon reaching a certain age, curiosity about love would arise, whether for boys or girls, as they yearn to experience its sweetness. He had considered that perhaps Chu Wanning was exceptionally devoted, having only dated one person in her 27 years. Yet it was clear he had misjudged. What is wrong with not having been in love? Chu Wanning cast a disdainful glance at Shen Yin. What is impossible? She had witnessed individuals who spent their entire lives in solitude. It was not that, however, Professor Chu. Are you perhaps? Shen Yin was on the verge of articulating that she might not favor men, but as the thought crossed his mind, he was met with Chu's piercing gaze, laden with menace. Is that what you wish to imply? Do you mean to suggest I am frigid? Chu Wanning clenched her jaw. As if having dated numerous individuals was something remarkable. Was she incapable of finding someone? No, she simply had no desire to. What does an 18-year-old brat know about love? Hey, no. Professor Chu, please do not say such things. Shen Yin flailed his hands nervously, as if the mere mention of that word could trigger a physical response. In no time, beads of cold sweat began to form on his back. Am I speaking out of turn? Were you not just about to say that? Chu Wanning was disinclined to engage in further trivialities with Shun Yin. After all, this was the image she had in his mind. With a forceful slam, she shut the car door and chose to ignore him, preparing to start the engine and depart. Observing this, Shun Yin hurriedly approached the passenger seat, seizing the opportunity before she could turn the vehicle on, and plopped down beside her. Professor Chu, I was merely going to inquire if you have a preference for girls. It's not that I have not encountered homosexuality before. Shun Yin remained oblivious to the increasingly disapproving expression on her face, preoccupied with fastening his seatbelt. Before he could complete his sentence, Chu Wanning could no longer contain herself. She abruptly turned her body to the right, leaning in and pinching Shun Yin's lips with her distinctly defined fingers. In a swift motion, she contorted his mouth into a pout. She could no longer tolerate the incessant insinuations. First, he claimed she was frigid, and now he suggested she was a lesbian. Who knew what outrageous claims he might utter next? Today, she resolved to make Shun Yin comprehend the adage that words can lead to one's downfall. You little brat, you can mess around with your meals, but do not speak carelessly, do you understand? I am neither frigid nor a lesbian. Instead of indulging in wild conjectures, you would be better off practicing your piano. Did you hear me? If you dare to fabricate any more nonsense, I shall break your jaw. Chu Wanning barked fiercely. Shun Yin attempted to produce a sound, but upon hearing his own voice, he promptly fell silent and nodded vigorously. The current Professor Chu was rather intimidating. Once you comprehend, exit the vehicle. With a snap, Chu Wanning unfastened Shun Yin's seatbelt and extended her hand to open the passenger door. Perhaps taken aback by her earlier outburst, Shun Yin obediently disembarked. With a resounding slam, Chu Wanning closed the car door without a trace of mercy. She then slowly drove forward, maintaining a deliberate pace, the speed not exceeding 20 miles per hour. Soon, Chu Wanning found herself inexplicably drawn to the diminishing figure in the rearview mirror. Had she perhaps gone too far? She suddenly recalled the last time she had raised her voice at Shun Yin, only to find him with tear-streaked eyes when she knocked on his door that night. No, she reassured herself. I was merely imparting the lesson that one should speak with caution and thoughtfulness. However, as she approached a turn, she abruptly slammed on the brakes. How perplexing, she mused. Did I owe him something from a past life? Chu Wanning felt a strange compulsion. If she simply drove away, Shun Yin would likely be left in tears once more. Moreover, his bewildered stance, frozen in place, reminded her of a forlorn puppy abandoned in the rain, utterly pitiful. Chapter 71. Do not cry, please. Shun Yin stood rooted to the spot, having just been successfully admonished by Chu Wanning, and the corners of his mouth bore the faint traces of her reprimand. He silently watched as the vehicle receded from view, only to see it reverse back toward him. Chu Wanning rolled down the passenger window and gazed at him, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but then hesitated, biting back her words. She unfastened her seatbelt, opened the door, and briskly approached him. You mustn't cry, she insisted. If you must cry, do so after getting in the car. Shun Yin wore a perplexed expression. Was Professor Chu addressing him? Crying? What on earth for? Hurry and get in the car, before someone sees us, she urged, pulling him into the vehicle. With a resounding thud, she shut the door and then moved to the other side to take her seat. Here, take this, she said, producing a few tissues from within the car and handing them to Shun Yin. Professor Chu, I wasn't planning on crying, he replied, momentarily at a loss for words as he stared at the tissues before him. After a brief pause, he realized what Chu Wanning was likely thinking. Her previous encounter with his exaggerated display of emotions had led her to assume he was overly sensitive. All right, I get it. I won't look at you. Just hold on to the tissues, she insisted, forcing the paper into his embrace before turning away. No one ever claims they don't want to cry when they are on the verge of tears, much like a drunken person insisting they are sober. She remembered when she was young, declaring she wouldn't cry, only for the tears to flow uncontrollably. After an awkward silence of 2 minutes, Shun Yin finally broke the stillness. Are you done? Chu Wanning, still facing away from him, inquired, Are you ready? Yes, he replied, crumpling the tissues into a ball. You don't seem like someone who has just cried, she observed, perplexed. This situation was rather different from the last. She had expected him to wail uncontrollably in her car. It has been said that I am not inclined to weep. The last incident was merely a special circumstance. Alas, it seems futile to elaborate. Could we perhaps commence our journey home? Shun Yin relinquished any desire to explain. I was not scolding you. Please do not overthink it. Chu Wanning had an intense premonition. Beneath Shun Yin's facade of strength lay torrents of tears akin to the yellow river bursting its banks. Perhaps he intended to wait until they returned home to discreetly weep beneath the covers? Chu Wanning scrutinized Shun Yin, and indeed, this possibility seemed quite plausible. After all, having spent the past month getting to know her studentess character, she could aptly describe him as reserved and secretive, concealing his emotions deep within. Understood, Shun Yin nodded. This Professor Chu likely perceived him as a mere child. What was the big deal about being scolded a couple of times? He had often faced similar reprimands while gaming. By the time they arrived home, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Chu Wanning reclined on her sofa, suddenly realizing the considerable challenge of being a responsible teacher. Not only was she tasked with imparting professional knowledge, but she also had to tend to her students' psychological well-being. Moreover, her current student's talent surpassed her own from years past, adding immense pressure to her daily lessons. Most crucially, Xin Yan appeared somewhat sensitive. She felt the need to be ever mindful of his emotions, fearing that a moment's negligence might cause this prodigious student to falter. With these thoughts in mind, she grasped her phone and began to voice her grievances to Teacher Shin. As for why she did not seek counsel from others, her circle was quite limited. She could count them on her fingers: Yi Xian, Jiang Xinya, and Teacher Shun, with the remainder being her family and relatives. Unfortunately, she could not reach out to friends abroad, as her communication with them had dwindled to emails over the past few years. Oh, and there was a young friend she had nearly forgotten to mention. Teacher Shun was currently her most suitable confidant. Yi Xian was too gossipy, while Jiang Xinya seemed to have grown distant over the years. Furthermore, during the past month, her interactions with Teacher Shun had left her with an odd sensation, making her feel as though he were right beside her, though she could not quite fathom why. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition? Yet, such a notion seemed improbable. How could Teacher Shun possibly be nearer? He was likely preoccupied with practicing the piano, and any opportunity to converse with him was a rare privilege. Just as she pondered this, a message from him popped up on her phone screen. Xin Nan, your student's talent is indeed commendable. However, Xiao Chu, it is imperative for you to remember one thing. You must consider your student's perspective. They are already an adult, so refrain from treating them as children. Xiao Chu, alas, Teacher Shun, please do not remind me. This student of mine is exceedingly exceptional. I feel as though they are on the verge of changing their mind. What if another teacher from a different department comes to snatch them away? Xin Nan, that seems unlikely, from what I can observe. Your student does not possess the qualities of a fickle-hearted individual. You need not worry about this at all. Xiao Chu, but I just scolded them again. Xin Nan, honestly, I believe your student is not as fragile as you perceive. Xiao Chu, let us not dwell on that. Teacher Shun, you are unaware that after our previous conversation, you suggested I check on them, right? When I opened the door, their eyes were swollen from crying. Upon reading this, Xin Yan suddenly felt as though he had lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Never mind, let us change the subject. Xin Yan tossed his phone aside and moved to the sofa, embracing his laptop to browse the official website of the Peak Band program. The auditions would commence tomorrow. During rehearsal earlier, he and Chun Anha had gathered some information. The auditions across the country had concluded in just half a month, and only the top 3 from each province had been determined. After the National Day holiday, they would head to Magic City for the final competition. He had already requested Chun Anha to upload the videos of those competing teams for him. Although he had confidence in the songs from his previous life, there is an old saying, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, one can fight 100 battles without danger. What if among those teams, there are 1 or 2 dark horses? Opening the file sent by Chun Anha, Xin Yan gradually watched the videos one by one. Before he knew it, the afternoon had slipped away. He tossed the laptop aside, rubbing his slightly sore eyes. It turned out he had overthought the situation. 30,000, no. It should be 200,000, was secure. The songs from his previous life were a complete advantage here. Chapter 72, still playing games? The next afternoon at 4 o'clock, in the heart of Magic City, at Wanhua Square. In the center of the square stood a moderately sized stage, with several loudspeakers blaring deafening sounds. Below the stage sat several judge teachers, and beyond them, a throng of spectators, some swaying their heads in rhythm with the rock songs. Behind the stage, in the preparation area, a total of 13 bands had registered in Magic City, and the audition process was now more than halfway through. Only 2 bands remained to take the stage. Despite it being auditions, the lack of seriousness was astonishing. Are they abandoning their chance? Or do they possess enough confidence to secure a favorable position? Do they not require any warm-up? The murmurs of speculation filled the air, as many participants turned their attention to the corner where 5 college students were engrossed in a game. It seems they have succumbed to despair, losing all hope. With the stage approaching, they are still engrossed in their games. I find their audacity quite astonishing. Are they high school students or university attendees? To partake in a competition at such a tender age is indeed a display of youthful fearlessness. Shen Yan and the others remain lost in their virtual realm. While Chun exclaims, "You're playing your big cow. A reverse ultimate with Ing Zheng? Are you attempting to eliminate your teammates? With no damage to show. Merely a full dose of taunting. Oh dear, there's no need to rush. This team battle isn't unwinnable." Chen Anha chuckled awkwardly. A few minutes later, he remarked, all right. Are you all feeling less anxious now?" Shen Yan gazed at the victory screen, realizing that what was meant to be a simple game for relaxation nearly induced a cerebral hemorrhage. "Can you believe Ing Zheng from Team 013? If the great Qin Shi Huang were to learn of your lackluster performance, he would likely visit you in dreams tonight. Is this the same confidence you professed when you pursued me, claiming to be a champion?" Tong Ming blinked her large eyes, glancing at her phone screen where her UG boasted a score of 8,411. She then noted the player beneath her, Ing Zheng, with a score of 0,137. "This is where your misunderstanding lies. I'm merely creating a bit of spectacle to ease your tension," Chenon has said, somewhat sheepishly tucking his phone into his pocket. Zhang Bowen interjected, "Spectacle? You're simply terrible." Tan Mingjie concurred, "I think so too. All right, everyone, prepare yourselves. It's almost our turn to take the stage." Shen Yin shrugged, ignoring the peculiar gazes of those around him. He turned to look at his team, puzzled, as he had never witnessed anyone so anxious during art examinations or reevaluations. Yet now they suddenly claimed to be nervous and wished to play a few rounds of the game to unwind. He began to suspect that their anxiety was merely an excuse to indulge in gaming, as remaining in the waiting area was rather dull. Nearby, other bands were either warming up their fingers or vocalizing, while they merrily tapped their phone screens. "How about we warm up a bit too?" Shen Yin proposed. "Warm up? Little Nian, you have no idea how many times I practiced this piece last night. It's already ingrained in my mind," Chen Anha replied, grinning with excitement. After a brief pause, he surveyed the individuals around them, who were whispering and observing, and declared, "Given the current situation, it aligns perfectly with a protagonist's show-off moment in a novel. Are you all ready to shine before the crowd?" With a flourish, Chen Anha pointed dramatically to the sky, striking a pose that was exceedingly over the top. Instantly, the stares from those nearby grew increasingly peculiar. Shen Yin, Zhang Bowen, and Tan Mingjie exchanged glances before stepping back several paces. "Can you behave normally? How childish," Tong Ming admonished, stepping forward to slap Chen Anha on the shoulder. At times, she truly wished to deny that this individual was her boyfriend. She regretted her initial superficial judgment based solely on appearances. Isn't that Shun, the prodigy from our academy, who was just yesterday cast aside by the team. A few figures slowly descended the stage and approached Shen Yin and his companions. "What's this? Are you feeling discontent? Have you gathered a few worthless souls in hopes of a stroke of luck?" Qin Yingying wore an air of arrogance, linking arms with a young man carrying an electric guitar. "There she is, that foolish woman again," Shen Yin thought, pinching the bridge of his nose in distress. Every encounter with Qin Yingying felt as unpleasant as swallowing a fly. "Oh, isn't that our school's bus? What's this? Have you changed targets again? Who is the unfortunate soul this time? Aren't you afraid of waking up at midnight with a green glow above your head?" Chen Anha was the first to mock. The sight of Qin Yingying made him feel nauseated. "Shen Yin, this time, you absolutely cannot defeat me." Han Wenbin jumped forth, shouting at Shen Yin. "Heh." Shen Yin chuckled coldly, having briefly listened to the song Qin Yingying and the others performed. To be frank, their performance was indeed commendable. However, it was a pity that they knew nothing about him. He could only hope that Han Wenbin wouldn't find himself once again seeking counsel at the school's psychological services after this. He was aware that after the last assessment, Han had struggled to cope with the setback and had sought the advice of the school's psychologist for several days. "You are Shen Yin?" Wang Chen squinted, quickly sizing Shen Yin up. An unremarkable, fair-faced youth was his first impression. "This program won't afford you the opportunity to play classical music." Wang Chun smirked derisively. "Classical music?" Shen Yin scrutinized the young man before him, then allowed his gaze to drift past Han Wenbin, Qin Yingying, and Tang Qian. "You are not worthy of hearing me perform those pieces. I trust that you can maintain your current air of indifference and arrogance until the end. Shen Yan adjusted his leather jacket, grasped his electric guitar, and pushed through the crowd towards the stage. The others, all music students, awaited the beginning of the performance, eager to see if they would still be smiling afterwards. You all better not buckle at the knees and fall to the ground. Here it comes. The moment is upon us. Chun Anha felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. In this instant, he could almost comprehend the feelings of those fated protagonists in novels just before they made their grand entrance. Tan Mingjie glanced at Tang Qian, who stood behind Qin Yingying. In just a month, so much had changed. Life was perpetually filled with drama. A month ago, he had likely fantasized about dating her and envisioning a beautiful future. Now, he sighed deeply, releasing a breath of discontent, saying nothing as he followed Chen Anha step by step towards the stage. Chapter 73. Just winning once is enough TCH. What's with the arrogance? Just because she topped the national art examination? Her tail is almost wagging to the heavens. Tang Qian spat disdainfully and then walked over to Wang Chun, whispering, Brother Wang, I've given it some thought regarding your suggestion for my debut. Good, excellent. Wang Chun replied, wrapping one arm around Tang Qian's waist and the other around Qin Yingying's shoulders, embracing them both. This strategy had proven effective time and again. Nowadays, many young women, especially the beautiful ones, aspired to become stars. Over the past few years, he had, taking advantage of his position, charmed a significant number of naive girls, certainly not fewer than 80. He truly wished to convey to these girls, do they ever contemplate what makes them deserving? Just a pretty face? The entertainment industry is hardly lacking in beauty. Glancing at the lovely women beside him, Wang Chun discreetly pulled out his phone and promptly booked a lavish king-sized suite at a 5-star hotel. Qin Yingying understood the implication behind his words, but didn't mind. She only knew that her dream of striking it rich was within reach. Wenbin, tonight Brother Wang and I need to discuss our future development after the National Day holiday. So you needn't wait for me. Qin Yingying turned back and flashed a sweet smile at Han Wenbin. All right, no problem. Han Wenbin nodded with a grin, though he felt a wave of disgust wash over him. He wasn't naive. He had certainly heard of Qin Yingying's exploits. However, that was of little consequence. All that mattered was defeating Shen Yan. For the past month, he hadn't even touched the piano. Just the sight of it reminded him of Shen Yan. If he could triumph over him just once, regardless of the circumstances, it would prove that he was certainly not inferior. On stage, that band was quite impressive. Both the lead singer and the rest exhibited commendable professionalism, and their song choice was excellent. Igniting the atmosphere, Jiming remarked, turning to the middle-aged man and woman beside him. Those three were still university students, weren't they? Remarkable, truly remarkable, another middle-aged man commented. The woman on the far left remained silent, merely observing the two. What sycophants, she thought, if she wasn't mistaken. That young man named Wang Qin was affiliated with Shanghai Entertainment. Being seasoned in the industry, she understood the intentions of her colleagues seated beside her. Yet, considering the various reality shows in recent years, most had capital manipulation lurking behind them. Her purpose for serving as a judge in this program's audition was merely to witness genuine music. However, yesterday, she received a call from her superiors instructing her that a team featuring someone named Chen Anha was to advance smoothly. Had this been a decade ago? She would have deemed such interference a desecration of music. Yet now, she resolved to comply with whatever her superiors dictated. She picked up the document in her hand and glanced at it. Among the next group set to perform, there was a participant named Chen Anha. All right, let's just score them. It's merely a formality, Yi Xiaomei sighed, taking her pen and marking a perfect score of 10 on the sheet before her. Upon glancing to the side, she noticed that her two colleagues had already assigned their scores, and they too had given full marks. It seemed that the children of the wealthy had come to experience music. As for Sea-Wide Sky, it was an original piece. She only hoped it wouldn't be too unpleasant to listen to. Taking a few deep breaths, Yi Xiaomei prepared herself for the soulful impact that the next group was about to deliver. On stage, that last group provided us with a unique musical performance. Let's once again give them a warm round of applause for treating us to an auditory feast. As the host's words faded, applause erupted from the audience, with someone shouting their admiration for the lead vocalist from the previous act. Dear audience, please remain patient. Only two groups remain to perform. The next group, like the previous one, consisted entirely of students from the Jiuzhou Music Academy. Let's welcome the 206 band to the stage to perform their original piece, Sea-Wide Sky. With this announcement, Cheers erupted from the crowd, though many were still filled with confusion. Original? This was the first time that term had been used today, as the entire selection process had primarily featured rearrangements and adaptations. Upon hearing the host's call, many in the square halted in their tracks. The combination of original, college students, and JoJo Music Academy was enough to draw the attention of numerous spectators to the stage. Shen Yin and his companions ascended with their instruments in hand. Once on stage, he noticed that the microphone was only at neck height for him. Since Qin Yingying had been the lead singer, it was clear that the microphone had been adjusted for her. The thought of using the same microphone that had been touched by someone else and possibly contained remnants of their saliva made Shen Yin feel quite uncomfortable. He wasn't particularly fastidious, but still, well, let others think he was being finicky. Raising the microphone, he walked over to Qin Anha, who looked perplexed, and exchanged microphones with him. This action left both Qin Anha and his companions bewildered, and even the host looked puzzled. What's going on? Is there an issue with the microphone? The host inquired. Something like that. Shen Yin shrugged, now feeling free to bring the microphone closer to his lips. Qin Anha, regaining his composure, seemed to understand and took a step back, addressing the host. Teacher, perhaps we should switch to a different microphone. All right, the host nodded in agreement. In the crowd not far from the stage, Chu Wanning stifled a yawn, nearly succumbing to slumber in the car as she awaited her turn. Over an hour prior, Shen Yin had gone up to draw lots, only to end up with the second-to-last pick. Such ill fortune left her at a loss for words. As she moved through the crowd, numerous gazes followed her, rendering her a vibrant spectacle amidst the throng. Soon enough, Chu Wanning found herself at the forefront, where she produced her phone, activated the camera, and aimed it at the stage. Observing the boy clad in a black leather jacket on her screen, she murmured, "P.S. rather handsome." Chapter 74. The star of the stage is undoubtedly my youngster. An original song by university students? Quite intriguing indeed. Is this the first original composition of the day? It is no wonder these post-00s possess such creativity. Ji Ming clapped his hands, his face alight with excitement. Beside him, Yi Xiaomei couldn't help but roll her eyes at his words. This commercial flattery, paired with what could only be described as award-winning acting, truly warranted a perfect score. She was certain that the thoughts swirling within him diverged significantly from his outward expressions. Deep down, he must be thinking, what? An original song. Alas, my ears are in for a rough time. As Yi Xiaomei speculated on the thoughts of those nearby, the prelude played from the stage, heralding Shen Yin and his companions. This prelude? Yi Xiaomei furrowed her brow. After all, she was a graduate of a music academy. The introduction of this song sent shivers down her spine, a sensation she hadn't experienced in quite some time. The last occasion was 2 years ago when a certain pop king released a new track. In the past 2 years, most songs flooding the market had been devoid of any substance, mere brainwashing anthems with no musicality whatsoever. Tonight, I watched the snow drift through the cold evening, harboring a heart that has grown distant, drifting far away. Chasing through the storm, lost in the fog, can you and I change in this vast sky? Shen Yin strummed his electric guitar, and within the span of 4 brief lines, the plaza was enveloped solely by his voice. The bustling crowd, which had been lively moments before, abruptly halted, their attention fixated on the stage. Is this truly original? Ji Ming's hands trembled slightly as he held the materials. Initially, he had assumed that the individuals on stage were merely affluent youths indulging in a casual band experience. Yet now, he was informed that connections were necessary. How did they conceive such a notion? If that were the case, how could the other participants survive? Beside him, Yi Xiaomei and another middle-aged judge shared a similar sentiment. They had received word from above that this band was to be favored. But was such favoritism warranted? What were those in power truly thinking? Ji Ming and the others exchanged glances, then averted their eyes, turning their focus back to the stage. How many times have I faced cold glances and ridicule, yet never abandoned the ideals nestled in my heart? In a fleeting moment of distraction, I felt a sense of loss that has gradually faded away. Shen Yin sang with confidence and exuberance, lightly strumming the strings of his electric guitar. Beside him, Qin Anha wore a smile that nearly reached his ears. It was exactly this sensation. He truly longed to join in with a few shouts, but his pitchless voice restrained him. Wait, didn't he leverage connections? Never mind. That wretched Qin Yingying and her entourage were still behind. If he broke the silence to amuse them, it would spoil the fun. Forgive me for this unruly and indulgent life of freedom. I too fear the day I may stumble. Who could forsake their ideals? Who would not dread the day it is only you and me? As the chorus rang out, many voices erupted in cheers. Although this was their first encounter with the song, it did not prevent them from raising their hands, keeping time with the rhythm. What a masterpiece! A true gem. Though it is a Cantonese song, it far surpasses the countless mediocre tunes of recent years. No, those trivial songs are not worthy of comparison. Truly, a student of the Jiuzhou Music Academy. To create such a work at such a young age. A genius, undoubtedly. I must record this and share it on social media. Listening to the excited voices around her, Chu Wanning smiled with her eyes, her lips curving slightly upwards. Hearing others praise Shen Yan brought her an inexplicable joy. Ah, the young man is so handsome. How long until he finishes singing? I want to rush backstage for his contact information. My friends. I feel like I am about to fall in love. Beside Chu Wanning, a girl dressed stylishly was also pointing her phone towards the stage. One hand holding the device and the other waving enthusiastically in the air. Chu Wanning glanced at the girl and tilted her head, asking, "Classmate, which young man are you referring to up there?" "Huh, what?" The girl paused, and upon realizing, she pointed to a handsome youth in a white tank top, strumming the guitar on stage. Chu Wanning recognized that he was Chun Anha, Shen Yan's roommate. "Oh, I see." Chu Wanning chuckled lightly. What poor taste. The most dashing figure on that stage is clearly her little friend. While the two conversed, Shen Yan had already reached the final segment of his song. The audience erupted into a frenzy, an uncountable number of spectators gathering towards the front. The once sturdy white barricades had mysteriously been toppled to the ground. The atmosphere in the square ignited instantaneously. Chu Wanning was swept along with the throng towards the front. Countless arms were raised before her. And though she held her phone, her view was obstructed, preventing her from capturing Shen Yan. Still free and true to myself, I shall forever sing my song. Wandering thousands of miles, forgive me for a life unrestrained, indulging in the freedom of love. Before I could finish the final chorus, Shen Yan noticed a familiar figure amidst the crowd. Today, Professor Chu donned an outfit reminiscent of youthful exuberance, a black trench coat, light blue jeans, and a pair of canvas shoes. However, at this moment, her brows were tightly knitted. Surrounded by the throng, Shen Yan continued to sing while removing his electric guitar. Leaping down from the stage with a microphone in hand, the bustling crowd gradually parted, creating a path leading to Chu Wanning. Suddenly, Chen Anha watched in astonishment as Shen Yan jumped off the stage with the microphone. What a show-off! He felt an impulse to leap down himself. Chu Wanning had underestimated the fervor of the passers-by for music. She was being jostled like a mere ball. In such a situation, she tensed her body, her gaze scanning the surroundings. Abruptly, she felt a firm grip on her wrist, a lecherous hand. Instinctively, her body reacted. She sidestepped, pivoting her body with a clenched fist aimed squarely at the intruder's face. "Hey, Chu!" Before Shen Yan could greet her, a fist halted mere centimeters from his nose, the gust of wind from it tousling his bangs. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Chapter 75. Of course I believe in Professor Chu. Professor Chu, you truly frightened me just now. Shen Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead. That fist had been perilously close to his handsome face. He had a premonition that if it had landed, the best outcome would be a bruise and a nosebleed, while the worst could very well be catastrophic. Why did you suddenly grab my hand? Chu Wanning also felt a pang of fear, relieved that she had managed to temper her strength in time. She shuddered at the thought of Shen Yan's potential reaction. And could you please let go of my hand now? She patted Shen Yan's shoulder, recalling how he had inadvertently staged a scene worthy of a city idol drama, pulling her along as he dashed outside. She noticed that the audience in the square, engrossed in the music, had not reacted adversely. When the accompaniment ceased, they too came to a halt. Many even watched as Shen Yan led her away. Though she had no idea where they were headed, and curiously, she found herself following his lead. "Ah, my apologies, Professor Chu." Shen Yan mopped up the sweat on his brow once more. It appears that his morning exercises have indeed yielded results during this period. He must have run at least 1,000 meters, merely drenched in sweat. Had this been in the past, he would likely have collapsed onto the ground by now. After releasing Chu Wanning's hand, Shen Yan peered around the corner, glancing down the street from whence they had come. Why is there no one? How could there be no one? Chu Wanning felt that at times Shen Yan resembled a fool. Did no one pursue us just now? Shen Yan wore a peculiar expression. You only just realized that? Do you think you're a superstar? Others would have to chase after you, asking for your autograph. Chu Wanning looked at Shen Yan's rather dim-witted demeanor, unsure of what to say. Well, that's true, Shen Yan awkwardly scratched the back of his head. He had noticed that Chu Wanning seemed rather reluctant to remain in that environment, which prompted him to pull her away. He expected that someone would indeed be chasing after them, hence his hurried pace. Yet, it appears he was merely overthinking the situation. All right, let us proceed. Chu Wanning rubbed her wrist, as Shen Yan had gripped it rather tightly, leaving a red mark. Where to? Shen Yan inquired. Shall we go for a meal? Given your earlier performance, I shall treat you to hot pot today. She had indeed found it rather bothersome to be jostled about earlier. It was quite unfortunate that she had not recorded the entire video, missing the final segment. That song, The Vast Sky, gives her the impression that it may stir quite a tempest in the Chinese music scene. In recent years, people have grown increasingly weary of the mindless pop songs flooding the market, yearning to return to the era of musical brilliance from over a decade ago when hit songs were abundant. Any single from that time surpasses the quality of the songs produced in the last 2 years. Hey, Shen Yan, do you aspire to become a star? Chu Wanning asked casually, her tone light and indifferent. Not particularly. I find campus life quite enjoyable, Shen Yan replied. He had never considered venturing into the entertainment industry. Why not? That song you just performed could easily secure you a contract with any entertainment company at a considerable cost, Chu Wanning pressed. Before she could finish her thought, a slight smile crept onto her lips. Seemingly wary of Shen Yan catching sight of her subtle expression, she turned her head away. One matter at a time. I have no intention of entering the entertainment circle, Shen Yan responded. The thought of endorsements, announcements, and promotional events overwhelmed him. What about your music? Are you not going to release it? Shen Yan fell silent. If you trust me, I can recommend a company for you. You would only need to write songs. You could avoid all the other engagements that artists typically endure. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Wanning noticed that Shen Yan had come to a halt beside her. In truth, she did not wish for Shen Yan to venture into the entertainment industry, although she was certain that with his talent, he could achieve great success. However, that would only be in the later stages. The initial phase required a substantial investment of time and energy. I certainly believe in Professor Chu, Shen Yan declared resolutely. As Chu Wanning gazed into the depths of his eyes, she discerned an unyielding trust in her. Turning her gaze forward, she continued walking, a playful smile gracing her lips as she jested. Aren't you afraid I might sell you out? Not at all, Shen Yan replied, his tone unwavering. Why not? Chu Wanning found herself at a loss for words. The sensation of being unconditionally trusted washed over her like a warm current. Because I believe in Professor Chu. Had it been anyone else, Shen Yan might have hesitated, but after a month of interaction with Chu Wanning, he was completely convinced of her integrity. He recalled the last incident when he sent her a humorous message, Professor Chu, come save me, to which she promptly appeared at his door, barefoot, clutching a first aid kit, her expression filled with urgency. What nonsense is this, little one? Chu Wanning chuckled. After a brief moment of laughter, she continued. I am merely asking why you trust me so much. Well, Shen Yan pondered, almost revealing that her arrival with the first aid kit had touched him deeply. Yet he felt such words would sound awkward. Thus, he redirected, because over the past month, Professor Chu has taken me out for noodles when I was feeling down, been there to protect me when I was in danger, cared for my emotions, taught me diligently, and even supervised my exercise regimen. Shen Yan spoke with sincerity, prompting Chu Wanning to halt in her tracks. Why did she suddenly feel an overwhelming surge of emotion? Perhaps it was due to their increased interactions. They stood by the roadside for quite some time, as vehicles passed by in a steady stream. Shen Yan remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the dark strands of Chu Wanning's hair. Eventually, a soft thank you escaped her lips. Chapter 76. If you don't want cilantro, then fine. But why no scallions? In the heart of the city at Wanhua Plaza, Han Wenbin shook his head in disbelief. The scene before him evoked memories of the retest day, feeling as though an insurmountable chasm lay between him and Shen Yan. Beside him, Qin Yingying and others wore equally troubled expressions. They had never anticipated that Shen Yan would compose such a song, recalling their previous dismissals of him as merely someone who played classical music and unworthy of the competition. The harsh reality now struck them like a resounding slap. Is this what you meant when you said he only plays classical piano? Wang Chen wore an expression of astonishment. As a mid-level leader in an entertainment company, how could he possibly be oblivious to the current state of the music market? People today are ravenous for a good song. He had a premonition that the piece titled Sea and Sky would spark a frenzy in the realm of Chinese music. To his surprise, he discovered that the artist possessed considerable skills in arrangement as well. Qin Yingying's complexion had turned a dismal shade, akin to that of a bitter melon. Similarly, the other band members seated nearby shared her sentiments. As they recalled their previous mockery of Shen Yin and his peers, a deep flush crept across their faces. They had presumed him to be merely an amateur, yet who could have anticipated that he could be a formidable contender? Had today's 18-year-old university students truly reached such remarkable heights? In that moment, a thought suddenly blossomed in their minds. It truly echoed the adage that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the previous waves, while the latter perish upon the shore. The one who had just sung Sea and Sky was Xiao Yan, wasn't it? Chun Ming gestured in disbelief at Zhang He, who sat beside him. Zhang He remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Yet, beneath his seemingly calm exterior lay an indescribable bitterness. Years of experience had taught him that his previous decision had once again been misguided. Stop overthinking. It's our turn to perform. Zhang He swiftly adjusted his demeanor and made an encouraging gesture to his companions. Earlier that afternoon, they had seen Shen Yin, but it seemed as though both parties had reached an unspoken understanding. They did not greet one another, behaving like strangers. Now, as they approached the stage, they brushed past Chen Anha and others. Xiao Yin's song is quite impressive. I feel we might just achieve instant fame, a low voice murmured nearby. The sound was soft, but it distinctly reached Zhang He's ears. Suddenly, he stumbled, leaning precariously to the side. Fortunately, Chen Ming was quick-witted enough to catch him. What are you doing? The competition is about to start, and you're thinking of other things? Chen Ming had overheard the previous remark, and a wave of bitterness surged within him. Once they concluded their performance, they arrived at the announcement of the rankings. Unsurprisingly, Shen Yin's Band 206 claimed first place, followed by Wang Chun and Qin Yingying, and then a band comprised entirely of female members. Zhang He, Chen Ming, and the others were eliminated due to their numerous mistakes during the competition. When the results were announced, Chen Anha and Zhang Bowen looked down their noses at Qin Yingying and the others. Hello? Is there anything you need, Mr. Chu? Wang Chun answered the phone with a face full of obsequiousness, his tone dripping with respect. Yes, I'm at the audition site. You want me to sign the team that performed Sea and Sky? All right, I will go and speak with them immediately. After a series of nods and bowing, Wang Chun hung up the phone. He truly did not anticipate that the news would spread so swiftly. This was a direct call from President Chu, the chairman of the company. In all his years at the firm, it was his first time receiving a call from President Chu himself. Generally, he would only receive calls from the secretary. Qin Yingying, what is your relationship with Shen Yin? He pondered. Never mind, from now on. You should keep your distance from me. Do not seek me out again. Wang Chen's textbook-like change of demeanor caught both Qin Yingying and Tang Qian off guard. Brother Wang, are you misunderstanding something? My relationship with Shen Yin is quite good, Qin Yingying explained awkwardly. What nonsense. You, vixen, stop pretending to be that pure, innocent flower in front of me. I'm tired of this. Just leave. Wang Chen's mood soured to the extreme. Just half an hour ago, he had booked a large hotel room, preparing for a night of indulgence, and now it seemed that would not be happening. He was now fearful that President Chu might discover the minor grievances between him and Shen Yin. He could no longer afford to keep in touch with Qin Yingying and her companions. He was already contemplating how to bow his head and apologize to Shen Yin. After all these years, dignity meant little in comparison. He had an instinct that if he could secure Shen Yin's signature, it might catapult him to success within the company. Brother Wang, you. Qin Yingying grasped at his arm, only to be flung to the ground. Oh dear, how unfortunate. Qin school bell, Chen Anha remarked, shaking his head. However, this was the harsh reality. Individuals like Wang Chun were acutely aware of their desires. The fact that the chairman personally made the call underscored the gravity of the situation. Women like Qin Yingying could be sought after again in the future. Yet opportunities to receive such a direct order from the chairman might only come once in a lifetime. Realizing this, Wang Chun immediately donned a smiling facade and approached Chen Anha and the others, exclaiming, Dear classmates, might we step aside for a moment to converse? Meanwhile, less than 2 kilometers from Wanhua Plaza, in a hot pot restaurant, Shen Yin held a small bowl, opened a short video on his phone, and searched for the best way to prepare hot pot dipping sauce. Following the video, he meticulously added small chili peppers, minced garlic, cilantro, and chopped scallions into the bowl. After preparing the sauce, Shen Yin gazed at the cilantro leaves in the bowl, sighed, put away his phone, and took out another small bowl. Following the same steps, he added the ingredients once again, omitting the cilantro this time. Subsequently, He carried the bowl to his seat. Come, Professor Chu, taste my exclusive secret recipe. It's absolutely delicious, he declared, extending a small bowl towards Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning glanced into her own bowl, noting the absence of cilantro. Rest assured, Professor Chu, I did not add cilantro. Shen Yin observed the inquisitive gaze of Chu Wanning. Such trivial mistakes are beneath him. If you choose to forego coriander, why omit the scallions as well? Professor Chu, do you still desire scallions? Shen Yin inquired, puzzled. Are coriander and scallions not two distinct ingredients? Chu Wanning retorted. Allow me to fetch a bit more for you. Shen Yin rose, hurriedly taking Chu Wanning's dipping bowl to the seasoning area, swiftly scooping a generous ladle of scallions before returning. Chapter 77. I did not cry. The tears came out on their own. Within the hot pot restaurant, Chu Wanning was deftly twisting her hair with a wooden chopstick, while the bubbling broth on the table simmered eagerly. Shen Yin lifted a slice of beef tripe with his chopsticks, and, as he placed it into the pot, he asked, Professor Chu, would you care for some tripe? This first piece is for you. No, you go ahead, Chu Wanning replied, securing her hair and tucking a stray lock behind her ear. She then picked up her phone, tapping vigorously on the screen. Though they sat across from each other, Shen Yin felt a nagging suspicion that Chu Wanning was messaging someone on her alternate account. After retrieving the tripe from the pot, he dipped it in the sauce before tasting it, then took out his phone to check if it was on silent mode. Once satisfied, he tucked it beneath the table and logged into his alternate account. His brows furrowed when he discovered that Professor Chu had not sent him a message. It seemed he had been overthinking. Setting his phone aside, Shen Yin proceeded to add slices of pork belly, beef balls, and some potatoes into the bubbling pot. He then picked up 2 pieces of duck intestines, and while cooking them, he observed Chu Wanning, who appeared to be happily chatting with someone. Her eyes curving in delight. Professor Chu, aren't you eating? It's all right. You go ahead. I'll wait a bit. She waved her hand dismissively. Oh. After finishing the duck intestines, Shen Yin continued with the tripe, followed by the vegetables and pork belly. He silently ate for nearly 10 minutes. Yet Chu Wanning had not touched her food. Who could she be chatting with? Shen Yin felt a flicker of curiosity. A boyfriend? After slurping up a strand of hot pot noodles, he picked up his phone and sent Chu Wanning a message. Shen Nan, what are you up to? After sending the message, Shen Yin glanced across the table. Just as he reached into the pot, his phone beneath the table vibrated with a reply from Chu Wanning. Little Chu, what's up? Is there something on your mind, Teacher Shen? Shen Nan, nothing much. Just a friend of mine asked me to inquire if you have any thoughts on dating. Little Chu, none. Teacher Shen, are you starting to pressure me about marriage too? Shen Nan, mainly because you are indeed at the age where such matters should be considered. Is there perhaps a suitor on your mind? As Shen Yin concluded his remarks, he noticed that Chu Wanning, seated across from him, sighed in silence. Xiao Chu, no. At the moment, I have no thoughts of romance. Shen Nan, all right, then I shall go back and explain to others. Shen Yin was now certain of one thing. Professor Chu was likely not engaged in conversation with a man. After all, glancing at her visibly agitated expression, it was evident that her declaration of disinterest in romance was sincere. What could they possibly be discussing? Shen Yin's curiosity only intensified rather than waned. It was worth noting that from the beginning until now, Chu Wanning had not taken a single bite of her meal. If she were not in conversation with a man, then surely she was conversing with a woman, engrossed to such a degree. Thus, one could conclude that the subject matter must be exceedingly captivating. Professor Chu, do indulge in some food. Suddenly, with a thud, Shen Yin propped himself up on the table, attempting to leverage his height to catch a glimpse of the screen. However, he overestimated his chances. The brightness of Chu Wanning's phone was set very low. All he could see was a dark screen reflecting the light. What are you doing? Are you trying to scare me to death? Chu Wanning was quite startled by Shen Yin's abrupt movement, nearly losing her grip on her phone. She certainly did not wish for her newly acquired phone. Bought during the summer vacation, to meet the same fate as Shen Yin's, with its shattered glass back. I couldn't help but notice you haven't eaten anything for quite a while. I was merely concerned the food would grow cold. Upon saying this, Shen Yin's gaze fell upon the bubbling hot pot beneath them, and he quickly rephrased, I was worried you might go hungry. Well, I'm not starving. You nearly scared the life out of me. Chu Wanning set her phone down and picked up a pair of chopsticks. I just arranged for someone to finalize the agreement for you. Tomorrow, they will deliver the contract. Should you wish to compose songs in the future, you can directly contact this company. The remuneration for your songs will be divided 80-20 between you and the company. and a dedicated team will handle the promotion and other matters. This is the best arrangement I could secure for you, akin to an exclusive contract. However, I believe in your potential. You will undoubtedly secure even higher-level agreements, and perhaps even gold or platinum contracts. Also, you must not use such matters as an excuse to skip class. There are 4 piano classes each week, and if you miss one, you will have to answer to me. Remember to also keep up with your physical exercise. Look at you. After running for so long, you're already out of breath. If the money I sent you last time is running low, please inform me, and I will transfer more. Chu Wanning spoke calmly, wielding a ladle in one hand while deftly fishing in the hot pot with the other. Yet, before she could finish, her gaze flicked across the table. Hey. Shen Yan, don't cry. Chu Wanning hastily set down what she was holding and reached for a few tissues from the table, offering them to him. I am not crying. Shen Yan gritted his teeth in response. As soon as the words left his lips, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Professor Chu, why are you so kind to me? Unable to hold back any longer, Shen Yan quickly accepted the tissue handed to him, covering his eyes. Because you believe in me. Chu Wanning ceased her meal, resting her chin on her hand, gazing intently at Shen Yan. She cherished the unwavering determination reflected in his eyes earlier that afternoon. That kind of unconditional trust warmed her heart profoundly. Turn your head away, don't look at me, Shen Yan sniffed, speaking through a thick nasal tone. All right. I want to look at you. Chu Wanning chuckled lightly, turning her head in the opposite direction. Her student truly had a fragile heart. Was he so moved? How innocent. Chu Wanning cast a sidelong glance at Shen Yan, and upon witnessing his state, she suddenly felt a warmth rising in her own eyes. For a long while, the hot pot continued to bubble and simmer. Shen Yan shielded his forehead with his hand. What are you hiding for? It's not like you haven't seen me cry before, Chu Wanning teased, gently tapping Shen Yan's palm with her chopsticks. It's different, Shen Yan murmured softly. The last time was an act, this time it's real. What did you say? Chu Wanning clearly did not catch the words Shen Yan mumbled. It's nothing. Professor Chu, just eat your vegetables. I'll serve you. Shen Yan wiped away his tears and snot before picking up his chopsticks, retrieving a slice of tripe, which he placed into Chu Wanning's bowl. Professor Chu, you eat this. Chapter 78. How could there be a teacher like Professor Chu in this world? Here, Professor Chu. Eat this. I'll prepare more tripe for you. Let me add some vegetables, Shen Yan said, watching as Chu Wanning's small bowl overflowed, forming a little mountain. Quickly, she raised her hand, addressing Shen Yan. Stop. That's enough. If I eat any more, I'll gain weight. Not at all. If you eat a little more, you'll never gain weight. Shen Yan persisted, once again retrieving a beef ball from the pot and attempting to place it into Chu Wanning's bowl. However, it rolled off the mountain and fell onto the table. No worries, I'll get you another one, Shen Yan said, retracting his hand and reaching back into the pot. That's enough. Chu Wanning moved her bowl a few inches back. Are you still serving me? Do you think I'm a pig? No worries, Professor Chu. Just have another piece of meat, Shen Yan exclaimed, but upon failing to find another beef ball, he reluctantly picked up a piece of pork belly to place into Chu Wanning's bowl. What are you doing? You little rascal. You have no understanding of the importance of managing your figure. Chu Wanning glared at him, prompting Shen Yan to drop the meat back into his own bowl. Then I'll go get you some drinks, Shen Yan declared, grabbing his phone and dashing towards the cash register. Purchasing beverages and the like is indeed a ruse. Professor Chu has shown him such kindness. How could he not express his gratitude? Boss, how much for table 06? Shen Yan inquired, opening his phone to scan the payment code. 800, the boss replied. Shen Yan doubted his hearing. 800? Is this not merely a humble roadside hot pot establishment? It isn't even a chain. Noticing Shen Yan's bewildered expression, the boss presented the detailed order for table 06. 99 for a serving of beef tripe? Shen Yan exclaimed, astonished. Is this the price level in the Magic City? I found the tripe rather mediocre. The prices were as follows: 49 for fresh blood, 69 for duck intestines, 89 for beef, 39 for potato slices. Gazing at the price list in his hand, he thought that if these prices appeared in an esteemed, slightly upscale hot pot venue, he would not bat an eye. However, upon surveying the decor of this establishment, which exuded a distinctly Syrian aesthetic, he found it puzzling. Furthermore, the flavor of the hot pot was rather unremarkable, wasn't it? Why was this the case? Shen Yan remained perplexed but ultimately scanned the payment code. He couldn't possibly dine and dash. Learning from this experience, he resolved that next time he dined with Professor Chu, they would order together. Is this what you call buying beverages? This is an old trick from over a decade ago. Chu Wanning stood behind Shen Yan, effortlessly scanning and paying with her phone in a fluid motion. Back in her school days, this was a popular tactic. When inviting a girl out for a meal, one would feign a need to use the restroom or add dishes, then discreetly settle the bill at the front desk. Professor Chu, allow me, Shen Yan offered, attempting to swiftly pay the bill himself, only to discover insufficient funds. What the heck? Where's my money? He checked his wallet, revealing a mere 589. Has it only been half a month? What have I even done? It feels like nothing at all. Just the utility bills and previous property fees and daily groceries. Is that why I'm broke? Shen Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment as he lowered his gaze. Just then, a message from Professor Chu illuminated his phone screen. Transferring 3,000, please accept. A wave of emotion surged within him. How could such a benevolent teacher like Professor Chu exist in this world? He could hardly contain himself. You should go home and eat, Chu Wanning remarked. Shen Yan nodded, then turned to walk back to the dining table. Sitting there, he watched Chu Wanning's slender figure in the distance, realizing that he had never encountered anyone as kind-hearted as Professor Chu. Despite their brief acquaintance of less than a month, she gave him the sense of having both a father and a mother. Not only did she provide ample emotional support, but she also attended to his material needs. Shortly thereafter, Chu Wanning returned, pulled out a stool, and resumed her seat opposite Shen Yan. What are you thinking about? Hurry and eat, she urged, holding her chopsticks. I was merely contemplating how kind you are, Professor Chu, Shen Yan replied, generously bestowing a good person card upon her. Just study diligently as a way to repay me. Chu Wanning raised her gaze to scan Shen Yan's handsome features before picking up a slice of potato from the pot with her chopsticks. Wait, Professor Chu. Let me taste that potato, Shen Yan said, taking a bowl and extending it toward her, eager to discover why this potato slice commanded a price of 39 yuan. Chu Wanning did not respond, but simply placed the potato slice into his bowl. After crunching it a couple of times, Shen Yan's brows furrowed slightly. This potato slice is rather ordinary. It's even less crispy than those at our school. The pot continued to bubble with heat as Shen Yan and Chu Wanning engaged in conversation. Professor Chu, how did your last blind date turn out? Shen Yan inquired curiously. My dear child, why are you concerned about such matters? You would do better to focus on yourself, Chu Wanning replied, clearly irritated by the topic. I'm still young, just 18, no rush, Shen Yan insisted, popping another slice of potato into his mouth. Ever since he had seen the receipt, his state of fullness had swiftly transitioned to hunger. I once shared your sentiments at your age, and look at me now, Chu Wanning remarked nonchalantly, drawing on her own experience. Like Shen Yan, she had thought being 18 meant there was no urgency, that she would eventually meet someone satisfactory. Yet, here she was now, still waiting for that person to appear. Ah, so that means your last blind date was a failure, Shen Yan deduced wisely, adding, Professor Chu. You are 27 this year, soon to be 28. In 2 years, you'll be 30, so you might want to start considering your options, lest you end up alone. 27 is 27. I'm not 30 yet, Chu Wanning retorted, displeased by his remarks. She dismissed his words, believing that solitude was preferable to being with a dull soul. Given her previous blind date experiences, she thought it would be more merciful to end her life than to endure a partnership with any of those individuals. Chapter 79 Professor Chu. Allow me to retrieve the chopsticks from your hair, Shen Yan offered as they finished their hot pot. The sky had darkened by then. He glanced at his phone to check the time. Let us go home, Chu Wanning called out. All right, Shen Yan replied, following her, his gaze drifting upward to notice the wooden chopstick nestled in her hair. Professor Chu, you seem to have forgotten your chopsticks. He raised his hand to assist Chu Wanning in retrieving them. However, their palms unexpectedly met. His hand grasped the wooden chopsticks, while Chu Wanning's hand rested atop his. Very well, do help me take them down, she said, tilting her head, revealing a striking profile. Certainly, Shen Yan replied with a smile, as he withdrew his hand. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down, accompanied by that familiar, refreshing fragrance. Be gentle. You've tugged at my hair. Chu Wanning frowned. She regretted allowing this foolish boy to assist her. At her age, her hair was already sparse, and Shen Yan's forceful pull had likely resulted in the loss of a few strands. Oh, I apologize. It's my first time. I shall be more careful next time. Shen Yan responded, contrite. Next time? Do you anticipate a next time? Chu Wanning rubbed her scalp. Would there even be a next time? Or would he end up leaving her with a bald patch? Moreover, why did she suddenly sense a hint of ambiguity in their relationship? They stood quite close, and Shun Yin's warm breath brushed against the nape of her neck, causing a ticklish sensation. Ahem, that was an inappropriate remark. Shun Yin realized the awkwardness of his words. Such intimate gestures might be acceptable on rare occasions between teacher and student, but if frequent, would it not imply they were a couple? Would he not then be a transgressor against the principles of respect? Yet, if he regarded himself as Shun Nan, perhaps it wouldn't be deemed as such. You ought to return the chopsticks. Chu Weining pivoted and pushed him away, resulting in both of them stepping back several paces. All right, Shun Yin nodded in agreement. Without further ado, he turned and walked back into the hot pot restaurant, placing the chopsticks at the front desk. He then returned, following closely behind Chu Weining as they made their way to the parking lot. It was just past 7 in the evening, and the streets were still bustling with pedestrians. Chu Weining and Xin Yin, one a stunning woman and the other a man who could barely be considered handsome, attracted numerous glances along the way. Hey, are you my shadow? Walk ahead. Chu Weining could no longer tolerate Xin Yin trailing behind her like a shadow. He had done the same when they arrived for dinner. He could easily walk alongside her, yet insisted on following behind, making her appear aloof and disinterested in conversation. Xin Yin remained silent, simply matching his pace to hers. As he stepped beside her, a man approached them. Is that you, Xin? Wang Chun did not expect to encounter Xin Yin merely after having dinner. Recalling the call from the company chairman, he immediately flashed a smile, eager to approach Xin Yin. Aren't you the one? Xin Yin recalled the individual he had encountered just this afternoon, the one accompanying Qin Yingying. Reacting instinctively, he raised his hand to shield Chu Wanning behind him. Alas, dear Xin, you remain oblivious to the depths of deceit exhibited by that Qin Yingying from your school. She has truly put me through the ringer. With no semblance of shame, Wang Chun wove a tale, steeped in emotion, recounting the meticulously crafted lies from earlier that day. The essence of his lament was that Qin Yingying had claimed to be single, only to pursue him with ulterior motives. His narrative was so tragic that one would think Qin Yingying had left him bereft of family and fortune. But hold on, what does this have to do with me? Xin Yin cast a glance at the man before him, perceiving a degree of mental instability. Setting aside the truth of his claims, if Qin Yingying truly had caused him such suffering, why come to lament to him? Would it not be wiser to seek assistance from the police or school authorities? Oh, primarily because he had previously heard her refer to Xin Yin as an arrogant little man. Having fallen prey to her nonsensical ramblings, he had committed some grave mistakes. How about this, Xin Yin? Have you had dinner yet? I know a rather good restaurant nearby. Let us go there and converse, Wang Chun proposed, assuming a familiar demeanor. Attempting to place a hand on Shun Yin's shoulder. However, Shun Yin stepped back, clutching Chu Wanning's arm, retreating several paces. The disparity in the man's demeanor from earlier this afternoon to now was strikingly hypocritical. Quite the display of masculinity, indeed. Chu Wanning observed Shun Yin standing protectively in front of her. An instinctive gesture cannot be feigned. She felt justified in her attentiveness towards him over this period. Speak plainly, there is no need for convoluted discourse. Xin Yin regarded Wang Chun's disingenuous smile, finding it utterly repugnant. Very well, Xin Yin, here is my business card. That song you performed this afternoon. Stop. I'm not interested, Xin Yin interjected before Wang Chun could finish his sentence. Upon seeing the card being offered, he quickly discerned the man's intentions. So, he is affiliated with an entertainment company? One could surmise what he was about to propose. Surely, he aimed to sign him. Chu Wanning, concealed behind Xin Yin, glanced at the card Wang Chun presented, her eyebrows arching at the name printed upon it. Sansi Entertainment. The company established by her uncle. In less than a decade, it had risen to prominence, rivaling other entertainment firms with decades of history. Ah, Xin Yin. One mustn't speak so harshly. I haven't even mentioned the benefits our company offers you. Enough. Given your haughty and derisive demeanor this afternoon, I suspect the company behind you is hardly reputable. Xin Yin firmly rejected his advances. Behind him, Chu Wanning's expression immediately hardened upon hearing this affront. How dare this man mock her young friend? Moreover, from the dialogue between the two, she sensed that Qin Yingying also played certain roles in this matter. Wang Chen's mind was racing furiously as he strained to devise a plan to secure Xin Yin's involvement. However, Xin Yin was already dismissing him, preparing to leave with Chu Wanning. Just as they were about to exit, Chu Wanning's delicate hand pulled him back. Under his puzzled gaze, she dialed a number from her contacts. As the call connected, She promptly pressed the speakerphone button. Immediately, a gentle and warm male voice resonated from the other end. Hello? Is this Ning Ning? Is there something happening that prompted you to call? Chapter 80. Sing to me once more. Sunny day. Hello, Uncle. Do you recall the conversation we had right after dinner? Chu Wanning's voice was sweet, coupled with her youthful attire today. Shen Yan felt certain that if he were to ask 100 passers-by, at least 99 would refuse to believe that Professor Chu was 27 years old. I remember. To be honest, that was quite a coincidence. I just called someone today to look for the band that sings "The sea is vast and the sky is high." I had no idea they happened to be your students. What a remarkable twist of fate, haha. A hearty laugh echoed from the other end. Uncle, don't be too quick to celebrate. You might not be aware of the conflicts between your people and my students, right? Chu Wanning's gaze turned icy as she looked at the young man in the distance. At that moment, Wang Chun dared not even breathe. Uncle, niece, student. A complex web of relationships unfolded in his mind. Ning Ning, is something wrong? The tone on the other end grew increasingly serious. Wouldn't a quick inquiry reveal that, Uncle? But I must remind you, my student possesses unparalleled talent, if you do not offer some form of compensation. Chu Wanning spoke lightly, her tone laced with a hint of playful charm. Shen Yan stood by, utterly dazed, witnessing a side of Professor Chu that was starkly different from his previous impressions. Before him, she resembled a little girl playfully teasing. Meanwhile, Wang Chun felt as though darkness enveloped him, his body collapsing like a puddle of mud. It was over. He was finished. It seemed he had indeed stumbled upon a formidable obstacle. Desperately, he cast a glance at Shen Yan, regretting having been blinded by lust and allowing that wretched Qin Ying to manipulate him. Haha, Ning Ning, after all these years, you remain as sharp as ever. You must understand that securing a contract is the best treatment for a newcomer. Uncle, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean that at all, Chu Wanning replied, seemingly speaking in contradiction, glancing at Shen Yan beside her. All right. You've certainly become clever during your years abroad. In a few days, I'll come to see you, bring your student along, and we will discuss things in detail then. Please convey my regards to Auntie, Shen Yan remarked. After a bewildering exchange, he found himself still grappling with the intricacies of the conversation. Professor Chu and that prominent businessman share a familial bond, and the latter's subordinate, who now lay incapacitated on the ground, was Wang Chun. It appeared that Professor Chu intended to leverage this opportunity to enhance his welfare. Yet the businessman seemed to have withheld his agreement. What was next? It was all rather convoluted, leaving Shen Yan feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Hey, why are you still dawdling? Let's head home. Chu Wanning interrupted Shen Yan's reverie. All right, he replied, just as a piercing ringtone erupted nearby, emanating from Wang Chen's phone. Hello, President Chu? What? You want me to take a day off tomorrow? Shen Yan did not linger to hear the conclusion, opting to walk alongside Chu Wanning. Judging by the tone, it seemed the man's employment was in jeopardy. Thank you, Professor Chu, Shen Yan stated earnestly as he approached her. In his lifetime, apart from his family, he had never encountered anyone as kind as her. Professor Chu was a stark contrast to the educators he had known, those who wielded chalk with stern faces, solemnly instructing on problem-solving techniques. Even his professors in his previous life maintained an austere demeanor, instilling a sense of trepidation in him, fearing criticism for the slightest misstep. Yet, Professor Chu was different. Not only was she technically proficient, but she also possessed a beautiful heart, generously providing him with financial support and attentive care. He believed that if he were to recount the events of this period with Professor Chu to others, they would likely think he was boasting. Shen Yan? Hello? Chu Wanning gently tapped his forehead with her hand. She had called out to him several times, only to be met with silence. Instead, he stood there, grinning like a simpleton. The gentle tap not only jolted Shen Yan back to reality, but also left a faint red mark on his forehead. I'm fine, really, he said, rubbing his forehead and lowering his hand. I know you're fine, now hurry up, she urged. The tap had been light, but at their age, skin was remarkably resilient. She envied the youthful complexion that left a mark so easily. Okay, Professor Chu, was the person on the phone a relative of yours? Shen Yan asked as he stepped aside and fell into step beside her. Yes, my father's brother, my uncle, she replied. Does he run an entertainment company? Shen Yan inquired. Isn't that a redundant question? You just heard everything, she retorted. Professor Chu, I will repay you, Shen Yan promised. Yes, I know. Just remember to do so in the future, she acknowledged. I also want to buy you a gift, he added earnestly. That won't be necessary, she replied, dismissing the idea. Xin Yan, it is said that a drop of water deserves a fountain in return. Chu Wanning, your diligent studies are the fountain that repays me. As Xin Yan and Chu Wanning strolled through the bustling streets of the city center, their conversation flowed effortlessly. Could you sing that song we enjoyed last time once more? The evening breeze tousled Chu Wanning's long hair, prompting her to turn her head and tuck the stray strands behind her ear. Which one? Sunny Day? Xin Yan inquired, tilting his face toward her. Yes, Sunny Day. Chu Wanning gazed up at the sky, feeling an overwhelming sense of relaxation, reminiscent of her carefree childhood. All right, Xin Yan nodded, taking a moment to gather his thoughts before he began to sing softly. The little yellow flower of the story has been drifting since the year of its birth, swinging on the childhood swing, swaying with memories to this day. Chu Wanning joined in, having listened to the song countless times since her return home the previous day, playing along on the piano, growing increasingly fond of it. Before long, they had walked and sung their way to the parking lot. Professor Chu, I believe Sunny Day carries another meaning. Xin Yan stood by the passenger door, watching as Chu Wanning opened the driver's side. What do you mean? Chu Wanning asked, momentarily taken aback. With a smile playing on his lips, Xin Yan replied, If you are well, then it is a sunny day. Chapter 81. Professor Chu, you truly have exquisite taste. Settling into the familiar passenger seat, Xin Yan experienced a fleeting illusion that the car belonged to him. For quite some time, he had occupied this seat, which he suspected had never been graced by another since he took it. His long legs had ensured that the seat remained in the farthest position, and the backrest had not shifted either. A sudden thought crossed his mind. He wished to mark this passenger seat with a label reading, Xin Yan exclusive. However, upon reflection, he imagined that Professor Chu would likely reprimand him for such an audacious act. Well, young man, your sweet nothings are quite impressive. Chu Wanning slid into the seat, fastening her seatbelt, starting the engine, shifting into gear, and pressing the accelerator. If you are well, then it is a sunny day. Ah, you certainly know how to charm. Chu Wanning cast a sidelong glance at Xin Yan, who appeared lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the seat beneath him, wearing a peculiar smile. By the time Xin Yan returned to reality, Chu Wanning had already driven a fair distance away. Observing the profile of Professor Chu, he made a decision. Once he started earning, he would have her drive him around, and he would affix a label reading, Xin Yan exclusive, to the passenger seat, ensuring that no one else could occupy it. As for her salary, he would ensure that she did not suffer, proposing a monthly sum of 300,000. Are you back with us? Chu Wanning inquired. What? Xin Yan could not comprehend what the other party was saying. Why do I feel you seem a bit foolish today? Chu Wanning remarked as she drove, engaging in conversation with Xin Yan. Who looks foolish? You can see for yourself. Chu Wanning illuminated her phone screen. Somehow, a photograph had been captured, showcasing Xin Yan propping his chin on one hand, grinning while gazing down at himself. Upon glancing at it, Xin Yan quickly averted his gaze. Indeed, it did appear rather silly. Subsequently, he turned his body towards the window, wishing to avoid further conversation with Professor Chu at that moment. Chu Wanning found his awkward demeanor amusing, and in her laughter, she inadvertently ran a red light. Fortuitously caught by a surveillance camera, 6 points were likely lost. Xin Yan leaned sideways, resting his head against the window frame, holding his phone and opening a short video. As soon as he did, he sat up straight. The video displayed his afternoon performance of Sea Wide Sky. He glanced at the likes and comments. Within merely a few hours, it had garnered 500,000 likes and over 200,000 comments. Curiosity piqued. He delved into the comments section. Where's the royal translation? What do the lyrics of this Cantonese song mean? Although I can't discern the lyrics, the rhythm and melody are already surpassing that Milk Candy song that dominated the charts earlier this year. Milk Candy? How dare that mediocre song even attempt to compete? As a graduate of a music academy, I assert that this song is several tiers above the recent 2 years' music. Are you out of your mind? How dare you criticize Milk Candy? That artist's fans will likely swarm your comment section soon. Is the Chinese music scene finally on the rise again? The translation is here. These are the lyrics. Tonight in the cold night, I watched the snow drift by, carrying a heart that has cooled, drifting far away. Xin Yan briefly scanned the comments before exiting the section. This was quite predictable. After all, the songs from the past 2 years had indeed been lackluster. Sea Wide Sky was a timeless classic, its worth immeasurable. Forgive me for this life of indulgence and love for freedom. Xin Yan raised the volume of his phone. Just as he reached that very line, his singing was truly commendable. He would rate himself a perfect 10 out of 10 for his flawless performance. Noticing the sound, Chu Wan-ning turned her head. Has it trended? She calculated, realizing it had been less than 5 hours, and the popularity surged rapidly. Yet, she understood, this song was genuinely melodious. But the filming could have been better. It failed to capture even a fraction of my handsomeness. Taking advantage of the red light, Shen Yin presented his phone to Chu Wan-ning. The shot was undeniably poor, only depicting his long legs, with not even a glimpse of his face. In my phone, I have captured a video, which I will send to you. However, the final segment was not recorded. Chu Wan-ning glanced at the red light, noting that only 10 seconds remained. Hastily, she unlocked her phone, accessed Shen Yin's profile, and sent the video. Ding. Shen Yin opened the video, which Chu Wan-ning had filmed in its entirety, starting from the very beginning. He listened attentively while nodding, particularly pleased to hear praise from others directed towards him. Yet, amidst the admiration, an unexpected female voice intruded. "Ah, the young man is so handsome. How long until you finish singing? I would love to have your contact information. Ladies, I think I'm in love." At this point, Shen Yin did not perceive any issues until he heard Professor Chu's gentle, authoritative voice emerge from the phone. "Classmate, which handsome young man are you referring to?" "The one playing the guitar without a shirt." "Oh, I see. This afternoon, he wore a leather jacket, while Chen Anha sported a flashy tank top that exposed his arms." Although Chen Anha was indeed slightly more attractive, it was evident from the video that Professor Chu initially assumed the girl was speaking of him. This afternoon, there were only 2 guitar players, himself and Chen Anha. Shen Yin sought clarification. "Professor Chu, do you mean that?" "In my eyes, you are far handsomer than your roommate," responded Chu Wan-ning, seemingly anticipating his question and preemptively answering. While listening to the video, she had also caught this remark and did not find it troubling. In her heart, Shen Yin was indeed more appealing than Chen Anha. "Ah, Professor Chu, are you this direct?" Shen Yin felt a bit bashful. "What's wrong? If I say you're handsome, do you feel shy?" Chu Wan-ning teased with a light laugh. "To be honest, Professor Chu, you truly have exquisite taste." Shen Yin suppressed his inner elation, confident that he was indeed the visual standout of Dormitory 206, particularly appreciated by his discerning Professor Chu. "Hee. You were just sulking and refusing to speak with me." Chu Wan-ning recalled how she had previously remarked that Shen Yin resembled a silly child, prompting him to turn away in silence. "I did not. Don't misunderstand. I simply didn't know what topic to discuss," Shen Yin clarified. At this, Chu Wan-ning merely smiled. Seeing her reaction, Shen Yin chuckled in return. Upon returning home, it was just past 8 o'clock, yet Shen Yin felt inexplicably exhausted. After a quick wash-up, he retired to bed. Chapter 82. Could Professor Chu be your girlfriend? October 1st, National Day. As usual, Shen Yin rose early to exercise. Due to the holiday, he did not return to school and spent the entire day at home. He either practiced the piano or dissected songs. By the end of the day, his wrists felt slightly sore. During dinner, Chen Anha and Tan Mingjie arrived, bringing a large bag of takeout. "Xiaoyan, this is where you went wrong. We invited you out for a meal, yet you chose to act aloof with your brothers," Chen Anha remarked as he placed the 2 large bags of takeout onto the dining table. Tan Mingjie followed suit. "Why are there only the 2 of you?" Shen Yin inquired. "Zhang Sanan has gone home for the holiday," Chen Anha replied, glancing at the spread on the table, feeling that something was missing. He then took out his phone, opened the takeout app, and ordered 2 cases of drinks. "I really don't want to go out today. Didn't Tiwi agree to meet tomorrow?" Shen Yin remarked as he surveyed the 4 bags of takeout on the table, filled with various meats, seafood, and vegetables. The cost of this meal would certainly exceed 4 figures. "Yesterday, after our competition, we were waiting for you to join us for dinner. But you said you had matters to attend to." "Fine. We are all brothers, so we won't dwell on it. Today we invited you out for dinner. And you're saying tomorrow again. Honestly, Xiaoyan, what are you planning for tonight?" Chen Anha leaned against the table and began to unpack the dishes one by one. "I'm not planning anything. I just want to spend the day at home," Shen Yin replied, noticing a hint of resentment in Chen Anha's demeanor. It was merely about not dining together. Why did he look so disgruntled? "Spending the day at home?" Chen Anha repeated softly, shaking his head with a smile. "Xiaoyan, at this point, you still refuse to speak the truth. Chener, are you out of your mind?" Shen Yin turned to Tan Mingjie, silently inquiring about the situation. "Am I out of my mind?" Chen Anha suddenly stepped in front of Shen Yin, took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and tapped several times. Shen Yin was perplexed by his sudden agitation. "Come on, tell me, what did you do yesterday?" Chen Anha brandished his phone. displaying a short video that showed him pulling Chu Weining outside yesterday afternoon. Shen Yin had also seen that video today and had shared it with Chu Weining. The comments on the video were predominantly about how the lead singer and the girl in the hoodie seemed to share a strong connection, even suggesting that Professor Chu was his girlfriend and that he was orchestrating some romantic scenario. He had chuckled at that. One could indulge in food, but not in reckless talk. His relationship with Professor Chu was purely that of a mentor and disciple. Nonetheless, he had shared the video with Professor Chu at noon, and now, as the sun was setting, he had received no response from her. Tell me, what did you do yesterday? Chen Anha inquired again, suddenly feeling like a jester. After the talent show concluded yesterday, he had been waiting for Shen Yin to return so they could dine together. But what was the result? The matter that Shen Yin mentioned yesterday was merely to pursue a girl? He should have suspected Shen Yin's unusual behavior from the very beginning. It was just a dinner. Shen Yin responded, just a dinner? And then what? Where did you spend the night? Chen Anha bombarded him with a series of inquisitive questions. Fine, just tell me. Who is this girl? Chen Anha pointed at the photograph on his phone screen. You don't recognize who this girl is? Shen Yin retorted. The silhouette is quite obvious. Isn't it? How could I possibly know who she is? Hurry up, confess freely, resist severely, and be honest. Chen Anha pressed Shen Yin down onto the bench. It's Professor Chu, Shen Yin replied succinctly. Who? Professor Chu? Chen Anha looked at Shen Yin with a strange expression, then glanced back at the phone screen. Xiao Yin, do you think I look foolish? Although I am somewhat nearsighted and astigmatic, you expect me to believe this person is Professor Chu? Chen Anha zoomed in on the silhouette on his phone, clad in a hooded sweatshirt, jeans, and white sneakers. You don't look foolish, you look blind, Shen Yin replied. Such an obvious silhouette. In a crowd, he could recognize Professor Chu at a glance. Actually, I think it does resemble Professor Chu. Tan Mingjia offered his perspective. Where does it resemble? Chen Anha, still bewildered, magnified the image. He scrutinized it from every angle. Aside from the height being somewhat similar, nothing else matched. Especially the clothing style. Based on his observations over the past weeks, Professor Chu always donned an elegant attire, trench coats, and high heels. It seemed that the last time Professor Chu visited the playground and storage room, her outfit was quite similar to that in the video. Could it truly be? Seeing this, Shen Yin directly pulled out their chat records, including a video that Professor Chu had sent him. No way, it really is her? Chen Anha exclaimed. Then looked at Shen Yin and asked, You two didn't do anything else besides dine yesterday, right? Yes, Shen Yin replied. What? What else did you do? Chen Anha reacted dramatically, springing to his feet. Just a stroll, Shen Yin replied. Just a stroll? Chen Anha sat back down upon hearing this. Just a stroll. Shen Yin nodded. He found Chen Anha's reaction quite amusing. He understood what the other was astonished about. What else could he and Professor Chu possibly do? They were teacher and student, after all, and Professor Chu was so kind to him. If he were to commit some outrageous act, would he still be human? A stroll sounds delightful, Chen Anha sighed in relief. He knew exactly what kind of person Professor Chu was. At 27, one has encountered a myriad of romantic approaches. Just yesterday, Shen Yin's tactics might have worked on some naive young girls, but Professor Chu is wholly unimpressed by such antics. Little Yin, I genuinely believe in the potential of you and Professor Chu as a couple. Keep striving. Tan Mingjia has faith in his judgment. He is convinced that Shen Yin and Professor Chu are destined to be together. What encouragement! Had you attempted those methods with any other girl yesterday, you would have graduated from being a virgin last night. You speak incessantly of Professor Chu. Do you truly believe she could be your girlfriend? Instead of fixating on her, why not focus your attention on the female students at your own school? After Chen Anha finished speaking, he descended the stairs with his phone in hand. For the drinks he ordered had arrived. Chapter 83. Come, drink to my demise. Before long, Chen Anha returned carrying 2 cases of beer. Shen Yin and Tan Mingjia seized the opportunity to arrange the takeout on the table. The spread was sumptuous, surpassing the quality of his meals over the past month. However, after a brief glance, Shen Yin retreated to the kitchen to fetch 2 large bowls. He wished to set aside some food for Professor Chu, with crabs, crayfish, beef, shredded pork with Beijing sauce, garlic pork, cold mixed vegetables, and century egg with green peppers. He prepared 1 bowl of meat and another of vegetables. He even took the time to artfully arrange the dishes. Are you planning to deliver this to Professor Chu? Tan Mingjia inquired. Yes, Shen Yin nodded, picking up a crab leg before carrying the 2 large bowls to Professor Chu's door. He knocked several times with his knee, but the door remained closed. After repeated knocks, It still did not open. Ah, little Nian, I am at a loss for words regarding you, Shen Anha remarked as he appeared in the hallway, carrying 2 cases of beer. Observing Shen Yin knocking on the opposite door, he approached, ready to offer some advice. However, before he could speak, Shen Yin placed the 2 bowls directly atop the cases of beer he was holding, then grasped his arm, saying, "Wait a moment, just stand here for a bit." Shen Anha thought to himself, is he treating me as a mere tool? Hey, Professor Chu, where are you? I brought you some delicious food. Are you outside? All right then. After ending the call, Shen Yin turned towards his own home, seemingly forgetting about Shen Anha, who was still holding the 2 bowls of food atop the cases of beer. Little Nian, this is outrageous. Shen Anha grumbled as he walked inside, determined to give Shen Nian a piece of his mind. By the way, Chen I nearly forgot something important. Shen Nian leisurely pulled out his phone. What is it? Shen Anha's eyelids flickered as he watched Shen Nian retrieve his phone. An unsettling sense of something that should have been forgotten slowly resurfacing in his mind. Shen Nian began to play a recording on his phone. Not this again. Shen Anha was laughing. He shouldn't have sneaked out with Shen Yin during military training to indulge in skewers and beer. A moment's folly leads to eternal regret. Indeed. Come on, Xiao Yin. If you have the courage, send it out today. Shen Anha exclaimed. Oh, a threat? You said it. So should I share it with Tong Jia? Shen Yin swiped on his phone screen. Just then, a stern voice rang out. Wait. Shen Anha had wavered. Shen Yin shrugged casually, and, after a brief pause, the 3 of them settled at the dining table. As he gazed at the array of sumptuous dishes, Shen Yin suddenly felt that the past month had been rather meager for him. Here, Xiao Yin, this bottle is for you. DePeo, this one is for you. Shen Anha said as he eagerly twisted off the caps of 2 beer bottles and handed them to Shen Yin and Tan Mingjia. I don't drink. Shen Yin shook his head. Throughout his life, including in his past existence, he had seldom touched alcohol. You don't drink. Shen Anha paid no heed to that, shoving the beer bottle into Shen Yin's arms. During their outing for skewers, Shen Yin had claimed he didn't drink, yet had left behind evidence on his phone. I really can't drink, Shen Yin explained. Just have a little, Xiao Yin. Let's celebrate our victory yesterday. Tan Mingjia raised his beer bottle with a flourish, demonstrating a dramatic drinking gesture. Impressive, Shen Yin remarked, taken aback. He had not realized that the typically honest and simple Tan Mingjia was, in fact, a seasoned drinker. Are you really going to just watch us drink? Shen Anha also raised his beer bottle, taking a hearty gulp. After finishing, both he and Tan Mingjia stared intently at Shen Yin. Isn't it just drinking? Go ahead, they urged. After all, they were at home. There was no worry about throwing up or going wild. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shen Yin grasped the bottle on the table and attempted to mimic their boldness by taking a hearty swig. However, he ended up choking quite dramatically. That's more like it. Shen Anha lifted his bottle and clinked it with Shen Yin's. 10 minutes later, Shen Anha observed Shen Yin, who was now visibly tipsy, a smirk of triumph playing on his lips. After such a long wait, he had finally attained his goal. Xiao Yin, you were the first to be unkind. So don't blame me for being ruthless. By the way, have you ever been in love? Is there a girl you liked? Shen Anha asked eagerly. This was the question Shen Yin had posed to him while they were out for skewers during military training, prompting him to spill all his past secrets. Why are you asking him that? Tan Mingjia interjected, sensing a hint of conspiracy. What's it to you? I'm just concerned for a friend. Is that not acceptable? Shen Anha gestured for Tan Mingjia to mind his own business. Unexpectedly, Tan Mingjia stood up, grabbing a stool and positioning himself between the 2. Hey there. Shen Anha looked at the simple-minded youth before him with a hint of bewilderment. A hearty laugh erupted from the side of Tan Mingjia. After a bout of laughter, Shen Yin turned to Shen Anha and remarked, Chen you truly underestimate me. Do you think I am oblivious to your little thoughts? You intend to wait until I am inebriated to dig up my past embarrassments, don't you? Allow me to assure you, that will not happen. With one hand resting on Tan Mingjia's shoulder, Shen Yin staggered to his feet. DePeo, bring me a bottle of liquor. I am determined to drink him under the table tonight. Shen Yin playfully patted Tan Mingjia on the head. Tan Mingjia remained still, gazing at Shen Yin's flushed face, which was a clear indication of intoxication. Oh, you want to drink me under the table? Bring it on. Let me tell you, Xiao Yin, I have tolerated you for far too long. Tonight, it will either be you who drinks me under the table or vice versa. Shen Anha reached beneath his seat, retrieving a bottle of beer and handing it to Shen Yin. Yet, he was not finished. He pulled out another bottle and extended it to Tan Mingjia, saying, And you, Tan DePeo? I have endured you for too long as well. Every time I enter or exit the dormitory, that door slams like a cannon. And every night, just as I'm about to bathe, you dart into the toilet to relieve yourself. Do you have any idea how foul it is to shower with that stench lingering in the air? Nonsense. It's you who takes ages in the shower. I am forced to go to the neighboring dorm to relieve myself. Tan Mingjie was equally stirred. Enough with the bickering. Let us drink. Shen Yan rapped the table and took a hearty swig from the beer bottle. All right, let us drink. Chen Anha, undeterred, followed suit. Tan Mingjie soon joined in as well. After taking a sip, Shen Yan found himself at his limit. He realized that if he continued, he might be the one facing the consequences. Chapter 84. What did you just call me? Xiao Chu. Half an hour later, the three of them, with bleary eyes, slumped in their seats. Chen Anha said, Xiao Yan, heed my advice. Do not waste your time on Professor Chu. Allow me to introduce you to some girls. Shen Yan replied, my relationship with Professor Chu is that of a teacher and a student. What are you imagining? Chen Anha countered. Even ordinary friendships between the opposite sex can blossom into affection, let alone the bond between a teacher and a student. Professor Chu is 27 this year. She knows how to navigate the nuances of your relationship. And you? A boy who has never been in love? Spending time together will undoubtedly draw you to her. Chen how can you say that as if I lack the ability to maintain boundaries? Shen Yan turned his head and burped before adding, to be frank, I am 40 years old. Professor Chu is indeed beautiful and gentle, yet I, Shen Yan, have weathered many storms. My soul governs my body. I can certainly decide who to like and who not to. Chen Anha was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Xiao Yan, you've had too much to drink. 40? With that youthful visage, you cannot possibly be 40. On the occasion of the minor festival, I am convinced that you and Professor Chu will undoubtedly end up together. At this moment, Tan Mingjie, intoxicated, felt as if stars were swirling before his eyes. Alas, it is futile to reason with the two of you. Shen Yan, with one hand pressed against his forehead, fumbled on the table for the bottle of liquor. My dear brother is earnestly offering you advice, Chen Anha remarked seriously. What nonsense. Come on. Chen I intend to drink you under the table. Clank. Shen Yan raised the bottle and clinked it with his companions. I can't take any more. If I drink another drop, I'll surely be sick. Chen Anha waved a white flag in surrender. TCH, you're just a novice. I thought you were more formidable than that, Shen Yan retorted, asserting himself. Be careful not to push me into seriousness, Chen Anha replied, shaking his head. Had he not just enjoyed an intense drinking session with Tan Mingjie, he would not be so affected by Shen Yan's provocations at this moment. Come on, no more dawdling. With a flushed face, Shen Yan felt his thoughts becoming increasingly muddled, as if he could no longer control his mouth or body. Even the sight of Chen Anha appeared to him as three overlapping figures. Then let's proceed. Chen Anha suddenly felt invigorated once more. Tan Mingjie silently observed the two, refraining from interjecting. Yet, it was clear that they would not let him off the hook. Everything on the table was fair game. Another 10 minutes passed. Shen Yan was thoroughly inebriated. Chen Anha reclined in his chair, gazing motionlessly at the ceiling. Little Nian, are you convinced now? Chen Anha smirked, his lips curling with pride. Hearing this, Shen Yan, swaying unsteadily, propped himself on the table to stand up. He glanced at the two beside him and declared, You, be quiet. I have an announcement to make, so perk up your ears and listen closely. Are you also a rich heir? Chen Anha chuckled. Oh dear, I'm feeling dizzy. I think I'll take a rest. Tan Mingjie attempted to rise. This liquor is truly overwhelming. However, Shen Yan pressed him back into his seat with a firm hand. I have a secret to share with you. Shen Yan leaned in, his eyes glazed over. Chen aren't you the one who idolizes Shen Nan the most? In truth, I am Shen Nan. Shen Yan articulated each word with conviction. Ha! Chen Anha erupted in laughter, sounding almost porcine. Little Nian, you are genuinely intoxicated. I am not drunk. I am quite serious. Shen Yan waved his hand dismissively, then directed his gaze toward the coffee table beside the sofa, steadying himself against the table. He approached, picked up a pen, and returned. He then uncapped the pen and, with the flair of a dragon soaring and a phoenix dancing, inscribed the two characters upon Chen Anha's shirt. Little Nian, this is a brand new shirt I just purchased. Chen Anha looked at the black marks on his sleeve with a pained expression. How can I make you believe me? I am Shen Nan. Countless people have sought my autograph. Today, I bestow this first signature upon you. Shen Yan seemed to feel unsatisfied, and he picked up his pen to sign Shen Nan on Chen Anha's other sleeve. Xiao Yan, even if you're drunk, You cannot impersonate my idol. Chun Anha looked at the contrasting black patches on both sleeves, utterly speechless. Who is impersonating your idol? I am indeed Shin Nan. Shin Yan, holding the pen, turned to leave his signature on Tan Mingjia, but unbeknownst to him, the latter had already slipped into the bedroom. You're absurd. If you were Shin Nan, I shall jump out of your window right now. Shin Anha also stood up, intent on retreating into the bedroom to sleep. You said it. You cannot go back on your word. Shin Yin seized Chun Anha's clothing, preventing him from vacating his seat. He then produced his phone and searched for the contact labeled no cilantro, dialing it. All right, hurry and let me go. I want to sleep. Shin Anha squirmed restlessly. With a light slap to his head, Shun Yin admonished, stay still. Today, I will live stream your leap from my building. The phone rang for a moment before connecting. Hello. Professor Chu, where are you? Shin Yin inquired. Chu Waning. I just got home. What is up? Shin Yin. Could you come over to my place? Chu Waning. Why do I sense a slight haze in your voice? Have you been drinking? Shin Yin. Professor Chu is quite astute. No. Xiao Chu. You are truly clever. Chu Waning. What did you just call me? Shin Yin. Xiao Chu. Hurry over. With a swift motion, Shun Yin delivered another playful slap to Chun Anha's nape, saying, I told you to stay put. Get ready for your jumping pose while I go answer the door. Don't you dare run. With that, Shun Yin staggered to the door, swaying as he approached. Upon opening it, he was confronted by 3 figures of Chu Waning standing at his doorway. Hey, Professor Chu. How can you be in 3 places at once? And why are you wearing that black trench coat and white shirt again? You look like an old lady. Shun Yin furrowed his brow, struggling to distinguish which Chu Waning was the genuine one. Xiao Yin, I'm heading back to my room to sleep. We can plan the jumping tomorrow, Chen Anha announced, wobbling as he took 3 steps into the bedroom. Hey, Chen'er, are you trying to back out? I've brought the witness. Shin Yin shouted into the room. Just as he finished speaking, before he could hear a response from the room, a serious voice came from the doorway. What did you just call me on the phone? Xiao Chu. Yes, what's wrong? Have I not been calling you that for the past month? Shin Yin remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Chu Waning's eyes began to narrow. Chapter 85. So, Professor Chu, do you like this gift? No, Xiao Chu, what's the matter? Why the long face? Shin Yin raised his finger, addressing the 3 Chu Wannings before him. As he spoke, a pungent odor of alcohol wafted through the air. Shin Yin, what did you just call me? Chu Wanning fanned her face with her hand, feeling slightly nauseated by the stench of liquor. Shin Yin steadied himself, feeling slightly bewildered by the 3 Chu professors before him. Yet, their serious demeanor prompted him to furrow his brows. What are you going to scold me for now? Haven't I already told you, little Chu? An 18-year-old's heart is fragile. You mustn't be harsh with him. Shin Yin shook his head, his fingers gliding past the noses of the 3 Chu Wannings in succession. After speaking, as if recalling something, he added, however, I am not as fragile as you might think. If I need to be scolded or hit, so be it. Just do not treat me like a child. Shin Yin waved his hand dismissively, leaning against the doorframe, feeling the dizzying effects of his hangover as he struggled to maintain his balance, his head heavy with fog. Chu Wanning observed the drunken Shin Yin, and an absurd thought crept into her mind. Oh right, Professor Chu, come with me. Shin Yin raised his hand again, attempting to grasp Chu Wanning's arm, but ended up clutching at thin air. After a few futile swipes, he finally caught hold of her arm, then guided her towards his home. He walked slowly, leaning against the wall for support, while Chu Wanning allowed him to lead her, gazing at the back of the young man with a blend of confusion, disbelief, and astonishment. Upon entering the house, she was greeted by a scene of utter chaos. The dining table was strewn with various takeout containers and remnants of food, while beer bottles littered the floor around it. Professor Chu, please have a seat, Shin Yin said, pulling her to the piano in his home. He first gestured for her to sit before he settled beside her. I have been pondering for half a month. I considered gifting you dresses, necklaces, high heels, lipsticks, cosmetics, and even some digital gadgets like phones and watches. Yet, after much contemplation, I felt they all lacked a certain significance. Shin Yin spoke slowly, counting on his fingers. Chu Wanning remained silent, watching him quietly. And now, I have finally come up with the perfect gift for you, Professor Chu. Shin Yin exclaimed with a joyful smile, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Wanning. Still, she did not reply, merely observing the youth beside her. The absurd notion of Shin Yin being Shin Nan, a renowned figure in the classical music world over a decade ago, solidified in her mind. At that time, Shin Yin should have barely been in elementary school. perhaps even kindergarten. How could he have composed those classical masterpieces? This seemed utterly implausible. Chu Wanning sought logical evidence to refute her absurd thoughts. Yet, before her, Xin Yan began to play a piece on the piano. What a melody this is! Beautiful yet imbued with sorrow, evoking feelings of sadness and disappointment that stir painful memories deep within. It is as if one is ensconced in a dream, envisioning a love that remains tantalizingly out of reach, an ethereal experience reminiscent of a mirage. What do you think, Professor Chu? This is the gift I present to you. What was it called? A dream wedding? No, it is called a dream's funeral. Xin Yan scratched his head and then glanced at Chu Wanning beside him. At that moment, his vision was clouded, and he could barely discern her expression. A dream wedding. Chu Wanning murmured the title of the piece. She chuckled softly, shaking her head, then turned her gaze to the young man beside her. This piece was one she had never heard before. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Xin Yan seemed to catch the cold laughter emanating from her. It's all right, Professor Chu. I shall play another for you. With a clap of his hands, he turned and struck several chords with enthusiasm. A few minutes later, he asked, "How about this, Professor Chu? Do you enjoy the Croatian Rhapsody?" No response. "It seems you do not fancy it. No need to worry, Professor Chu. I will play you another. What about the Castle in the Sky? The Night Piano piece?" Fr. Elise. Xin Yan played a series of pieces, yet he received no response from the girl beside him. "I know, Professor Chu. Allow me to perform something truly impressive." Xin Yan rolled up his sleeves, ready to showcase a dazzling piece. However, after just a few notes, he faltered, making numerous mistakes. No, my mind feels foggy today. I cannot manage such a piece." "Are you Xin Yan?" Chu Wanning inquired succinctly. Several pieces, though simple, were composed with a skill that was far beyond what one would expect from an 18-year-old freshman. "Ah." Xin Yan nodded, seemingly dismissing her question as trivial. "Oh, by the way, I still need to live stream Chinner's jump." Xin Yan, in a daze, tugged at Chu Wanning's arm, pulling her toward his bedroom door. At that moment, Chu Wanning had yet to recover from Xin Yan's brief response. Ah, Xin Yan's succinct reply had etched itself deeply in her mind. Xin Yan was indeed Xin Yan, the one who had composed countless famous pieces over a decade ago? Her student was the teacher of her teacher? She was now instructing her teacher's teacher in playing the piano? A wave of profound embarrassment washed over her. Bang! Xin Yan reached his bedroom door and knocked forcefully, shouting, "Chinner, get up and jump already." Afterward, he turned to Chu Wanning and commanded, "Xiao Chu, go tell him whether or not I am Xin Yan." With that, Chu Wanning stood still, while Xin Yan looked back inside the room. Two indistinct figures were sprawled across his bed. "Don't sleep on my bed." Xin Yan, filled with excitement, took a step forward. Yet, as soon as he moved, his body uncontrollably toppled sideways. Chu Wanning, quick-witted, swiftly supported him. A stream of brownish liquid erupted, staining Chu Wanning's pristine white shirt a deep brown. "You." Chu Wanning was so incensed she could scarcely articulate her thoughts, wanting to push him away yet unable to bring herself to do so. How refreshing. After emptying his stomach, Xin Yan felt significantly better. At least he could now see Wanning's face without the haze of double vision. Chapter 86. It is wrong to strike calmly upon returning to her home. Chu Wanning changed into a fresh outfit, tossing the soiled clothes into the washing machine before making her way to the living room. Xin Yan lay sprawled on her sofa, comfortably reclining, saliva at the corner of his mouth, lost in some joyous reverie. "Get up." Chu Wanning grasped Xin Yan by the collar and yanked him upright. She was not about to allow Xin Yan to easily drift off to sleep tonight. She had a plethora of questions and an abundance of pent-up frustration to release. She dared not even glance at her chat history with Xin Yan. Each reference to teacher Xin made her envision Xin Yan secretly chuckling behind the screen and calling her little Chu. Such audacity. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Her fingers tangled in Xin Yan's hair, and with a firm tug, she compelled him to lift his head. "Ah, Professor Chu, what brings you here?" Xin Yan, still dazed from intoxication, was ill at ease, for the sensation of a hangover was quite unpleasant for one unaccustomed to alcohol. "How did I end up here?" "This is my home." Chu Wanning waved away the lingering odor of alcohol emanating from Xin Yan's mouth, just as she had turned to change her clothes. Xin Yan had seized her wrist, insisting they watch his roommate, Chinner, jump from a building. Naturally, she had disregarded him and intended to return to her abode. But after a few steps, Xin Yan followed her. Once inside, he ceased his incessant cries about his roommate's leap and, upon sighting the small sofa, eagerly reclined upon it. Ah, your home? Shen Yan surveyed his surroundings. The decor seemed rather uncharacteristic of his own dwelling. Rising, he offered an apologetic expression. My apologies, Professor Chu. I seem to have entered the wrong door. With that, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, as if he were in a historical drama. Sit down. Chu Wanning pressed her palm firmly, forcing the rising Shun Nian back onto the sofa. Now you wish to escape? Why didn't you do so earlier? I want to sleep. Shin Yan looked at Chu Wanning with a pitiful gaze. Sleep? What sleep? Do you still wish to sleep tonight? Chu Wanning retorted with a sarcastic laugh. Regardless, she was certain she would not find rest this evening. Every time she thought of the chat logs on her phone with Shin Nan, she felt an overwhelming desire to vanish into the depths of the earth. How embarrassing. Yet, fatigue weighed heavily upon her. Shin Yan reached for a pillow beside him, cradling it in his arms. What do you mean you're tired? If you dare to sleep, I'll yank your hair out. Chu Wanning tugged at Shin Yan's hair. The moment she let out a yelp, he instantly perked up. Speak. Why did you use Shin Nan's account to chat with me? Chu Wanning asked directly. I want to sleep, Shin Yan replied, his energy waning again almost immediately. You. Chu Wanning's chest heaved with indignation. She considered tugging at Shun Yan's hair once more, but upon seeing his pained expression, she hesitated. No. Answer me before you sleep. She shook Shin Yan's shoulders vigorously. Not possible, Xiao Chu. Be good. I'm a bit tired. You can go play in the mud by yourself. Shin Yan said with a gentle pat on her head. His sudden gesture and tone left Chu Wanning momentarily stunned for over 10 seconds. Shun Yan. She gritted her teeth, calling out his name. This is rebellion. Are you preparing to unleash some grand insurrection upon me? Her fists clenched, knuckles cracking. In all seriousness, she felt an urge to punch Shin Yan into a pig's head. You cannot directly call me by my name. You must refer to me as Teacher Shun. Shin Yan remained oblivious to her fury, lost in his own world, and raised his hand to ruffle her hair once more. Chu Wanning, both amused and infuriated, replied. All right, you want to play this way? Teacher Shun, is it? Xiao Chu, is it? With her sleeves rolled up, she seized Shin Yan's delicate face. How about that? Teacher Shun, how about you, Xiao Chu? Look at you. Feeling quite pleased with yourself, aren't you? After a chaotic bout, Shin Yan's face was flushed, and his hair was tousled like a bird's nest. Yet, Chu Wanning felt unsatisfied and snatched the pillow from his embrace. This feels delightful. Professor Chu is putting in some effort. Shun Yan clapped his hands joyfully, seemingly encouraging her to exert more strength. You, still fuming. Chu Wanning's face turned a deep crimson as she shouted at Shun Yan, little brat, do you think I wouldn't dare hit you? With that, she raised her fist, ready to strike his face, but just before it descended, she halted. Frustrated, she raked her fingers through her hair, feeling on the verge of madness. Professor Chu. You. Before Shin Yan could finish, Chu Wanning hurled the pillow at him. After the outburst, she paid no further attention to Shun Yan and instead made her way to the restroom. She needed a moment to regain her composure. If this continued, she feared she might truly lose control and deliver a severe beating to Shin Yan. After splashing her face with cold water several times, she took a few deep breaths before the mirror to steady herself. Patience, do not succumb to anger. Violence is unjustifiable. Inhale, exhale. After a few minutes of self-reflection in the restroom, she returned to the living room. Upon emerging, she discovered that Shin Yan, who had been lounging on the sofa, was nowhere to be found. A swift glance around the living room revealed an absence of anyone else. Then, she noticed the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony, which had been tightly shut, was now inexplicably ajar. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through her. She hurried forward and peered downstairs. Just then, a voice called out. Professor Chu. Turning around, she saw Shin Yan leaning against her door, cradling a large bowl. Why did you open the window for no reason? She approached him, ready to unleash a torrent of reprimands, still shaken from the fright he had given her. Professor Chu, you should eat crab. Shin Yan, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, was at a loss for what to do. All he remembered was leaving some food for Chu Wanning. Originally, it had been 2 large bowls, but one had slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. Hey, Shin Yan, are you even listening to me? Professor Chu, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Please eat. This is all specially saved for you. Chapter 87. I want to make Professor Chu happy. Shin Yan extended a crab leg towards her lips. Come on, Xiao Chu, let me feed you. That infuriating tone. He dared to call her Xiao Chu. Anger surged within her once more. Given how effortlessly he had adopted the nickname, it was clear he had used it more than once behind her back. Yet, Despite her frustration, she was undeniably hungry. Since finishing lunch shortly after noon, it was now nearly 9 o'clock, and she had yet to have dinner. She had initially planned to order takeout upon returning home. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen events. Who could have anticipated this chaos? Her anger had nearly filled her to the brim. Chu Wanning suppressed her urge to physically confront Shen Yan and instead guided him to the dining table. "Professor, aren't you going to eat?" Shen Yan rested his head on the table, gazing at Chu Wanning, who sat across from him. What was the point of eating when she was so infuriated? The frustrations she had endured over the past 27 years paled in comparison to today's ordeal. The crucial issue was that she remained uncertain about how to channel the unnameable fury within her. Should she hit Shen Yan? That felt too harsh. Should she scold him? She glanced at the foolishly grinning youth seated opposite her. It is likely that even if she were to scold him now, it would be of no consequence. Perhaps it would even yield the opposite effect. In Shen Yan's eyes, no matter how fiercely she berated him, he would merely respond with a foolish grin. "Professor Chu, please do not be angry. You must eat on time, or else your health will suffer," Shen Yan said softly, and then, with a gentle gesture, he retrieved a crab leg from the bowl and offered it to Chu Wanning. "I see you are eager to see me driven to my wit's end." Chu Wanning retorted angrily. No, we cannot let Professor Chu perish so soon. He is a fine teacher," Shen Yan countered, shaking his head in disapproval. "You are truly pushing me to my limits," she exclaimed. "Shen Yan, you have quite the flair for theatrics. If you do not pursue a career in acting, it would be a shame," Chu Wanning exclaimed, swatting away the crab leg he had offered. "Professor Chu, you must eat first. Once you have finished, I will share a secret with you." "What secret could you possibly have?" Chu Wanning inquired, massaging her temples in distress. Her intuition suggested that Shen Yan's secret was likely related to her. "No, I must wait until you have eaten before revealing it," he insisted, placing the crab leg back into the bowl and pushing the large bowl toward her. At that moment, she noticed that Shen Yan's other hand, which had been holding the bowl, was stained with a considerable amount of blood. "What happened to your hand?" Chu Wanning asked, furrowing her brow. "It's nothing, Professor Chu. Just a minor injury. I had a whole bowl of food, but I accidentally broke it." Shen Yan waved his hand dismissively, not giving his wound a second thought. With a screech, the chair scraped against the tile floor, and Chu Wanning immediately stood up, walking over to Shen Yan and examining his injured hand closely. "Are you a fool? Such a long wound," she scolded. A gash stretched from the base of his index finger to that of his thumb, several centimeters long. For pianists like them, the importance of their hands cannot be overstated. Anger surged within Chu Wanning, yet Shen Yan remained completely oblivious to it. His foolish demeanor vexed her to the point of stomping her feet in frustration. She hurried inside to fetch a first aid kit to tend to Shen Yan's wound. "Professor, the food will get cold. Be quiet. Are you trying to drive me mad today?" she snapped just as she finished bandaging his injured hand. In the very next moment, Shen Yan, oblivious to the gravity of his situation, reached for the bowl with his bandaged hand. "Shen Yan, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Chu Wanning genuinely felt as though she might explode from exasperation. "Professor Chu, please eat. Eat. I will eat, all right?" Chu Wanning was on the verge of tears from frustration. "Shen Yan, if you ever dare to drink again, I will break your legs," she threatened fiercely. "Is the food good, Professor Chu?" Shen Yan ignored her threats, simply gazing happily at the food before him. "Seeing me eat, are you truly that happy?" Chu Wanning was touched by Shen Yan's foolishness, which considerably diminished the anger within her. "Indeed, I am delighted. This is something I specifically reserved for Professor Chu. Professor Chu is a remarkable teacher who treats me with great kindness. I wish to bring her joy," Shen Yan earnestly proclaimed. "Why then, in the guise of Shen Nan, engage her in conversation?" Chu Wanning took small bites of the crab in her bowl. It must be said, the flavor was quite exquisite. And the dishes were still warm. "It is for this reason that I am joyful. He. Chu Wanning suddenly felt the crab in her hand had lost its allure. "But what if your actions end up displeasing Professor Chu?" she inquired further. Shen Yan fell silent for a moment, gazing at Chu Wanning's face, and replied, "Then I shall make Professor Chu happy." "How do you intend to accomplish that?" "I can sing and play the piano. Rest assured, I will certainly bring joy to Professor Chu," Shen Yan asserted with determination, patting his chest. "Yet, I am not happy at all, very much so." Chu Wanning articulated each word. Today, she was keen to observe how Shen Yan would bring her happiness. "What does your unhappiness have to do with me?" Shen Yan retorted. Chu Wanning chewed on the crab meat. She had not anticipated Shen Yin's rapid change of demeanor. One moment he was insisting on making her happy, and the next he looked at her with a stranger's gaze and asked, "Who are you?" Chu Wanning exclaimed, "Is this how you intend to bring joy to Professor Chu? Your professor is about to be driven to despair by you." Shen Yin responded in disbelief. "Huh?" Chu Wanning replied. "What do you mean, huh?" Shen Yin clarified. "Oh, you bear a striking resemblance to my Professor Chu." Chu Wanning interjected. "Do refrain from speaking. Your professor has already been exasperated by you." Shen Yin insisted. "Impossible. I would never provoke Professor Chu." Chu Wanning pressed. "Come, draw closer and tell me who I am." Shen Yin replied. "You are Professor Chu." Chu Wanning asked, "And so?" Shen Yin continued. "Professor Chu is eating." Chu Wanning challenged. "Shen Yin, do you recall what you just said?" Shen Yin declared, "I will make Professor Chu happy." Chu Wanning countered. "Do you believe I appear happy now?" Shen Yin responded. "You are not my Professor Chu. My professor is gentle, not this fierce visage you present." Chu Wanning was momentarily speechless. At that moment, it felt as though she and Shen Yin were on entirely different wavelengths, resulting in a disconcerting conversation. Enough of this. The more they spoke, the more frustrated she became. She resolved to finish her meal and retire for the night, as she doubted she would extract anything meaningful from Shen Yin's lips this evening. They say that alcohol reveals one's true thoughts. However, in Shen Yin's case, it was a mere display of nonsensical babble. Chapter 88. The Delusions of a Drunken State. Not long after, Chu Wanning finished the lobster, crab, and various sumptuous dishes in her bowl. Perhaps due to the richness of the meal, she decided to retrieve some fruit from her refrigerator. "Professor Chu, have you finished?" Shen Yin maintained his foolish grin. Chu Wanning had no desire to engage with this inebriated individual, offering no response. Observing her silence, Shen Yin unsteadily rose from the table. Just as Chu Wanning opened the refrigerator door, a hand abruptly pressed it shut. Before she could turn her head, another arm was planted against her cheek, creating a perfect wall slam. "Professor Chu, I must share a secret with you." Shen Yin rested his chin on her fair, delicate shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her petite earlobe. "Get off me." Chu Wanning nudged Shen Yin's abdomen with her elbow. However, he seemed oblivious, continuing, "Just listen. Professor Chu, this secret is of utmost importance. You must pay attention. Then hurry up and tell me." Chu Wanning ceased to turn her head, instead fixing her gaze on the refrigerator door. She never expected a scene reminiscent of a television drama would unfold in her life, especially involving her student. Shen Yin's body was pressed against hers, and she could feel his weight. To her surprise, the typically lanky Shen Yin was rather heavy. It felt somewhat ambiguous, as if she were encircled in his embrace. Under normal circumstances, anyone daring to adopt such a posture with her would have found themselves thrown to the ground. "I'm sorry, Professor Chu. I once spoke ill of you." Shen Yin sincerely apologized. "What did you say about me?" Chu Wanning inquired. "I said you were frigid. I truly deserve punishment for that, given how well you treat me while I spoke behind your back." Shen Yin withdrew one arm and slapped himself across the face. Chu Wanning rolled her eyes in exasperation. Is that the secret? Just that? She had anticipated something scandalous, yet this was all. This was a secret she had known for ages. "Fine, I understand. In the future, when discussing others, perhaps I should observe my surroundings more closely." With that, Chu Wanning opened the refrigerator door, retrieved a small watermelon, and settled onto the couch. "No, Professor Chu, I am truly despicable. Please, hit me." Shen Yin followed her to the couch, extending his cheek toward her hand. "How many dishes did you have tonight to drink this much?" Chu Wanning asked. "It's all my fault, Professor Chu. I shouldn't have spoken ill of you." Shen Yin replied. Chu Wanning chuckled softly and shook her head. "Shen Yin, Professor Chu, I suddenly feel like drinking again." Shen Yin, "Professor Chu, I truly am not a person." Shen Yin, "Xiao Chu, quickly call me Teacher Shun. Let me hear it." Oblivious to the world outside, my heart is solely devoted to savoring the sweet watermelon. Chu Wanning had grown weary of conversing with this inebriated fool. It was nothing more than a thankless endeavor. "Professor Chu, are you feeling upset? Wait for me." "Professor Chu, I shall perform a segment from my driving test." Rising from the sofa, Shen Yin disregarded the reactions of those around him, swaying as he approached the television cabinet. Supporting himself with one hand on the television, he suddenly burst into song and dance, soared upon the rivers and lakes, brushing the sleeves to cover the bright moon. The west wind carries fallen leaves and wilting flowers, while the blade rests heavy in slumber. Having sung but a few lines, His feet began to dance with an enchanting rhythm. How many years had he traversed alone, accustomed to the gleam of blades illuminating the night? With a smile amidst the rivers and lakes, the waves surge forth, while the mundane world fades into oblivion. Chu Wanning, who had been enjoying her watermelon, found herself amused by Shen Nian's magical voice and dance. Before long, the performance concluded, and Shen Nian made a playful gesture towards Chu Wanning, bidding her farewell. With that, he collapsed onto the floor. Observing the recording on her phone, Chu Wanning couldn't help but find Shen Nian's whimsical dance utterly ridiculous. After saving the video, she approached him and said, "Hey, get up quickly, the floor is cold. Professor Chu, don't mind me, just be happy. I'm a bit tired. Let me rest here for a moment." Shen Nian waved his hand dismissively. Half an hour later, after Chu Wanning had finished her shower and emerged, she found Shen Nian's presence absent from the floor. Assuming he had returned home, she thought little of it. However, upon entering her bedroom, she was greeted by the sight of Shen Nian with his back to her, stuffing the bed sheets into the collar of his shirt as if donning a cape, while wielding a clothes-drying rod from her balcony. Standing majestically upon her bed, Shen Nian declared, "At the pinnacle of the immortals, I, Shen Nian, am the embodiment of the heavens." Feeling the veins on her forehead throb, Chu Wanning questioned, "What do you think you're doing?" The audacity of this child. Trampling on her bed without even removing his slippers. With a slow turn, Shen Nian pointed the end of the drying rod directly at her, his voice deep and resonant. "Professor Chu, do you wish to accompany me in the pursuit of eternal life? You have 3 seconds to come down on your own, or you will face the consequences." A flicker of annoyance crossed Chu Wanning's mind. Pursuit of eternal life? And you, Shen Nian, are the heavens? If he didn't get off her bed soon. She was determined to spank him mercilessly. Finally, Shen Nian moved, slowly stepping down from the bed. As he walked, his melodramatic phrases began to echo once more. "A sack of rice, how many flights can it bear? Feel the pain. A sack of rice, can it ascend to the 2nd floor? Contemplate the pain. A sack of rice, how weary I must be. Embrace the pain. A sack of rice. I have washed it clean. Comprehend the pain. A sack of rice. I have removed so much mud to set the scene for you. Oh, Akali, those who do not know sorrow cannot truly understand peace. Each grain is tainted with dirt, who bestowed upon you a sack of rice. From now on, let the world feel the pain." The spicy air crackled. Bang! Chu Wanning could no longer endure and struck Shen Nian's head with a hefty broom. She then yanked the sheets from Shen Nian's back and seized the clothes-drying rack. "You little brat," she exclaimed, "let me tell you, this better be the last time. If you dare to stumble into my home drunk again, just wait and see how I deal with you." "Professor Chu, you've hurt my head," Shen Nian said, clutching his head and gazing at her with a pitiful expression. "How dare you mention that now? Go home. Immediately. Right this instant." Chu Wanning gripped Shen Nian by the nape of his neck, akin to lifting a chick, and dragged him from the room to the door. With a swift motion, she opened the door, flung him outside, and shut the door behind him. The entire sequence unfolded without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 89. Why are you loitering at my doorstep when you have a home? In the dead of night, after 27 years of unwavering routine, Chu Wanning found herself sleepless before midnight. Tossing and turning in bed, it was not merely because Shen Nian was Shen Nan, but rather the unease that lingered after she had expelled him from her abode. She tried to suppress the tension within her, yet 2 hours passed and sleep eluded her. Rising from her bed, she donned a nightgown and ventured out of her bedroom. Upon opening the door, she found a head resting against her thigh. Chu Wanning glanced down at Shen Nian's dark hair and then at the ajar door opposite her. "Why are you not sleeping at home, but instead loitering at my doorstep?" she chided softly. Gently nudging his head with her thigh, she found him unresponsive. With a sigh of resignation, she squatted down, draping one of Shen Nian's shoulders over hers and assisting him toward the door. After only a few steps, Shen Nian, drawn by a fragrance, murmured, "It smells wonderful. It's Professor Chu's scent." In a dreamy state, he turned his head and inhaled deeply at Chu Wanning's neck. "Go away. Stop being a rogue," she admonished, using her free hand to redirect his head. "I adore the scent of Professor Chu. It's so delightful." "Your Professor Chu is on the brink of exasperation," she replied, supporting him into the bedroom. Turning on the light, she surveyed the scene. A large bed was firmly occupied by his 2 roommates, to the extent that there seemed to be insufficient blankets. Turning off the light again, she guided Shen Nian to the guest room. The outcome yielded nothing but a mattress. Subsequently, she tossed him onto the living room sofa. Just as she was about to leave, she glanced out the window, wondering if he might catch a cold. Chu Wanqing felt a pang of concern. She hurried back into Shun Yan's bedroom, attempting to find a blanket or something similar, but alas, there was nothing. Sighing at the sight, she turned and returned to her own home, retrieving a blanket to drape over Shun Yan. After completing this task, she crouched down to gaze at the peaceful face of the slumbering boy. "You little rascal, I'll settle the score with you tomorrow." The next day, as dawn broke, achoo! Shun Yan rubbed his eyes, feeling a chill enveloping him. He then propped himself up, his heavy head weighing him down. "What on earth? My head feels several times heavier than usual." Glancing down at the gray-black blanket covering him, he realized it was not something from his own home. Moreover, a lingering, pleasant fragrance emanated from it. Suddenly, he recognized the scent. It belonged to Professor Chu. After hastily rising, he intended to visit the restroom. As he walked, the disarray of the room left him exclaiming, "What on earth?" The table was littered with remnants of last night's feast, and the floor bore various stains from spilled beer, alongside scattered bottles. In the kitchen, a heap of vegetables lay strewn about, mingled with shards of broken porcelain, some tainted with crimson stains. What transpired here? Shun Yan was bewildered, his memories halting at the scene he shared with Chen Anhe and Tan Mingjie from the previous night, before fading into oblivion. However, he did recall a dream he had about Professor Chu. Shun Yan then made his way to his own bedroom, where he found the two of them sleeping with blissful expressions, prompting him to curse inwardly. Approaching, he swiftly tossed the comforter aside. A few minutes later, the three sat at the dining table. "Why are you all still dazed? Get to tidying up," Shun Yan urged the visibly groggy duo. "All right." Tan Mingjie and Chen Anhe replied in unison, yawning in synchrony. "Hey, do either of you remember what I did last night?" Shun Yan inquired while mopping the floor. "Drank." "Of course. But little Nyan, they say alcohol reveals one's true character. You, my friend, were nearly boasting to the heavens," Chen Anhe remarked, wiping the table. "What did I boast about?" Shun Yan paused his efforts, turning to Chen Anhe. "You claim to be Shun Nan, don't you recall?" Chen Anhe mirrored Shun Yan's previous actions, dramatically imitating him. "Everyone be quiet. I have an announcement to make. I am Shun Nan." Bursting into laughter, Chen Anhe continued. "You have no idea how serious and earnest your expression was while you were drunk. Had you not been 18 this year, I might have been inclined to believe your words." Upon hearing this, Shun Yan's brows arched, and he turned to gaze at the blanket on the sofa. A sense of foreboding washing over him. "What else did I say? Let me think," Chen Anhe mused, lowering his head. Truth be told, he had also indulged a bit too much in drink the previous night, and his memories were rather fragmented. "You seem to have placed a call to Professor Chu, though the details elude me. Moreover, when I entered the room to retire for the night, I recall seeing you conversing with Professor Chu at the door." Chen Anhe nodded in affirmation and continued, "I distinctly remember that not long after, a loud crash resonated from the kitchen, akin to the sound of a shattered bowl. What else did I utter? You even mentioned that if Shao Yan were Shun Nan, you would leap from his apartment." Tan Mingjie emerged from the kitchen, assisting Chen Anhe in his recollection. He then directed his gaze towards Shun Yan. Observing that the remnants scattered on the floor were likely what you had left for Professor Chu, with shards of broken bowls stained with blood. As he spoke, he noted Shun Yan's bandaged right hand. Upon hearing their words, Shun Yan descended into contemplation. The shattered bowl fragments, his injured hand, and the words he had spoken the previous night were all shrouded in mystery. Surely, I haven't inadvertently revealed my alter ego? Shun Yan felt a pang of anxiety. "Hey, Shao Yan, why are you breaking into a cold sweat?" Chen Anhe inquired, puzzled. "Do you believe I am Shun Yan?" Shun Yan's heartbeat surged to 180. He dared not contemplate the consequences should Chu Wanning discover his true identity. It was certain he would face dire repercussions. "Brother, it's broad daylight. What nonsense are you spouting? If you're Shun Yan, then I shall proclaim myself Qin Shi Huang. Would you believe that?" Chen Anhe scoffed, with Tan Mingjie beside him shaking his head in disbelief. Clearly, neither took Shun Yan's words seriously. Shun Yan? Shun Nan? How could that be possible? Shun Nan was a sensation in the classical music scene over a decade ago. At that time, Shun Yan was likely still in kindergarten, was he not? "Indeed, I don't believe it either." "Ah." Shun Yan chuckled awkwardly. Chapter 90. Could you make a vow? At noon, after Tan Mingjie and Chen Anhe departed, Shun Yan wrapped the blanket around himself and approached the door across the way. He gently knocked. "Professor Chu, good afternoon." Upon entering, Shun Yan noticed that today, as Professor Chu appeared markedly different from his usual self. with heavy dark circles under his eyes and an overall air of fatigue. Professor Chu, did you stay up late last night? Shen Yin sought to glean some hint from Chu Wanning's expression, but the latter's demeanor remained unchanged. Were his true identity to be unveiled, Professor Chu surely would not bear such an expression. He ought to be at least somewhat astonished or perhaps enraged. What is the matter? Chu Wanning maintained a calm demeanor. Last night, Shen Yin had been observing the expressions on her face. You were quite intoxicated last night, Chu Wanning replied succinctly. Ha, I know. Professor Chu, did I do anything peculiar or utter any strange words? Shen Yin stammered, gripping the blanket tightly, instinctively applying considerable force. Oh, you have no recollection of last night's events? Chu Wanning's voice, imbued with a gentle authority, rose playfully as she raised an eyebrow with keen interest. Shen Yin had sought amusement at her expense for a month. She had been contemplating how to reclaim her dignity. Yet, it seemed Shen Yin had no memory of the previous night. Ah, so you truly were inebriated. I vaguely remember my roommate mentioning that I had too much to drink and was boasting about being Shun Nan. Shen Yin stuttered, his gaze fixated intently on Chu Wanning's expressions. You really were drunk. How could you possibly be Shen Nan? Shen Nan is my mentor's mentor. And you are my student. You could never be him, could you, Shen Yin? Chu Wanning spoke with her usual gentle tone, leaving no hint of any flaws in her words. Indeed, Professor Chu, you are absolutely correct. I was so inebriated that I nearly forgot my own surname. How could I be your mentor's mentor? Shen Yin earnestly replied. With that, a wave of relief washed over him from Professor Chu's demeanor. It appeared that his secret was still intact. He had been on edge all morning, but now he could breathe easily. Suddenly, an enchanting melody filled the air, swordplay and the grudges of the martial world, the moonlight cloaked by a graceful sleeve. Chu Wanning's phone displayed a video of Shen Yin's flamboyant dance from last night. Shen Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. That was quite impressive. You should sign up for the next school performance. The mortification on Shen Yin's face brought a sense of vindication to Chu Wanning. However, it was evidently not enough. She had spent the entire night plotting to thoroughly reprimand Shen Yin upon waking. Yet, it felt too lenient. After all, she had been kept in the dark for almost a month. She could hardly fathom how joyous Shen Yin must have been each time she called him Teacher Shen during that period. Initially, she was uncertain how to retaliate. But now it seemed fortuitous that he had claimed to remember nothing from the previous night. Why not turn the tables? In the past, Shen Yin had been the one in the shadows, and she in the light. Now, the roles had reversed, she was concealed, and he was exposed. Previously, Shen Yin had used a pseudonym to engage her in playful banter. Now, it was her turn. Professor Chu, could you please delete this video? Shen Yin likely began to grasp the sensation he had inflicted upon Shen Anho with his own video threats. Why delete it? How splendidly one jumps. Allow me to share a recording with you for your leisurely enjoyment. Of course, Chu Wanqing would not delete it. She had already uploaded the video to the cloud for safekeeping last night while recording it. Professor Chu, please do delete it. Shen Yin implored. Do not rush, Shen Yin. I still possess 2 more videos. Chu Wanqing replied nonchalantly, sliding her finger down. The footage was captured by a surveillance camera. At the pinnacle of immortality, I, Shen Yin, shall reign supreme. Professor Chu, would you care to join me in the pursuit of eternal truth? Shen Yin's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Recalling the video where he donned a bedsheet as a cape, brandishing a stick and reciting juvenile phrases. Unbelievable. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have deemed it impossible. Indeed, drunkenness is not fearsome. What is truly terrifying is when someone helps you recall your inebriated antics. I must say, young one, you possess quite the flair for the dramatic, Chu Wanqing remarked, thoroughly amused by the expression on Shen Yin's face. Suddenly, she felt an impulse to pinch his soft, cherubic cheeks. 18 is indeed a splendid age, with a face brimming with collagen and skin delightfully smooth and taut. However, this fleeting thought was quickly dismissed by Chu Wanqing as she coughed lightly. Ahem, Professor Chu, could we perhaps delete this segment of the video as well? Shen Yin genuinely wished he could find a block of tofu to hide under. He was not typically this melodramatic. How could alcohol transform him into such a fool? I shall not delete it. I have saved everything to the cloud, including the next video, Chu Wanqing said, raising an eyebrow and sliding her finger again. In response, Shen Yin fell to his knees. Professor, I. He gazed at the surveillance footage on his phone, his legs trembling with fear. The video depicted him with both hands on the refrigerator door, while Professor Chu was ensnared in his embrace. What an ambiguous position. Or rather, what an audacious posture. What do you think you're doing? Do not presume that bowing and admitting fault will compel me to delete the video, Chu Wanqing said, crouching beside Shen Yan, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Leaning closer, she whispered into his ear, "Last night, you rested your head on my shoulder and declared you had a secret to share." Shen Yan, overwhelmed by her enchanting scent, swallowed hard and stammered, "Professor Chu, when I am intoxicated, I merely speak nonsense. Please do not take it to heart." "Heh." Chu Wanqing scoffed lightly. "Do you know what you said last night? You lamented your fate, whispering disparaging remarks about your teacher. You declared that Professor Chu was utterly aloof." She teased, a sly smile dancing in her eyes. Shen Yan trembled at her words. Gulping again, he gasped, "Surely, Professor Chu does not believe such drunken ramblings." Then, "Dear Shen Yan, might I request that you take an oath?" "An oath for what?" Shen Yan inquired. "How can you prove that you never called me frigid?" Chu Wanning rested her chin on one hand. Beside her, Shen Yan raised his hand as if struck by a sudden realization. "I swear, I have never spoken ill of Professor Chu behind her back." After saying this, Shen Yan quietly recited in his heart, "If I am found to have lied, may I be struck by 1,000 bolts of lightning." Chapter 91. Teacher Shun, are you married? During lunch at a restaurant adjacent to the Jin Show Garden community, Chu Wanning handed the menu to Shen Yan. "Look at the menu and choose whatever you desire." "Professor Chu, can we delete that video?" Shen Yan, having received the menu, gazed eagerly at the phone in Chu Wanning's hand, his intentions unmistakable. "You have already asked me that question 8 times. I shall answer you one final time. No?" Chu Wanning chose to disregard Shen Yan's hopeful gaze. She was still preoccupied with how to regain her dignity. Shen Yan's playful teasing was far from over. After a moment of contemplation, she picked up her phone, deliberately maximizing the screen brightness, and leaned toward Shen Yan to ensure he could clearly see her screen. "Professor Chu, why do you keep your students embarrassing histories?" she inquired. "If you continue this way, I might." Just as Shen Yan was about to reason with her, he noticed that Chu Wanning was intently focused on her phone. He glanced over, and upon seeing the contact labeled Teacher Shun, he pretended to inquire, "Professor Chu, who are you chatting with?" As he spoke, his gaze followed the movement of Chu Wanning's fingers across the screen. "Do you know Shen Nan, Master Shen?" I suddenly remembered that I need to discuss something with him. Noticing the expression on Shen Yan's face, Chu Wanning couldn't help but smirk internally. Was he attempting to act? "Teacher Shen, I've been thinking lately. I am 27 years old and should indeed consider the significant matter of marriage. Could you possibly discuss that friend of yours with me? The one you mentioned at the hot pot restaurant, who asked if I had any thoughts on dating." Chu Wanning typed slowly, as if to ensure that Shen Yan could see every word. After sending the 2 messages, she turned to Shen Yan and said, "Little friend, have I not told you? You must not pry into others' privacy. Now turn your head back." "Professor Chu, is that you?" Shen Yan asked, his confusion evident as he read the conversation. Just a few days ago, she had resolutely claimed she was not interested in romance. How had her stance shifted so quickly? "What's the matter? I asked my teacher to introduce me to a potential match. Didn't you say at the hot pot restaurant to take more care of myself and be wary of growing old alone?" Chu Wanning twisted her body, turning her phone away from Shen Yan's view. As the conversation waned, her hands danced across the screen, leaving one to wonder what messages she had just dispatched. "No. Professor Chu, how old is your teacher? His friends must be in their 30s or 40s. Shen Yan was exceedingly curious to peek at what Chu Wanning had messaged this time. However, she resolutely shielded her phone screen from his view. "What do you know?" "Young one, men in their 30s and 40s are mature and composed, unlike your childish antics," Chu Wanning remarked with a subtle smile. Reflecting on Shen Yan's juvenile words and actions from the previous night, she found it rather amusing. "Professor Chu, last night was merely drunken rambling. That wasn't my true self. Although I am young, I am quite mature for my age," Shen Yan defended himself. Yet, Chu Wanning paid him no mind, casually selecting a few dishes from the menu while her focus remained on her phone, occasionally arching her brows in a gentle smile. This demeanor stirred a sense of unease in Shen Yan, who could hardly contain his curiosity. He attempted to catch a glimpse of her screen out of the corner of his eye, but was thwarted as the brightness of her phone suddenly dimmed, and her grip on it shifted, concealing the content from his view. Realizing this, Shen Yan resorted to retrieving his own phone. "Not letting me see? Keeping secrets from me? Who cares? I'll just log into my account and check for myself," he thought. "Oh, here we go." Chu Wanning observed as Shen Yin quietly took out his phone, already aware of his intentions. The first thing Shen Yin did was to switch his phone to silent mode and lower the brightness to the minimum. Then, noticing the half-body distance between them was evidently unsafe, he stood up and positioned himself directly across from her. Professor Chu, if I sit next to you, it might hinder your ability to reach for food, so I'll sit opposite you instead. Upon hearing this, Chu Wanning merely smiled without responding. How could she not understand Shen Yin's thoughts? Was he trying to guard against her? Amused by his cautious demeanor while adjusting his phone's brightness, she found it strangely entertaining. Once seated across from her, Shen Yin launched into a performance worthy of an award-winning actor, effortlessly relaxed. Had Chu Wanning not uncovered the truth the previous night, she would have remained blissfully unaware for much longer. Observing Shen Yin's naturally composed face, she felt a surge of irritation. Continue your act. I'm curious to see what else you can conjure, she scoffed silently. Subsequently, she too began to display her own masterful acting skills. Shennan, little Chu, the professor's friend might be a bit older. He's 36, 9 years your senior. Just as Shen Yin sent his meticulously crafted message, a series of crisp sounds erupted from the opposite side as she cracked her knuckles. What are you looking at? I'm just loosening my hands. Chu Wanning let out a natural, light-hearted laugh as she observed the small Chu and the teacher on the screen, then glanced at Shen Yin, whose demeanor was impeccably composed, devoid of any flaws. In her heart, she silently gave Shen Yin a thumbs up for his mental fortitude and acting prowess, which could undoubtedly earn him the title of a leading actor. Oh, Shen Yin nodded, finding nothing amiss. Shortly thereafter, another message arrived. Little Chu, it's fine. Teacher Shun, I don't mind. Shen Nan, yes, this is his photo. Shen Yin swiftly searched for an image of a middle-aged, balding man with a protruding belly, skeptical that Chu Wanning would genuinely agree to this. Little Chu, perhaps it's better to skip that. As expected. Shen Yin's lips curled into a slight smile as he picked up a cup of warm water to sip. Just then, Chu Wanning sent another message. Teacher Shen, are you married? Gulping down the warm water, Shen Yin glanced across the table, where Professor Chu rested her chin on one hand. Feeling his gaze, she met his eyes. After a brief moment, he diverted his attention from her piercing gaze. Chapter 92. Professor Chu, do you have someone you like? Shen Nan, why do you ask that? An absurd thought suddenly struck Shen Yin. Did Professor Chu inquire about Shen Nan's marital status? Could it be that she? No, surely not. He looked over again, and Chu Wanning maintained her previous posture, resting her chin on her hand, her expression inscrutable. Within 2 minutes, another message pinged on his phone. Little Chu, Teacher Shun, I've heard rumors that you are unmarried. How about we give it a try? Bang. Shen Yin sprang up from the table in excitement, startling Chu Wanning. What are you doing? I'm just going to the restroom. Shen Yin realized his outburst and quickly composed himself. After saying that, he turned on his heel and rushed to the restroom without a backward glance. During the 2 minutes it took him to reach the restroom, he fixated on his phone screen, terrified he had misread the message, even bumping into someone in his distracted state. Once inside, he chose a stall at random, locked the door, and sat helplessly on the toilet seat, scratching the back of his head. Professor Chu, what kind of joke is this? Is this something we can actually try? Shen Nan, little Chu. Although you are unmarried and I am also single, we are still teacher and student, and I am already 40 this year, 13 years your senior. No, Professor Chu. You don't seem like someone who would be so casual. Shen Yin's mind was ablaze with the implications of Chu Wanning's earlier message. Little Chu, Teacher Shen. To be honest, I have long admired you. The pieces you composed hold profound significance for me. You are like a lighthouse in the darkness, guiding my path forward. Xiao Chu, perhaps Teacher Shen might guess the reason I have yet to experience love. Shen Yin stared at the 2 messages on his phone, rendered speechless by the implications. What does this mean? Professor Chu has been secretly enamored with me? My professor, 9 years my senior, harbors feelings for me? No. It must be for my alter ego? That seems improbable. Shen Yin found himself at a loss for how to respond to such a message. After sitting in silence on the toilet seat for several minutes, he finally replied, Xiao Chu, this is not appropriate. You do not even know what I look like. It is rather frivolous to consider a relationship so casually. Almost instantly, the reply came, Xiao Chu, I know what Teacher Shen looks like. Shen Nan, you do? Xiao Chu, the appearance of a 40-year-old middle-aged man is something I can roughly imagine. Shen Nan, let us not discuss this matter again. We are teacher and student. Xiao Chu, and what of that? Nowadays, free love is encouraged. There are even significant age gap romances in their twilight years. What does our slight age difference amount to? Shen. Regardless, do not bring it up again. I do not agree. I do not harbor feelings for you. Is that clear? Xiao Chu, it is perfectly fine. Teacher Shen, your lack of affection is your concern. My feelings for you are mine. What a shocking revelation. This is not how Professor Chu typically behaves. Shen Yin found himself at a loss for words once more, sensing a resolute spirit in the other's words. One that would not turn back until it met a wall. Xiao Chu. Oh, by the way, Teacher Shen, let me show you a video of a dance my student performed for me last night. When Shen Yin returned from the restroom, the dining table was already laden with dishes. Why do you seem so unhappy after merely visiting the restroom? Chu Wanning inquired, fully aware that Shen Yin's emotions had likely been a tumultuous ride just moments before. Although she had not witnessed it firsthand, her imagination sufficed to conjure the scene. Professor Chu, why did you order so many dishes? Shen Yin forced a smile and took a seat across from Chu Wanning. Do not begin eating just yet. We are expecting someone else. Chu Wanning took a sip of warm water, discreetly observing Shen Yin. Is this perhaps too much? She pondered. After all, Shen Yin is merely an 18-year-old child. Surely this would not leave a scar on his tender psyche? No, she must not relent. It was Shen Yin who first sought amusement at her expense under the guise of his alter ego. She was merely returning the favor in kind. Hey, Shen Yin. Are you all right? Chu Wanning could no longer contain her concern. Professor, do you have someone you like? Shen Yin felt an odd discomfort at the notion of Professor Chu being attracted to his alter ego. In his recollection, Professor Chu was not a person to be taken lightly. How could he possibly fancy a middle-aged man he had never even met? Why ask such a question? Chu Wanning retorted. Did you not just mention seeking an introduction from your teacher for a blind date? What became of it? Shen Yin was eager to hear how Professor Chu would respond to this inquiry. Not bad. Chu Wanning replied nonchalantly with just 2 words. Shen Yin rolled his eyes at the triviality of her response. And Professor Chu? He pressed on, but was interrupted as 2 individuals entered the restaurant, a middle-aged man with framed glasses and a woman impeccably dressed in a classic secretary outfit. Ning Ning. Upon entering, Chu Binghua spotted the table in the corner, and he could not help but admire his family's little princess, still as radiant as ever. After taking their seats, Shen Yin felt the penetrating gaze of the middle-aged man beside him, as if he were trying to see through him. Hello, uncle. I am Professor Chu's student, Shen Yin. He greeted politely. The situation felt akin to a son-in-law meeting his father-in-law for the first time. Why was this uncle staring at him so intently? Ha ha ha, Ning Ning. Your student truly lives up to expectations, not only exceptionally talented, but also quite handsome. With a jovial smile, Chu Binghua continued, Now little Shun. I won't beat around the bush. We are all family here, so I shall speak plainly. He gestured to his secretary, who promptly handed a document to Shen Yin. Before Shen Yin could examine it closely, Chu Wanning snatched it from his hands. After meticulously flipping through several pages, she addressed Chu Binghua. Uncle, why is this still a level 1 contract? We had previously agreed to elevate this level. Miss Chu, it's not that Mr. Chu is unwilling. But a level 1 contract is too ostentatious for a newcomer, the secretary clarified. He is more than qualified for that level of contract, Chu Wanning asserted emphatically. Chapter 93. What is the situation with that A's contract? Chu Binghua had evidently underestimated the extent to which Chu Wanning would defend her own. He began to question whether Shen Yin was truly her student, as her loyalty seemed rather excessive. The song A Sea of Stars, which he had listened to repeatedly over the past few days, only deepened his admiration. Had it been released a decade ago, it would surely have stood out amidst the competition. In recent years, his company's songwriting had noticeably declined, while rival firms managed to produce catchy hits every couple of months. His own company could not even churn out a sing-along hit. Thus, when he heard A Sea of Stars, he immediately instructed his subordinates to spare no effort in securing the artist for his company. To his astonishment, the creator of this song turned out to be a student of his niece. Even more surprising was the audacity of certain individuals within his own company to oppress and bully others without fully understanding the situation. He was genuinely infuriated and immediately ordered the individual named Wang Chun to pack his belongings and leave. However, he felt a sense of relief knowing he had a connection through his niece. Otherwise, Shen Yin would undoubtedly disregard their company altogether. Shen, I can elevate your contract from a tier to a higher one, but before that, I wish for you to comprehend one crucial matter, Chu Binghua said with a serious tone, turning to Shen Yin. Please, go ahead, Uncle Chu, Shen Yin replied, initially casting a grateful glance at Professor Chu before nodding in acknowledgement. In my company, a tier contract for songwriters and producers necessitates that you must produce a song that ranks within the top 50 on the charts every 3 months. Do not underestimate this requirement. Among the 3 leading entertainment companies in Huaguo, Shanghai, Huihuang, and Beichin, there are over 100 tier songwriters, and you will be competing against them. Each company also has a dozen or so gold and ace producers, Chu Binghua explained, maintaining a calm demeanor while observing Shen Yin's reactions. To his surprise, Shen Yin did not flinch upon hearing this condition. However, it soon dawned on him that someone of Shen Yin's age, capable of creating such a remarkable song, would naturally possess a certain level of pride and ambition. His company had previously encountered a similar case, a young individual who, a few years back, produced an exceptional song and was subsequently signed to a tier contract. At just 18 or 19, upon joining the company, he boldly declared his aspirations to achieve a gold contract within 1 year and an ace contract within 3. Yet, 7 or 8 years later, that once ambitious youth had failed to maintain even his tier contract and had since descended to a lower level. It was uncertain whether Shen Yin's ability to compose such a magnificent piece was a fleeting inspiration or a testament to his true talent. But Chu Binghua was willing to take the gamble, akin to the decision he made years ago when signing that ambitious young man. If successful, the company would gain a formidable asset. If not, the financial risk would be negligible. Uncle Chu, what exactly does the ace contract entail? Shen Yin pondered for a moment before inquiring. As soon as he finished speaking, coughs erupted from Chu Wanning, who had just taken a sip of water and was momentarily caught off guard. The secretary beside her was equally taken aback. And even Chu Binghua widened his eyes in disbelief. He had encountered arrogance before, but Shen Yin's audacity was unprecedented. Is he implying that he looks down on a tier contract? Has he even bypassed the gold contract to inquire about the ace contract? That is a coveted ace contract. Each entertainment company has no more than 3 aces, all of whom have fought fiercely through unseen battles to attain their status. How dare an 18-year-old novice ask such a question? How audacious. Truly audacious. Chu Binghua affixed a label to Shen Yin, initially believing that the latter's lack of reaction was a sign of composure. Little did he know it was merely a fade concealing a significant burst of emotion. Shen Yin, let us focus on the signing process. Be obedient and refrain from asking superfluous questions. Chu Wanqing dabbed her mouth with a tissue, aware that Shen Yin's creation of ocean vastness was not a fleeting moment of brilliance, for he had previously shared another piece with her titled Sunny Day. Yet, could these 2 compositions alone warrant a champion contract? She was certain that had Shen Yin not been her student, and had she not been present, her uncle would have long since departed in discontent. It was merely a casual inquiry, Shen Yin remarked, sensing that the others had misinterpreted his intentions. While he aspired to obtain a champion contract, he understood that such an achievement was not so readily attainable. After all, who would bestow a top-tier contract upon a newcomer? However, the absence of such an offer did not preclude his aspirations. He had just heard Chu Binghua state that a tiered contract required a song to be in the top 50 of the charts every 3 months. In the worst-case scenario, a champion contract would equate to securing the #1 spot on the song charts. For him, that did not seem insurmountable. To achieve a champion contract, he would need to attain the top position on the charts for 12 consecutive months. Once secured, a champion contract would signify that he was no longer working for the company. Rather, the company would be beholden to him. He would wield absolute authority over how his songs were promoted, the marketing channels employed, and which prominent artists would perform his compositions, all decisions resting in his hands. In favorable economic conditions, one could assert that he would be in the position of the principal party. Chu Binghua lifted a glass of water from the table, taking a sip to calm his nerves. It was fortunate that it was merely an inquiry. Had Shen Yin directly expressed a desire for a champion contract, he might have flung the documents on the table back at him, questioning whether such aspirations were appropriate for an 18-year-old novice. So, if I maintain the #1 position on the charts for 12 consecutive months, I would be considered a champion? Shen Yin mused, furrowing his brow. It did not sound overly daunting. 12 months, 1 song each month, totaling 12 songs. Oh no, that won't do, he thought. Prudence dictated he should prepare at least 2 additional songs each month to account for market fluctuations. Indeed, Chu Binghua nodded, gritting his teeth as he glanced at his niece, silently inquiring about her student's capabilities. In that instant, Chu Wanqing felt a twinge of shame, averting her gaze from her uncle, bowing her head in embarrassment. Then, Uncle Chu, what about the golden contract? Shen Yan inquired further. Chu Binghua retorted, why do you keep asking? Let us eat. The dishes are getting cold. Chu Wanqing lightly tapped Shen Yan on the head with her chopsticks. Even if you are Shun Nan, you cannot be so audacious. Classical music is altogether different from this genre of popular song. Indeed, President Chu, let us prioritize our meal, chimed in the petite secretary, echoing the sentiment. Chapter 94, No More Drinking Allowed. After a hearty meal, the little secretary retrieved another contract from the folder. Chu Wanning rolled her eyes at Chu Binghua, questioning why everything was prepared yet not presented. Was it necessary to engage in such verbal sparring? How much could this song possibly earn? Shen Yin glanced at the contract's contents, noting the standard provisions for social insurance and housing, alongside the profit distribution of the song, which was split 30-70 with the company. Based on the recent online reactions to the song, its success was assured. We shall head to the recording studio this afternoon to lay down the track and upload it to various music platforms tonight. The online revenue would stem from streaming services and video click-through rates, as well as national television media and nationwide play counts. By the end of the year, it would be no trouble to earn several million. As for offline income, through performances or endorsements, it could similarly yield millions annually. However, I heard from Ning Ning that you seem less enthusiastic about this offline income, so we can disregard that portion. Chu Binghua gazed at Shun Yin's signature on the contract, feeling a warm breeze of optimism, regardless of what the future held. Even if Shun Yin were to falter creatively thereafter, this song was destined to soar. He was confident it would ascend to the top of the music charts by October. 5 million. Shun Yin nodded thoughtfully, swiftly calculating in his mind. 5 million a year translates to over 400,000 a month, and more than 10,000 a day. This was merely the income from a single song, if he were to produce several. Becoming a millionaire or even a billionaire seemed within reach. Previously, he had little concept of money and lacked interest in it. To him, it was merely a cold string of numbers on a bank card. But now, circumstances had changed. Having been sent out of his home during the summer, had he not encountered Professor Chu, he would have struggled to afford 3 meals a day. Reflecting on this, Shen Yin flashed a sweet smile of gratitude across the table. Chu Wanning, quietly listening, found herself perplexed by his silly grin. After resting for a few moments at the restaurant, the group boarded a Rolls-Royce parked outside. Heading to the recording studio, Shanghai Entertainment, located in a prominent office building in the heart of the bustling city, had only been established for a decade. Yet, its music production, artist management, and other entertainment platforms rivaled those of competitors that had been in operation for 20 to 30 years. Shen Yan and Chu Wanning stood beneath the impressive edifice, far removed from their school. Shen Yan's sudden sentiment lingered unspoken, but Chu Wanning interjected. If you dare to use that as an excuse to skip class, just wait. I never said I would skip. Shen Yan retorted, though Chu Wanning's threats seemed devoid of any real impact. Upon reflection, it seemed that every time she threatened him, it was always with the same playful warning. There was an inexplicable charm in her demeanor that felt oddly out of character for Professor Chu. What are you laughing at? With her eyes slightly narrowed, Chu Wanning's intuition told her that the little friend beside her was once again mocking her. What are you laughing about? She inquired. But Shen Yin simply waved his hand, recalling some joyful memories, and proceeded toward the entrance. Professor Chu, let us hurry. Didn't Chu Uncle's secretary say they had already booked the recording studio for us? It's already 2 o'clock. We're going to be late. Isn't it because you just mentioned in the car that your hand was hurting and you needed to go to the hospital first? Chu Wanning mumbled in dissatisfaction. With that, she quickened her pace to follow Shen Yin into the office building. As they stood at the elevator waiting for it to arrive, Chu Wanning turned to Shen Yin and asked, your hand doesn't hurt anymore, does it? It's fine. Much better, Shen Yin replied, casting a reassuring glance at Chu Wanning before asking, Professor Chu, how did I injure my hand? How would I know? Chu Wanning retorted. But before she could finish, the image of Shen Yin's foolish grin while watching her eat the previous night surfaced in her mind, leaving her with an odd feeling. From now on, you are not allowed to drink, she declared, stepping into the elevator. Shen Yin remained momentarily stunned, attempting to recall how he had injured his hand the night before. The shards of broken dishes in the kitchen and the food he had left for Professor Chu provided a few clues. He imagined that he must have gone to fetch the food for her and accidentally shattered the bowl, cutting his hand in the process. Am I really that foolish to pick up the broken pieces with my bare hands? What are you still standing there for? Chu Wanning called from inside the elevator. My apologies, Professor Chu. I think I might have figured out how I injured my hand last night, Shen Yin said as he stepped into the elevator. Remember, I saved some food for you, and when I went to get it, I must have accidentally broken the bowl and cut my hand. Did you hear what I just said? Chu Wanning raised an eyebrow. I heard, Professor Chu. You told me not to drink anymore. To be honest, I didn't want to drink either, but my two roommates pressured and coerced me. What could I do when they insisted on forcing me? Shen Yin dramatically recounted, showcasing his acting skills. If Chen Anha and Tan Mingjie were present, they would likely be dumbfounded by Shen Yin's shameless words. Just remember, last night should be the last time for such behavior, Chu Wanning said, pressing the button for the 13th floor and crossing her arms, leaning against the elevator wall. Of course, I promise I won't drink anymore, Shen Yin assured her. Even without Chu Wanning's warning, he had no intention of drinking again. Especially after the debacle of the dance for the third subject and the embarrassing quotes he had recited. Those were enough to ensure he would abstain from alcohol in the future. As they conversed, the elevator reached the 13th floor and the doors opened. A curly-haired man clad in a denim shirt promptly approached, welcoming Shen Yin and Chu Wanning. You must be Shun, the student. You are even more handsome in person than in the short videos, he exclaimed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Xiao, the music director. Su Xiao bent slightly, adopting a somewhat obsequious demeanor. While he addressed Shen Yin, his attention remained fixated on Chu Wanning beside him.